Emotional debt collection. It all started with my neighbor's sexy wife. The beautiful neighbor's wife has owed you a favor debt. Please urge her to repay it as soon as possible. Payment options. Money, 1 million in full. Food, a year's worth of homemade lunchboxes. Affection, one warm hug. Chapter 1, Debt of Affection Please Collect. Early summer in April. The temperature in Tokyo was already nearing sweltering heat. At 2:30 in the afternoon, close to the time when high schools in Japan let out, the sun was sliding slowly toward the western hills, and only then did the summer heat briefly ease. Ring ring. As the bell sounded, Jun Hoshino slipped his books into a shoulder bag and walked out of the classroom with Yusuke Takasaki and Joe Takayaniji, who sat in front of him. Tokyo is damned this year. It's only April and it's already this hot. Yeah, I agree with you, Yusuke. Tokyo really is too hot. Their words reached Jun's ears as he lifted his head to gaze at the sun. Indeed, Tokyo was unseasonably warm this year. But compared to Nagasaki and Hiroshima decades ago, how hot can it really get? Faced with 6,000 degrees of heat, the people there didn't utter a word. People today are just too fragile. Jun muttered to himself. It had been nearly 3 years since he transmigrated here. Other than having an aunt who treated him well, not much was different from his past life. Orphaned, without a car or house. Handsome enough to receive love letters easily. But everything comes at a price. While admired by girls, he was naturally resented by boys. Like Yusuke Takasaki and Joe Takayaniji walking in front of him. Don't get the wrong idea, Jun was no friend of theirs. The only reason they were walking together was because all three had to go to the teacher's office for reprimand. As to why, Jun's eyes fixed on them, and suddenly their status panels popped up. Name, Yusuke Takasaki. Stamina, 5. Intelligence, 5. Charm, 7. Occupation, student. Affection, in debt. Determined unable to repay. Debt automatically transferred to girlfriend Nana Kato. Notice, please collect this affection debt as soon as possible. Successful collection will grant you a reward. The affection system had appeared just yesterday, when Yusuke and Joe framed him for theft. If Jun chose not to pursue their wrongdoing, they owed him a favor. If the system judged they couldn't repay, the debt would be transferred to someone close to them. Jun only had to collect that debt to receive the system's reward. Hey, Hoshino, Joe suddenly turned, eyebrows raised, tone like a threat. When we see Mr. Hamazaki, you know what to say, right? Joe was Jun's neighbor. They should have been good friends. They were, until 2 years ago when the girl Joe had been pursuing gave Jun a love letter instead. Even though Jun turned her down flat, even though he barely spoke to her, Joe held a grudge. Yesterday, he and Yusuke even colluded to frame poor Jun for stealing. Thankfully, someone reported seeing them slip money into his bag. That exposed the lie before it blew up. I understand. I said I'd forgive you, and I won't go back on my word. As Jun's eyes flicked over Joe's panel, he added silently, you'd better pray the reward is enough to calm my anger. Otherwise, you'll both learn just how petty I can be. Name, Joe Takayaniji. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 4. Charm, 7. Occupation, student. Affection, in debt. Determined unable to repay. Debt automatically transferred to Mother Yuki Takayaniji. Notice, please collect this affection debt as soon as possible. Successful collection will grant you a reward. Jun couldn't wait to see what rewards his long-awaited system would grant him. Hopefully money life at home was tight, and he wanted to ease his aunt's burden. A minute later, Jun knocked on the office door on the 3rd floor. Come in. Inside were over a dozen teachers, all in white dress shirts, hairlines receding uniformly. The older they were, the higher the retreat. Some had none left at all. But one teacher stood out. Sunlight spilled past the curtains, casting its beam on the innermost desk where a woman sat who looked barely in her 20s. Jun bowed politely. Ms. Hamazaki. Mayo Hamazaki. She stood at 170 centimeters, long black hair flowing like silk down her back. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on her nose. A fitted skirt suit accentuated her figure, her sheer stockings clung to flawless, slender legs. Pale skin, exquisite features, and a cold expression radiated a strong aura of elegance and authority. Jun, have you thought this through? This time Joe and Yusuke framed you maliciously. I hope you'll make the right decision. Her voice was as icy as her demeanor, tinged with authority. When her gaze swept over Joe and Yusuke, they bowed their heads like quail. Teacher, we were just joking around with Jun as friends. Isn't he that right? Joe begged with his eyes. Mayo frowned, her smooth leg crossing, heel tapping as she snapped, Did I give you permission to speak? Sorry, teacher. Joe bowed lower, silent now, pinning his hopes on Jun. Jun, after a pause, nodded. Yes, teacher. Joe is my neighbor, Yusuke my classmate for 3 years. I choose to believe they were only joking. Not that he really believed it. He was simply choosing to believe. Mayo's brows remained furrowed, her eyes heavy with worry. Too kind, she thought. This handsome boy is too kind, he'll be bullied by scum. You must understand, June. If someone is too kind, they'll be trampled. That barb was aimed directly at Joe and Yusuke, who bent even lower, too scared to talk back. Don't worry, teacher. I'm not a fool who lets others walk over me. This time, I simply chose to forgive. Fine. It's your decision. She sighed. Jun, you can leave. Yusuke, Joe, you two stay and write me 2,000 words of reflection. Their groans filled the office. Evening. Jun received a text from Joe. Jun, don't think today's act means I'll forgive you. Jun sneered. He never needed Joe's forgiveness. Knock knock knock. The door of the Takayaniji home opened. Standing there was a voluptuous beauty, her long brown hair braided and draped over her ample chest. Oh, Jun. It's been a while since you came by. Come in, come in. Chapter 2, The Supermarket Madam Next Door. Clack. 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 The crisp sound of thin-soled slippers stepping on wooden flooring echoed as Takayaniji Yuki carried out a pot of tea and a plate of neatly arranged mung-bean cakes from the kitchen. Jun, why haven't you been coming over to play with Shiro lately? You two used to be together every day. She placed the tea and pastries on the spotless glass coffee table, then pulled over a small stool to sit down. Her generous bosom bounced subtly as she moved, leaving no doubt of its fullness. The beautiful widow's warm smile reached her brows, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. In those clear, watery eyes was reflected the figure of a handsome boy, picturesque as a poem. Jun, why aren't you saying anything? The Takayaniji family had moved next door to the Hoshino home 6 years ago. Her husband had died young, leaving her to raise her son alone. Because she, like Hoshino's aunt, was a single parent, the two women became close and eventually even co-workers, both employed at the same supermarket. Naturally, Jun and Shiro had grown up side by side during middle school, inseparable until nearly a year after Jun had transmigrated into this world, when the confession incident happened. Since then, Jun seldom came to the Takayaniji house, and if he did, it was only together with his aunt. And now, to hear Yuki ask why he never came to play with Shiro anymore, it meant Shiro hadn't told her the truth, that their friendship had broken over a girl. To Yuki, Jun was still the neighbor boy who used to be her son's best friend. Aunt Yuki, I came today because I need to ask you for something. Jun sat upright across from her, though his gaze kept flicking unintentionally, yet persistently toward the two mounds resting against the tabletop. Those belong to Takayaniji Yuki. Sorry, Madam Takayaniji. But this is Shiro's fault. If not for him, I wouldn't be here to collect a debt. Yuki tilted her head, puzzled. This was the first time since she'd known him that the well-behaved boy had ever openly asked for anything. What is it you want, Jun? Jun's eyes focused on her. Name, Takayaniji Yuki. Strength, 6. Intelligence, 4. Charm, 9. Occupation, supermarket cashier. Affection debt, she currently owes you a grade C favor. Please urge repayment. Repayment options. Money, 1 million in full. Food, homemade lunchboxes for 1 year. Affection, 1 warm hug 10 minutes. Noticing his gaze, Yuki followed it downward. Ha! There was nothing there other than that. Jun? She waved her hand before his face, making another breathtaking sight ripple before his eyes. Cough, cough. Jun cleared his throat. Aunt Yuki, before I tell you what I want, please listen to why I'm doing this first. He pulled out his phone and played the recording from the teacher's office earlier. When the audio finished, Yuki sat frozen, her eyes shifting with shame. I'm sorry, June. It's my fault for not watching over Shiro properly. Please, forgive him. Forgive, huh? Easy for her to say. Jun slipped his phone back into his bag and got to the point. Aunt Yuki, I need 1 million yen. Can you give it to me? Oh, 1 million. Yuki trembled, her long, pale fingers shaking. It wasn't an impossible sum, but for her it was unattainable. She likely couldn't even come up with a fraction of it. Jun had expected as much. In that case, he continued, a year's worth of homemade lunchboxes will do as compensation. Her expression softened at that, though she still hesitated. Jun, you know my work schedule. I have to take the morning shift every other day. Could I make the lunches every 2 days instead? System, is that acceptable? Debts must be repaid in full. There is no room for negotiation. Please complete collection immediately. So it's not me being unreasonable, it's the system. Jun shook his head. Aunt Yuki, that makes things difficult for me. Yuki bit her glossy red lip, lowering her head. Her hands rested nervously on her thighs, brows knotted with worry. Though he bore no goodwill toward Shiro, Jun had always respected Yuki. But if she couldn't pay in money or meals, then only affection remained. His eyes swept over her again, exquisite features, smooth porcelain skin, white t-shirt stretched taut across her chest, long blue jeans-clad legs full yet shapely, carrying the mature allure of ripeness. At that moment, she looked like a prisoner awaiting judgment, anxious and uneasy. There's one more way. No money, no labor. Easy, simple compensation. Jun leaned on the table, voice gentle. It left Yuki utterly stunned. Jun, I'm your aunt's co-worker. And Shiro's mother. So what? Time seemed to freeze. Outside, the wind whispered. Har. Her shoulders slumped, and she exhaled a long sigh. At last, she understood why his eyes had lingered earlier. So he had already resolved to demand this. Yuki clenched her fists, toes curling in her flat sandals as tension arched her foot in a delicate curve. Jun, don't be too unreasonable. At most, she flushed crimson. At most, I'll use my hands to massage you. But anything beyond that, I absolutely can't accept. Standing, legs pressed together, she approached him, her shame thick in the air. She crouched halfway, reached out her hand. But before she could react, Jun wrapped her in his arms. Aunt Yuki, just hold me. 10 minutes is enough. Eh? So it was just a hug. Yuki blushed at her own thoughts. The boy's warm breath tickled her ear as she shyly embraced him back. He's still just a sweet child. Then suddenly she sensed a chilling aura. Ding! Collection complete. Reward delivered via official channels. 100,000 has been transferred to Hoshino Jun's private account. Chapter 3, It's hard to explain. Tick 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 tilde. The second hand of the clock on the pure white wall kept moving, and time passed by minute, but Jun Hoshino was reluctant to let go. At this time, he was sitting on the sofa in Takayanji's house, hugging Takayanji Yuki's soft waist, resting his head on Takayanji Yuki's shoulder, and his nostrils were filled with his wife's faint body fragrance. Coupled with the soft and delicate body in his arms, Jun Hoshino, an energetic boy, was a little overwhelmed and couldn't let go. Yuki Takayanji, who was kneeling on Jun Hoshino's legs, was breathing heavily, but she didn't say anything. He just leaned his head gently on Jun Hoshino's shoulder and hugged him tightly as Jun Hoshino wished. Compared to 1 million yuan, there is a year's worth of love lunch boxes. 10 minutes of hugging is really nothing. What Takayanji Yuki couldn't understand was why all Hoshino Jun wanted in the end was just a hug. She had clearly made preparations for both scenarios. Perhaps, because Seochun has been without parents since childhood, she longs for care. Takayanji Yusin hugged Hoshino Jun a little tighter. She wanted to give this poor child more care. The only awkward thing is that now, little Chun's younger brother has grown up and likes to talk back. The faint fragrance on Takayanji Yuki's neck was like orchid, slowly drifting into Hoshino Jun's nose, making his heart flutter. I thought that since Aunt Yushi didn't seem to be pushing me away, I might as well hold her for a while longer. Hold me for a while longer, I'll be fine. 10 minutes had already passed. After another 2 minutes, Takayanji Yuki finally couldn't bear it anymore. Seochun, it's already been 15 minutes. After saying that, Takayaniji Yuki blushed and gently pushed Hoshino-jun away. Okay, thank you Aunt Yuki for today. The place where the two of them were was an internal passage between the coffee table and the sofa. It was quite narrow. It was okay for one person, but it would be a bit crowded for two people. Yuki Takayaniji reached out and touched the braided hair on her shoulder, then returned to the seat opposite with her head down. Seochun, you won't report Seocheng now, right? Well, don't worry, auntie. I am a man of my word. Jun Hoshino put on his shoulder bag and his eyes lingered on the beautiful woman's figure for a moment. Aunt Yuki is really soft. Even now, Jun Hoshino's chest still seems to have the illusion of being squeezed by cotton. This damn touch awakened Jun Hoshino's youthful nature. Noticing Jun Hoshino's gaze, a hint of shyness flashed in Takayaniji Yuki's eyes. She recalled that she had just been hugged by the beautiful boy Jun Hoshino, and her legs rubbed unconsciously. Thank you, Seochun. Don't worry, I will definitely teach Seocheng a lesson to help you vent your anger. Jun Hoshino didn't say anything polite like don't do that. As an enemy, he hoped that Gao Yanarji Cheng would suffer more. However, now Jun Hoshino is also looking forward to the next time Takayaniji Cheng targets him. Of course, it's not because I'm greedy for Mrs. Takayaniji's arms. Instead, they want to get more money through system rewards. When the boy's anger faded, I should go home. That. Takayaniji Yuki was a little embarrassed. After pausing for a moment, she looked up at the boy's handsome face and invited him. Xiao-chun, your aunt has to work overtime today and won't be able to come back to cook for you. Why don't you eat at my house before going back? Working overtime again. Well, she said she wanted to make more money. Is it because of money again? Jun Hoshino nodded. Since his aunt was working overtime today, he was too lazy to go home and cook alone. Why not stay here and enjoy the food cooked by Mrs. Takayaniji? Then I'll have to trouble Aunt Yuki. Jun Hoshino politely bowed slightly to Takayaniji Yuki. The evil custom of this island nation is that you have to bow repeatedly when talking to people. It's so troublesome. You're welcome. Takayaniji Yuki placed his hands on his abdomen and bowed in return. A flash of white shone through the collar, making Jun Hoshino dizzy. It turns out that there is a reason why they have such customs even though they live a pretty good life. Bowing is really a good habit and should be promoted more. Seochun, please sit down for a while. I'll go cook right away. Although she said she was going to cook, Mrs. Gao Liu did not go to the kitchen immediately. Instead, she went to her bedroom first. After a while, rustling sounds came from the bedroom. The sound insulation of this apartment building is actually quite good, mainly because the internal space in this room is not large and there is not much distance between them. There was only a wooden door blocking their way a few meters away, so it naturally could not isolate the sounds from Takayaniji Yuki's bedroom. Like Jun Hoshino's house, Takayaniji's house is a two-bedroom residence with an area of only 55 square meters, with a kitchen, a bathroom and a small living room. The house is pitifully small. But don't be fooled by the small size of the house. It's also expensive. In Tokyo, where every inch of land is valuable, such a small house has a monthly rent of up to 100,000 yen, which is already considered a relatively affordable house. If you go to a place near the city's bustling area, you may not be able to buy such a house even for 150,000 yen. Click. After about 3 or 4 minutes, the bedroom door opened again. Yuki Takayaniji still had the white t-shirt on her upper body, but for some reason, she had changed the long jeans she had just been wearing into summer denim shorts that she would only wear around June. The denim shorts tightly wrapped around her plump buttocks, and a pair of snow-white, plump, fleshy long legs were exposed from the thighs. Although it is just a normal outfit, when Takayaniji Yuki wears it, there is always an indescribable charm. Looking at Hoshino-jun, Takayaniji Yuki's face turned red for some reason, and as he turned and walked towards the kitchen, he asked, Seochun, what do you want to eat? It's all fine. I'm not picky. Jun Hoshino's words got stuck in his throat, his eyes widened, and his lips trembled slightly. He noticed that under the neighbor lady's graceful figure, there was a drop of crystal water on the thigh of her pair of dazzling white long legs. This is still too stimulating for young people. Damn it, why is my head full of color crap now? That's the lady next door, and the mother of their former good brother. In order to prevent himself from turning his impulsive thoughts into reality, Jun Hoshino closed his eyes and honestly turned his thoughts to other events. For example, a system that is accidentally turned on is worth exploring. Name, Jun Hoshino. Stamina, 7. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 9. Occupation, student. Friendship, currently, Kato Nana owes you a B-level friendship debt. The summer jeans were probably a small size, and it was very difficult to wrap around the pair of white and tender legs, leaving an indentation similar to a boundary line on the thigh. The top is denim hot pants, and the bottom is the legs. I usually eat slowly, I'm used to it. Oh, okay. Hearing the answer, Takayaniji Yuki breathed a sigh of relief and a smile spread across her face. I thought to myself that I had misunderstood. Xiaochun had just asked for a hug, so why was he staring at me now? That charming face, with its curved eyebrows and eyes, looks more and more like the fox spirit that often appears in myths and stories. Mrs. Takayaniji is a bit of a fool. She didn't seem to know that the more she made this expression, the more seductive she became. The afterglow of the setting sun passed through the gaps in the clouds, and the light of dusk passed through their window, lengthening the figures of the young man and the beautiful woman. The evening breeze ruffled the boy's black hair on his forehead. While Jun Hoshino was eating, Takayaniji Yuki secretly looked at his cheek. It looks really good. In terms of appearance, I have to say that although my own Xiaocheng is not ugly, he is much worse than Xiaochun. The two of them didn't speak a word, as if time had stopped at a certain point. Xiaochun, did you have a fight with Xiaocheng? Did you finally notice it? We haven't been in contact for a year and a half, and I just found out that your child and Jun Hoshino had a fight. Suddenly, there was the sound of keys turning outside the door. Hoshino Jun raised his lips slightly and said frankly. Yes, because the girl that Cheng Jun liked confessed her feelings to me. Although I rejected that girl because of Cheng Jun still hated me because of it. Now that we have a grudge, let the storm come even harder. Upon hearing this, Takayaniji Yuki lowered her head slightly, and her fair toes curled up in shame. The coffee table in the Takayaniji family was a transparent glass coffee table, and all the scenery fell into the eyes of Jun Hoshino, who was eating with his head down. How can this be? Takayaniji Yuki said, is Xiaocheng an idiot? He actually hates his friend because of a girl who doesn't like her. At this time, the door of the house had been opened. Takayaniji Cheng, who entered the house, happened to hear the conversation between his mother and Hoshino Jun, and his face suddenly turned ugly. Jun Hoshino, how could you be so despicable as to tell my mother about our personal grudge? He. Hoshino smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Someone would take care of him. Geo Liucheng. Takayaniji Yuki scolded, looking displeased. With her curved eyebrows furrowed, the beautiful woman stood up from the small stool, walked with her plump long legs, and approached Gao Liucheng. At this moment, Takayaniji Cheng panicked and wanted to explain something, but Hoshino Jun had already told Takayaniji Yuki the evidence of today's false accusation. At this moment, she was too lazy to care about Gao Liucheng's explanation. She just reached out her hand to Gao Liucheng's face and twisted it hard. Mom worked hard to earn money for your education, is this how you learn? Xiaochun is so good to you. You rejected a girl's confession, and you actually blame him for it. Today, they even framed Xiaochun for stealing money, causing Mom so much trouble. Takayaniji Yuki paused in her words, and she almost told everyone that she had hugged Hoshino Jun for 15 minutes, and she twisted Takayaniji Shiro's face even harder. Gao Liucheng screamed in pain, and didn't notice anything wrong with his mother's words. He just stared at Hoshino Jun with resentment. Mom, I was wrong, stop twisting it. It has to be said that Gao Yanarji Cheng, who grew up in a single-parent family, is still filial. Even though he was scolded by his mother in front of others, he had no intention of resisting. After twisting for a long time, Gao Yanarji Cheng's face was almost swollen. Gao Yanarji Yushi finally let him go and pointed at him and said, "Go and apologize to Xiaochun." Yuki Takayaniji, who is soft and gentle in front of Jun Hoshino, is surprisingly majestic like a mother when facing Takayaniji Shiro. Her orders are like imperial decrees to Takayaniji Shiro. Although Gao Liucheng was extremely reluctant, he lowered his head obediently to hide the gloom in his eyes. Sorry. Okay, I accept Cheng Jun's apology. Jun Hoshino felt that it was about time, so he stood up and walked to Takayaniji Shiro, who was a few centimeters shorter than him, and raised his left hand to press down on Takayanagi Shiro's shoulder. A cornered rabbit will bite. Prey cannot be pushed too hard, lest the rabbit become desperate and do something extreme. We must strike a proper balance. What Jun Hoshino wanted was a money-making machine, not a desperate madman. TSK. Gao Liu Cheng murmured to himself, "Who asked you to accept it? You're just a mean person who can only tell the teacher and parents." Not only did he have to sit in the office and write a 2,000-word self-reflection today, but his face was also pinched by his mother until it was swollen. Gao Liu Cheng became more and more angry the more he thought about it. I couldn't help but whispered intimidation, "Xingye, I will not forget what happened today, just wait for me." Bite. Threatening remarks from Takayanagi Castle detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a D-level friendship debt. No further action will be taken. It has been determined that Takayanagi Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayanagi Yuki. Tip: please collect this person's friendship debt as soon as possible. If the collection is successful, you will be rewarded. Well, I'll wait for you. Also waiting for Mrs. Takayanagi. Jun Hoshino laughed, walked around Takayanagi Joe, walked towards Takayanagi Yuki and extended his hand. Now is not the time to collect debts. Let us wait until we meet alone. Aunt Yuki, dinner is ready, I should go home now. Okay, Xiaochun, go to bed early when you go back. Takayanagi Yuki nodded hurriedly and held Hoshino Jun's hand. Suddenly, the young man scratched the palm of the beautiful woman's hand, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Xiaochun, what is he doing? It made Aunt Yushi feel itchy. Letting go of Takayanagi Yuki's hand, Hoshino Jun looked back at Takayanagi Shiro, who didn't understand anything, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. A young and handsome boy will not forgive his stupid friend. Foolish Takayanagi, hate me as much as you can and then take revenge on me in an ugly way. Chapter 5, What kind of man are you? The dusk was like a translucent veil, covering the Tokyo metropolis where the street lights were still dark. Downstairs there was the noise of passing vehicles and the hurried footsteps of pedestrians. The Takayanagi family rented room 403 of the apartment, separated from the Hoshino Jun family by a thick wall. Room 404 next door is where Jun Hoshino lives. Close the door to block out outside noise. Jun Hoshino turned on the light, and what caught her eye was a pair of black triangle panties casually thrown on the sofa, and black stockings that appeared on the TV cabinet for some reason. Turning my head, I saw a suit and skirt thrown on the shoe cabinet. Apart from this, the whole living room is quite tidy. This woman, why does she throw things around all day long? She's so sloppy. Well. With a soft sigh, Jun Hoshino scratched his head, first hugged the suit skirt in his arms, and then picked up the soft panties and stockings. No smell. I went straight to the bathroom and stuffed all my things into the washing machine provided by the landlord for free. The first thing Jun Hoshino does when he gets home from school every day is to help his aunt collect the laundry, and then he starts cooking and waiting for his aunt. He has long been accustomed to this kind of life. Before this year, sometimes the aunt would come home from early shift to cook and wait for him, but after the beginning of this year, the aunt often worked overtime. Basically, they all come back very late. The reason is still because of Jun Hoshino. Jun Hoshino is already a third-year high school student this year. His grades are good, above average. It is a little difficult to get into a good university, but it is not a big problem if you work hard. The real problem is lack of money. My aunt is the manager in the supermarket. In her position, her salary after tax deduction is 300,000 yen, which is actually not too low. It is 80,000 yen higher than Mrs. Takayanagi next door. But the problem is that the cost of living in Tokyo is really too high. If you support two people with 300,000 yen, you can only say that you can survive. Daily expenses such as rent and water and electricity already take up most of the income, plus occasionally I want to have a good meal or buy 1 or 2 sets of clothes. Basically, I spend all my money every month, and sometimes I'm even in debt. So since the beginning of this year, in order to save enough money for Jun Hoshino to go to college next year, my aunt has been working very hard, always leaving home early and coming back late. It is precisely because he sees that his aunt is suffering so much that Jun Hoshino wants to become rich immediately. After tidying up the house and preparing to turn on the TV to watch something to relax, Jun Hoshino suddenly received a message from his aunt online. Come pick me up. I'll be downstairs in a minute. How can I go upstairs and still need someone to pick me up? Could something have happened? This suspicion is very likely to happen. After all, the aunt is very beautiful, and the perverts in the island country have long been famous in various animations and games. It can be said that idiots are an indispensable element of the island country. Jun Hoshino hurriedly put on his shoes and ran downstairs. It is now 9 o'clock in the evening and the sky has become completely dark. After waiting under the street lights for about 3 or 5 minutes, a taxi stopped by the roadside. Through the car window, Jun Hoshino saw from afar a beautiful figure opening the back door and staggering out of the car. The woman was 162 centimeters tall, about 167 centimeters tall with high heels. She was holding a small black bag in her hand, wearing a black business suit and skirt, with her black hair tied behind her head. Her legs are well proportioned and slender, and outlined by black stockings. She exudes the sexy charm of an urban beauty all the time. She is Jun Hoshino's aunt, Mai Asu. I am 28 years old, single and have no dating experience. Because she has a burden at home, no one dares to get close to her even though she is beautiful. Someone once advised Mai Asuka to let Jun Hoshino fend for himself. In the end, everyone who said this never had any contact with Mai Asuka again. Jun-chan, I'm over here. Mai Asu's steps were unsteady, and Jun Hoshino hurried over to hug her shoulders. As soon as he got close to her, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Have you been drinking? Jun Hoshino's tone was a little displeased. I just drank a little. Mai Asuka raised a finger, blinked her big watery eyes, and looked at Jun Hoshino innocently. You're already so drunk, and you're still asking for a little. Don't even tell the truth. Jun Hoshino was completely speechless. He supported Mai Asuka and slowly walked upstairs. Seeing that Hoshino Jun had been frowning and silent for a long time, Mai Asuka poked his chest and muttered, Are you angry? I won't drink next time. Today is a department dinner. I'm the manager after all, so I can't not drink a little. In the past, Mai Asu had also come home drunk, but after she learned that Jun Hoshino didn't like her smelling of alcohol, she never did that again. I think today must be a special situation. There has to be a limit to drinking. What would you do if someone got you drunk today? Of course I called you to pick me up. Mai Asu raised her head and burped, and the smell of alcohol rushed into Jun Hoshino's mouth and nose. Seeing his look of disgust, Mai Asu smiled on her pretty face, which was flushed by alcohol, and looked extremely beautiful under the dim street lights. Hoshino Jun was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes at her. I'm not going. Hey, Jun-chan, can you bear to leave your aunt alone in the tavern? Hoshino Jun nodded. Mai Asu pouted and said aggrievedly, You bad boy Jun-chan, you don't feel sorry for me at all. After saying that, Mai Asu raised her hand and slapped Jun Hoshino a few times, without holding back at all, and the slaps were quite loud. She seemed to be dissatisfied with the attitude that Jun Hoshino had just expressed. Jun Hoshino hugged her and walked all the way, and she kept fighting. Hoshino Jun couldn't help but ask in his heart, System, why didn't you trigger the collection task even though auntie hit me so many times? Because she has no ill will towards you. Does it have to be malicious to trigger it? Yes. Their click, click, click sound of high heels woke up the voice-controlled lights in the corridor on the 4th floor. Jun Hoshino's right hand slid down from Mai Asu's shoulder and stroked her waist, feeling the soft touch. He took the key out of his trouser pocket with his left hand, inserted it into the crack of the door, and turned it open. Woo wow, I'm finally home, burped Tilda. After burping again, Mai Asu covered her mouth embarrassedly, then turned around and sat down on the steps at the entrance. The dizzy fruit sways with the fluctuations of movement. Jun Hoshino was speechless. This woman had no scruples at all in front of him. You should at least pay attention to your image. How are you going to get married in the future? I don't want to get married. I hate men. Wow, this is a women's boxing fight, right? But it feels pretty good. Hoshino Jun curled his lips. When you say this, can you please consider that there is a man in front of you? TSK tilde tilde. Mai Asu lifted her long black silk legs and gently kicked Hoshino Jun with the tip of her high heels. She whined and said, Auntie has no strength left. Please help me take off my shoes. You're trying to order me around before I even answer the question, right? Alas, I really owe you this in my previous life. Jun Hoshino came over, carefully picked up the aunt's little feet, and gently took off her high heels. The pink color of the soles of the feet can be vaguely seen through the translucent black stockings, and the small toes are as crystal clear and round as pearls, making people want to hold them in the palm of their hands and play with them. Damn, it's just a pair of feet. As expected, at this young and energetic age, the body is always out of one's control. Ahem, now that you're done, auntie, go to your room and get some rest. After Jun Hoshino quickly pulled off my Asu's high heels and put them neatly in place, he coughed twice and went into the room first. He could treat other women casually, but this was the aunt who had raised Jun Hoshino for several years, and he didn't want to embarrass himself in front of her. HMPH tilde, little brat. You're not much of a man. My Asu glanced at Jun Hoshino's door, her eyes were seductive, and she twisted her peach-like figure and took off her clothes gracefully and threw them all over the floor. P.S. Asking for a follow-up reading, recommendation ticket, and monthly ticket. Try to watch it as early as possible, otherwise it may be deleted. Chapter 6, My Asuker's Attitude. Early morning. The morning mist has not yet dissipated, and the red sun is rising from the top of the eastern mountain. The boy pushed open the window, and his relatively strong body was hit by the cold air. If you look up from downstairs, you can see the clear six-pack abs. In the living room, the sofa was full of clothes as usual. I picked up the items one by one and put them in the basket next to the washing machine. This time the underwear taken off was white. TSK. Hoshino Jun murmured, what a fickle woman. Can't she just like black? He likes black a little more than white. Under the same outfit, black looks more royal and mature than white. Stockings and underwear are packed separately. Although many people like stockings too much, stockings are still a kind of socks. Try not to pile them with underwear, let alone wash them together. Washing clothes is a night job. In the morning, I hang up the clothes washed last night, then go into the kitchen, boil water in a pot and fry an egg. Before going down the street, Jun Hoshino went to my Asuker's bedroom door and knocked on it. Bang, bang, bang. Auntie, it's time to get up and have breakfast. As expected, no one paid any attention. I pushed the door open and the soft and delicate scent of flowers filled my nose. The room was dim and the curtains were drawn. A bunch of light yellow carnations were placed in the vase on the bedside table. The flowers were originally given by Jun Hoshino years ago and are well cared for. Compared to the elegant flowers, my Asu's sleeping posture looks very vulgar. Lying on her side on the bed with her big butt sticking out like a full moon, she looked like an older woman in an art film running in the sunset, reminiscing about her lost youth. Jun Hoshino took a step forward, his eyes sweeping across the translucent gauze pajamas, and suddenly noticed something, his eyes widened. Whose good guy wears red shorts to sleep? When did you buy it? How come I didn't know? Damn it. Get up and eat noodles. Jun-chan must not be cooked yet. Call me when it's done. My Asuker yawned lazily. Jun Hoshino raised his hand and slapped her hard, skillfully hitting the snow-white thigh below her perky butt. The flesh waves surged, and Jun Hoshino blushed a little when he saw it. Hurry up and get up. I'll call you when the food is ready. If it gets cold, you won't be able to get up. Tilde. My Asu rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. She looked at her red thighs and glared at Jun Hoshino with a pout. Rude Jun-chan, it's increasingly like you're here to collect a debt from me. A domestic violence man like you won't be able to find a wife. The lace underwear is clearly visible through the thin black gauze pajamas. Although it is not as magnificent as Mrs. Takayanija's next door, it is still outstanding. After all, Mrs. Gao Liu is truly gifted, and it is difficult for ordinary people to compare with her. Naibai snow made Hoshino Jun's throat dry. He turned his head and, that's not important. What's important is that you should get dressed quickly and go out for some noodles. Okay, auntie, I want to eat noodles with pure sauce today too. My Asu couldn't help but smile even wider. She pushed Jun Hoshino out of the room, closed the door, and changed her clothes. After walking out of the room, Jun Hoshino breathed a sigh of relief, looked down and was speechless. Fortunately, my aunt was behind him, otherwise it would have been very embarrassing. What is my Asu's attitude towards Jun Hoshino? Jun Hoshino has never figured it out. Does she treat him as a child or as a younger brother? Or maybe he can be a useful younger brother. Looking at the closed door, Jun Hoshino slowly walked into the kitchen to cook noodles. Soon a bowl of egg noodle soup was ready. When Jun Hoshino came out with 2 bowls of egg noodle soup, my Asuka had already taken off her sexy pajamas and changed into the black suit and skirt she wore for work. Big cities have special requirements for professional attire. No matter what job you do, most people have a fixed work outfit. You know what, when the aunt puts on professional formal attire, she really looks different. My Asu's skirt is slightly longer, reaching her knees. Because my Asu doesn't like to kneel, her legs are very straight, not the common O-shaped legs. At this time, she was sitting with her legs crossed, holding a cup of coffee in her right hand, staring at the morning show on TV. She looked serious, like a queen. Jun-chan, come quickly, my stomach is growling with hunger. After seeing Jun Hoshino, the heroic lady in the previous second turned into a cute and coquettish girl in the next second. Here I come, don't rush me. Jun Hoshino raised the corners of his lips and placed 2 bowls of noodles on the dining table. The aunt was watching TV while slurping noodles, her slender fingers tapping the table from time to time. Jun Hoshino grabbed her hand and told her not to move while eating. My Asu said with a smile, "It's over, my Jun-chan has grown up to be a rebellious son, and he can even teach his aunt a lesson." "What a rotten rebellious son. What are you talking about? I'm not your son." Hoshino gave my Asu a pure look, gulped down the noodle soup in a few mouthfuls, and urged her to finish eating quickly so that he could wash the dishes. The atmosphere between the two people is lively yet a bit casual, like an old couple who have lived a peaceful life precipitated by time. P.S. Thanks to Baobao Zini, Zuxianli, Rengufenming for the monthly tickets. Chapter 7, Set a Small Goal. Jun-chan, look at my 3-point shot. After slurping the noodles, my Asu took a piece of paper to wipe her mouth, and then threw it away with force. No. Thrown next to the trash can. As a result, when Jun Hoshino went to the kitchen to collect the dishes, he had to bend down and throw the paper towel into the trash can. Your legs won't become lame just because you walk to take out the trash. Hoshino Jun said with a slightly dissatisfied tone. He is almost 30 years old, but he still acts like a child all day long. My Asu pouted and looked away. But the more she did this, the more closely Jun Hoshino stared at her. My aunt is a woman who will never be spoiled. If she is spoiled this time, she will do the same thing again next time. Oh, I get it. Stop looking at me. I'm so annoyed. The morning sunlight shone into the living room, gently illuminating my Asu's pink lips. She angrily muttered that Jun Hoshino was unfilial. Jun Hoshino looked at his aunt pouting because of anger, with dimples blooming at the corners of her lips, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand, touched his aunt's soft hair, and said softly, "Yeah, be good." My Asu was furious and waved her hand to split Hoshino Jun in half. "What are you doing, you little bastard? Are you the adult or am I the adult?" You are. Jun Hoshino's voice was light, like an adult who was being humble to a child. In contrast, my Asu behaved more like a child, which made my Asu even more unhappy. She raised her legs and bent them in anger, her long black silk legs curled inwards under her black professional skirt, and the smooth curve of her calves was unusually soft and beautiful. Jun Hoshino was stunned for a moment, and before she understood what she wanted to do, the long legs had already kicked over and hit Jun Hoshino's thigh. Bite. A minor attack from my Asu was detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. Doesn't it mean that it can't be triggered without malicious intent? According to brain waves, this attack is malicious. My Asu wants to make the host feel pain. I didn't expect that the aunt actually wanted to make Jun Hoshino feel pain. She is so vicious. But despite this, Jun Hoshino chose not to pursue her fault without hesitation. He looked at the panel that appeared above my Asu's head. Name, Asukurmai. Stamina, 5. Intelligence, 6. Charm, 9. Occupation, supermarket manager. Friendship, she currently owes you a C-level friendship debt. Please urge her to pay it as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 1 million yuan. Food, love bento for 1 year. Friendship, silk stockings warm the belly 3 minutes. There is no need to think about money and food. Auntie doesn't he have that much money and the food she cooks is not very tasty. Therefore, Jun Hoshino decisively grabbed something that my Asuka could use to repay her debt. The tight black silk feet were held in the palm of Hoshino Jun's hand. The flesh-colored skin underneath was very soft and indescribably tempting. Apparently, my Asu didn't expect that Jun Hoshino would grab her feet. Jun-chan, what are you doing? I'm warning you, I'm your elder. Only I can hit you, you are not allowed to hit me. Someone help me, there's a domestic violence man in room 404. Seeing that Jun Hoshino's face was obviously not right, my Asu thought that she had made Jun Hoshino angry and was about to attack him, so she pulled her foot back hard. But he was held tightly by Jun Hoshino. Her movements were very large, and her black panties, covered by pantyhose, flashed under her skirt. Not the kind of shorts you wear to bed. It seems that she just matched it when she was resting. The little bit of worry that Jun Hoshino had before completely disappeared, and he gently pulled my Asuka's little feet closer. My Asu was scared, she squinted her eyes and begged for mercy in a pretentious voice. Jun-chan, auntie was wrong, please let me go. She said nice things but was cursing in her heart. Auntie has to save face. If you dare to hit me today, I will ignore you for at least a week. Don't do that, you little bastard. Auntie, your feet are a little cold, let me warm them for you. Jun Hoshino lifted up his white shirt, gently placed my Asu's black silk feet on his belly, and then hugged her tightly, not allowing her to escape. Through the thin cloth, the abdominal muscles could clearly feel the temperature of Asuka-mai's feet, which were not cold at all. It's just an excuse to make one's actions seem less brutal. A breeze blew by, and the leaves outside the window rustled and danced. The beautiful boy in the sunlight lowered his head, with gentle eyebrows and eyes. If he didn't have a foot in his arms, he might be described as gentle as jade, but now it seems a little hentai. As her feet touched Jun Hoshino's abdominal muscles, my Asu's fair face turned red, like the morning glow in the evening. The abdominal muscles rise and fall with your breathing, like a massage instrument working on the soles of your feet. My Asu's breathing became a little rapid, and a few drops of sweat oozed out of her fair forehead. She spoke intermittently. Chun-chan, auntie has to go to work, please let auntie go first. As Jun Hoshino turned a blind eye, the atmosphere in the house gradually became eerily quiet. Jun Hoshino's eyelids drooped as she silently counted the time. Her belly was as tender and smooth as jade, and a faint fragrance wafted into her nose, which was the unique charm of a mature woman. Jun-chan, stop it. My Asuka murmured, half biting her pink lips, and curled up on the sofa. At this moment, her heart was pounding. She suppressed her shame and forced herself to sit up and pull her feet back. Bite. Collection completed. The remuneration has been paid to Hiroshino Jun's personal account through formal channels, a total of 100,000 yuan. 3 minutes passed quickly, and regarding the source of Hoshino-chan's money, auntie will definitely get to the bottom of it. You have to find a suitable proof of income and then earn a little more. Just set a small goal first. Find a job that can conceal your income and then earn 3 million yen. Then I took the 3 million yen and went to find my aunt, threw all the money at her, and told her not to work overtime anymore. Just as Jun Hoshino was imagining the future, the door of room 403 next door was opened. Xiaocheng, remember to get along well with Xiaochun from now on, do you hear me? Mrs. Takayaniji's voice was as charming as ever. She hadn't gone to work yet at this hour. It seemed she was working the night shift today. Chapter 8, Gao Liucheng is a good person. In April in Tokyo, cherry blossoms are in full bloom. The moment he walked out of the room, Takayaniji Yuki paused. A breeze blew, and the cherry blossoms on the tree fluttered. A petal fluttered up and landed on the corridor on the 4th floor, on the biggest conscience. Jun Hoshino's gaze followed the cherry blossom petals and stopped at the buttons of the clothes held up by Mrs. Takayaniji. I want to help Mrs. Takayaniji take down the cherry blossoms. Gao Yanarji Cheng frowned, obviously still dissatisfied with Hoshino-jun, but he couldn't show it in front of his mother. Good morning, Aunt Yuki, Jokun. Looking at Mrs. Takayaniji's beautiful figure, which could not be concealed even though she was wearing a long home dress and trousers, Hoshino-jun smiled and spoke first, greeting the mother and son. The good mood of the new day starts with an encounter with Mrs. Takayaniji. And Gao Yanarji Cheng, I really like your eyes. Please continue to find ways to provide me with the number of times I can make money today. Good morning, Xiaochun. Takayaniji Yuki glanced at Hoshino-jun's face with her beautiful eyes, and pursed her red lips as if she remembered something. Jun Hoshino turned her eyes and met Takayaniji Yuki's. She immediately lowered her head and pushed her son away. Xiaocheng, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and say hello to Xiaochun. Have you forgotten what you promised your mother? The simple-minded Takayaniji Cheng did not realize that the magnetic field between Takayaniji Yuki and Hoshino Jun was different from before. Under the pressure of his mother's authority, Gao Yanarji Cheng reluctantly turned his head and said in an unhappy tone, "Good morning, Hoshino." It was really a bit difficult for him to greet the annoying Jun Hoshino. What's with your tone? Can you be a little gentler? Is this what your mother taught you? Mrs. Takayaniji, who was a little angry and embarrassed by Jun Hoshino's stare, twisted her son's arm hard. Gao Yanarji cried out in pain and called out gently again, "Good morning, Hoshino-kun, do you need to go to school together?" The mature and sexy widow stood up for herself, and the angry look on her face was particularly beautiful in Jun Hoshino's eyes. Cute, want. Okay, let's go together. Let's take this time to repair our relationship. Jun Hoshino responded to Takayaniji Shiro's invitation with a smile, then took a few steps forward. Only then did Mrs. Takayaniji let go of Takayaniji Shiro's hand. The pain still lingered in his arm. Gao Yanarji Cheng grimaced and took 3 steps at a time to quickly catch up with Jun Hoshino. Did mom take the wrong medicine today? She pinched me so hard. Could it be menopause? My temper has become irritable. Damn it. I haven't even gone through my rebellious phase yet, and my mom is already going through menopause. Gao Yanarji Cheng lamented the unfairness of the world in his heart, and soon walked to the side of Hoshino Jun. His eyes passed by that handsome face that always made boys hate him, and Gao Liu Cheng snorted coldly, "Don't think that you can make me reconcile with you by complaining. I never accept such threats." That would be awesome. If Gao Yanarji Cheng really wants to reconcile with Jun Hoshino, how can Jun Hoshino continue to use him as a money-making machine in the future? The corners of Hoshino Jun's mouth curled up slightly. That's such a pity, Cheng Jun, I always thought we would still be good friends. In the quiet corridor, the echo of footsteps lingers. Oh, friend. Gao Liu Cheng scoffed after hearing what Hoshino Jun said, "I have already permanently crossed you off my friend list." Why? Can you give me a reason? Although Jun Hoshino didn't care, he was still confused. Because he really didn't do anything to let Gao Liu Cheng down, he was inexplicably disliked, which felt quite irrational. Is it really because of that girl? Suddenly, Gao Yanarji Cheng stopped and looked at Hoshino Jun with anger. Why did you reject Zun in the first place? She obviously liked you so much. Do you know how sadly she cried the day you rejected her, you bastard? You did such a heinous thing, but you didn't realize it. You really disappoint me, Jun Hoshino. Gao Liu Cheng's sudden roar left Hoshino Jun stunned for a while, and his mind was filled with countless question marks. Har? Damn it. It really is because of that girl. I originally thought Fei Anyang was just joking, but I didn't expect that there really are people like this in the real world. You like her, and I reject her. Not only do you not feel secretly happy, you even get angry. Jun Hoshino would never be able to understand such a speechless thing in his entire life. With the mentality of respecting the fate of others and letting go of the desire to help others, Jun Hoshino did not say the words, "Dogs who bootlickers will not die well." Then he smiled and raised his lip to ask Gao Liu Cheng another question. "Jing Jun, I have another question that I would like you to answer for me. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person." Even the furious Takayaniji Cheng felt embarrassed to not answer the polite Hoshino Jun. Explain. I want to ask, what kind of conflict did Takasaki-kun and I have that would cause him to deliberately frame me? Know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. Only by understanding your opponent can you plan your future path safely. Feiangyang Gao Yanarji Cheng targeted Hoshino Jun. At least he had a starting point, but Takasaki Yusuke really made Hoshino Jun confused. So at this point, he asked Gao Liu Cheng. Gao Liu Cheng, who had committed the crime together with him, should know something. There's no conflict. Takayaniji Cheng replied, Yusuke is simply annoyed by the scumbag you are. Is it a deliberate concealment, or is it really just intentional evil? Before Hoshino Jun could figure it out, Gao Yanarji Cheng said again, I'd like to kindly remind you that if you see Yusuke next time, it's best to avoid him, otherwise you won't be so lucky next time. Good luck probably means that someone helped Jun Hoshino report him and Yusuke Takasaki. After saying this, no further investigation. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. Hint: Takayaniji Yuki has already owed debts twice. Please collect this person's friendship debt as soon as possible. If their collection is successful, you will be rewarded. Chapter 9: Aunt Yushi is so deceiving. The weather this morning is very nice. The sky is clear, and the blue sky is like a huge silk covering the top of the head. Through it, you can see white clouds floating in the air like cotton candy. A breeze blew, blowing on her cheeks, and the gentle monsoon wind made Takayaniji Yuki feel comfortable and relaxed. We have to work hard today too. From now on, look in my direction, work an early morning shift, and save some more money. After changing into a standard grey suit and putting on his cashier's badge, Takayaniji Yuki clenched his fists to cheer himself up. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Huh? Who's here to see me at this hour? Takayaniji Yuki walked to the door in confusion and saw the familiar handsome face through the peephole. It's Jun Hoshino. Didn't he Seachun go to school with Seachun? Why did you come back again and ring the neighbor's doorbell? Takayaniji Yuki's ears felt a little hot. She could vaguely recall the hot feeling of being hugged by the boy yesterday. After falling asleep last night, she even had a dream about it. Seachun is the same age as my son. It's really embarrassing. Ding dong tilde ding dong tilde. Aunt Yuki, are you still there? Jun Hoshino rang the doorbell again outside the door. This apartment building had no elevator, only a corridor, and when he and Takayaniji Cheng went downstairs just now, they did not walk out of the apartment. So Jun Hoshino can be 100% sure that Yuki Takayaniji is definitely still there. Crack. The sound of the door lock turning was heard, and the security door was pulled open inward, and the fresh scent of cherry blossoms from downstairs wafted into my nose. Mrs. Takayaniji appeared in a professional outfit, her eyes a little evasive and crooked, and her slender fingers lifted the hair on her left temple behind her ear. Seachun, is there anything that brings you back? The widow, Mrs. Takayaniji, looks better today than she did yesterday. She has light makeup on her face and her tender lips are painted with peach lipstick. The slim-fit suit has a black lining that makes it look smaller, but its visual size cannot be reduced. Against the black background, the skin from the neck to the collarbone is as white as fat. I have something I want to discuss with Aunt Yuki. Is it convenient for you to come in and talk? My aunt and Takayaniji Yuki work in a large supermarket 2 kilometers away. They have to arrive before 8 o'clock for the morning shift, and around 11 o'clock in the morning for the night shift. It's already 8 o'clock. If Takayaniji Yuki hasn't gone to work yet, then she is on the night shift. She still had 3 hours, which was plenty of time, completely enough to chat with Jun Hoshino for a while. Given the friendship between Mrs. Takayaniji and Mayasuka, Jun Hoshino bet that even if something a little embarrassing happened yesterday, she would not refuse Jun Hoshino's request. Please come in. Yuki Takayaniji, whose overtime plans were disrupted, pursed her red lips and moved aside to make room for someone to enter. The floor of Takayaniji's house was a little wet, and there were water stains on the dining table and coffee table. Takayaniji Yuki had just cleaned it not long ago. Doing housework early in the morning, what a virtuous woman. Although they are both women, she is much more diligent at home than Hoshino Jun's aunt Mai Asu. Seachun, what do you want to talk to me about? Hoshino Jun sat down. Yuki Takayaniji politely brought tea from the kitchen. Her long brown hair, tied into a long braid, fell on her chest as she bent down to pour tea for Jun Hoshino. This hairstyle seems to be called dangerous in the otaku circle. Aunt Yuki, I prefer to talk about evidence, so before we talk, just like yesterday, please listen to this. After skillfully taking out his cell phone from his bag and playing the recording, Jun Hoshino slowly picked up the tea poured by Mrs. Takayaniji and took a sip. The taste is very astringent at first, and it will turn sweet after 3 to 5 seconds. The tea from the island countries is much inferior to that from China. The recording in the mobile phone continued to play, and Gao Yanarji Cheng's vicious threats to Hoshino Jun and Hoshino Jun's humble and gentlemanly goodwill were completely proportional. Takayaniji Yuki's expression became increasingly ugly. Seachun, I'm sorry. Takayaniji Yuki half bit her red lips, lowered her eyes, and clenched her hands into fists on her plump legs wearing flesh-colored stockings. The charm of a mature woman reached its peak at this moment when the two emotions of disappointment and sadness were mixed together. It exudes a charming atmosphere all the time. She didn't expect that Gao Liu Cheng had just promised her and made a promise to her, but he turned around and broke his promise. This is the child she taught. Compared with the gentle and elegant Jun Hoshino, they are like two extremes. Xiaochun, please give Xiaocheng another chance. I will definitely teach him a good lesson. The tea is about the right temperature. Hoshino Jun leisurely picked up the teacup and drank the tea in it. Aunt Yuki, I'm afraid Cheng Jun is difficult to discipline. Xiaochun, Xiaocheng will definitely get better. You two are friends, so just trust him one more time. After hearing what Jun Hoshino said, Takayaniji Yuki's eyes revealed a hint of panic. Jun Hoshino already has 2 recordings in his hands. If Jun Hoshino hands them in, Xiaocheng will definitely be disliked by the teachers. While Takayaniji Yuki was angry about what Takayaniji Shiro had done, she was also worried about him. Now she only hoped that Hoshino Jun would once again ignore the bad things Gao Liu Cheng had done for the sake of the relationship between the two families. Seeing Mrs. Takayaniji's panic, a gentle smile appeared in the corners of Jun Hoshino's eyes and she looked at the panel in front of her. Name, Takayaniji Yuki. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 4. Charm, 9. Occupation, supermarket cashier. Friendship, she currently owes you 2 D-level friendship debts. Please urge her to pay them as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 200,000 yuan. Food, love bento for 2 consecutive months. Friendship, a warm hug 3 minutes. Is there such a big difference between D and C? I hope the collection fees aren't too different. Aunt Yuki, please don't get excited. For your sake, I will of course choose to forgive Cheng Jun. Seeing. For my face. Yesterday's events replayed in his mind as if replaying. Takayaniji Yuki lowered his head and rubbed his legs unconsciously. Thank you, Xiaochun. When Xiaocheng gets home today, I'll definitely give him a good beating until he never dares to bother you again. You can't use violence in education, Aunt Yuki. Hoshino Jun smacked his lips, raised his slender index finger, and waved it in front of Mrs. Gao Liu's eyes. Takayaniji Yuki was stunned for a few seconds, and before she could come back to her senses, she heard Hoshino Jun say, Aunt Yuki, I have some ideas about Qingjuan's situation now. I think he's probably in the rebellious phase typical of teenagers. The more violent the treatment, the more violent his resistance will likely be. So we have to guide him in the right way to become better. Upon hearing this, Takayaniji Yuki opened her red lips slightly and stared blankly at Hoshino Jun, feeling moved and mixed emotions. Xiaocheng treats Xiaochun like this. Xiaochun still cares about him so much. Having such a good friend, instead of cherishing him, he wants to stay away from him just because of a woman who doesn't like him. Gao Yanarji Cheng, you are such a big fool. Xiaochun, what should we do then? Takayaniji Yuki clasped his hands together and looked at Hoshino Jun with anticipation. The 2 elbows pressed the fruit into a dent. The thin branches bear large fruits, which are delicious and can reduce internal heat. Hoshino Jun looked a little dry-mouthed. He said sincerely, Aunt Yuki, leave it to me to bring Cheng Jun back on track. Getting something through threats is too vulgar, and Jun Hoshino disdains to do that. The recording is just a tool to interfere in Takayaniji Yuki's life, not a handle to control her. What Jun Hoshino wants is that Mrs. Takayaniji will sincerely become his tool for making money. Looking at Takayaniji Yuki, whose face was full of joy, Hoshino Jun narrowed his eyes. I thought to myself, as expected of Aunt Yuki, who only has 4 intelligence points. Some are too easy to fool. Thank you, Xiaochun. Takayaniji Yuki thanked. Hoshino Jun shook his head. You're welcome, this is what I should do. But before that, I want to ask you for some rewards, okay? P.S. Please give me some votes, it's hard to write alone. Thanks to Zieluoxiang and Yalupia Hong for the tips, and thanks to Rengufenming for the monthly ticket. Chapter 10, Strong Tea Needs to be Savored Carefully. Asking for a reward. Faced with the sudden request, Takayaniji Yuki raised his eyes and stared. The boy's star-like pupils carried a blazing fire, just like the sun scorching the earth at noon. It's very hot. Takayaniji Yuki felt a little flutter in her heart when she was stared at by this gaze. Xiaochun, what reward do you want? High-altitude clouds suddenly obscured the morning sun, and the light dissipated into the hall. Even though the boy's face darkened, it still couldn't conceal the passion within him. The increasingly heavy breathing, the flickering eyes, and the evasive gaze all hinted at Jun Hoshino's shyness and unbearable excitement at the moment. This moment. Takayaniji Yuki's heart trembled along with the boy's mood, and she felt inexplicably nervous. She seemed to have a little premonition. Disaster. Could it be? Could it be that Xiaochun? Auntie Yuki, can you hug me again? Jun Hoshino lowered his head inadvertently, clumsily hiding his little thoughts, as if he didn't want Mrs. Takayaniji to see that he had ulterior motives. But, how can you hide your love for someone? I'm afraid even kindergarten kids can see through such poor acting. Takayaniji Yuki doesn't think she's stupid. She saw it. Xiaochun, Aunt Yushi, you are already 36 years old this year. Takayaniji Yushi pinched the corner of her clothes, and her fair cheeks were flushed with a light pink. Next to the sofa leg, two little feet in flesh-colored slippers twisted and turned, looking a little embarrassed. Auntie, you can guess it, yesterday and today, I chose to forgive Cheng Jun because of you. Of course, don't get me wrong, I'm not threatening you. Forget it, I don't know what to say. Anyway, I just hope Aunt Yushi can hug me. The boy became more and more anxious as he spoke, scratching his head hesitantly. Finally, he took a deep breath and looked directly at Takayaniji Yuki boldly. Is it okay? The room fell silent. You can hear the falling leaves. The boy first expressed his love for her, and then reiterated that he had the leverage over Gao Yanagishi. How can a beautiful woman refuse? Takayaniji Yuki looked up at Hoshino Jun's cheek. His features were handsome and angular. He has a shy temperament but a confidence that is far beyond that of ordinary people. The aura exuded by handsome and confident men is very charming. Takayaniji Yuki's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, like a deer beating wildly. Then. I can only hug you. Mrs. Gao Liu's voice was very soft, trembling like catkins in the wind. Unlike yesterday's arrogant way of demanding compensation, today Jun Hoshino showed a little boyish admiration. It's not a child asking for food, but a young man seeking love. Correspondingly, today's promise is qualitatively different from yesterday's promise. Yesterday it was like coaxing a child, but today it was a real response to a teenager's request. The beautiful woman did not move, because the way she looked at the boy had inadvertently changed from a naughty child to a real man. Aunt Yuki, I'm here. After getting a response, Jun Hoshino stood up, looked closely at Yuki Takayaniji, and slowly walked towards her. Their wife's palms clenched nervously again, and their ups and downs caused by her breathing caused the buttons on her chest to swing up and down constantly. The round and cute, chubby big toes gently tickled the slippers, as if trying to modify them. The shyness of a beautiful woman. It's so fuckable. Jun Hoshino stopped in front of the sofa where Yuki Takayaniji was sitting, bent down, hugged her, and knelt down to press on her. Aunt Yuki, hold me. Jun Hoshino's voice sounded softly in Takayaniji Yuki's ears. Her soul trembled suddenly, and she slowly raised her hand and placed it on Jun Hoshino's waist. Through their white shirt, you can feel the strength of Jun Hoshino's waist. Obviously he is a lively young man who exercises regularly. Xiaochun, you have to remember that not only is Mei your aunt, I am too. So, we can only hug each other. The words of the beautiful widow Takayaniji Yuki were spoken to Jun Hoshino, but also seemed to be spoken to herself. Hoshino Jun didn't answer her. He lowered his head, rested it on Takayaniji Yuki's shoulder, closed his eyes and sniffed the fragrance of the mature woman. He used a little more strength and hugged Takayaniji Yuki tighter. However, what makes people feel a little helpless is that Ming Ming and Yi Jun have tried their best to hug each other, but they still cannot achieve the effect of a tight hug. Instead, Takayaniji Yuki pushed Hoshino Jun. Xiaochun, relax a little, my chest feels a little stuffy. Besides, a little too close. Xiaochun is really a little too lustful. The soft and boneless little hands pushed the abdominal muscles, and Jun Hoshino really blushed. It's all because Mrs. Takayaniji has such a great figure that people can't help but want to get closer to her. Tick 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 tilde. The hour hand keeps turning. 3 minutes passed in a flash, like a moment. Bite. Collection completed. Two payments totaling 100,000 yuan have been made to Hiroshino Jun's personal account through formal channels. AD-level collection task costs 50,000 yen per task. A total of 100,000 is not bad. Now the total is 300,000 yen, which is one step closer to the goal of 3 million yen. The collection mission has ended. Although Jun Hoshino was reluctant, he gently loosened Mrs. Takayaniji's grip, knelt on the sofa and looked at her directly. "Xiaochun, is it okay?" Takayaniji Yuki wiped the sweat from her palms on the sofa cushion. Maybe it was because their hug just now was too hot or what, but a few drops of crystal sweat seeped out of the tip of her nose. The blush is particularly noticeable on the sides of the face. A learned writer in China once said that a girl's blush is worth more than a long dialogue. Now Jun Hoshino felt that the young woman's blushing was no less than that of a young girl. "Aunt Yuki." When Takayaniji Yuki heard the voice, she looked up and suddenly saw the boy's face getting closer and closer. Her brain froze for a moment. My heart skipped a beat. The next second, hot breath hit her face, and the beautiful woman finally reacted. Xiaochun." Yuki Takayaniji tried to break free from Jun Hoshino's embrace. However, the strong aura of teenage hormones emanating from Jun Hoshino rushed directly into her brain nerves, making her unable to resist. The wife, who was so soft all over, couldn't push away the strong and hard Jun Hoshino. "Aunt Yuki, thank you." In the end, Jun Hoshino gently pecked Takayaniji Yuki on the cheek and did not take any more extreme actions. Yuki Takayaniji suddenly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that Jun Hoshino didn't lose his temper and cause a serious accidental discharge of the gun. Otherwise, she would fight to the death. All she promised Jun Hoshino was a hug, but she had no plans to do anything else. But while I was feeling relieved, there was also a small feeling of loss in my heart. Why, Xiaochun, isn't he more resolute? Xiaochun gave up so quickly. "Aunt Yuki, you should be getting ready for work, let's go together." Jun Hoshino let go of Yuki Takayaniji and retreated to where the sunlight shone. The beautiful woman's thoughts were almost written on her face, and it was not difficult to guess. Hoshino Jun just turned back in time because he felt her resistance. But it's not a big deal. Good tea with a rich aroma should be savored slowly and not in a hurry. If you take a gulp when it's hottest, you'll burn yourself. Better yet, leave some buffer time. Under the soft sunlight. As Takayaniji Yuki looked at Jun Hoshino's profile, her face became more and more rosy, and there was a hint of ripples in the depths of her eyes. She has been lonely for many years. "Takayaniji Yuki, are you stupid? Xiao Jun is Xiao Cheng's classmate. Even for the sake of the small town, you shouldn't have such thoughts." Chapter 11, Baby-Faced Girl Nana-chan. At 8:35 in the morning, the weather was clear and the sky was filled with white clouds. The handsome young man named Jun Hoshino was ultimately unable to walk with the beautiful woman who possessed great wisdom. Under the cherry tree on the street, I looked back and saw the figure of a beautiful woman squatting hurriedly flash by. The sunlight shone on Jun Hoshino's face, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a playful arc. "You wanted compensation yesterday, you want a reward today, what will you want when we meet next time?" Jun Hoshino hopes that Takayaniji Cheng can be more helpful so that when Jun Hoshino asks for money, he can also get some money. Thinking of this, Hoshino Jun raised his hand high and waved, shouting, "Aunt Yuki, see you tonight." When Takayaniji Yuki, who was squatting in the corner of the wall on the 4th floor, heard his voice, she felt a little itchy in her heart. She pursed her lips and buried her head completely between her legs. As expected, Xiaochun saw it. What on earth was wrong with me that I actually ran out to see him? "Takayaniji Yuki, wake up." After pinching her calf to let the pain dispel her confused thoughts, Mrs. Takayaniji ran back into their house. There was just a little accident. She had to change into a new pair of underwear before going to work. Unlike Takayaniji Yuki, Hoshino Jun quickly returned to normal. It is very easy for a man to calm down. Just think about 100 pictures of beautiful old women for 2 seconds at most, and you will be able to control all your desires. After leaving the vicinity of the apartment building, Jun Hoshino went straight to school. The school that Jun Hoshino attends is a private school not too far from his apartment, about 3 kilometers away on foot. The school is wealthy and has abundant resources in all aspects. The corresponding price was that even though Jun Hoshino was admitted with relatively excellent grades and received a 2/3 tuition reduction, he still had to pay a high annual tuition fee of 400,000 yen. In addition to rent, utilities, and other expenses, this is one of the expenses that brings a huge financial burden to my Asu. Fortunately, Jun Hoshino traveled through time after the exam. If he had taken the exam in person earlier, as he was completely confused about the education system in the island country, there would be no need to even think about tuition reduction. I guess whether you can pass the exam or not is another matter. The closer we got to the school, the more people we saw wearing the same clothes, including young boys and girls running hurriedly forward with bread in their mouths. There are also lone travelers like Jun Hoshino who walks leisurely and slowly forward. Some people are imitating the protagonist in the anime. Judging from his hairstyle and expression, his character today is probably the cold and aloof Oriki Hotaru. He didn't hold on for long before a friend as despicable as Sakato Gintoki succeeded in breaking him. At the same time, as Jun Hoshino, who is ranked first on the list of handsome guys on campus by bored people, while he is observing others, others are also paying attention to him. A schoolgirl wearing a mask in front noticed Jun Hoshino. Even though she was more than 10 meters away, she began to deliberately slow down her pace, frequently looking back to keep her eyes on Jun Hoshino's face. When walking across the intersection, Jun Hoshino passed by a group of little girls who were originally carefree. They suddenly became silent, lowered their heads and tied their hair, looking very shy. With a model height of 181 centimeters and handsome facial features, he stands out among a group of boys. It feels like a phoenix landing among a flock of crows. One girl murmured, "My biggest dream is to see Hoshino-kun every day when I wake up." On both sides of the streets in April, tender green leaves hung on the branches, and the leaves rustled in the breeze. The sunlight shines through the branches and leaves and falls on the ground, forming layers of fine, mottled light and shadow. Jun Hoshino opened his palm and caught a fallen leaf. The schoolgirl who was watching him from behind automatically added a filter, making his movements gentle and his eyes deep, and then she imagined a 4,000-word beautiful plot in her mind. But Jun Hoshino actually just didn't make any sense and suddenly wanted to pick it up. Perhaps the boys walking on the street will understand this. The morning class started at 9 o'clock, and Jun Hoshino arrived at school at 8:55. Enter at the checkpoint. Hoshino-kun, be careful. At the corner, a stupid girl suddenly appeared. Although she didn't step on the banana peel, she seemed to have stepped on the accelerator and crashed into Jun Hoshino. If her body size was not similar to that of a tiger tank, Jun Hoshino might have stayed where she was and been hit. Then leave a contact information so that she can become one of the money swiping machines in the future. But now, Jun Hoshino was really afraid of being hit and killed. It is better not to compete with a tiger tank. With a quick dodge, the stupid tiger fell to the ground. When he passed by her, Jun Hoshino heard her frustrated voice. "Damn it, I couldn't create any sparks of love with Hoshino-kun today. Pooh. I originally thought it was an accident, but it turned out to be a deliberate murder by Pu Shinyu. Can you please check your body shape before hitting someone? If you kill Jun Hoshino, it won't be a spark of love. Just cremated on the spot. The best way to treat a common woman is to stay away from her. So far away that there will never be any intersection." Just as Jun Hoshino was about to leave quietly, a cute and lovely girl ran over from the crowd. He was about 1.5 meters tall, with short black hair that reached his shoulders and was slightly curly. His bulging little suit bounced happily as he ran. Common baby face, rare fruitful results. The short legs in black silk stockings under the pleated skirt were round, smooth and tender. She ran forward in small leather shoes at an unexpectedly fast pace, and was very brisk. "Mingmai, did you fall seriously?" The girl bent down worriedly and tried to support her friend, but her body was too small for her friend. "I can't pull it at all." Her cute and anxious look makes people want to pinch her hard to see if they can squeeze out water. Judging from her broad mind, she should be a legal loli. But Jun Hoshino is not interested in lowly faces, he prefers more mature and mature women. "Nana-chan, don't worry about me, I'm fine." "Nana?" Hearing this name, Jun Hoshino stopped walking and looked back again. A familiar panel automatically appeared above the head of the lovely girl with a global vision. Name, Kato Nana. Stamina, 4. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 8. Occupation, student. Friendship, she currently owes you a B-level friendship debt. Please urge her to pay it as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 5 million yen. Food, 3 meals a day for 1 year. Friendship, learn how to kiss together 10 minutes. I didn't expect that this cute and well-behaved girl would actually be Takasaki Yusuke's girlfriend. System, B-level friendship debt. Is there a time limit? The time limit for all debts is 1 week. A week. Okay, I took it. The compensation for Class B should be much higher than that for Class C. Classmates, are you okay? Do you need my help? The fluffy black short hair was a little dazzling in the sun. The kind and handsome boy spoke in a gentle tone and extended a helping hand to the cute girl in need. P.S. I must come and read it tomorrow. I beg all the handsome, elegant, talented, and handsome readers who are more handsome than Daniel Wu. Tomorrow, I must read it. Please read on. Chapter 12, The Kind Boy Hoshino Jun. Ding ling ling tilde. At 9 o'clock sharp, the bell for class rang throughout the campus. Jun Hoshino, accompanied by the petite but unusually strong cute girl Kato Nana, pulled her friend Akemi up from the ground. My 2 classmates, please remember not to chase and fight in the corridor from now on. This is a very dangerous behavior. He raised his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead pretending to be tired, which made Mingmai, who wanted to speak, swallow her words back in embarrassment. Kato Nana shook her hands, which were really aching, and looked up at Hoshino Jun, who was unusually tall for her. She said to this kind classmate a little embarrassedly. Hoshino-san. We weren't chasing or playing around. Mingmai must have accidentally slipped. Anyway, thank you for your help, Hoshino-san. Kato Nana's voice is very clear, and talking to her is like listening to the singing of a lark. She also knew Jun Hoshino's name, and this was not surprising to Jun Hoshino. Just like boys like to pay attention to beautiful girls, girls pay no less attention to handsome guys than boys. In this school, unless you are extremely diligent and studious. Apart from the girls who tried their best to ignore the world outside and focus on reading the books of sages, most of them had noticed this third-year school hunk with a strong presence. It's time to go to class. See you again if we have the chance. After saying this, Jun Hoshino waved goodbye and left. Goodbye Hoshino-san. If the hunter reveals his purpose too early, he is likely to scare the prey away. A qualified hunter must remain quiet enough before taking action, giving the prey enough sense of security, and delivering a fatal blow when the prey is off guard. As they walked forward, Jun Hoshino discovered that Kato Nana and her good friend Akemi were following behind him. They were a little far away and he couldn't hear what they were saying. So he deliberately slowed down his pace and keenly caught the words, Takasaki-kun. Nana-chan, it was Takasaki-kun who told me today that Hoshino-kun enters the campus at a certain time almost every day. I'm just chatting with your boyfriend to get some more information. I think you don't mind. It's you again, Takasaki Yusuke. Jun Hoshino's face darkened. It was time to speed up the counterattack. It's also very annoying that the clown keeps jumping in front of you. Good morning, Hoshino-kun. Good morning, Hoshino. In front of the spacious and bright classroom door, girls in pleated miniskirts hurried into the classroom. Some girls changed their miniskirts into miniskirts, and as they ran, they created a beautiful and imaginative scene. Even a gentleman like Jun Hoshino couldn't help but take a look. Surprisingly, it's not black. Cute pink panties. Pleasing to the eye. Classmate, I didn't expect that you were in class next to mine. You're really amazing. Jun Hoshino turned around and smiled at Nana Kato behind him. At this time, the person named Mingmai had already left, and only Kato Nana was left following behind. There are only 2 classes left ahead. Kato Nana was stunned for a moment. She thought Hoshino-kun was peeking at the girl's skirt, but she didn't expect that he turned around and talked to her. Misunderstanding. Hoshino-kun is also very good, and Class B is also a very good class. The school's classes are arranged according to the English alphabetical order of ABCD, and the tuition fees are also arranged according to this level. Class B, where Jun Hoshino was, had its tuition waived by 2/3, and the Class A that followed Class B was a group of top students whose tuition was completely waived. So saying that Kato Nana is amazing is not a compliment, it is sincere praise. Yeah. Hoshino Jun raised his hand and pointed to the classroom of class A next door. Your teacher has entered the classroom. Go to class quickly. See you next time. Okay, see you Hoshino-san. Kato Nana nodded, grabbed her bag anxiously and ran towards Class A classroom in front. The short legs moved quickly and crossed each other, and the round outline of the small suit on the upper body swayed up and down. Like a peach, I wonder if there will be sweet peach juice if I take a bite. As Jun Hoshino watched the girl leave, he noticed a problem. This girl who looked well behaved and cute had a modified school uniform. Interesting. Murmuring softly, Jun Hoshino came to his seat. He was the last to arrive. Because of his height, the teacher arranged a seat for Jun Hoshino in the corner of the last row. As for the second to last seat, which is known as the hometown of the back row window king, that is Takasaki Yusuka's seat, and further ahead is Takayaniji Joe. Good morning, Hoshino-kun. You're so late, is it because you're so popular? The breeze blew across Takasaki Yusuka's forehead, blowing up his soft black hair. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he was thinking about something happy. Takayaniji Cheng also turned around and stared at Hoshino-jun with a mocking look. It has been confirmed that the woman named Mingmai was most likely instigated by these two people. Jun Hoshino put his bag on the desk, held his head high, and stared at Takasaki Yusuka with calm eyes as if he were looking at an interesting tool, whispering when his gaze made him feel uncomfortable. Yeah, it's a bit too popular, so you better be careful. When being stared at by someone taller than you always feel a deep sense of fear. The confidence and majesty embodied by Jun Hoshino made Takasaki Yusuka collapse at once, and he lowered his head involuntarily. Takayaniji Cheng also tilted his head at first, but after all, he had known Hoshino-jun for too long, so after he reacted, he said angrily. Why should Yusuka be so cautious? Hoshino-kun, on the other hand, must be troubled by being liked by so many people. Bite. Malicious comments from Takayaniji Castle detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a D-level friendship debt. Stupid Gao Liu Cheng, class has already started and you are still angry with me. Glancing at the long, straight, well-proportioned legs in black stockings outside the door, Jun Hoshino silently chose to forgive. He had already noticed that Hamasaki Sueyu had arrived. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. Thank you Cheng Jun for sending money again. Hope to come a few more times. Taking a deep breath, Hoshino-jun smiled and said to Takayaniji Cheng, Cheng Jun, your mother asked me to take good care of you at school. I hope you won't cry for a while. How can I repair it? Gao Liu Cheng clenched his fists and said angrily, don't always use my mother to pressure me. How could the kind-hearted Jun Hoshino use your mother to pressure you? Jun Hoshino, he wants to personally put pressure on Mrs. Takayaniji. Takayaniji Joe, Takasaki Yusuka, I'm warning you two to behave yourself. Suddenly, a cold scolding voice came from outside the classroom, and the sound of high heels tapping on the floor could be heard. Following the sound, I saw the slim and beautiful Hamasaki Sueyu walking up to the podium with a textbook in her arms. Her long legs wrapped in black stockings looked very seductive. The teacher, who had long legs that could last for 10 years, slammed the book on the table and said in a cold tone. Takasaki Yusuka and Takayaniji Joe, Hoshino just forgave you for your mistakes yesterday. If you continue to provoke Shinya today, you will have to write me a 3,000-word self-criticism within today, or I will have your parents come over to talk to me. This sentence affected not only Takasaki Yusuka and Takayaniji Shiro, but also the classmates in the classroom looked at him in surprise. What Mr. Hamasaki means is, was Hoshino-kun bullied by these two people? Takasaki Yusuka and Takayaniji Shiro were the focus of many people's attention and felt uncomfortable and embarrassed, saying nothing. Some people also looked at Jun Hoshino, but Jun Hoshino acted as if nothing had happened. He sat down quietly and took out his textbook to write and draw on it. System. If someone else finds out on their own that I was slandered by Takasaki Yusuka and Takayaniji Shiro, it shouldn't have any impact. No. That's fine. Jun Hoshino was not very satisfied with the way Hamasaki Sueyu handled the case. How could people who did bad things not make their evil deeds public? On April 17, I was framed by Joe-kun and Takasaki-kun. I don't understand why they did this. Who would write a diary if they were serious? Jun Hoshino is not a serious person. He is a kind person. Chapter 13, Shattering Takaki's Happiness. Please read. Afternoon. The scorching sun is in the center of the blue sky and the weather is quite hot. At 1 o'clock, the bell rang, and the students of Class B of Grade 3 rushed downstairs and ran to the shoe cabinet of their class to change into outdoor shoes. Jun Hoshino was assigned to move the rackets and balls with another male classmate. This afternoon's outdoor class is tennis. The boys look forward to seeing the girls' skirts flying on the tennis court, and the girls look forward to seeing the boys' heroic figures in the game. In this sport, Yusuke Takasaki rarely receives attention from girls, and his level of attention is close to that of Jun Hoshino. Because Yusuke Takasaki is one of the best players in the tennis club. When we fight later, Yusuke, please be kind to me. That won't do. After all, my girlfriend wants to see my prowess today. How can I lose in front of her? Damn you, Yusuke, I'm so jealous of you having such a cute girlfriend. Well, you can't envy the love of childhood sweethearts. Stop it, damn it, I'm going to die of jealousy. While complimenting Takasaki Yusuke, Takayaniji Cheng glanced at Hoshino Jun with a half smile. Come to think of it, there's someone who's on the same tennis club as Yusuke. I'm still not sure who's stronger between him and Yusuke. Both Yusuke Takasaki and Shiro Takayaniji have good looks. They can be considered handsome guys, the type who can debut in a boy group after dressing up. Pity. With the existence of Jun Hoshino, a particularly outstanding flower, their looks can only serve as green leaves to complement her. Only when they have this occasional home advantage can Takasaki Yusuke and Takayaniji Shiro barely make some presence felt. You're so lenient. Cheng Jun, have you finished writing your 3,000-word self-criticism? As soon as Hoshino Jun finished speaking, Gao Yanarji Cheng's face suddenly turned dark. Tonight, he will be home very late again, and he will probably be scolded by his mother again. Humph, it's probably Hoshino-kun who's meddling too much. We never said who it was. Yusuke Takasaki recalled that after being scared by Jun Hoshino in the morning, he was punished to write a self-criticism, and he was so angry that his teeth were itching. Idiot. What did you say? Some people are so pitiful that they can't even understand the quintessence of Chinese culture. Looking at the confused Yusuke Takasaki, Jun Hoshino didn't have time to argue with him. He had more important things to do, so after distributing the tennis rackets, he followed the crowd to the tennis court. As soon as I approached, I heard the girls' laughter. Today is Wednesday. Every Wednesday afternoon, the courses for Class 3A and Class 3B are the same. Class A of the third year arrived earlier than Class B. At this time, the students in Class A had already occupied half of the tennis court. Nana-chan, catch the ball. The movements of the girls in Class A of Grade 3 attracted most of the attention. Even Jun Hoshino, who had never had much interest in girls before, was paying attention. A pair of plump white legs are placed on pure white sneakers, a blue and white tennis skirt is flying freely on the court, and the round breasts on the upper body are about to burst out. Every step Kato Nana takes makes people feel like their nose is about to bleed. She's pretty smart. She knows her feet will stink if she's exercising in stockings. Noticing the little white socks the girl was wearing, Jun Hoshino nodded approvingly, then his eyes focused on the girl's broad chest. So cute. It's just that being too cute makes it seem a little too fake. Could it be that Nana Kato really doesn't know how seductive the exercise she is doing now is? Funny. Even a silly beauty like Mrs. Takayaniji knows how to be conservative, so how could a top student in class A not understand this? After several hours of investigation in the morning, Jun Hoshino is now 70% sure that Nana Kato dressed like this on purpose. There is a brief information about the students in each class next to the blackboard. In the morning, Jun Hoshino took the time to pass by class A several times and successfully saw the introduction about Kato Nana. Kato Nana. Class 3A. Swimming Club. Unexpectedly, Kato Nana was not in the literature club, but in the swimming club. It just so happened that Jun Hoshino had a friend in the swimming club, so he asked around online and learned a lot of useful information. This cute girl doesn't have many friends in the swimming club and can be said to be a real idiot when it comes to swimming. But even so, she never missed any swimming training. Just when Jun Hoshino was thinking about how to take action, Kato Nana suddenly waved happily in the direction of Jun Hoshino. Synchronously with his movements, a proud male voice came from behind him. Hoshino-kun, do you want to fight together? The words seemed like an invitation, but the tone was careless and not polite at all, and it was so overbearing that it seemed like a declaration of war. And the fact is not wrong, Takasaki Yusuke just wanted to challenge Hoshino Jun while he was on his home court. Why should I fight you? Hey Tilder. Gao Liu Cheng deliberately shouted loudly, and then pretended to be joking and teased. Hoshino, you're not afraid of losing to Yusuke, so you don't dare to accept the challenge. The students from Class A and Class B all looked over at the same time and sighed. Especially after seeing that it was about the school hunk Jun Hoshino, the girls' gossip fire immediately ignited in their hearts. Don't be like this, Shinya. We are all classmates. It's just a normal game. Winning or losing is not a big deal. Takasaki Yusuke suddenly seemed like a different person, his smile warm. At worst, I'll just let you hit a few balls. This sounds like I'm doing this for your own good, but in fact it's just a more hypocritical way of saying that you, Hoshino-jun, are not as good as me. Even if Jun Hoshino insisted on not playing, just based on the few words he just said, Takasaki Yusuke had won. Hoshino-kun, do you want to fight together? Okay. No, huh? You promised. Upon hearing this, Takasaki Yusuke was almost confused. He obviously didn't expect that Hoshino-jun would agree to play with him. But that's just right. Victory through words is not as satisfying as personally torturing this famous handsome guy. I told you, how could the great Mr. Hoshino be afraid of playing tennis with me? Takasaki Yusuke raised his eyebrows and said arrogantly. In the tennis club, Yusuke Takasaki ranks among the top 10, while Junko Hoshino has always been a slacker. So, Takasaki Yusuke is very confident. In his opinion, this was just a one-sided massacre without any suspense. Stop chatting nonsense, we are not that close. Hoshino-jun twisted his wrist and grabbed the tennis ball on the ground. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm really good at playing tennis. I hope Takasaki-kun won't cry later. Takasaki Yusuke was stunned for a moment, and then he burst out laughing as if he heard something funny. Okay, that's perfect. I also want to see you cry, Hoshino. Jun Hoshino smiled, said nothing, and strode towards the court. It is so easy to guess what young people are thinking. Jun Hoshino already knew what Yusuke Takasaki and Shiro Takayaniji were thinking before they even left the teaching building. Yusuke Takasaki seems to want to perform well in front of his girlfriend. What he didn't know was that all this was actually within Jun Hoshino's expectations. I used to slack off in the tennis club just to avoid training and go home early to prepare dinner for my aunt. It's not that Jun Hoshino is not good enough. April is the season for sweat. The game hadn't started yet, but the area was already crowded with people. Takasaki Yusuke's girlfriend Kato Nana was a little surprised to see her kind classmate Hoshino-kun, whom she had just met this morning, playing ball with her boyfriend. Adhering to the principle of childhood sweethearts, Kato Nana brought a few sisters from Class A to stand on the sidelines and cheer for Takasaki Yusuke. At the same time, he gave Jun Hoshino an apologetic look. Takasaki-kun is so lucky. Not only is he a great tennis player, he also has a lovely girlfriend. So, the jealous Jun Hoshino is going to destroy Takasaki-kun's happiness today. Hoshino-jun said so. P.S. I beg you to read this, recommend it, and give me a monthly ticket. Thank you to all the handsome readers who support this book. I originally thought of many words of praise, but in the end I found that those words are far from enough to describe your beauty and talent. Chapter 14, A Crushing Victory. The scorching summer sun scorched the earth. Dozens of men and women gathered in the tennis court, watching the upcoming duel between two members of the Grade 3B tennis club. Yusuke, come on. Takasaki-kun, go. Thanks to Jun Hoshino, Yusuke Takasaki had the rare opportunity to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, and most of the boys were cheering for Yusuke Takasaki. Because Jun Hoshino is so popular among girls, he can barely be called the public enemy of men. Hoshino-kun, come on, it doesn't matter even if you can't win. Hoshino-kun, if you win I will pursue you, if you lose I will marry you. Huh? You're giving it away regardless of whether you win or lose, right? Hey, it's Hoshino-kun after all, so it doesn't matter if you're a little less athletic. Yeah, Hoshino-kun is so handsome, even if he has poor physical strength, I can turn on automatic driving. Although no one thought that Jun Hoshino would win this game, the female voices cheering for Jun Hoshino were still louder and louder. At the end, Chichi's soprano voice drowned out all the boys' voices. Jun Hoshino himself doesn't feel much about this, because the girls praise him for his good looks. It's like a billionaire who won't feel happy when others praise how rich he is, but will just feel bored. However, in the eyes of boys, his indifference seemed to be extremely pretentious. Especially at this moment, Yusuke Takasaki gripped his racket tightly, his veins bulging with envy. "TSK, you're just a little more handsome than me, why are you pretending? I'll torture you until you cry." After taking a deep breath to calm down, Takasaki Yusuke looked at the few girls in the group who were cheering for him. "Nana, thank you for your encouragement, I got it. I don't need to envy others. My Nana is much better than those vulgar girls. Having such a good girlfriend, Jun Hoshino should be envious of me." Takasaki Yusuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Hoshino, before we start, how about we make another bet? You say? Why not just leave it at that?" A sinister glint flashed in Takasaki Yusuke's eyes. He said, "It's a best of 3 game. If one of us loses, we get to call the other Big Brother from now on. How about that? Child's play." Jun Hoshino thought it would be something else. In the end, there was no need to even call out Oda-san. It's a bit too childish. Hoshino-kun, don't agree to him. He's just bullying you because you're not good at tennis. Hoshino, don't be fooled. The little fans changed their expressions. Anyone who knew Jun Hoshino knew that he was basically just slacking off in the tennis club. It was obvious that Takasaki Yusuke did it on purpose. Gao Yanarji Cheng saw that there were too many people trying to persuade Hoshino Jun, and worried that he would not agree, so he took the lead and said, "Jun Hoshino, don't be a coward. It's just a bet. You wouldn't dare." The baby-faced beautiful girl Nana Kato's eyes moved back and forth between Jun Hoshino and her boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki. Her eyes lit up slightly as she looked at Yusuke Takasaki. Yusuke is different when facing Hoshino-san. It feels a bit bad. It was as if he felt the burning gaze of his girlfriend that Takasaki Yusuke realized it. Because he wanted to suppress Jun Hoshino too much, the Asian boy persona he always maintained in front of Kato Nana was a little broken. Takasaki Yusuke immediately tried to save his image and said in a gentle tone, "Har har, I just want to make the game more interesting. I hope Hoshino-kun doesn't mind." Bite. A malicious provocation from Yusuke Takasaki has been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a D-level friendship debt. System, this 1T work. I can't forgive someone for a mere 50,000 yen when he's already provoking me. I need at least 200,000 yen. If you don't give me AB grade debt, I'll beat him up and show you. Class D debt is not enough to make Jun Hoshino bow down. You have to pay more. The system did not have the money after all, and after Jun Hoshino refused to pursue the matter, the mission ended immediately. 50,000 yen just disappeared into thin air. This made Jun Hoshino even more angry. He lowered his body, clenched his racket with both hands, and said in a deep voice, "Stop talking nonsense. I agree to any conditions. Serve." In an instant, sighs were heard all around. Everyone felt that Jun Hoshino was too reckless to agree to such an unreasonable bet. "TSK, you're really confident, Hoshino-kun." Takasaki Yusuke laughed wildly, threw the tennis ball high up, tilted his body, and then used his wrist to hit the tennis ball hard. Snap. A crisp sound. The tennis ball flew in an arc in the air, past the center net, and fell to the side of Jun Hoshino, close to the sideline. "Can you catch this ball from the top 10 athletes?" Jun Hoshino. The tennis ball hit the ground, bounced back into the air, and was about to go out of bounds. What a huge gap! The audience outside the venue laughed. It turned out that Hoshino Jun was bound to lose. How could a regular slacker beat the top 10 players? That's ridiculous. Just when everyone thought that Jun Hoshino was about to lose the first ball quickly, he suddenly ran towards the tennis ball. When the tennis ball was about to fall, he bent down to pick up the ball and gently hit it back. Fishing for the moon from the bottom of the sea. He actually caught it. He also hit the ball back lightly, and it stopped just after passing the center net. At this time, Yusuke Takasaki was still quite far away from the center net. No matter how fast he ran, he could only watch himself lose the ball. What's going on? Hoshino won. It must be fake. I guess it's just good luck. There was an uproar all around. TSK, it's just a momentary good luck. Takasaki Yusuke also thought that Jun Hoshino was just lucky. If he won a goal, the effect of the slaughter would be reduced a lot, which is really abominable. Second goal. Yusuke Takasaki was in a middle position where he could attack and defend. He quickly hit the tennis ball over the line, and the ball's destination was a position near the line behind Jun Hoshino. Hitting the sidelines is Yusuke Takasaki's unique skill, and he is always good at torturing his opponents in this way. Seeing this, Jun Hoshino retreated lazily. Yusuke Takasaki thought he was going to play the same trick of hitting the net again, so he quickly followed up with the ball hitting the net. Unexpectedly, when the racket hit the ball, Jun Hoshino suddenly exerted force. Snap! The tennis ball was hit hard and flew away, leaving a green after image. It flew past Takasaki Yusuke and fell to the back near the sideline with a bang. His strength was too great and his speed too fast. But the expression is exactly the opposite of the action. With his laid-back temperament, he hit the most powerful shots. Successfully deceived Yusuke Takasaki. Dong 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 dong. The tennis ball bounced several times when it hit the ground, making a dull yet loud sound. The whole audience fell silent. Then, Hondongni, Honduder, Shinya actually won another goal. Outside the venue, Jun Hoshino's fans screamed in surprise, and were ready to comfort him to see Jun Hoshino embarrassed. As a result, Jun Hoshino tricked them and won 2 points in a row. A completely crushing victory. Chapter 15, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Ignore everyone's shocked expressions. Jun Hoshino yawned boredly, put one hand in his pocket, and walked towards the now dazed Takasaki Yusuke. Lost. How could we lose? How could I possibly lose to someone who had basically no training? Takasaki Yusuke really couldn't figure it out. Naturally, Hoshino Jun wouldn't act like a talkative villain and harp on him about why he was able to defeat him. He just said coldly, "You lost, keep your promise. Now, call me Big Brother." As he spoke, Jun Hoshino raised his chin and stared down at Yusuke Takasaki. He was about 5 centimeters taller than Takasaki Yusuke, and he carried an invisible aura of intimidation. "Hoshino-kun, there's no need." Takasaki Yusuke had a dark face and tried to make Hoshino Jun pretend that nothing had happened, just like last time. But Hoshino Jun didn't even want to give him a chance to continue and interrupted him directly. "What's unnecessary? Why, do you want to be a coward and break your promise, Takasaki-kun?" The one who invited him to fight was Yusuke Takasaki. The one who wants to gamble is Yusuke Takasaki. In front of everyone, the one who wanted to cheat was Yusuke Takasaki. How disgusting. Can you please not be so shameless? You made the rules yourself, and you can't afford to lose them. What a bummer. The criticism from everyone made Takasaki Yusuke's face turn red, especially since his excellent girlfriend was watching him, which made him feel even more embarrassed. Yusuke Takasaki may not care about everyone's gaze, but he can't let his childhood sweetheart look down on him. "Brother Hoshino." After a quick shout, Takasaki Yusuke gritted his teeth and left the tennis court without saying a word. He thought that at least he was brave enough to take responsibility for his actions, and Nana was such a good girl, she shouldn't be angry with him for this. Little did he know that the moment he opened his mouth to fulfill the bet, a look of disappointment flashed across Kato Nana's face. Rather than accepting defeat, perhaps this outstanding and lovely girl would prefer her boyfriend to forcefully breach the contract. "Yusuke, wait for me." Takayaniji Chang, who had been jumping around just now, also felt ashamed, so he hurriedly followed and left together. Watching them leave, Jun Hoshino was shocked. "Har har, it's a small interest. My debt is not that easy to repay. Takasaki-kun." Jun Hoshino raised his head and looked at the blue sky, his eyes falling on Kato Nana, who was pretending to be indifferent. I saw that Kato Nana's eyes frequently looked at Hoshino Jun. A breeze blew across his face, making his short black hair flutter. The boy raised his hands to block the glaring sunlight, a smile forming at the corners of his lips. "Let the bullets fly for a while." Pink petals dance in the air and slowly fall with the breeze. The tennis match was just a little school farce. What is truly dazzling are the cute girls wearing miniskirts, showing off their smooth white legs, exercising in the sun and sparkling with colorful light. It's a pity that Takasaki Yusuke and Takayaniji Shiro cannot enjoy this beautiful scenery for the time being. They are even embarrassed to hang around where their classmates are. Ding ling ling. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the school bell rang. Takasaki Yusuke was even more depressed. In the island country, school dismissal cannot be considered as real school dismissal. Students are required to participate in club activities for about 2 hours before they can leave school. Given the gossipy nature of those women in my class, I'm afraid the news of my loss to Hoshino has already spread to the tennis club. So annoying. Now, Takasaki Yusuke wished he could travel back to noon and teach Hoshino-jun a lesson. He cursed wildly in his heart. Damn Jun Hoshino, are you kidding me? Why didn't you say you had this ability earlier? If you, Jun Hoshino, had told me earlier, I would have had nothing better to do than to compete with you. Now I'm so embarrassed, and I don't know if Nana is disappointed in me. Yusuke, it's time to go. I have to go to the Kendo club's activities. Suddenly, Gao Yanarji Cheng proposed to say goodbye. So punctual. Takasaki Yusuke stretched his neck and said, "You're really persistent in wanting to see Yamato-san." Hearing this, Gao Liu Cheng lowered his eyes slightly and scratched his head embarrassedly. It's not all about Sun. I'm also very interested in Kendo. While speaking, Gao Liu Cheng looked around, and the words, "I'm lying," were almost written on his face. Okay, let's go, you duplicitous guy. Takasaki Yusuke didn't say anything else and went to the teaching building with Takayaniji Shiro. Before going to the club venue, they need to go back to the classroom to get their backpacks. As they walked, the two complained about how shameless Hoshino-jun was in concealing his true abilities and pretending to be a pig while eating a tiger. After a few minutes, they arrived at the classroom. However, after arriving at the classroom, Gao Yanarji Cheng was stunned. At this time, there were more than a dozen girls surrounding Jun Hoshino's seat, not only from Class B, but also from Class A and Class C next door. The most outstanding one among them was a tall black-haired girl wearing black leather shoes, with a pair of slender, long, white legs. When they saw Takayaniji Shiro and Takasaki Yusuke walk into the classroom, they all showed disgust. Takayaniji-kun, are you the one who framed Hoshino-kun along with this person? You really disappoint me. The girl's pink lips slightly opened, and she uttered a cold voice. Her eyes were cold as if she was looking at a disgusting stranger. As soon as she finished speaking, Gao Liu Cheng felt as if he had fallen into an icy cave. Because the girl who was speaking was the girl that Gao Yanarji Cheng had liked for 6 years. Fumio Yamada, the monitor of Class 3D and the leader of the Kendo Club, is known as the #1 Kendo genius in Tokyo. At the same time, on the only way from the teaching building to the swimming club, Jun Hoshino leaned against a huge willow tree on the left side of the road. He was still dressed the same as he was on the tennis court, in a blue and white sports shirt and trousers. He twisted and shook his arms from time to time, looking bored, as if he was waiting for someone. Finally, a cute girl named Kato Nana, wearing a small suit and black stockings, came from a distance. Her blazer was very tight, and the bow at the collar looked like a real butterfly, giving the impression that it would fall off at any moment. Nana Kato is probably the most reasonable girl that Jun Hoshino has ever met. Maybe in a few years, she would even be qualified to compete with Mrs. Takayaniji. If she didn't have a lowly face and a petite figure, she would probably be very much to Jun Hoshino's liking. Nana Kato's pace was neither fast nor slow, maintaining a steady and not violent shaking. When she passed by Jun Hoshino, she turned her head and said hello. Hoshino-san, what a coincidence. It's not a coincidence at all. I'm waiting for you here on purpose. Kato Nana was stunned. She didn't react for a moment to whether Hoshino-jun had said something wrong. But Jun Hoshino was telling the truth. After the school bell rang, Jun Hoshino didn't even go back to the classroom to watch the show, just to wait for Kato Nana here. Classmate, I helped you this morning, but just now when we were playing tennis, you actually cheered for my opponent. How do you think I should punish you? P.S. Thank you to Dream and Star for the reward, thank you to this ordinary book friend for the reward, and thank you to J. Cho who can't go back for the reward. Thanks to book friend 1604. For the monthly ticket, thanks to I don't want to work but have to work for the monthly ticket, and thanks to Kong Fang 5 for the monthly ticket. Thank you all for reading this. I count out to you all and wish you a happy new year. Chapter 16, Hoshino-san is so bad. As the sun sets, the sky gradually turns golden. The willow trees on campus were dancing in the evening breeze, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone through the gaps, shining on the boy's tall nose. The boy has an upright posture and exudes a free and confident temperament. The bold Jun Hoshino, seeing that Kato Nana was in a daze, actually raised his hand and reached out to Kato Nana's cute face with a little baby fat. Kato Nana seemed to be frightened, her little face showing panic. She bit her lips, grabbed the backpack with both hands, and took half a step back. The long black stockings tightened the fair and tender skin on her legs, making her look rounder and cuter. If possible, the kind-hearted Jun Hoshino really wanted to pinch her thighs and try out how it felt for Takasaki-kun. Hoshi, Hoshino-san. There's dust in Nana-chan's hair. Jun Hoshino's fingers brushed the girl's slightly curly black hair, gently lifted it, and then withdrew his hand. It seemed like he was just shaking the dust off Kato Nana's hair. Hoshino-san, so you know my name. Kato Nana took another step back, and as she spoke with pursed lips, the flash of disappointment in her expression was caught in his eyes. The allure of the delicate and childlike girl is enough to overwhelm most teenagers. But unfortunately, Jun Hoshino is a mature adult who loves mature women and has a strong immunity to young girls. No matter how tempting the other party is, he can respond calmly. I don't know your full name. I just heard everyone calling you Nana-chan on the tennis court. Jun Hoshino was not lying. If it weren't for the panel prompt given by the system, he really didn't know who Kato Nana was. It would probably take quite some time to find it. So that's how it is. Kato Nana was not surprised to hear the answer. It has been 3 years in the same school, and I have never heard of anyone picking this high-ranking flower, nor have I ever heard of Jun Hoshino asking for a girl's name. It's normal that you didn't know her before. Let's get back to the point, Nana-chan. You actually cheered for my opponent. What punishment do you think I should give you? Jun Hoshino suddenly took a step forward, his eyebrows curved, and he looked at Kato Nana with a smile. His gaze was sharp, like a bullet that was about to pierce the girl's soul. Hoshino-san, I don't understand what you mean by punishment. I'm a free man. I can cheer for whoever I want, right? After saying this, Kato Nana took a half step back in fear, her big watery eyes drooping, looking terrified. But even so, she still didn't turn around and run away, or shout for help. No, because I helped Nana-chan, and Nana-chan betrayed me, so I must give Nana-chan some punishment. What a betrayal! Nana Kato felt ashamed and angry. If she cheered for Jun Hoshino, that would be a betrayal. Compared to her boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki, Jun Hoshino is just a kind and handsome stranger to Nana Kato. Wrong. Now kindness is about to be deleted. Hoshino-san is really too arrogant. This is bullying. I will tell the teacher. Legal lowly Kato Nana finally fought back. Hoshino Jun showed a sad expression, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket and unlocked it. It seems like Nana-chan thinks I'm a bad person, but I just wanted to add Nana-chan's line. Jun Hoshino's words stunned Kato Nana. I was a little overwhelmed for a moment. So, the punishment Hoshino-san mentioned is just asking you to add me online. Or else. Hoshino Jun shrugged and tilted his head and said, do you think I would really bully Nana-chan? As he spoke, Jun Hoshino moved closer to Kato Nana, staring straight at her pink lips that looked like cherry blossom petals. At this time, Kato Nana had nowhere to retreat. She could either run away directly, push him away, or just watch Jun Hoshino getting closer and closer. It felt like there was a small drum in Kato Nana's heart, beating dong 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 all the time. Her mind reminded her to push Jun Hoshino away and run away, but her body seemed to be out of control and refused to move. You're clearly bullying. Hoshino-san is already a threat, isn't he? Finally, when Jun Hoshino was approaching, Kato Nana gently pushed Jun Hoshino's belly. The force was as if he was massaging Jun Hoshino's abdominal muscles. I could vaguely feel the warmth in Kato Nana's palm. There is also some moist feeling. It turned out that she was sweating from nervousness. Jun Hoshino stopped in time and handed the phone to Kato Nana's chest, which was heaving with nervousness. So, Nana-chan, are you willing to give me your line? The boy's words seemed to give the decision-making power to Kato Nana, but she felt from his tone and actions that he was giving orders. This is a novel feeling that has never been experienced by anyone before. It is also a magnetic field that Takasaki Yusuke, who is extremely gentle to Kato Nana, will never show. Amano Takashi's high mountain flower, Hoshino-san. He is so nasty. I don't know why, but Kato Nana's heart was beating so fast at this moment. Hoshino-san, the way you asked for line was really overbearing. While complaining with her mouth, her body was also moving. Kato Nana quickly took out her mobile phone from the pocket of her pleated skirt, and successfully added Jun Hoshino's line. Hoshino-san's profile picture is of the introverted and gentle male protagonist in the healing anime Genki-chan, Seishun Handa. But in reality, he is completely different from his profile picture, arrogant and mean. The internet and the real world are in stark contrast. This was Kato Nana's first feeling after adding Hoshino-jun online. That's enough. Hoshino-san, is there anything else? Kato Nana put away her phone and turned to look at the four-leaf clover growing next to the willow tree. If everything is fine, I have to go. I still have to attend the swimming club activities. Hey! Hoshino-jun exclaimed in feigned surprise, then said in astonishment, Nana-chan is from the swimming club. Is it not possible? Of course you can, but I thought Nana-chan would be a member of the literature club, after all. As he spoke, Jun Hoshino's gaze shifted to the profound truth contained in Kato Nana's words. His gaze was so bold that it stimulated Kato Nana's little face and she blushed a little. I like swimming very much, so there should be no problem in joining the swimming club. Instead of rebuking Jun Hoshino's unscrupulous gaze, the girl was explaining the reason for joining the club. It made Jun Hoshino laugh. Just like when Hoshino-jun asked for line just now, Kato Nana seemed to refuse several times and didn't want to add him. But in fact, Jun Hoshino left her too much room. If she wants to leave, she can do so at any time. It was impossible for Jun Hoshino to snatch her phone and add her as a friend himself. Moreover, during this period, Kato Nana never mentioned that she actually had a boyfriend. Takasaki-kun, your girlfriend seems to be in love. Hoshino-jun straightened his voice and said with a smile, of course no problem, I just want to ask Nana-chan, can you let me feast my eyes too? What's the meaning? I also want to see Nana-chan's swimsuit. I wonder if Nana-chan can take a few photos. Hoshino-san, what are you talking about? Perhaps the stimulation this time was too great. Kato Nana pushed Hoshino-jun away, cursed him as a big pervert, and ran away in a hurry. Chapter 17, Nana-chan's swimsuit photo. In the evening, the sky gradually turned dark blue, and the afterglow of the setting sun was still hanging in the west, like a big golden fireball, slowly sinking to the horizon. Hoshino, pack up and leave. Good. Thanks to the match against Takasaki Yusuke in the afternoon, Hoshino-jun's strength was exposed, and the director came to talk to him directly, wanting him to be one of the main players of the tennis club. But Hoshino-jun really doesn't want to spend too much time in the department. The reason he joined the tennis club was simply because Amano Takashi didn't allow the homecoming club to exist, so he just picked one at random. Jun Hoshino just wanted to go home early. Damn Japanese, why do they force students to join clubs? Nausea. After Jun Hoshino's much persuasion, the captain of the tennis club finally gave up the idea of asking Jun Hoshino to work harder, but there was still a hint of regret in his eyes when he looked at Jun Hoshino. There is also an 8% of disappointment. After changing into casual clothes, Jun Hoshino went together with Minister Naoto Yasuda. Hoshino, if you see Takaki tomorrow, tell him not to let a small setback get to him. People need to move forward. This sentence always has a roundabout meaning about Jun Hoshino. Jun Hoshino pretended not to understand and ignored it. Don't forget to tell him. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Naoto Yasuda stopped talking. He just wanted Jun Hoshino to remember to persuade Takaki. Yusuke Takasaki was absent today. He didn't reply to messages and his phone call was unreachable. Naoto Yasuda wondered if he had become autistic because of the beating he received from Hoshino. The person who tied the bell. In addition to the photos, Kato Nana also sent 3 lines of text. Don't show it to others. You are not allowed to save it on your phone either. Don't tell anyone else about this. Overthinking it. If you don't save the photos, then wouldn't it be a waste of time to get them? Okay, I promise. After replying to the message, Jun Hoshino decisively saved the photo into his mobile phone album and took a screenshot. To prove that this was sent by Kato Nana herself. After receiving the reply from Jun Hoshino, Kato Nana, who was about to go home, couldn't help but blush. Nana Kato couldn't understand why she took this photo and why she sent it to Jun Hoshino even though she knew she shouldn't. Kato Nana, you're crazy. You actually sent swimsuit photos to other men, even Yusuke didn't receive them. When she thought of her boyfriend, Kato Nana's face turned red, but at the same time, she felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Amano Takashi is the dream lover of all the girls, and is said to be aloof from women. He took the initiative to ask me for line and asked me to send him swimsuit photos. If he is not interested in me, then what is it? As she thought about it, Kato Nana felt an itch in her heart for some reason, and she really wanted to grab it. Nana Kato, who was feeling both happy and worried, couldn't control herself and sent a message to Jun Hoshino. Shinya, you must not tell anyone, or I will ignore you again. Oh, so Nana-chan will continue to send me photos. Jun Hoshino's response was particularly strange. Although the other party was clearly giving him a warning, he had already started to mention continuing to post photos. And also made precise requirements. Next time, I want to see Nana-chan wearing white translucent stockings with a sailor uniform, how about that? Compared to sexy black stockings, Jun Hoshino feels that a cute loli like Kato Nana, who is only a little over 1.5 meters tall, is more suitable for cute white stockings. It's best if it's transparent so that you can see the pink of the little feet. Bargar Tilder, Kato Nana puffed up her cheeks and secretly cursed Hoshino as a bastard. Do you really think I will continue to send you photos? Don't even think about it. Nana. Just as Kato Nana was about to type a reply, someone suddenly called her. When she looked up and saw a familiar face, Kato Nana was instantly flustered. She quickly put her phone into her skirt pocket, then forced a smile and looked at Takasaki Yusuke. Takasaki Yusuke's house and Kato Nana's house are facing each other. They grew up together and attended the same kindergarten, the same elementary school, the same middle school, and the same university. I also plan to apply to the same university in the future. However, although the two are childhood sweethearts and their relationship has long been more than just ordinary friends, their romance has only just begun. It was only a week ago that Takasaki Yusuke mustered up the courage to confess his feelings, and the two confirmed their relationship. So when he saw Kato Nana panicking, Takasaki Yusuke did not doubt it too much. He just thought that Kato Nana had not yet adapted to this relationship and was therefore nervous. Moreover, Takasaki Yusuke himself is also very nervous now, as the news that he framed Jun Hoshino has spread. Regardless of whether Kato Nana knows it now or not, he must explain it clearly as soon as possible. He doesn't want Kato Nana to look down on him. Unexpectedly, just as Takasaki Yusuke was about to speak, Kato Nana, who was panicking about the photo, ran to her door, opened it and hid in the house. Yusuke, if you have anything to say, let's talk tomorrow. I'm a little too tired from training today, I want to rest early. By Tilder. After waving goodbye to Takasaki Yusuke, Kato Nana closed the door, leaving Takasaki Yusuke alone and disheveled in the wind. Nana. She must have known. That's why you don't want to talk to me now. Takasaki Yusuke murmured, a look of pain on his face, and he clenched his fists angrily. It's all Jun Hoshino's fault. It was clearly agreed that this matter had been forgiven a long time ago, so why did he write a crappy diary and let this matter be leaked? Damn guy. If Nana hates me because of this, I will never let you go. At this time, Hoshino-jun didn't know that Takasaki Yusuke's hatred for him had increased. He didn't go home, but stood alone by the street lamp on the downhill road opposite the apartment, waiting for someone. P.S. Thanks to Heike for the reward, and thanks to Wenwenzine for the monthly ticket. Chapter 18, Aunt Yuki's Red Lips. Why didn't you tell me about this? I can definitely help you, June. On Jun Hoshino's line, these two messages were from a girl named Yamada Fumio, and the words were filled with concern. But Jun Hoshino just glanced at it casually and automatically filtered out the message. He didn't want to provoke Yamada Fumio, so he was used to ignoring him. If you swipe up on the chat interface between the two, you can see countless words sent by Yamada Fumio. There are tender love words, daily gossips, and even bad words about family members. But Jun Hoshino never responded to these words. But, despite this, however, Yamada Fumio still enjoys telling Hoshino-jun about the many things that happen to her every day. Talk about every detail. Yamada-san seems to treat Jun Hoshino as a tree hole where she can confide everything. Being too handsome brings a lot of troubles. Putting away his phone, Jun Hoshino leaned against the iron pole of the street lamp and returned his gaze to the road. Some people are not meant to intersect, like two parallel lines, they can only miss each other. The passion of youth will fade away, and one day the girl will let go of this fruitless love. Just like Gao Liu Cheng, who was running towards him from slow to fast speed at this moment. Perhaps, one day in the future, Takayaniji Shiro will discover that there is no possibility for him and Yamada Fumio at all. The difference in their family backgrounds is too huge. How could Gao Liucheng touch a woman that even Jun Hoshino didn't dare to touch? Jun Hoshino, you are too despicable. As soon as Gao Yanarji Cheng saw Hoshino Jun, he ran over angrily, grabbed Hoshino Jun's collar, and said with gritted teeth. We clearly agreed not to make a fuss about this matter, so why did you leak it out, and even let Zun know about it? Do you know how much Zun hates me now because of this incident? In the summer evening, a slightly warm breeze blew by, and fallen leaves flew all over the road. Gao Liucheng's eyes were red and bloodshot. Oh, you cried. Did you cry while writing the self-criticism? Jun Hoshino slapped Gao Yanarji's hand away, looked down at him with disdain in his eyes. What I despise most in my life is the so-called dog-licking warm man. This group is so disgusting. When I lived in a neighboring country in my previous life, it was this group of people who drove up market prices, causing many energetic young men to have nowhere to vent their emotions. Jun Hoshino made no effort to disguise his disdain for Takayaniji Joe. Or, you were so heartbroken that you hid in the bathroom and cried alone. Bakire. Gao Liucheng felt his sore spot was hit, and he cursed angrily, raising his fist high but never bringing it down. It is not difficult to guess that Yamada Fumio must have warned him not to provoke Hoshino Jun again. If you don't dare to fight, then put your fist back and stop embarrassing yourself like a clown. Jun Hoshino straightened his chest and raised his head, then charged directly at Takayaniji Chen's fist. Bite. Verbal abuse detected from Takayaniji Castle. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive AD-level friendship debt. TSK, the system. Gao Liucheng's fist has already hit me. How can it be counted as AD-level debt if I hit someone? You bumped into it yourself. Can you give me some loopholes? The system ignored Jun Hoshino's thoughts. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. As if deliberately cooperating with the system, when Hoshino Jun took the initiative to bump into Takayaniji Cheng's fist, Takayaniji Cheng immediately retracted his hand. Are you scared now? He is truly worthy of being called the best Faizang in the world. Because of the goddess words, he didn't even dare to fight his own enemies. In order to encourage Gao Yanarji's fist to attack him, Hoshino Jun continued to attack. Your mother gave birth to you and raised you for more than 10 years. Have you ever listened to your mother like this? What a bastard! Listening to Jun Hoshino's ridicule again and again, Gao Yanarji Cheng's face turned green, veins on his arms bulged, and he stared at Jun Hoshino with anger. But Jun Hoshino waited for a long time, but Gao Yanarji Cheng never made a move. Jun Hoshino, I won't lose to you. Gao Liucheng said with red eyes, one day, I will make Zun realize that I am the best person. Hearing this, Hoshino Jun was completely speechless. I was clearly talking to you about Aunt Yuki, but you just didn't listen to her, right? Your mind was filled with Yamada Fumio. This account is useless. I suggest Aunt Yushi open a small account and train it again. Jun Hoshino, don't bring up my mom. We're talking about Zun. Gao Yanarji Cheng shook his hands vigorously. At this moment, he seemed to have evolved from Feianyang to Sato Masao. Jun Hoshino's wish to increase the debt rating has been dashed for the time being. He didn't want to have any unnecessary contact with Yamada Fumio, so he wouldn't mention Yamada Fumio to Takayaniji Shiro to provoke Takayaniji Shiro. Helplessly, Hoshino Jun waved his hand casually, come on. Looking at Jun Hoshino's indifferent expression, Takayaniji Cheng became angry again. This bastard, Zun obviously likes him so much, but he betrays Zun's feelings again and again. You are such a lucky guy, you don't know how to appreciate it. Sooner or later, when I catch up with Zun, you will regret it. After saying that, Takayaniji Cheng bumped into Hoshino Jun's shoulder and walked quickly towards the apartment. He didn't dare to take action, so he had to use this childish way to express his dissatisfaction. Xingye Chun raised the corner of his mouth happily and muttered softly, System, he bumped into me, add money quickly. Bite. A malicious collision from Takayaniji Castle has been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. No further action will be taken. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. Reminder, Takayaniji Yuki has 2 D-level debts and 1 C-level debt. Please collect this person's friendship debt as soon as possible. If the collection is successful, you will receive a reward. Jun Hoshino probably had some idea about the debt rating. Those who just talk big are classified as D-level, and those who take action but do not cause much harm are classified as C-level. The ones that will have a certain impact on Jun Hoshino should be B-level. Takayaniji Cheng is indeed a good friend. Up to now, he has contributed the most debts to Hoshino Jun. Buzz. Just when Jun Hoshino was happy, the high-speed bus suddenly stopped, causing a gust of wind to mess up Jun Hoshino's hair. Yuki Takayaniji stepped on her high heels and jumped off the bus with light steps. In fact, Mrs. Takayaniji is not poor at all, it's just that her assets fluctuate too much. With an asset of 36E, the next car was also affected on a large scale, shaking up and down. Why are you here, Seochun? Seeing Jun Hoshino, Takayaniji Yuki walked over. I'm waiting for Auntie here. Jun Hoshino responded and pulled his messy hair back to its original shape. It's great that Mrs. Takayaniji is back home just after I got the debt from Takayaniji Joe. If we wait for she'll be off work for about half an hour. Yuki Takayaniji took out the flip phone suitable for middle-aged people in the island country, checked the time, and told Jun Hoshino in a soft voice. The job of a cashier must be really easy. In such a hot summer, there is no sweat on Takayaniji Yuki's face after a day of work. Only a little bit of dust was on the flesh-colored stockings at the calves. I'm not waiting for my aunt. Hoshino Jun approached Takayaniji Yuki and said, Aunt Yuki is also my aunt. Didn't Aunt Yuki say that herself this morning? Takayaniji Yuki's brain froze for a moment. Then, thank you, Seochun. In the past, Takayaniji Yuki often envied Asuka because there was always Jun Hoshino coming downstairs to pick her up, and she also wanted Takayaniji Shiro to pick her up. But that idiot son never came once. Unexpectedly, the first time she enjoyed this kind of treatment, it was Jun Hoshino who let her experience it. It feels like I've stolen Mai's happiness. That's terrible. Aunt Yushi, you are still too polite. I don't like you being so polite to me. Jun Hoshino smiled, walked slowly to Takayaniji Yuki, raised his right hand and placed it on Takayaniji Yuki's shoulder. The delicateness of Mrs. Takayaniji's shoulders seemed to be palpable even through her clothes. I feel like Aunt Yuki is still too distant from me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Hoshino took advantage of the time when Takayaniji Yuki hadn't reacted and pulled her into his arms. A dark cloud moved across the sky, and the north wind howled, scattering leaves all over the ground. After being stunned for a while, Takayaniji Yuki pushed Hoshino Jun hard. Seochun, what are you doing? Let go of Auntie quickly, or someone will see us. But the young man did not seem to be afraid of her resistance. Instead, he became bolder and bolder, hugging the beautiful woman tighter and tighter in public. Jun Hoshino was like a koala, holding Takayaniji Yuki's shoulders tightly with both hands, enjoying the softness of the beautiful woman like jade. The force was so great that it seemed as if he wanted to rub the beautiful woman into his body. Aunt Yuki, I just want a hug. Don't move. Obedient. Upon hearing this, Takayaniji Yuki seemed to be fixed in place by a magic needle and stopped struggling. Her little face was forced to bury itself in the boy's chest, sniffing the faint scent of shower gel on the boy's body. Takayaniji Yuki's 2 beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings rubbed against each other. Seochun, you can't hug me all the time. It's not right. Jun Hoshino lowered his head and looked quietly at Takayaniji Yuki's yellowish hair, and responded softly. I don't know if it's right, but I just want to hug Aunt Yuki. Name, Takayaniji Yuki. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 4. Charm, 9. Occupation, supermarket cashier. Friendship, she currently owes you 2 D-level friendship debts and 1 C-level friendship debt. Please urge her to pay as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 1.2 million yen. Food, love breakfast and dinner for 6 consecutive years. Friendship, a kiss of encouragement. TSK. You actually want to kiss me? Would it be too hasty to kiss Aunt Yushi now? Suddenly, Jun Hoshino noticed that Aunt Yuki made a slight movement and glanced down. The obstacle was too big, and through the rosy cheeks, nothing could be seen. Aunt Yuki, what's wrong with you? No. It's okay. Takayaniji Yuki's voice was intermittent and as weak as the fallen leaves on the ground. Brother Xiechun is really good at talking back. She could only try her best to take her sister away from Xiechun's brother. Looking at the slightly red roots of Takayaniji Yuki's ears, Hoshino-jun seemed to have noticed something. He lowered his head to Takayaniji Yuki's ear and gently slid his nose across Takayaniji Yuki's earlobe. Aunt Yuki, I want to kiss your face, just like in the morning. The beautiful woman's whole body trembled suddenly, and her heart beat violently. Relative. Kiss my face. This request doesn't seem too excessive, but why does it sound so embarrassing? Yuki Takayaniji didn't realize that Jun Hoshino's requests were becoming more and more excessive. It had changed from just a hug at the beginning to actively asking for a kiss on the face. The beautiful mature woman was thinking that Xiechun had already made so many requests, so she also had to make one. Xiechun, you can give me a kiss. Gao Yushi mumbled in her sleep, but after the kiss, you must let go of Aunt Yushi immediately. If it's just a kiss on the cheek, it's fine. It is still within the acceptable range of Takayaniji Yuki. Good. After replying, Jun Hoshino's left hand moved down, sliding from Takayaniji Yuki's shoulders to her soft but fat-free waist. He retracted his right hand, gently pinched Takayaniji Yuki's chin, and lifted her cheek. When their eyes met, Takayaniji Yuki felt a tingling sensation in her heart was beating like a deer, and her ears were burning. Aunt Yuki! Jun Hoshino shouted in a deep voice, and the beautiful woman's face became even more charming. She closed her eyes in shame, not daring to look directly at the bold boy. Hatilder. Exhaling a breath of hot air quickly, Mrs. Gao Liu slightly opened her rosy lips, like a red rose in full bloom. The moist lips and round lip beads exude a captivating charm all the time, deeply attracting the boy's attention. She turned her head slightly, ready for Jun Hoshino to kiss her cheek. But Jun Hoshino was already attracted by her red lips, and he couldn't help but move closer to her lips and gently kissed Takayaniji Yuki on the lips. A moist and soft touch came from his lips, and a tingling sensation like an electric shock spread throughout Jun Hoshino's body. It turned out that these were Mrs. Gao Liu's lips, soft and sweet like sweet dew. However, Mrs. Gao Liu's delicate body was obviously stiff at this moment. Takayaniji Yuki opened her eyes, her pupils dilated, and her eyes were full of disbelief. We've already kissed, so what is there to be afraid of? As long as she can't speak, she can't teach me a lesson. Jun Hoshino hugged Yuki Takayaniji tightly and kissed her even harder. He seemed to be a little addicted. Bite. Collection completed. The remuneration has been paid to Hiroshino Jun's personal account through formal channels, a total of 300,000 yuan. Vehicles sped past on the roadside, the roar of their engines was deafening, but it still couldn't affect the passionate kiss between the young man and the beautiful woman. Why hasn't Mom come home yet? I'm starving. Gao Liu Cheng, who lived on the 4th floor of the apartment, opened the door, walked to the corridor to get some fresh air, and looked down. Suddenly, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. P.S. Finally it's finished. This chapter is 2 chapters in 1. Handsome readers, please support me. Please vote for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 19, Regrets and Surprises. The temperature is pleasant in the summer evening. The clouds in the sky are moving slowly. Hum tilder. Takayaniji Yuki's voice rose and fell several times, and what she wanted to say was blocked by Hoshino-jun and she couldn't say it. The two pairs of eyes stared at each other. Takayaniji Yuki looked a little timid, while Hoshino-jun looked domineering. As the passionate kiss continued, Jun Hoshino could deeply feel that Yuki Takayaniji's body temperature was rising rapidly. Her pretty face was flushed and her eyes were blurred. Their warm breath intertwined with each other's lips, blew into their heart, and began to warm the softest part of the heart. Their wife's tenderness was revealed bit by bit as she slowly gave up her resistance, and then surged under the guidance of Jun Hoshino. At this time, Gao Yushi was thinking, why not just continue kissing? Until the cool evening breeze gently blows my hair, taking away some of the heat. Jun Hoshino placed his palm on Yuki Takayaniji's plump legs wearing flesh-colored stockings and stroked them gently. The next moment, her hand was grabbed and her body was pushed a little away by Takayaniji Yuki. Xiechun, you're cheating. You clearly said you wanted to kiss my face. Let go of your aunt. Brought back to his senses by the cool breeze, Takayaniji Yuki regained his sense of shame. She is almost 36 years old this year. Xiaochun is only 18 years old and is a classmate and friend of Xiaocheng. How could she kiss Xiaochun? Jun Hoshino stared at Yuki Takayaniji's shy face, gazing at the pink color stained on her silvery and smooth skin, which was like an egg without its shell. All this seems to indicate that Takayaniji Yuki has been aroused, but the resistance deep in her eyes is also real. I was a bit impulsive. If it had been a gradual process, Mrs. Takayaniji wouldn't have been so persistent. Forget it, impatience is not good. Let me apologize today to ease the relationship. Aunt Yuki, I'm sorry, I really like you too much. Jun Hoshino buried his head in Takayaniji Yuki's shoulder and whispered softly. He hugged Takayaniji Yuki again, and the two of them were close to each other. Through the thin clothes, Jun Hoshino's abdomen could clearly feel the fluctuation of Yuki Takayaniji's 3.6 billion assets. Yuki Takayaniji also noticed the warmth in Jun Hoshino's abdominal muscles. Just. Xiaochun said she likes me, right? No, however. For Jun Hoshino, she is powerless. Hoshino Jun rested his chin on her head and begged, Aunt Yuki, please believe me again, for the last time. You count the time, it really only takes 10 seconds. The best way to restore trust after it's lost is to do a few more trustworthy things. In order to restore his reputation, Jun Hoshino acted like a rogue. Takayaniji Yuki couldn't push him away, so what else could she do except start counting obediently? Restraining the restlessness of his body, Takayaniji Yuki panted, leaned on Hoshino Jun's chest, and began to count with a flushed face. 10, 9, 8. This time, she will not indulge Xiaochun anymore. When the time comes, she will definitely push Xiaochun away. The sound of counting numbers became quieter, and a green leaf slowly fell to the ground. When the count reached 1, Takayaniji Yuki slowed down involuntarily. I don't know if she herself noticed this little thing. Jun Hoshino, you bastard. I caught you. Life is full of regrets but also full of surprises. This kind of surprise can sometimes turn difficult things around, like right now. On a summer evening with a gentle breeze, a boy named Jun Hoshino hugged a woman under a street light. Seeing this scene, Takayaniji Cheng felt ecstatic. Although the distance was far and there was a dark spot under the lamp, and Hoshino Jun's tall stature blocked his view, Takayaniji Cheng was unable to see clearly who the woman in his arms was. But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that Jun Hoshino is already so close to another woman. If Yamada Fumio knew about this, she would not be able to continue to like Jun Hoshino. As long as Yamada Fumio gives up Hoshino Jun, who else would have the best chance of getting close to Yamada Fumio besides Takayaniji Shiro? Thinking of this, Gao Yanarji Cheng excitedly ran back to the bedroom, picked up his charging mobile phone, and wanted to send a message to Yamada Fumio. But he searched for 2 or 3 minutes but still couldn't find Yamada Fumio's portrait. Deleted friend. It doesn't matter. And a cell phone number. If I talk too much nonsense, Zun might not read my message. I have to write Hoshino Jun's name directly at the beginning. At this moment, Gao Liu Cheng felt that he was as smart as Zhuge Liang during the Three Kingdoms period of China, and he was his own military advisor. Hoshino and a strange woman were hugging on the side of the road, and it seems they even kissed. Zun. No nonsense, get straight to the point, send text messages. Evidence. Sure enough, as long as I started with Jun Hoshino, Zun responded in less than 30 seconds. Gao Yanarji was surprised at his own intelligence. Wait for me, I'll go take the photo right away. After pressing the send button, Gao Liu Cheng quickly ran out of the house, but he was one step too late after all. Under the street light, only Jun Hoshino was left standing alone on the roadside. After thinking about it, Takayaniji Cheng took a photo and sent it to Yamada Fumio. Zun, I'm sorry, that woman is gone, and now only Jun Hoshino is left there. You keep making it up. Yamada Fumio's words revealed her disappointment with Takayaniji Jo. She said, after all, we've been friends for so many years. Can you please stop being so childish? When has Jun Hoshino ever offended you that you pick on him like this? Not only did they falsely accuse him of stealing money, but now they are directly spreading rumors. I really hate you more and more like this. Blocked, don't contact me anymore. When Yamada Fumio sent a long line of text, Takayaniji Cheng's hands and feet seemed to be frozen, and his whole body was trembling. How can this be? How could this happen? Zun, I really didn't lie to you. That bastard Hoshino Jun is really hugging another woman. Damn you, Jun Hoshino, why couldn't you hold me for a little longer and let me take some pictures of the evidence before letting me go? Gao Liu Cheng sat dejectedly on the sofa, and then clenched his fists. He swore to find evidence that Jun Hoshino was with another woman and give it to Zun. Crack. The door lock turned and the sound of the door opening was heard. Gao Liu Cheng looked up and glanced casually, then lowered his head again. It's just that Mom came home. Bang. The bedroom door closed so loudly that it disturbed Gao Liu Cheng. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, Mom, please be gentle. A woman who is so impatient will age quickly. Now Takayaniji Cheng is thinking about how to catch Hoshino Jun and that woman. I have no time to pay attention to my mother. I didn't notice that my mother was acting strangely at this moment. P.S. There is still one chapter that is still being revised and will probably be published this afternoon. Thanks for the monthly ticket of Goodbye in the Past, and thank you all readers for your support. Please vote for recommendation and monthly ticket. Chapter 20, I Want You to Come Home Early. As night falls in Tokyo, the extravagance are intoxicating. The soft light of the sunset and moonrise, and the gradually revealing starry sky, make it even more hazy. Meow tilde. The little tabby cat wandering the streets took light steps and lay down beside a flower bed not far away. It squinted its proud eyes and looked at Jun Hoshino, then raised its hind legs and flicked its ears charmingly. It seems to be saying, Human, I have already rewarded you, why don't you please me with food? Stupid, if you want to get food permanently, you should please others. Jun Hoshino took out a small sausage, tore open the package, threw it to the little cat and never looked at it again. Sometimes, Jun Hoshino feels like a kitten, but the kind-hearted Mayasuke doesn't let him wander around. Why are you standing at the bus stop? A message came online. Jun Hoshino glanced at it, then looked up and saw that the bus that was supposed to arrive at 7:23 on the platform arrived a minute early. Mayasuke opened the car window and stuck her head out, her rosy lips moving as if she was shouting, idiot. Hoshino responded with a pure eye roll and also mouthed, old auntie. Poochie tilde. Mayasuke suddenly smiled like a flower, her watery eyes sparkling with joy. I don't know what's so funny about her. After the bus stopped steadily, Mayasuke stood up with her hands on the hem of her skirt, and her gentle movements ensured that she would not expose herself. She walked down the bus lightly and swiftly with her long legs in black stockings. The first thing she did was to rush over and bump into Jun Hoshino. System, she bumped into me, and she bumped into someone with the ball. Pay the debt quickly. Question mark. What does it mean to ignore people? Are you pretending to be cool? You and I are the host and the system, and you are still playing hard to get. Seeing Jun Hoshino in a daze, Mayasuke wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction and pinched Jun Hoshino's ears with 2 fingers. Idiot Jun-chan, tell me the truth, what are you doing here? What else can be done? Of course, he was waiting to collect the debt from Mrs. Gao Liu. By the way, waiting for a certain aunt. Even though his ears had been pulled, the debt still could not be triggered. Jun Hoshino sighed helplessly. Hearing Hoshino Jun's sigh, Mayasuke couldn't help laughing, and said with a smile, okay, I won't tease you anymore. I know you are here to wait for me. In the past, Jun Hoshino always liked to run to this place to wait for Mayasuke to come home from get off work. It was only after I went to college that I became less clingy. The first time Jun Hoshino didn't wait for Mayasuke to come home from get off work, she was sad for a while. Today, Mayasuke felt the joy of the past again and touched Jun Hoshino's head happily, then habitually put her arm in arm and walked home together. Auntie is happy today, tell me what reward you want. Award. Hearing this word, Jun Hoshino couldn't help but glance down. Although her figure was not as exaggerated as Mrs. Takayaniji's, the aunt's figure was actually quite good. The figure is curvy and the narrow skirt is tight, making her look as round and smooth as a big peach. The whiteness of the skin can be vaguely seen through the translucent black stockings. At the age of 28, her skin is still as smooth and firm, just like when she was a girl 10 years ago when she brought Jun Hoshino home. The fire that had just been started by Takayaniji Yuki was not extinguished, and fuel was added, causing the flames to rise again. Jun Hoshino wanted to bite his aunt. Mayasuke seemed to have noticed Jun Hoshino's burning gaze, frowned, raised her hand and pinched Jun Hoshino's waist. Where are you looking, little brat? The fire was put out. Hoshino-jun righteously said, "Didn't you say you would give me a reward? Where else can I look except at you?" Perhaps it was because Jun Hoshino's expression and tone were too serious, which made my Asuka feel a little guilty. Could it be that Chun-chan didn't look at it randomly, and I was just thinking the wrong thing? Who knows yours? You just pinched me, apologize. Jun-chan, why don't you tell me what reward you want? My Asu stuck out her tongue and pouted, saying, "If you don't tell me, I don't know how to satisfy you." The same old trick again. If you find yourself being ignored, just change the subject. Anyway, it's impossible to apologize. Jun Hoshino got angry. Since my Asuka insisted on giving him the reward, he decided to make good use of the reward to severely punish my Asuka. Will you agree to whatever reward I ask for? This tone feels wrong. Could it be that Chun-chan is going to make such an unreasonable request? When my Asu thought of this, her heart felt inexplicably confused, and a little sweat seeped out of the palm of her hand that was clutching Jun Hoshino's sleeve. You tell me first, and I'll do what I say. My Asu decided to give it a try. After all, she was the boss in the family, and if she wanted to change her mind, she could do so at any time. It's just pure sauce, nothing to worry about. Okay, that's what you said. Jun Hoshino smiled, and it was an evil smile. Looking at his smile, my Asu felt like there was a small drum in her heart, beating dong dong dong. No way, Chun-chan really wants to make such an excessive request. Just when my Asu was thinking about how to teach Jun Hoshino a lesson, Jun Hoshino suddenly said something lightly. Stop working overtime. I want you to go home early every day. Downstairs apartment. The dim light from the street lamp shone on the handsome face of the young man. He raised his clear eyes and looked at the white hair that had grown on my Asu's temple due to recent overwork. I didn't say anything else, I just felt heartbroken. The cicadas are especially noisy in the summer, and a swarm of mosquitoes is wandering around, also staring at my Asu. Jun Hoshino waved it away and took out his bank card from his pocket. He couldn't bear 3 million. There's 600,000 yuan here, which is enough for my university tuition for a year. I can also do odd jobs to support myself in the future. You've lost a lot of weight recently. Come home early so I can make dinner for you. The evening breeze blew through her hair, and the young man's gentle voice came into her ears. Asuka Mai's heart seemed to be grasped by someone. Who allowed you to do odd jobs? You know how tiring it is. She turned her head away so that the boy wouldn't see her slightly red eyes. Hoshino-jun said, Then who allowed you to work overtime every day? Have you asked for my opinion? The traffic was speeding past. My Asu paused for a long time without saying anything. She held Jun Hoshino's hand tightly and interlocked her fingers with hers. The hand feels very good, and the idiom soft as boneless just describes my aunt perfectly. Don't worry about me, little bastard. Let's go home and cook. I didn't eat enough at the company. My Asu turned her back, sniffed, and pulled Jun Hoshino towards home. My aunt didn't agree with my suggestion of not working overtime. Jun Hoshino went upstairs behind her, looked at her plump, wide and slightly raised buttocks, and sighed softly. I still have to work harder to make more money. Without money, I can't persuade my aunt. Chapter 21, Aunt Mai's Secret. The moonlight is cold. Among the thousands of lights in Tokyo, there is one that belongs to Jun Hoshino and my Asuka. While eating, my Asu sat cross-legged on the sofa, turned on the TV, kicked her long white legs to the sky, and lay down humming. I'm full, I'm going to watch some TV. Upon hearing this, Jun Hoshino looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table with a dark face, as well as the white rice in my Asu's bowl that she had only taken a bite of. Are you full already? You're teasing me. Do you know that wasting food will get you struck by lightning? Jun Hoshino suppressed his anger. Aren't you still here? My Asuka pulled a pillow to support her chin, her eyes completely absorbed in the comedy variety show. From what she said, it seemed that she wanted Jun Hoshino to eat it all by himself. I can take all the dishes, but please take care of the rice yourself, thank you. Do you dislike me? My Asu glanced over. She crouched down, her snow-white and smooth legs exposed to the air, and her round toes like pearls were bent backwards, almost stretched into a straight line. At this time, my Asu had already changed out of her work clothes and stockings. She was now wearing a casual black t-shirt that was of moderate size and had a small bulge. Yes. Hoshino-jun nodded honestly. I won't eat anything that has your saliva on it. If you dislike your parents, you will be struck by lightning. The angry Maesu turned over and knelt on the sofa, pinching her waist with her hands, staring at Jun Hoshino. The grey miniskirt she wore on the lower half of her body was worthy of its name. It's hard to even cover the butt, with a little bit of white always visible. Are you wearing white again today? Hateful. Har har, I've never heard of any parents like you. What parent would dress so sexy in front of their children? Jun Hoshino really wanted to complain to his aunt about whether she had bought too many sexy clothes recently, but he was afraid that his aunt would stop wearing them after he complained. Forget it, I'll just hold it in. Anyway, my aunt only wears it at home, and Jun Hoshino is the only one watching. What's wrong with a parent like me? Upon hearing this, Maesu narrowed her eyes, moved from the sofa closer to Jun Hoshino, and her tone was full of resentment. Jun Hoshino hummed and said nothing. Maesu suddenly became unhappy, pouted, and cursed the brat in her heart. I just thought Hoshino-jun was such a good person when I was downstairs, but I didn't expect him to become a rebellious son as soon as he got home. Give me back my tears. Maesu's white and tender feet gently kicked Jun Hoshino's waist. Tell me, what's wrong with a parent like me? System, are you any good? She bullied me again. Assign me a task. After testing, Maesu has no ill will towards you and cannot be considered a debt of friendship. So, please stop making trouble, I will definitely send someone when I can. Depend on nothing, you're the best parent in the world. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said anything wrong. I deserve to die. Jun Hoshino admitted his mistake very decisively. Since he couldn't make money, he didn't want to make trouble with Maesuke. It's tiring after a day's work, so please be more considerate to auntie. If this continues, Jun Hoshino can predict what will happen next. During the quarrel, Maesu scolded and hit her husband, and then she got so angry that she ran into the bedroom and was sad alone. Humph, it's good that you know you're wrong. There's no need to talk about life or death. The rebellious son has become obedient again. The world is wonderful. Maesu lay down again to watch TV, raised her pink little feet and shook them in the air. The smooth and delicate legs always make the skirt sway, and the white panties outline a moving curve. Jun Hoshino took a look and felt a surge of heat in his heart. I finished eating, and the rest will be breakfast tomorrow. In order to prevent Maesuke from discovering his embarrassment at the moment, Jun Hoshino quickly ate his rice, then bent down and took the dishes to the kitchen. There will be some awkwardness when a young boy stays in the same room with a single woman. We still need to put out the fire as soon as possible. Otherwise, Jun Hoshino was afraid that one day he would not be able to control himself and would force himself on his aunt. I put the leftovers into the cupboard, turned on the hot water in the sink and started washing the dishes. Today's busy day is finally over. Hearing the noise coming from the kitchen, Maesu quietly got off the sofa and walked to the kitchen door to take a look. After realizing that Hoshino Juinjin was just washing the dishes, he returned to the bedroom feeling a little annoyed. Sitting by the window, Maesu lifted her right leg and looked at her pink feet, murmuring, could it be that Jun-chan actually likes stockings, not my feet? When Maesu thinks of the morning when Jun Hoshino held her feet on her stomach, her face still turns red. Auntie, are you ready for bed? After washing the dishes, Jun Hoshino found that there was no one in the living room, so he shouted. Maesu slowly stretched out her hand, took off all her clothes, opened the wardrobe and took out the thin gauze pajamas she had just bought, as well as the sexy and seductive lace underwear and black thong and put them on. As her clothes changed, Maesu's whole temperament became charming and elegant. Aunt! At this time, Jun Hoshino outside shouted again. Well, I'm in my room, getting ready to go to bed. Maesuke walked to the door, lowered her head to check, and found that the door was locked. Then she unlocked the door and opened the bedroom a crack before lying down on the bed. Hearing his aunt's voice, Jun Hoshino felt relieved and turned off the lights and TV in the living room. He was ready for bed too. Only by getting a good rest and replenishing ammunition now can we cope with tomorrow's battle. The living room was plunged into darkness, but light seeped into Asukami's room. Hoshino-jun thought that she had not closed the door properly. As he walked over to help close the door, Jun Hoshino suddenly heard some strange noises. Tilde. This sound is not right. Gently pushing the door open a little more, through the gap, under the incandescent light, the aunt's face was charming and rosy, and her delicate body wrapped in black gauze was completely reflected in Jun Hoshino's eyes. Her breathing became more and more rapid and her face became redder and redder, as if she had a high fever. He gripped the edge of his pants with his fingers and pushed them down little by little, like peeling an egg. Jun Hoshino's heart was pounding, and her little heart was beating wildly. She was so nervous that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Yes. Auntie is also a woman. And she is a 28-year-old single woman. But Jun Hoshino is also a hot 18-year-old boy. Auntie, did you leave the door open on purpose, or was it accidental? Can you give me some clues? Muttering a little in annoyance, Jun Hoshino silently closed the door for his aunt and went to the bathroom. In the Japanese manga Bleach, Ishigo Kurosaki has a special skill that he uses most frequently. Crescent Moon Sky Rush. Jun Hoshino planned to practice so that he could punish a terrifying hollow like his aunt in the future. P.S. There is one more chapter, which will be posted at 12 p.m. Chapter 22, Touch Your White Socks. Wake up in the morning. A ray of sunlight shone through the window onto the bed. Jun Hoshino stretched gently, then picked up his cell phone and took a look. It was already 8 o'clock. Did I sleep too late yesterday and oversleep today? I got up from the bed, walked to the window, opened it, and let the fresh morning breeze blow across my cheeks. Take a deep breath, exhale, and prepare to face a new day. I opened the door and walked into the living room, where there was a note with words written on it on the dining table. Damn you stinky pig, why are you so sleepy? You didn't even wake up early to call Auntie today. In order to hurry to work, Auntie can only buy some snacks for breakfast now. It's all your fault. Turn over the table tilde. After reading it, Jun Hoshino curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile, and then sighed helplessly. I can't get up, it's all my aunt's fault. Because my aunt made Jun Hoshino angry yesterday. He went into the kitchen and heated up the leftover food from last night. After eating, Jun Hoshino put on his backpack and went to school. The cherry trees outside the apartment, under the sunlight, gradually spread a fresh and elegant scent. The flowers on the trees bloomed one after another and were then blown down by the wind. It was a pity that I didn't meet Mrs. Gao Liu in the corridor today because she was working an early shift. Otherwise, maybe you can see the petals falling into the waves again. But there aren't that many regrets. Because on their way to school, Jun Hoshino met a Class B debtor. The girl also saw Jun Hoshino, and a barely perceptible shyness flashed across her face, and then she seemed to want to pretend that she didn't know Jun Hoshino. He lowered his head slightly, quickened his pace and rushed towards the school. But how could Jun Hoshino give her the chance to escape when facing any woman other than her aunt? Jun Hoshino would not hesitate. Good morning, Nana-chan. Jun Hoshino took 2 steps at a time, and with her 1.8-meter-long legs, she reached Kato Nana in just a few steps, then raised her hand and grabbed her wrist. Nana Kato's expression tensed. She looked around first, as if to confirm that no one was there. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in response to Jun Hoshino. Good morning, Hoshino-san. Excuse me, Hoshino-san, could you please let go of my hand? It hurts a little bit. Although she said so, Jun Hoshino could clearly feel that Kato Nana had not tried to break free. I didn't even use any strength. Seeing this, Jun Hoshino raised the corners of his mouth slightly and a gentle smile appeared on his eyebrows. Not only did he not let go of Kato Nana's hand, but he grabbed Kato Nana's hand with his palm facing down and interlocked his fingers with hers. You know what, it feels really good. Tilde Hoshino-san, what are you doing? Kato Nana was frightened by Jun Hoshino's boldness. She took 2 steps back and finally began to try to break free from Jun Hoshino. It's really weird to be held hand by someone other than your boyfriend, or to have your fingers interlocked or something like that. Hoshino-san, you've crossed the line. We're not even friends yet. Oh tilde really tilde. Jun Hoshino stared at Kato Nana's little face with a smile, and his eyes moved down to the pure white translucent pantyhose she was wearing today. Nana-chan's stockings are so nice, exactly like I described them yesterday. Their white silk under the short pleated skirt was illuminated by the sunlight, making the already thin material even more translucent, and the delicate skin was faintly visible. Kato Nana's legs are relatively small in proportion, but they are exquisite and cute. Coincidentally, it just happened that I wanted to wear it today. Kato Nana tilted her head, looking a little flustered and uneasy. It's exactly what I said. There is no silver here. I know, Nana-chan must be wearing this just to please herself. Jun Hoshino's tone suddenly became gentle, as if he was about to start being understanding. Kato Nana glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, pursed her lips slightly, and while she was relieved, she felt a little disappointed in her heart. Well, so Hoshino-san, you can let me go now, right? She wanted to pull her hand back, but when she tried hard she found that Hoshino-jun still had no intention of letting her go. Hoshino-san. Nana-chan, I support your point of view, so can you let me touch your legs in white stockings? Jun Hoshino's expression was still smiling, and his tone was still gentle, but his hands kept making small movements. While holding Kato Nana's hand, his thumb gently stroked her small palm. Of course, if that's not possible now, then we can just shake hands. After all, Nana-chan's hands are very soft and it feels very comfortable to hold them. Comrade Lu Shuren once said that if the other party thinks you are going too far now, then you should do something even more extreme. Then she will feel that what you are doing now is not so unacceptable. Feeling a tingling sensation in the palm of her hand, Kato Nana lowered her head. Her throat was a little dry and her heart felt a little uneasy. She felt that Hoshino's gaze was too intense, his words too direct, and his actions too suggestive. Hoshino-san, no, we're not that familiar with each other yet, how can you touch my legs? Kato Nana no longer worried about holding hands. Having achieved his goal, Hoshino-jun didn't hesitate any longer. He smiled and asked, can I touch it after we get to know each other better? Of course not. Kato Nana bit her lip, her eyes wandering, you are not allowed to touch my legs at any time, and this is only the second day we met. Hoshino-san, there's no way we're close enough to touch each other's legs. Things like touching legs can only be done by a boyfriend, but Yusuke is too serious. He never did anything to his girlfriend. Not to mention touching her legs, he didn't even give her a hug. Instead, it was Jun Hoshino, who had just met Kato Nana, who took advantage of her and even wanted to touch her legs. The girl has already clearly rejected him, so Jun Hoshino naturally won't continue to be tough. It doesn't matter, we'll get used to it later. Everything should be done in moderation. A sexual advance that went too far. There are still 4 days left, no rush. At least, now Kato Nana's hand is still in Hoshino-jun's palm, isn't it? Nana-chan, let's go into the school. Kato Nana's mind was confused for a moment, and then she shook her head frantically, no. How could I go to school holding hands with Hoshino-san? With Hoshino-san's fame, the news would definitely spread throughout the school immediately. If Yusuke knew that I was holding hands with another boy behind his back, I would be doomed. But at the same time as the panic, an emotion called excitement rapidly flowed through every cell of Kato Nana. She was thinking that it would be very exciting if she really walked into the campus hand in hand with Hoshino. However, the next second, Jun Hoshino unexpectedly let go of Kato Nana's hand and raised his hand to rub her soft hair on top of her head. Nana-chan, I've let you go. In exchange, you come to the school rooftop to meet me during lunch break. Jun Hoshino's words, like the whispers of a devil, kept echoing in Kato Nana's mind. Ms. Hoshino, what do you want to do by asking her to go to the rooftop? Do you want to go? See you at noon then. Jun Hoshino waved goodbye to the dazed Kato Nana and walked straight to the school. He had never intended to go in holding hands with Kato Nana. It was just a casual talk. If he really did that, Ms. Fumio Yamada from the Kendo Club would have come to find Jun Hoshino. Jun Hoshino didn't want to meet Kaoru Yamada. Chapter 23, Hoshino-jun does not allow reconciliation. The sky is blue and the grass is green. Outside the classroom window, there are tall and tough green pines. When the wind blows, it makes a rustling sound. In summer, the Asian continent experiences strong radiation warming, resulting in high temperatures and low air density, which in turn creates low pressure. The ocean absorbs and dissipates heat slowly, and the radiation warming is moderate. Relatively speaking, the temperature is lower and the air pressure is higher. The pressure gradient points from the ocean to the land, so the wind blows from the ocean to the land, and the prevailing wind is southerly. The classroom was quiet. Jun Hoshino turned his pen and wrote down another knowledge point in his notebook. By the way, take a few more glances at teacher Hamasaki's graceful figure. He had straight black hair, a conservative black suit and long trousers, and his expression and tone were cold when he spoke. She grew up to be the same girl as the little sister of the Gao family in the popular TV series, Kangbayu, in the neighboring country. She is less sexy and more heroic than before. Very good. Time passed minute by minute, and Hamasaki Sueyu on the podium raised the middle finger of his left hand, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and put away the textbook. Hoshino, Takasaki, Takayaniji, the three of you follow me. The news that Takasaki Yusuke and Takayaniji Shiro framed Hoshino Jun has spread. Jun Hoshino thought that Hamasaki Sueyu should have to. He didn't notice the disgusted looks in Class A's classroom, but Kato Nana felt it clearly. The classmates around her all kept a certain distance from Kato Nana, and some even whispered about her in front of her. It seems that Kato Nana became Takasaki Yusuke's accomplice because of her identity as his girlfriend. However, at this time, Nana Kato had no idea what was going on. She took out her mobile phone from the desk and sent a message to ask her good friend, but was surprised to find out. I was actually deleted by Mingmai. How could that be? Kato Nana looked stunned and held her phone tightly. We have to get to the bottom of this matter. Yusuke will definitely not tell the truth. We need to go find Hoshino-san. In the office, unlike his girlfriend Kato Nana, Takasaki Yusuke is at ease at this moment. With a calm expression, he bowed and apologized to Jun Hoshino very sincerely. Hoshino-kun, I apologize again for the mistake I made. I was too jealous of you before. Please forgive me. Takasaki Yusuke's sincere words caught Hoshino Jun off guard. Seeing Hoshino Jun's confused look, Hamasaki Sueyu smiled and said, Hoshino, admitting one's mistakes is the best way to improve. Since Takasaki has apologized, you can also try to forgive him. I called you to my office today because Gaochi came to see me early in the morning and asked me to witness his apology to you. Upon hearing this, Hoshino Junto was numb. Takasaki-kun, how can you apologize? How can you admit your mistakes? You should fight back, fight back. Otherwise who will provide me with debt? Yusuke Takasaki was really too much. He chose to surrender before Jun Hoshino even started to exert his strength. No. Jun Hoshino thought to himself that he had never heard of a capitalist who would stop exploiting because of the sincerity of the exploited. What's more, it was Yusuke Takasaki who started the fight first, and now he wants to surrender. No way. Mr. Hamasaki, and Mr. Takasaki, I think an apology is really unnecessary. I never meant to blame you in the first place. Let's just get along well from now on. Jun Hoshino maintained his good-natured persona in front of Hamasaki Sueyu and immediately accepted Takasaki Yusuke's apology. The two students reconciled, and Hamasaki Sueyu nodded with satisfaction. She considers herself to be a good and responsible teacher. Although she may be biased occasionally, overall she should be okay. Punished Takasaki Yusuke twice before. The first time he deserved punishment, and the second time he saw that Takasaki Yusuke had no intention of repenting at all. After writing two self-criticisms, Takasaki Yusuke apologized sincerely. In Hamasaki Sueyu's opinion, this is a case of a prodigal son returning home, and he can still be saved. Not like someone who refuses to repent. Since we've reconciled, you can go back first. Just as the three students turned around, Hamasaki Sueyu suddenly shouted, Takayaniji Cheng, stay, did I allow you to move? Gao Liu Cheng was completely dumbfounded. He had no idea what was happening today. I followed him to the office in a panic, and watched in confusion as Takasaki Yusuke, who had taken the initiative to cause trouble, apologized. I followed him in a daze and prepared to leave. In the end, I was still wondering why the teacher didn't say a word to me when I came to the office. As a result, only the main culprit and the victim left, while he, the accomplice who should have been insignificant, was left behind. Teacher Hamasaki, is there anything else? At this time, Takayaniji Cheng just wanted to leave early and do what he wanted to do. For example, go ask Takaki what the situation is with today's apology. Also, find out who the woman who hugged Jun Hoshino is, take a photo and restore Yamada Fumio's line friend status. What else? Hamasaki Sueyu frowned and said angrily, you're the only one who doesn't feel you're wrong right now. After the department activities tonight, write another 3,000-word self-criticism. Put it directly on my desk after you finish writing it. If I'm still not satisfied after reading it tomorrow, you can rewrite it for me. Write again. Gao Liu Cheng felt like he was going crazy, writing every day. He was busy writing all day long, so how could he have time to catch Jun Hoshino in an affair? Chapter 24, The Uneasy Girl on the Rooftop. The school bell rang along with the sound of yogurt falling from the vending machine. After coming out of the office, Jun Hoshino did not go back to the classroom directly, but went to the bathroom. What's a bit annoying is that Takasaki Yusuke keeps following him. I don't know what he is thinking. Hoshino-kun, it's your turn. Why? Why? Didn't we just reconcile? So to celebrate, it's only right that I treat you to a bottle of yogurt. Takasaki Yusuke's warm smile made Hoshino-jun a little confused. Can the enemy really suddenly become good? Jun Hoshino didn't believe it. But the yogurt fell out of a vending machine, so there must be nothing wrong with it. With the mentality of not wanting to miss out on something that's free, Jun Hoshino took the yogurt and said, "Actually, Takasaki-kun, you don't have to pretend. We're not in front of Mr. Hamasaki anymore. Please restore your rebellious look." Takasaki Yusuke was stunned for 2 seconds, and then smiled awkwardly. Har, Hoshino-kun really misunderstood me. This time I really want to reconcile with Hoshino-kun. Oh, really? Hoshino-jun turned and walked towards the classroom. I don't believe Takasaki-kun. Takasaki Yusuke followed suit and said with a smile, I will use practical actions to make Hoshino-kun believe me. Hearing this, Hoshino-jun narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. Yusuke Takasaki may not have realized that his attitude was indeed sincere, but it was too sincere and seemed fake. Hoshino-jun replied, then we'll wait and see. When passing the corner of the corridor, I ran into Gao Liu Cheng, who was the last one to come out of the office. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be waiting here on purpose. Seeing the two people coming, Takayaniji Cheng stepped forward to stop Takasaki Yusuke and ask him. Yusuke, did Jun Hoshino use some despicable method to force you to do this? After hearing this, Hoshino-jun really wanted to kick this idiot. It was you who framed me first, and now you are saying that I am despicable. He opened his mouth speechlessly and swallowed his words back. Gao Liu Cheng is actually not a smart person, otherwise he would not be a woman's dog. Arguing with him is like playing the lute to a cow. And if this bootlicker is really persuaded by Jun Hoshino to turn back from his wrong path, then Jun Hoshino will have a headache. Only Takayaniji Cheng, who hates Jun Hoshino, can be a qualified ATM. Thinking about this, Hoshino-jun said lightly, idiot. You bastard, who are you calling an idiot? Gao Liu Cheng retorted angrily. Bite. Malicious insults from Gao Yanarji Cheng detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a D-level friendship debt. Takayaniji-kun is still as irritable as ever. But what does it matter? For the sake of Mrs. Takayaniji, Jun Hoshino of course chose to forgive him. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. Tip: please collect this person's friendship debt as soon as possible. If the collection is successful, you will be rewarded. With a smile on his face, Jun Hoshino crossed his legs and looked at Yusuke Takasaki. Now it's time for Takasaki-kun to take action. Takasaki Yusuke's mouth twitched, and he reluctantly grabbed Takayaniji's shoulders and scolded him. Takayaniji, how can you talk to Hoshino-kun like that? Apologize to Hoshino-kun. Gao Liu Cheng blinked blankly. He had been confused several times today. No matter how hard I thought, I couldn't figure out why Takasaki Yusuke, who shared the same hatred for the enemy, was like this. Could it be that, Yusuke, you and Hoshino have really reconciled? That's natural. Takasaki Yusuke winked at Takayaniji Shiro, but Takayaniji Shiro didn't understand. His eyes moved back and forth between Yusuke Takasaki and the smiling Jun Hoshino, and he inexplicably felt like he was being entreated. Jun Hoshino, why do you have to snatch everything from me? You knew I liked Zun, but you still let Zun fall in love with you. You knew Yusuke and I were friends, and now you want to interfere. The angry Takayaniji Cheng finally couldn't control his emotions and rushed forward to push Hoshino-jun. But the force was very light. It was so light that it made Jun Hoshino want to laugh. I guess Takayaniji Shiro probably remembered Yamada Fumio's warning. Bite. A malicious push from Takayaniji Castle has been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. Hoshino Jun slapped Gao Yanarja's arm away and said with a smile, "It's your own fault, don't blame me. I never thought of competing with you from the beginning. Don't be too proud. I already know your weakness. Sooner or later, I will make Zun give up on you." What an idiot. Hoshino Jun walked around him and said, "I do want to compete with you for someone, but it's not what you have in mind." After saying that, without caring whether Gao Yanarji Cheng understood it or not, Hoshino Jun left. Today, Aunt Yushi was on the early shift and came back early. Takayaniji Cheng had just been kept by teacher Hamasaki, and he was probably assigned a new review, so he probably wouldn't be able to return home until very late. So, Jun Hoshino can go collect debts again this afternoon. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. Tip: please collect this person's friendship debt as soon as possible. If the collection is successful, you will be rewarded 1 C level and 1 D level, 150,000 yen, not bad. However, the biggest payout still goes to Yusuke Takasaki, as Jun Hoshino still doesn't know how much money he can give for Class B debt. Hoshino-kun, wait for me, I have something to tell you. Takasaki Yusuke caught up from behind. Because of the 2 additional collection tasks, Hoshino Jun was in a good mood and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Let's go to the cafeteria for lunch. It's my treat." Takasaki Yusuke took out his wallet, which contained quite a bit of money. He said, "Don't save money for me. Whatever Hoshino-kun wants to eat is fine. Just consider it a chance for me to atone for my sins. It's just food in a university cafeteria, how expensive can it be?" "You are so stingy, Takasaki-kun." "Okay." Jun Hoshino nodded slightly and agreed to Takasaki Yusuke's request. A gentle breeze blew by, and the handsome boy's hair fluttered. Through the glass outside the classroom, Jun Hoshino noticed Takasaki Yusuke behind him. The moment he turned around, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to someone. Bite. Malicious leaks from Yusuke Takasaki have been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. Hoshino Jun smiled. Brat. I thought you had really changed, but with the look on your face just now, I almost felt embarrassed to show off to you. It is better to maintain hostility. When you become arrogant, you will not feel guilty about bullying honest people. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. Reminder, please collect Kato Nana's friendship debt as soon as possible. She already owes 1 B level debt and 1 C level debt. Time flies. The sunlight shone through the window onto the ground, reflecting the flying dust in the classroom. At the podium was the bald math teacher whose youth had passed. He finished the last class of the morning in a voice that sounded old and worn. Ding ling ling. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, Jun Hoshino told Yusuke Takasaki that he was going to the office to ask Hamasaki Sueyu something, and asked Yusuke Takasaki to go to the cafeteria first. Takasaki Yusuke readily agreed. But what he didn't know was that Jun Hoshino didn't go to any office at all. Hoshino-san, I'm already on the rooftop. When will you come up? This is the message sent by Takasaki Yusuke's girlfriend Kato Nana to Hoshino Jun. To be honest, Jun Hoshino didn't expect that Kato Nana would actually go. He originally wanted to use the excuse of breach of contract to block Kato Nana. Not bad. Hoshino Jun replied to Kato Nana, wait, I'll be there soon. Ding dong tilde. On the rooftop. The girl in white stockings paced back and forth. She was troubled by the messages on her cell phone, and her heavy chest was shaking as restlessly as her mood. What's wrong with Yusuke? Why is he suddenly asking me to eat? But Hoshino-kun said he's almost there. Just when the girl was worried, the door to the rooftop was pushed open. Before she could say anything, the boy named Jun Hoshino walked quickly towards her, grabbed her arm, and pulled her into his arms. Nana, I want to kiss you. P.S. Dear readers, a new chapter will be posted tomorrow at 1 p.m., when everyone is free. Whether this book can be promoted or not will depend entirely on the reading data of tomorrow's new chapter. As long as an account that has spent even just 2 Chijin coins reaches the last page of a new chapter within 3 months, it will be counted as follow-up reading. Praying for those of you who are good-looking, have good figures, and have strong and thick abdominal muscles to help Xiao Pujia. Thank you everyone. Chapter 25, trapped in the white trap. The midday sun scorched the earth, and the only way to escape the scorching sun on the rooftop was the shaded corner created by the low wall at the entrance. A gentle breeze blew through the darkness, lifting the hem of the girl's short skirt. A hint of blue suddenly appeared from the translucent white tights under the skirt. Unfortunately, no one was lucky enough to see this charming scenery, including Jun Hoshino, who was holding the girl in his arms at this moment. "Nana, I want to kiss you." "Hey Tilda." The girl's expression was dazed, and her plump and perky body allowed the boy to hold her in his arms because of a brief moment of unconsciousness, and she passively pressed her broad chest against the boy's belly. Jun Hoshino enjoyed this softness with peace of mind, and his hands moved down from Kato Nana's shoulders to touch her tight waist. The exact opposite of her characteristics. Although she is a little girl with a slender waist, she has great ambitions to conquer the world. It's really heroic. Takasaki-kun's girlfriend is a truly heroic and beautiful girl who is as capable as any man. This heroic spirit infected Jun Hoshino, and the young Jun Hoshino also became heroic. Feeling the warmth of a pair of big hands on her waist, Kato Nana broke free from Hoshino Jun's arms and took 2 steps back. "Hoshino-san, what nonsense are you talking about?" Jun Hoshino's eyes passed over Kato Nana's plump breasts inconspicuously, and he couldn't help but miss the feeling of his stomach being squeezed by a balloon filled with hot water. "Nana, what's wrong with you? Why are you reacting so strongly? You said I had a big reaction." Kato Nana raised her head and looked directly into Hoshino Jun's eyes. Her cute face finally turned a little red, and she couldn't tell if it was because of the heat or shyness. She scolded him in a deep voice. Any girl would react like this when faced with a pervert who suddenly asks for a kiss, okay? No. Not really. A normal girl would call the police at this time. Is Kato Nana normal? Jun Hoshino slowly approached Nana Kato, pushed her to the corner, and looked up and down at the beautiful girl. The plump body and the perky full moon-like buttocks outline a perfect S-shaped curve. The round and straight legs in white stockings add to the beauty and the temptation of a pure girl. It makes people swallow their saliva for her. Even Jun Hoshino, who loves mature women, has to praise the beauty of Nana Kato. Am I the pervert that Nana-chan is talking about? Hoshino Jun boldly lifted Kato Nana's chin, and he could feel the girl's delicate skin by gently stroking it. Looking at the bold boy, Kato Nana bit her lips lightly, feeling her face getting hot involuntarily, and her heartbeat was abnormally accelerating. She had never met such a wild boy in her life. Why do I feel a faint sense of anticipation? Kato Nana, what on earth are you thinking about? You have a boyfriend, open him up. Don't forget, you accepted Hoshino's invitation just to ask about your boyfriend and his relationship. Trying to calm herself down, Kato Nana pushed Hoshino Jun away, but the next second Jun Hoshino pressed on her again. He brushed his hands across Kato Nana's cheeks, pressed them against the wall behind her, and looked down at her, just like the domineering president in an idle drama who dotes on his poor, weak wife against the wall. Hoshino-san, don't be like this. What should I do? Jun Hoshino looked at Kato Nana's chest rising and falling, and moved a little closer to her. Kato Nana stepped back, but there was a wall behind her and she had nowhere to retreat. Don't get so close to me, okay? Why? You obviously have feelings for me, so why won't you let me get close to you now? I don't like you. As soon as she finished speaking, Kato Nana noticed that Hoshino Jun was a little closer. Junichi Hoshino's arms were slightly bent, and the knees of his slender legs had touched Kato Nana's thighs. Even through her pants, he could vaguely feel the smoothness of her white stockings. If you didn't have feelings for me, why did you agree to add me online yesterday? Why did you send me your swimsuit photos? Why did you wear white stockings for me? Also, why did you agree to my invitation to come to the rooftop at this time? You should know that rooftops are always a sacred place for couples, whether in anime or movies. I invited you to such a place. Don't you know my purpose? The words were soft and gentle, but to Kato Nana's ears, they were like heavy hammers that made her pretty face flush red. Jun Hoshino's questioning was too direct, catching Kato Nana off guard. She slightly opened her red lips, wanting to explain, but found that the only thing that seemed to be able to be explained was what happened on the rooftop. But it was also very reluctant. I came to the rooftop because I wanted to ask Hoshino-san something. Fut tilder Nana is so cute. Jun Hoshino raised his lips and smiled, then moved closer to Kato Nana, feeling that pleasurable touch again. He said, "Nana-chan has already sent me a message online, but she still said she came to the rooftop to find me just because she had something to ask me. Is there something you can't ask online? Girl. It's obvious that you are the one who is feeling romantically involved, but you refuse to admit it. Now that I have exposed your lie, how are you going to refute it?" I just. Kato Nana hesitated and couldn't say a word clearly for a long time, because she found that everything Hoshino-jun said was right. You can choose not to add me online, you can choose not to send photos, and you can choose not to come to the rooftop. But she also wanted to find some excitement. Jun Hoshino's smile became more and more obvious. When he lowered his eyes, he could only see a huge obstacle, but Nana Kato's advantages were not limited to obstacles. If you want to feel it well, you have to find other ways. Nana, tell me, what are you thinking about? Hoshino-jun said casually, while his left hand released the wall and placed it naturally on Kato Nana's thigh. I could really feel the smooth and soft touch of the white silk thighs, which were plump, soft, like cream and fat, and extremely tender. With a little force, it can be pinched into the thigh flesh. Kato Nana murmured, her face as red as a cloud, and she did not protest against Hoshino-jun's offensive action. I just continue to explain, I just want to explain to Shinya face to face. It's impossible between us. I think it's the minimum respect to be face to face. The question Kato Nana asked at this time had nothing to do with the original purpose. But she felt that making this clear now was the most important thing. If she didn't explain it clearly, Kato Nana felt that she might not be able to refuse Hoshino-san today. Her heart was beating faster. Nana, why do you say that? Hoshino-jun pretended to be curious and said, is it because I was too proactive that you think I'm a scumbag? No, actually. I just have a special liking for you. Before you, I have never had any contact with the opposite sex in school. You must have heard about my reputation, so you should know that I'm not a scumbag, it's just that you are special. Chapter 26, The Excitement of My Boyfriend Calling Me. Please read more. Name, Kato Nana. Stamina, 4. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 8. Occupation, student. Friendship, she currently owes you 1B level friendship debt and 1C level friendship debt. Please urge her to pay as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 6 million yen. Food, 3 meals a day for 1 year and 3 months. Friendship, learn how to kiss together 12 minutes. Jun Hoshino stared at Kato Nana, his eyes as deep as the dark night. You are special. When this sentence is like a confession and comes from the mouth of a person of the opposite sex with extremely high appearance, the lethality is enormous. Hoshino-san. Kato Nana's eyes seemed to be dripping with oil, sparkling, and even the warmth of Hoshino-jun's hand on her leg brought a momentary numbness. She felt her heart beating very fast. I didn't expect Hoshino-san to be so bold in expressing his love. Even if it's separated by the texture of the fabric, even if it's separated by the distance of the mountains. Just by leaning forward slightly and bending his waist, Jun Hoshino could inexplicably feel how intense Kato Nana's heartbeat was in his chest. Takasaki-kun is so lucky to have such a wonderful girlfriend. She has a nice figure and is cute. It's a pity that Takasaki-kun is always busy dealing with me and has no time to take care of her. How can I leave such a lovely girl alone? So I will do it for Takasaki-kun. Jun Hoshino thought to himself, he is so kind. If Takasaki-kun knew about this in the future, he would definitely be very grateful to him. As he was thinking, Jun Hoshino moved closer again, their noses almost touching, and the heat from their breaths hit each other's faces. If a stranger saw this scene, he would probably think that these two people were a couple in love. Hoshino-san. Kato Nana raised her delicate jaw, the blush on her face telling of her excitement at the moment. Her red lips were tightly bitten, and her eyes were as shy as a budding flower. Nana-chan. Jun Hoshino seemed to murmur something, and the moment their noses touched, Kato Nana seemed to be electrocuted. Her legs rubbed against each other, and she fell limply into Jun Hoshino's arms. But as the excitement came, the face of her boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki kept flashing in her mind. No, I can't do this. I can't do anything that would let Yusuke down. Kato Nana, have you forgotten that you and Yusuke-kun are boyfriend and girlfriend? I've already surpassed Hoshino-san. At this moment, Kato Nana's consciousness was urging her to push Hoshino-jun away and explain clearly, but her instinct controlled her body to move closer to Hoshino-jun. She couldn't even utter the words, "I have a boyfriend." His lips were slightly open for a long time, but in the end he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. "Yusuke, please forgive me. I promise, in 1 minute, just 1 minute, I will immediately push Hoshino-kun away." While thousands of thoughts flashed through Kato Nana's mind, Hoshino-jun had already started to act. His left hand slowly rubbed Takasaki-kun's white silk thighs that he had never touched, and his palm felt the tenderness and softness that Takasaki-kun had never felt before. His right hand also gave up supporting the wall and walked down, his fingertips sliding along the fragrant hair to Kato Nana's cheek. He could clearly feel the scorching temperature of the girl's cheek, and his nails seemed to accidentally touch the edge of her warm red lips. Kato Nana's whole body trembled, she shuddered, and couldn't help but let out a moan. "Nana, can I kiss you now?" The summer breeze was gentle and soft, blowing the hair of the boy and girl with a hint of coolness. Kato Nana's expression was vague and her eyes were evasive. She turned her head and said, "Hoshino-san, I haven't kissed anyone yet." "No rejection, that means yes. As a man, of course you can't let a woman take the initiative to speak. Girls always need to be reserved." In order to preserve Kato Nana's modesty, the kind-hearted Jun Hoshino acted decisively, grabbed Kato Nana's cute little face and turned her over. Staring at the girl's lips which were as pink as peach petals, Hoshino-jun stopped talking. He lowered his head slightly and kissed her. The girl's lips were fragrant and soft, with a hint of mint coolness, which dispelled the heat of hugging each other in the summer. Kato Nana's mind went blank, and her reason told her that she must push Hoshino away immediately. But the big hands kneading her thighs and the warm touch on her lips brought Kato Nana a feeling of comfort that was almost like ascending to heaven. "Yusuke-kun, I'm sorry, my first kiss was taken away by someone else. But, just 10 more seconds, and I will forcefully drive Hoshino-san away." Kato Nana seemed to be addicted, and she kept telling herself in her heart to stay away from this handsome boy whom she had only known for less than 2 days. But her lips began to respond uncontrollably to Jun Hoshino's passionate kiss. She stood on tiptoe and her hands involuntarily held Jun Hoshino's waist. Her expression was hazy, as if she was actively asking for a kiss. It is impolite not to reciprocate. How could Jun Hoshino refuse the girl's enthusiasm? He hugged the girl tightly in his arms and kissed her passionately. 10 seconds passed. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. Kato Nana let out a soft moan like in a dream, but she didn't push Hoshino-jun away. "Yusuke-kun, wait a moment, or I'll push Hoshino-kun away. Please forgive me." Brother Hoshino stood proudly in front of sister Kato, who was so scared that she shed tears timidly. Feeling deeply the danger, Nana Kato stared into Jun Hoshino's eyes, feeling both shame and indescribable pleasure. Jun Hoshino didn't know what Kato Nana was thinking. At this moment, he just wanted the kiss to continue until the 12 minutes were up. So even when his cell phone rang, he ignored it. Jun Hoshino has set it up so that if it is his aunt calling, there will be a special prompt tone and ringtone. As long as it's not his aunt looking for him, then anyone can be put aside for now. In the gentle breeze, in the sunshine. While other students were enjoying lunch, Jun Hoshino was also enjoying a wonderful lunch. "It's just that I'm stealing other people's food." Beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde. A cell phone rang again, but this time it wasn't Jun Hoshino's phone. He grabbed Kato Nana's hand and whispered in the middle of the passionate kiss, "Don't take it, finish the kiss with me first." Hum tilde, Kato Nana muttered. At this moment, she had already forgotten about pushing Hoshino-jun away. He hugged Jun Hoshino's waist tightly and kissed her lips in ecstasy. Bite. Collection completed. The remuneration has been paid to Hiroshino-jun's personal account through formal channels, a total of 600,000 yuan. Completed AB level collection, and rewarded Shinya-jun with +1 stamina. Shinya-jun's current stamina has been changed to 8. At the same time, in the school cafeteria. "Yusuke, are you saying that you were just pretending to be close to Jun Hoshino, but actually planned to teach him a lesson in other ways?" Takayaniji Cheng's brows relaxed slightly, and his expression looked a little excited. He knew how Yusuke could possibly abandon him and get together with Jun Hoshino. It turned out that everything happened for a reason. "I feel that what Yusuke did was like the plot in the Hong Kong movie Infernal Affairs, which sounds very exciting." "Yeah, so you have to trust me and keep quiet, understand?" Takasaki Yusuke nodded, observing the crowd around him from time to time, holding his mobile phone tightly in his hand, always feeling uneasy in his heart. 20 minutes have already passed. Hoshino-jun has been in the office for far too long. And Nana, why don't you answer the phone or reply to messages? Is she mad at me, or has she said something? Suddenly, the phone rang with a ding sound, and Takasaki Yusuke quickly opened the interface to check. Unfortunately, it was not his girlfriend Nana Kato, but a person with the note, President. How far have you progressed in forcing Jun Hoshino to drop out of school? Chapter 27, Don't Make It Public. 20 minutes is enough time for the sun to take a small step from east to west. The shadows were dispelled, and Jun Hoshino and Nana Kato, who were illuminated by the strong light, were ultimately unable to withstand the scorching sun and were forced to separate. Well, it's not all the sun's fault. The main reason was that Jun Hoshino's hand reached out for the D-grade fruit on the thin branch, waking Kato Nana up. Hatilder. 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 When their lips parted, Jun Hoshino took deep breaths of air. Then he raised his hand and wiped his lips. When his fingertips touched his lips, he felt a burning sensation, as if his skin was about to shed. Nana, are you so reluctant to leave my kiss? Jun Hoshino looked at Kato Nana, whose eyes were shining with water, and teased her. The girl's face was covered with pink clouds. She was just aroused by excitement and stimulation, and she kissed Jun Hoshino too fiercely, with fearlessness and greed. It was not until now, when being teased by Jun Hoshino, that Kato Nana realized how wrong she had just been. Didn't we agree to push Hoshino-san away immediately? Kato Nana, why did you take the initiative? You are such a disappointment. And Yusuke? Are you worthy of Yusuke? How could you forget that you have a boyfriend? Kato Nana was filled with remorse, whispering softly through her slightly swollen pink lips. Shing, Hoshino-san, please don't tell anyone about what happened today. Nana, what's wrong again? Jun Hoshino took a step forward, gently stroked the girl's cheek with his slender fingers, and tucked the hair that was stuck with sweat behind the girl's ears. We kissed and hugged for too long, and it was a sunny day in April, so it was normal to sweat from the heat. He leaned over and blew a breath of hot air towards the girl's earlobe, adding fuel to the fire. Just now, my first kiss was taken away by Nana. Nana, don't you think she doesn't want to be responsible for me? The sweet young voice of the young man seemed to float into the soul, and the blush that Kato Nana had finally faded away crept back onto her face again. Nana Kato looked up at Jun Hoshino, who was much taller than her boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki. The boy was standing with the sun behind him, and his handsomeness was too dazzling. No. It's not. It was my first kiss too, so it doesn't count as taking it away, it just cancels it out. Kato Nana subconsciously followed the rhythm of Jun Hoshino. It was obviously Jun Hoshino who kissed her first, but under his guidance, she said that they cancelled each other out. Huh. Is it our first kiss? When Jun Hoshino heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect that Yusuke Takasaki was so incompetent that he had never kissed his girlfriend. What's that look in your eyes, Hoshino-san? No, I just think Nana should be very popular. There should be a lot of people chasing after Nana. Yes, but so what? Would I kiss anyone casually? As if she felt doubted, Kato Nana felt a little embarrassed and angry, and then she realized that there seemed to be something wrong with what she said. Because she really kissed Jun Hoshino casually, and Jun Hoshino also touched her several times just now. The most important thing is that Kato Nana herself didn't feel angry at all, and even felt quite excited. Thinking of this, Kato Nana's expression changed drastically in an instant. Har, I know. Hoshino-jun took the initiative to speak to ease the girl's embarrassment. I am also special to Nana, right? Hearing this, Kato Nana's expression improved a little. Hoshino-jun's explanation showed that she was not just any girl. But at the same time, it also indirectly increased Jun Hoshino's status in her heart. Kato Nana couldn't help but think, is it possible that Hoshino-san is really a special person to me, just as he said? But I already have Yusuke. And I've only known Hoshino-san for 2 days. This is too strange. With thoughts all over the place, Kato Nana was in a mess. At this moment, their beep tilde ringtone rang again. Kato Nana picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from her boyfriend. And there were several missed calls before, which were ignored when she was kissing passionately. Oh no, Yusuke must be worried about me after all these calls. Immediately, Kato Nana said to Hoshino-jun, in any case, Hoshino-kun must not tell anyone about what happened today. As for why, I'll explain it to Hoshino-san online tonight. That's all. After saying that, Kato Nana turned around and ran downstairs. You can see that she is very anxious. Looking at the flying skirt of Kato Nana as she ran, Hoshino-jun followed slowly. Explain online tonight. Isn't that a little too late? Jun Hoshino had noticed long ago that the person who kept calling Kato Nana was Takasaki Yusuke. I guess Kato Nana is going to see him now. Interesting. In that case, I'll go take a look too. Walking slowly downstairs against the wind, Jun Hoshino first went to the bathroom, took off his clothes, and looked down at his body. It doesn't look like there is much change, but with a slight touch, you can clearly feel that the muscles in the body have become harder and stronger. When I clenched my fists, I felt a power that was stronger than ever before. After completing the B-level debt collection, I not only received 600,000 yen in money, but also a physical strength point. The strength that the body feels now is probably brought about by this level of physical strength. I don't know if the improvement in physical strength is comprehensive. With this question in mind, Jun Hoshino unbuckled his belt and couldn't help but take a breath. Experience is at least +3. Shocked by himself, Jun Hoshino quickly opened his message panel. Name, Jun Hoshino. Stamina, 8. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 9. Occupation, student. Friendship, Takayaniji Yuki currently owes you 1D rank and 1C rank friendship debt. Please collect this debt as soon as possible. You will be rewarded after successful collection. It really just added a little bit of physical strength, it didn't fill it up directly. This is a bit too scary. System, could you please explain to me the numerical values on the panel and the reward rules for the collection mission? The panel values represent a person's basic stats. Most people's values are between 4 and 6. When their physical and mental strength reach 0, they die. 1-2 is poor, 3-4 is weak, 5-6 is average, 7-8 is good, 9-10 is excellent, and one more value above 10 is perfect. After testing, no one in this world has a value higher than 10. As for the rewards, please actively collect them and explore on your own. Now that we've come to this point, why are you suddenly going to stop talking? Hoshino-jun's feeling system is just like those authors who write online novels, who will interrupt the readers at the critical moment. Deserve to die. Open the floodgates to release water. After letting the toilet experience what it meant to be majestic, Jun Hoshino went to the cafeteria. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, Jun Hoshino saw Takasaki Yusuke waving at him happily from afar, and Kato Nana whose face suddenly darkened. Chapter 28, What is your relationship? There are always some surprising encounters. For example, in less than 10 minutes, Kato Nana saw Hoshino again, with whom she had just kissed passionately on the rooftop. As the girlfriend of Hoshino's friend. The laughter and chatter of adolescent boys and girls filled the entire cafeteria. Takasaki Yusuke was in the corner on the right side of the cafeteria. He left early because Takayaniji Cheng said he couldn't face Hoshino-jun calmly. Now only Takasaki Yusuke and Kato Nana are here. The couple sat face to face, seemingly close to each other, but in fact they always kept some distance. TSK, Takasaki-kun is really going too far. How could you have the heart to let your girlfriend sit across from you all alone? If a man is not bold, he may not be able to kiss his girlfriend on the lips even after dating for a year. Just watch, Takasaki-kun, and let the kind-hearted Hoshino-kun show you how. Under the gaze of Yusuke Takasaki, Jun Hoshino sat down next to his girlfriend Nana Kato, ignoring the murderous look that flashed across Yusuke Takasaki's face for a moment, and started chatting and laughing with them. Oh my, I just ran into a girl on their way here and helped her out a little. I'm sorry I kept Takasaki-kun waiting for so long. Har, Hoshino-kun is still as helpful as ever. He is a role model I should learn from. Takasaki Yusuke smiled, then patted the seat on his left and said, Hoshino-kun, come sit next to me. Let's have a good chat today. There's no need to change seats. I can hear you clearly now. Hoshino-jun responded, then looked at Kato Nana with a smile. This classmate probably won't mind me sitting next to you. My boyfriend and his crush were sitting at the same table. Kato Nana clutched her clothes tightly, her toes bent in her small leather shoes, as if she wanted to dig through the shoe surface. It's so embarrassing. If she had known that Yusuke was inviting Hoshino to dinner when he said he would treat his friends, Kato Nana would definitely have left before Jun Hoshino arrived. I will never stay for a second longer. Just when Kato Nana was about to say that she minded, a big hand suddenly placed on her leg under the table and pinched it. Classmate, why don't you speak? Jun Hoshino looked calm, playing with Kato Nana's plump white silk thighs in his hands. It feels great, soft, smooth and tender. You can press it lightly to feel the depression and feel the presence of the leg bones. Although they had been touching each other for a long time on the rooftop before, they didn't get bored. On the contrary, the presence of Takasaki Yusuke opposite made Jun Hoshino happier. He looked at Kato Nana calmly. At this moment, Kato Nana didn't even dare to breathe. She was extremely panicked. No, it's okay. Hoshino-san can sit down if he wants. No need to ask me. While answering, Kato Nana reached under the table and grabbed Hoshino-jun's wrist, but she didn't expect that Hoshino-jun was so bold to an incredible degree. Jun Hoshino not only slapped Kato Nana's hand away, but also grabbed her right leg with one hand and placed it on his left leg, stroking the girl's soft legs. Hoshino-san is so sexy. How could he be like this in front of Yusuke? Kato Nana's expression changed. The girl's heart was beating fast. She looked up at Takasaki Yusuke and found that her boyfriend didn't notice what was happening to her at the moment. The excitement in my heart increased greatly. Slowly, Kato Nana lowered her eyes, pretended to be calm, and withdrew her hand that was trying to control Hoshino-jun and placed it on the table. The girl acquiesced to Jun Hoshino's behavior. While kneading and playing with Takasaki Yusuke's girlfriend's white silk thighs, Hoshino-jun asked Takasaki Yusuke as if nothing had happened. Takasaki-kun, you invited me to dinner because of something. Now's the time to tell me. The corners of Takasaki Yusuke's mouth twitched. Seeing Hoshino-jun sitting next to his girlfriend with a clear conscience, he felt like he had eaten a dead fly. But his goal now is to get close to Jun Hoshino first, and he must establish the persona of wanting to reconcile. Moreover, Yusuke Takasaki's lovely and kind girlfriend was also opposite him. In front of his girlfriend, Yusuke Takasaki would not lose his temper. Never mind, Nana said it's okay anyway. In the warm sunshine, Takasaki Yusuke's eyebrows were gentle, and his tone was several tones lower than usual when he spoke in class. Hoshino-kun, you misunderstood me. I didn't invite you to dinner because I had something to do. I sincerely hope to gain Hoshino-kun's forgiveness. I was tempted by the devil and wanted to stand up for Cheng-kun, so I did something wrong. It's my fault, please forgive me, Hoshino-kun. Takasaki Yusuke clasped his hands together, lowered his head slightly, and sincerely apologized to Hoshino-jun again. Looking through his palms and noticing that Kato Nana was breathing heavily, Takasaki Yusuke's mouth corners unconsciously rose. This was the effect he wanted, to apologize to Jun Hoshino and get closer to her while clearing up his girlfriend's misunderstanding of him. Yesterday, Kato Nana ignored him, and today she didn't answer his calls several times. Takasaki Yusuke was sad about this for a while. From kindergarten to now, it has been more than 10 years, and I finally got promoted from childhood sweetheart to boyfriend. How can I let Nana hate me? Nana, you heard me, I did this for my friends, and I have already changed my ways. I am still the gentle and kind Yusuke in your heart. I have not changed badly. Please don't ignore me. Puff. Jun Hoshino understood what Yusuke Takasaki was saying, and increased the strength of his hands pressing on Baisai's thighs. This made Kato Nana unable to hold back and she let out a soft groan. Takasaki Yusuke heard it, but before he could ask, Hoshino-jun spoke first. Takasaki-kun, you're really going too far. Why do you apologize so many times all day long? Okay, I forgive you, just stop dwelling on this little thing. Her hands were still rubbing their white silk legs. As the strength increased, even Kato Nana's neck turned a little red. Her thin cherry lips were tightly pursed. Hoshino-san is so bad. What if Yusuke finds out? Yusuke, don't look at me. I didn't agree to Hoshino-san touching me. It's just that Hoshino-san was too forceful. Don't worry, Yusuke. I'll just tolerate him for now. If he does anything beyond touching my legs, I'll definitely reject him. Although she thought so in her heart, in fact, Kato Nana's eyes were filled with joy and comfort. Yusuke Takasaki was a little confused about his girlfriend's condition, but he didn't take it to heart because Kato Nana's face was very red when she first arrived. There was also a lot of sweat on his face. Compared to before, it's better now. Yusuke Takasaki thought, maybe Nana was just too hot. I knew you were a good person, Hoshino-kun. You would definitely forgive me. Takasaki Yusuke said with a smile, tell me what you want to eat, Hoshino-kun. I'll go order. Anything is fine. Jun Hoshino smiled and his eyes moved back and forth between Yusuke Takasaki and Nana Kato. Then, he intensified his mischief with his hands under the table and said to Takasaki Yusuke with a bright smile. Rather than eating, I'm more curious about the relationship between Takasaki-kun and this female classmate. She's been keeping an eye on Takasaki-kun. Didn't even look at me. Hearing this, Takasaki Yusuke couldn't help but raise his head proudly. After all, Jun Hoshino is so handsome that there is nothing to say about it. There is no girl in Class 3B who can look at Yusuke Takasaki when Jun Hoshino is present. Jun Hoshino's words at this time undoubtedly made Takasaki Yusuke embarrassed. Takasaki Yusuke shouted in his heart, Nana is so cool. Chapter 29, Takasaki-kun's girlfriend is awesome. Having a good girlfriend is undoubtedly something to be proud of. The warm sunlight, mixed with the dim yellow light in the corner, fell on the handsome men and beautiful women, giving them a halo. They are not a couple. Sitting opposite them, Yusuke Takasaki could hold his head high and introduce himself to everyone as the boyfriend of the girl named Nana Kato. Just like now. Hoshino-kun, Nana is my girlfriend. Nana is not only a good student, but also has a great personality. Yesterday, she even brought the classmates from Class 3A to cheer me on. I think Hoshino-kun has noticed it too. When introducing Kato Nana, Takasaki Yusuke looked a little proud. As if to say, Hoshino, although I am not as handsome as you and not as popular as you, my girlfriend is very good, while you are just a single dog. Yusuke Tilder stopped talking. Tilder. Kato Nana covered her face and lowered her head, her ears red with embarrassment. Because when the boyfriend was praising Kato Nana, Hoshino's hand was gently scratching Kato Nana's calf. Very itchy. The young and beautiful girl is shy and timid. She lies on the table and lets the table bear the bulging, round and firm beauty of her chest. What a shy and innocent girl. Jun Hoshino, who was standing next to the girl, had an obvious stunned expression on his face for a few seconds. During this time, his hand under the table calmly moved Kato Nana's fleshy thigh off his legs. Kato Nana raised her blushing face slightly and glanced at Hoshino Jun blankly. Hoshino-san, why don't you continue touching me? Are you tired of it? Oh, what am I thinking? Wouldn't it be a good thing if Hoshino-san stopped touching me? Breathing a sigh of relief, Nana Kato put her two plump white silk legs together, fearing that Jun Hoshino might suddenly pull her legs over again. However, Jun Hoshino did not look at her and did not make any foul moves. Hoshino Jun just pursed his lips and said with a slightly disappointed tone, Takasaki-kun, your girlfriend is awesome. Hearing the envy in Jun Hoshino's tone, Takasaki Yusuke felt even more proud. He grinned foolishly as he looked at Kato Nana, who was lying on the table with her face red all the way to her ears. Is she so shy just because she is praised in front of outsiders? Nana is really thin-skinned. Shy Nana, so cool. I'll praise her a few more times in private later. I don't believe that Nana will ignore me. Great minds think alike. I also think Nana is awesome. Hoshino-kun, Nana, please take a seat first. I'll go get lunch and come right over. Takasaki Yusuke stood up, waved with a smile, and left humming a happy little tune. Looking at his back, Hoshino Jun sighed softly. Takasaki-kun is so happy that I envy him. You're right, Kato Nana-san, the scumbag who's good at playing with my feelings. Hearing what Jun Hoshino said, Kato Nana looked at him blankly. The school uniform that was pressed tightly by the table was also relaxed with the range of Kato Nana's movements. At this moment, Jun Hoshino turned around and saw this scene. The school uniform has suffered too much pain. Although I have touched it, I still want to reach out and help it share the pressure. Hoshino-san, don't talk nonsense. I'm not playing with your feelings. Kato Nana pouted her lips and immediately felt a slight tingling in her lower lip. When we were on the rooftop, Hoshino-san kissed me and my skin broke. Feeling that she was being slandered, Kato Nana did not flinch at the slight sting. She looked into Hoshino-jun's eyes and retorted. It's clearly Hoshino-san who's been pestering me. I've even been kissed and touched by Hoshino-san. Obviously, it's clearly Hoshino-san who's playing. After all, a young girl could never say the 3 words, play with me. However, her meaning was clearly expressed. However, Hoshino-jun did not show any weakness under Kato Nana's gaze, but instead asked coldly. Then why didn't Kato tell me at the beginning that you had a boyfriend? The name changed from Nana-chan, who was trying to get closer, to the intimate Nana, and then changed again to Kato-san, who was trying to distance himself from her. An emotional journey that takes others months or even years to complete. Nana Kato completed the experience in 2 days because of Jun Hoshino. This attitude change happened so quickly that Kato Nana felt that her train of thought could not keep up. This top student in Class A of Grade 3 did not know what to say for a moment. If you had told me from the beginning that you had a boyfriend, how could I have approached you? If you hadn't sent me photos, how could I have thought that you had feelings for me as well? If you didn't go to the rooftop, how could I hug you? If you pushed me away, how could I lose my first kiss? He moved his gaze and looked out the window, where Jun Hoshino's hair was gently ruffled by the breeze from the window. The deep gaze and low roaring voice were filled with endless pain and sadness. At this moment, he looked like a clown who had just been teased by a bad woman. Regardless of whether others believe it or not, Jun Hoshino himself believes it. Under the light, Kato Nana looked at Hoshino-jun's handsome face. And his desolate look. Kato Nana herself was also confused. According to Jun Hoshino, she was the unforgivable evil person, and it was she who set the trap and lured Jun Hoshino into it step by step. So, I'm the culprit. Is it me who kept this information, fooled Hoshino-san, and then passively took away Hoshino-san's first kiss? For some reason, Kato Nana didn't feel any guilt or apology in her heart, but instead felt extremely comfortable. There seems to be some joy in playing with other people's feelings. Looking at the pain in Jun Hoshino's expression, Kato Nana was secretly happy but also a little disappointed. Hoshino-san is so boring. She silently moved to the side, trying to keep some distance from Jun Hoshino. But the next moment, Jun Hoshino's big hand suddenly grabbed Kato Nana's wrist. He didn't feel sorry for the beautiful girl's slender arm at all, and pulled Kato Nana towards him with force. Now, the Joker is about to start his counterattack. R. Kato Nana screamed and almost fell to the ground, but she was saved by holding onto Hoshino-jun's arm in time. Then Kato Nana asked angrily, Hoshino-san, what are you doing? What I do? Jun Hoshino narrowed his eyes and carefully felt the soft touch on his arm. This feeling, like being pressed down by cotton, can easily make people feel itchy. He likes it very much. I, Hoshino-jun, am not some lowly Asian boy. Kato-san has played tricks on me so many times, it's only natural that I should fight back now. I want to let you, Kato-san, know the consequences of playing with my feelings. Hearing the cold words, Kato Nana raised her head and saw that Hoshino-jun's expression had returned to its calm state. Smiling, there is a very dangerous feeling. This moment, Kato Nana's heart trembled. Hoshino-kun, he's really bad. P.S. I have diarrhea, and the remaining chapter has not been coded yet. I will post it in the afternoon. Chapter 30, Just the Flowers in Bloom. The lunch that Yusuke Takasaki bought was very good, 3 servings of beef curry rice with extra meat. Both the color and the aroma are excellent, at least much better than what Jun Hoshino makes himself. After eating it, the strong feeling of fullness brings people full happiness. Kato Nana only took a few bites and then said, Yusuke, go get a Coke with ice. Nana, don't you dislike drinking Coke? I don't like it. Kato Nana shook her head, a blush on her pretty face. She sat straight, her school uniform bulging out. I asked you to buy this for Hoshino-san. Yusuke, didn't you treat Hoshino-san to dinner? Didn't you notice that he was sweating from the heat? There was a faint trace of white swaying under the dining table. The plump and smooth right leg had taken off its leather shoes and was placed on Jun Hoshino's left leg. If you look up from the bottom, you can see the small, round toes with a pink tint through the translucent stockings, constantly tickling Jun Hoshino's calves. The soft touch on his calf made Jun Hoshino's heart beat a little faster, but he managed his expression very well and continued to eat calmly and leisurely. How to say it? Fortunately, Kato Nana doesn't have smelly feet, otherwise she would have been exposed. Okay then. Takasaki Yusuke scratched his head in confusion. He didn't know why his girlfriend asked him to buy a Coke for Hoshino. Maybe he saw that I wanted to have a good relationship with Hoshino, so he wanted to help me. That should be it. Nana and Hoshino don't know each other, so this is the only explanation. Nana, what do you want to drink? I'll buy yours too. I'm not thirsty. Not thirsty. Takasaki Yusuke was even more. If there weren't a lot of people around, Hoshino-jun would have wanted to wipe his mouth with Kato Nana's clothes, preferably the part with the bulging buttons. The unconcealed burning gaze was too embarrassing. Kato Nana didn't dare to look at it and kept paying attention to her boyfriend who went to buy Coke. This girl seems to be a little reluctant to leave Jun Hoshino. If things continue at this pace, Takasaki Yusuke will soon become Jun Hoshino's exclusive ATM machine for swiping money. Jun Hoshino never likes to wait passively. He likes to take the initiative and get the money. For example, asking Kato Nana to order Takasaki Yusuke just now was the first step in activating the ATM. It depends on whether Takasaki-kun can withstand the next move. Kato-san, when you get home tonight, please take a few more photos for me. They must be sexier than the ones from yesterday. No tilde. Kato Nana bent her legs, stuffed her feet into the little leather shoes, and then reached down to pull the shoes up. I've already apologized. Hoshino-kun, please don't go any further. You're acting like a pervert right now. Is Jun Hoshino a pervert? Not really. The flowers are in full bloom, and if you don't appreciate them, it would seem that Hoshino-chun is unromantic. At this moment, Kato Nana's actions were in stark contrast to her words. While she was saying that it was impossible to send photos to Hoshino-jun, she was quietly lifting her skirt up, trying to make Jun Hoshino see more clearly. Kato Nana continued, and Hoshino-san already knows about this. Nana has a boyfriend now, and only her boyfriend has the right to see those photos. Nana would never send them to Hoshino-san. Really? Hoshino-jun smiled and said, it's up to you whether to post it or not. Anyway, I will be waiting for Kato's photo at 11 o'clock in the evening. Hearing this, the girl felt her legs go limp with shame. Hoshino-san asked for her sexy photos at 11 o'clock. What do you want to do? Hoshino, your Coke. After about 4 or 5 minutes, Takasaki Yusuke finally came back and placed a glass of iced cola in front of Hoshino-jun. Bite. It was detected that Takasaki Yusuke maliciously put something dirty in your Coke. If you choose not to pursue the debt, you will receive a Class C debt. Jun Hoshino's brows relaxed and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had been paying attention to Yusuke Takasaki and knew that while Yusuke Takasaki was waiting for Coke, he was also watching him chatting with Nana Kato. Jun Hoshino knew that Takasaki-kun definitely couldn't stand his girlfriend communicating with other men. System, I don't blame Takasaki Yusuke, but I choose to give this cup of Coke to someone else, is that okay? Can. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. Sorry, Takasaki-kun. I'm suddenly not thirsty anymore. Let's give this cup of Coke to Kato-san. Look, she's sweating profusely. Mr. Takasaki, are you willing to let your beautiful girlfriend drink this cup? Chapter 31, He Kicked Me Again. Kato-san, drink your Coke. Jun Hoshino pushed the cola mixed with dirty things by Yusuke Takasaki in front of Nana Kato, and seemed to care about Nana Kato. Takasaki Yusuke's expression suddenly changed, and he pulled Coke back in front of Hoshino-jun. Yusuke Takasaki knew very well that some of the little seasonings he liked were added to the Coke he bought. As a boyfriend, how could he give such dirty stuff to his innocent girlfriend to drink? Hoshino-san, Nana never drinks Coke, so you should drink this one. I'll buy another for Nana. Jun Hoshino shook his head and pushed the Coke over again. Kato-san has been looking at the cola since a while ago. I think Kato-san might really want to taste the cola. Right, Kato-kun. No, I don't want to. Kato Nana was about to shake her head, but the next moment she felt Hoshino-jun's foot under the table kicking her little leather shoes. Everything has a first time. Maybe Kato-kun will fall in love with cola in the future. As he spoke, Hoshino-jun suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at Takasaki Yusuke with a smile, or, Takasaki-kun wants to control Kato's life. Kato Nana understood in an instant. Hoshino-san didn't care whether she was thirsty or not. Hoshino-san just wanted to order her around in front of Yusuke. What kind of bad taste is this, Hoshino-san? Supervillain. Yusuke. While secretly cursing Jun Hoshino in her heart, Kato Nana also looked up at Takasaki Yusuke. She hopes her boyfriend can be more domineering, and preferably like what Hoshino said, he can directly control her and tell her not to drink. Kato Nana thought that if Takasaki Yusuke could be tough enough, she would definitely ignore Hoshino. I want to drink this coke. After all, she was in front of her boyfriend and listening to other boys' words. Kato Nana seemed particularly restrained and spoke in a very soft voice. How about it, Yusuke, will you forcefully refuse for me? Feeling his girlfriend's expectant gaze, Takasaki Yusuke's face turned strange, and it felt like thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. Damn you, Jun Hoshino, what a bunch of bastard talk you're saying. How can I possibly control Nana? Stop trying to sow discord here. If Nana Kato hadn't been right in front of him, Yusuke Takasaki would probably have burst out laughing. It was almost obvious that Jun Hoshino was trying to sow discord between him and his girlfriend. Hateful. Nana, this coke has ice in it. Did you forget that you don't drink it cold? It's another gentle and boring concern. Kato Nana was a little disappointed. She hoped that Takasaki Yusuke would be more domineering. But, Nana wants to drink now. Kato Nana said with a pout. Seeing Nana's cute little expression at this moment, Takasaki Yusuke wanted to give her his heart, not to mention this cup of coke. But the problem is, he mixed some seasoning into this cup of coke. Nana, but. After listening to Takasaki Yusuke for a long time without being able to come up with a reason, Hoshino-jun wanted to laugh. I have to say that Takasaki-kun is such an awesome boy, as is crazy about coming up with reasons to prevent his girlfriend from drinking the dirty cola. If it were in an anime or light novel, he would probably be a male protagonist with a harem. Unfortunately, this is not the world of anime, nor is it a boring light novel. And you, Takasaki-kun, are not the so-called protagonist. Your girlfriend Nana Kato doesn't like your useless gentleness. Instead, she seems to listen to me more. So Kato-san can't drink ice? Then don't drink it. Jun Hoshino took immediate action and snatched the coke back from Nana Kato's hand. His strong and domineering appearance is in stark contrast to Takasaki Yusuke, just like an undefeated general who planned and strategized on the ancient battlefield. Confident and arrogant. Interweaving of light and shadow. Kato Nana looked at the handsome profile of Hoshino-jun, opened her mouth slightly, and the organ called heart seemed to turn into a small drum. It kept knocking dong. Nana is so cute that Yusuke Takasaki is almost drunk by her. But, this coke is not drinkable. Who would drink their own boogers? Damn Jun Hoshino, are you sick? Can't you drink this cup of coke yourself? Even if you don't drink it, won't you throw it away? Do you have to find someone to drink for you? Nana, my stomach feels a little uncomfortable today. Takasaki Yusuke pushed the coke to Hoshino-jun again, smiled and said, let Hoshino-kun drink it. He was still thinking about how to disgust Jun Hoshino. Jun Hoshino calmly kicked Kato Nana's small leather shoes again. Kato Nana's delicate body trembled slightly. She pursed her lips, stood up and handed the coke to Takasaki Yusuke personally. Yusuke, what do you mean by this? I want my boyfriend to help me experience the taste. What do you mean by giving it to Hoshino-kun? Tease me. I'm sorry, Yusuke. Mr. Hoshino is too overbearing. I dare not disobey him. Could you please refuse him yourself? Please, just say no to me. Kato Nana looked at Takasaki Yusuke, hoping that he would be more domineering. However, Takasaki Yusuke misunderstood and thought that his girlfriend was angry. His head was buzzing and he was at a loss for a moment. Nana, I didn't mean to tease you, I meant. Too weak. Both times. Nana Kato was really disappointed with Yusuke Takasaki. If you don't have any, drink it up, otherwise I will never talk to you again. Even though it was already April and summer was approaching, Takasaki Yusuke felt his hands and feet were cold. How could it turn out like this? Okay, I'll drink it. In the end, Yusuke Takasaki still lifted up the coke tremblingly. Compared with dirty coke and girlfriend's mood, girlfriend is more important. Anyway, the booger is your own, just bear with it and it will pass. Thinking of this, Takasaki Yusuke closed his eyes, gulped down the dirty cola, and felt a surge of nausea in his body. But he held back, and kept smiling, and said softly to Kato Nana. Nana, I'm done drinking. Nana should be happy now. Yeah, Yusuke is awesome. Kato Nana praised lightly, casually shifted her gaze to the window, and sighed softly. Suck-ups are awesome. Watching Yusuke Takasaki drink the coke in one breath, this time, Jun Hoshino sincerely gave Yusuke Takasaki a thumbs up. Ding-ling-ling. When the afternoon class bell rang, Jun Hoshino no longer had the heart to tease the couple. He yawned and left the cafeteria first. Takasaki-kun, Kato-kun, I have to go to class first. Chapter 32, She is my girlfriend. The sun is not too hot and the breeze is just right. On a gloomy afternoon, Jun Hoshino asked for sick leave from the tennis club and left school before the club activities started. It's 3:30 in the afternoon now. Aunt Yushi finished her early shift today and will be home around 4 o'clock. Takayaniji Cheng will finish his work at the club until 5 o'clock, and then go to the office to write a self-criticism. With his intelligence, it would take him about an hour and a half to search for a template on his phone and copy it to a level where the teacher can't tell. Adding the time it takes to walk home, Takayaniji Cheng won't be back at the apartment until 7 o'clock. Jun Hoshino walked slowly, his eyes fixed on the two-story trees on the roadside, and white clouds floating across the clear blue sky. Aunt Mai will be able to return home around 7 o'clock. From 4 to 7. 3 hours is plenty. The hot April wind in the alley blew through the cherry blossom trees below the apartment building. Jun Hoshino glanced at them from afar, then turned and went to the bus stop to wait. After arriving, Jun Hoshino sat on a public seat, closed his eyes, and enjoyed the warm caress of the afternoon sun. At exactly 4 o'clock, the bus carrying Takayaniji Yuki stopped steadily at the platform. The mature and beautiful woman in an OL business suit took her handbag and prepared to get off the bus. As she walked through the carriage, she inadvertently heard a few young girls she knew, pointing in one direction and talking excitedly. Wow, a beautiful sleeping boy, so handsome that it touches my soul. Could it be a young man from a family who is similar to a young girl from a family? I really want to take him home and raise him. Go get a line number and be bold. I really want to cure him, but I'm afraid my husband won't agree. What exaggerated girls. Driven by curiosity, Takayaniji Yuki looked in the direction they were looking and was stunned. The boy is indeed handsome. Bathed in the sun, his black hair swaying gently in the breeze, with a slight lazy smile on his face, bringing a kind of peace and joy deep in his soul, making people immersed in it unconsciously. It's Seochun, why is he sleeping here? After getting off the car, Takayaniji Yuki stopped in front of Hoshino-jun for a while. She wanted to wake up the sleeping boy and ask him what was going on. But I was also scared because of what happened last night. Forget it, let's go. What if I wake Seochun up and he hugs me again? How could a single woman who had been lonely for many years withstand the repeated teasing of a handsome young man? Last night, Takayaniji Yuki had already thought about it and decided that she needed to keep a certain distance from Hoshino-jun. She couldn't let Jun Hoshino get close to her anymore. Take a picture and send a text message to Mai, asking her to pick up Seochun. Takayaniji Yuki muttered something, took out her flip phone from her bag and turned on the camera function. The laws of the island country prohibit silent photography, so when Takayaniji Yuki pressed the shutter, the phone made a click sound. The young man, who was supposed to be sleeping, immediately opened his eyes and grabbed the beautiful woman's wrist when he heard the sound. Hoshino-jun yawned, his eyes scanning Takayaniji Yuki's voluptuous figure, and asked with a half-smile. Excuse me, are you secretly filming me? Taking secret photos is a very shameful act. This year, the island country has clearly defined secret photos as a crime. Anyone caught taking secret photos will face severe punishment. There were several old ladies around who had been paying attention to Jun Hoshino's movements. When they heard Jun Hoshino say the word secret filming, they immediately came over and pointed at Yuki Takayaniji. So it was a candid photo shoot. Standing so close, I thought we knew each other. I didn't expect that a woman like you who is so beautiful would do such a thing. Send it to the police station. Secret filming is the most disgusting thing. Being handsome does have its advantages. Just like middle-aged men always prefer pretty girls, middle-aged women also tend to prefer handsome guys. The sudden accusation caught Takayaniji Yuki off guard. She had never faced the situation of being surrounded and pointed at like a criminal. She panicked for a moment, slightly bent her white and tender legs and moved closer to Hoshino-jun, and said anxiously. Searchun, what are you talking about? Explain yourself quickly. I'm not taking secret photos. I'm just worried that you might catch a cold if you sleep here, so I wanted to tell your aunt. Because of her anxiety, Takayaniji Yuki did not realize how unfair her action of holding Hoshino-jun's arm was. Aunt Yuki is truly a stronger person than Kato Nana. Even through her clothes, Jun Hoshino could feel the softness and elasticity. It was really too hot. Jun Hoshino was not asleep at all just now. He just kept his eyes squinted. When he saw Takayaniji Yuki coming over, he wanted to play a trick on his aunt. Jun Hoshino didn't expect that the joke between him and Yuki Takayaniji would cause this group of aunts to rush over and fire at him. Thank you all for your kindness. She is my girlfriend and I was just joking with her. Hoshino-jun bowed sincerely to all the old ladies and apologized. The word girlfriend silenced everyone around. The old ladies looked at Jun Hoshino and then at Yuki Takayaniji. Although it is true that handsome men are paired with beautiful women, they are too mismatched in terms of temperament and appearance. Jun Hoshino looks like a young boy, while Yuki Takayaniji looks like a charming young woman in her 30s. Boyfriend or so. I hope you guys will read more and vote more. Thank you so much. Chapter 33, I will treat you well. Being stared at by dangerous eyes, Takayaniji Yuki let go of Hoshino-jun's arm and took half a step back. The concave hot water balloon also returned to normal as it moved away from Hoshino-jun. She raised her hand and put the long braid that was hanging in a semicircular arc in front of her chest behind her shoulder, and Takayaniji Yuki's starry eyes were shy. Searchun, what we did yesterday didn't count as kissing. It's just a kiss between an adult and a child. So, Searchun's first kiss is still there. She turned around and started walking, her voice as gentle as the swaying willows in July. Jun Hoshino looked at her from behind, and saw the full moon curve of Mrs. Takayaniji's hip skirt, and her legs in stockings that were full of flesh but not bloated. And the black stiletto heels that support this plump body. Sometimes, Hoshino-jun was really worried about whether the slender high roots on the soles of his shoes could support the willow branches carrying fruits and the full moon. If you need help with your high heels, Jun Hoshino said that's fine. But before that, I still have to establish a good relationship with their owner, Mrs. Gao Liu. Name, Takayaniji Yuki. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 4. Charm, 9. Occupation, supermarket cashier. Friendship, she currently owes you 1 C-level friendship debt and 1 D-level friendship debt. Please urge her to pay as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 1,100,000 yen. Food, love bento for 1 year and 2 months. Friendship, a warm hug 12 minutes. System. Why is it a hug again? Can't you give it a little more intensity? Such a simple debt collection. Are you looking down on the king of pure love, Jun Hoshino? System. Higher level debt collection requires higher level debt. Whispering sound. Rubbish system that can't even torture the host. You'd better not be too arrogant. If you encounter high level debt, you will be in trouble. Is there a penalty for mission failure? No. Then why are you scaring me, you psychopath? Of course, Jun Hoshino didn't get the more difficult debt collection because he wanted to be tortured, but he was really annoyed by hugs, and each hug would last for more than 10 minutes. It's a waste of time. Takayaniji Yuki's pace was not fast, and Hoshino-jun caught up in just 3 or 2 steps. A kiss between an adult and a child. Hoshino-jun smiled and said, Aunt Yuki, you should know that I am not a child. Not small at all. As Jun Hoshino deliberately approached, their arms touched each other, making a slight rustling sound as they walked forward together. I watched Jun grow up, so of course is still a child. Mrs. Takayaniji pretended not to understand what Hoshino-jun said and moved back a little. But her acting skills can only be described as poor, with her head tilted to the side and the way she swallowed her saliva. All of this just proves that she knows that Jun Hoshino is not a child. Even Jun Hoshino has grown up to a point that shocked her. Aunt Yuki, please stop lying to yourself. So many things have happened in the past 2 days, and Cheng Jun has provoked me so many times, but I chose to forgive him. It's all because of you. Jun Hoshino remained calm and continued to approach Yuki Takayaniji. A happy life is something you have to fight for yourself. It is unrealistic to wait for others to offer it to you. If their wife wants to avoid her, then Jun Hoshino will take the initiative to move over. Then, he took Takayaniji Yuki's hand, leaving her with no way to escape. Aunt Yuki, don't you understand my feelings? The smooth and tender palm was held by Jun Hoshino's big hand, and the temperature seemed to be transmitted from the palm into the body. Takayaniji Yuki felt a little hot inexplicably in her heart. Searchun, he means that he likes me. How can this be? He is Searcheng's good friend, and I am Searcheng's mother. The smooth palm suddenly felt a little itchy. It was Searchun again. Jun Hoshino used his thumb to scratch Aunt Yuki's palm. The widow, who had been lonely for many years, could not bear such stimulation. She wanted to shake off Hoshino Jun's hand, but it was held tightly and she could not break free with her strength. Searchun, we are not suitable. There was a hint of shame in Takayaniji Yuki's tone, and whenever passers-by looked at her and Hoshino Jun holding hands, her eyes would start to avoid. It's so embarrassing. Others will definitely find it strange. I have to persuade Searchun to leave. At your age, you should date pretty girls who are 17 or 18 years old. Instead of looking for an old lady like me, I'm already old and ugly, and I've been married and had children. If you like me, others will look down on you. While speaking, Aunt Yuki's dazed eyes would occasionally observe Jun Hoshino's expression. Gaoru Yushi thought that Searchun was so smart that he would definitely be able to figure it out. He would definitely come to his senses, let go of her hand immediately, and no longer like this 30-year-old woman from then on. However, Jun Hoshino always looked at her with a smile and held her hand tightly. Aunt Yuki, are you stupid? Being scolded by the boy you watched grow up was a very uncomfortable thing. Takayaniji Yuki pouted her rosy little lips and glared at Hoshino Jun. Searchun, how can you scold your aunt? Aunt Yushi is also an elder. So cute. If her hand wasn't held, Jun Hoshino suspected she would have stopped and asked with her hands on her hips. It's not an insult, it's a term of endearment. The bus stop was not far from the apartment, and Jun Hoshino walked there in just a few steps holding Takayaniji Yuki's hand. The cherry blossoms in the afternoon are dazzling and beautiful. Passers-by include elderly people carrying children and leaning on crutches, as well as young people riding bicycles through the streets and alleys. When Jun Hoshino entered the corridor, he grabbed Takayaniji Yuki's hand very tightly, stopped, and pulled Takayaniji Yuki to a stop as well. The beautiful woman's dazzling 36E breasts were a huge shock. Haven't I always known what Aunt Yuki said? If I dislike Aunt Yuki because of this, then I wouldn't have been attracted to you in the first place. As for other people's eyes, I don't care. As long as I can get what I want, that's enough. Jun Hoshino really doesn't care about other people's opinions, and he is indeed attracted to my aunt. I just don't know if my aunt is ready to accept him. In the corridor, Yuki Takayaniji could feel the boy's burning gaze, as if he wanted to eat her whole in one bite. Searchun actually likes me so much. Why is that? Obviously, the beautiful woman did not realize how attractive she was in the eyes of a teenager, not to mention her stunning appearance. This curvy figure alone can drive most men crazy. Aunt Yuki, will you stay with me? I will treat you well. Chapter 34, Auntie Can Help You. April 19th, sunny. The sun slowly sets in the west, and the afterglow of the setting sun illuminates the earth, dyeing Tokyo with a layer of orange. At 4:08 p.m., a beautiful woman with a hot body, wearing a black business suit and flesh-colored stockings, began breathing more and more heavily, and her heartbeat became faster and faster in the corridor. Just because. The handsome boy in front of her and his sudden confession disturbed her heart. No, Searchun, don't do this. Yuki Takayaniji stretched her long legs to create distance between herself and Jun Hoshino. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't let go of his hands no matter what. Aunt Yuki, don't be so upset. Please explain it clearly. Do you feel my feelings for you? The beautiful woman was so upset that she didn't even give a clear refusal. Seeing this situation, Jun Hoshino of course wanted to take advantage of the victory and launch a fierce offensive in one go. The young man's ardent love is like chasing wildly 3,000 times. Single young woman who has been lonely for many years, can you resist the offensive of a young man? Searchun, stop talking about this. Gaoru Yushi's face showed a distressed look. Let's go home. No, tell me your answer first. Takayaniji Yuki is avoiding the problem, and Hoshino Jun's overly resolute confession makes her not know how to deal with it. If I reject her directly, Won't that hurt Xiaochun's feelings? But the age difference between us is too big, and I can't possibly agree to him. What should I do? After much thought, Takayaniji Yuki decided to avoid Hoshino-jun, hoping that over time, Hoshino-jun would forget about her. Xiaochun, let's go home first. You let Aunt Yushi think about it, okay? Looking up at Jun Hoshino's majestic figure, Takayaniji Yuki's palms were covered with traces of hot sweat. In fact, ever since their first hug, Mrs. Takayaniji has had feelings for Jun Hoshino. Okay, I'll listen to you. He carefully looked at the blush on Mrs. Gao Liu's face. Jun Hoshino loosened his tightly clenched right hand and slowly walked in front of her. When the feeling of her palm being tightly wrapped disappeared, Takayaniji Yuki felt a little lost and followed behind Hoshino-jun. We're not suitable. Hearing his wife's low murmur, Jun Hoshino did not respond. He was not anxious at all. After all, Takayaniji Yuki is the lady next door. She is not like a girl who can be together just by confessing her love. The lady next door and the handsome boy, the mere description sounds like a plot from a book. This combination is likely to attract too many people's suspicious looks, just like before at the bus stop. It will be a long and difficult road to get her to open her heart and accept it completely. But the brave Jun Hoshino is never afraid of difficulties. Aunt Yuki, we're home. Standing between room 404 and room 403, Jun Hoshino opened her shoulder bag and rummaged through it. Takayaniji Yuki glanced at Hoshino-jun out of the corner of her eye, and swiftly took out the key to the door from her bag, pushed the key into the keyhole and turned it. Crack. The door lock turned and the security door opened. Just avoid Xiaochun from now on, he will definitely forget me. Xiaochun, bye. Takayaniji Yuki took a deep breath and was about to go into their house. But suddenly, Jun Hoshino came over and entered room 403 before her, then took off his shoes and put his bag on the carpet as if he was in his own home, and then lay down directly on the sofa. The smoothness of her movements was no less than that of Mayasuke when she came home from get off work and started taking off her clothes. Takayaniji Yuki was stunned for a long while, her rosy lips slightly opened, staring at Hoshino-jun's smooth movements in amazement. Aunt Yushi, didn't you say you were going home first? Why don't you come in? Jun Hoshino patted the empty space on the sofa and motioned for Yuki Takayaniji to come in and sit down, as if he was the master of the house. Xiaochun, shouldn't you be going back to your own home? Yuki Takayaniji pursed her red lips. If it were in the past, she would have welcomed Jun Hoshino to come and play. But I have just decided to stay away from Jun Hoshino and let this child give up his unrealistic fantasies about himself. Therefore, Yuki Takayaniji cannot let Jun Hoshino stay in her house. Why are you coming to my house? That's wrong. Hoshino-jun wants to do it, but he can't do it now. If Aunt Yuki lets me do it, I will definitely do it well. I'm not asking you to do anything. Yuki Takayaniji walked into the entrance, bent her legs and took off her high heels, revealing her small and delicate feet. The pink color at the bottom of her flesh-colored transparent stockings was extremely charming. It looks like a cat's paw, making people want to pinch it. I mean, you should go home. Hearing the words of being driven away, Jun Hoshino stood up silently with a blank expression and looked at the scenery outside the door. The sky is clear, bright and sunny, like a soft sapphire, with golden clouds inlaid on the sapphire, floating in the blue sky like cotton candy, as if you can pick them up and taste them. After pausing for about 2 seconds, Jun Hoshino moved his long legs and walked towards the door. Gao Liu Yushi breathed a sigh of relief and reminded, Xiaochun, you still haven't taken your backpack. Jun Hoshino didn't say anything and quietly passed by Takayaniji Yuki. Suddenly, for some reason, an emotion called heartache surged in Takayaniji Yuki's body. Am I too decisive and hurt Xiaochun's feelings? How about letting Xiaochun have a meal before leaving? No, Takayaniji Yuki, you need to be a little more determined. Think about what Xiaochun thinks of you, think about how Xiaocheng and Mai will look at you in the future, think about it. The sudden warmth from behind made Takayaniji Yuki's thoughts stop. The young man put his hands around her waist and pulled her into his broad embrace. The warm touch on the buttocks. Firm and hot, probably Hoshino-jun's sub-abdominal muscles. Tilde. Gao Liu Yoshi couldn't hold back her whimpering and cried out softly, then quickly covered her mouth and said in shame and anger, Xiaochun, let go of auntie. Don't want. Jun Hoshino hugged Yuki Takayaniji tighter, his hands wandering dishonestly on her waist, feeling the delicacy and elasticity of the beautiful woman's skin through her clothes. He lowered his head slightly, leaned on Takayanagi Yuki's shoulder, and closed his eyes lazily. The warmth from the neighbor lady and the faint shampoo scent from her hair made Jun Hoshino particularly enjoyable. "Aunt Yuki, please let me hug you today too." After passing by Takayanagi Yuki, he did not leave, but closed the door and locked it. The summer wind howled outside the window. The scene inside the house was charming. Takayanagi Yuki's little face was flushed, and there was a hint of charm in her eyes. Feeling the boy's broad, firm chest and hot body temperature on her back, Takayanagi Yuki bit her lip and spoke lightly. "Xiaochun, if you really can't stand it, Aunt Yuki can help you." "Help me?" Jun Hoshino never expected that Takayanagi Yuki would say such a thing. He was stunned for a moment, and then a ton of yellow waste rose in his mind. How could I refuse Aunt Yuki's kindness? Jun Hoshino's breathing became slightly heavier. He put his face behind Yuki Takayanigi's ear and breathed out hot breath. "Aunt Yuki, I can't take it anymore." Chapter 35, Feeling Tenderness in the Neighbor's House. "Zun, I promise I didn't lie to you. I really saw Hoshino Jun hugging another woman." In the evening, the sky was filled with red clouds, and birds flew to the tops of the green trees to rest. They were accidentally caught by the newly grown leaves and floated down to the huge courtyard belonging to the kendo club below. After the words fell, the tip of a wooden sword passed across Gao Liuchen's face, bringing up a strong wind and pulling Gao Liuchen's hair. "Takayanagi-san, please don't call me Kaoru. You should call me Yamada-san, or Yamada-bushi." Gao Liucheng was stunned by the quick, accurate and ruthless sword moves. Seeing this, Yamada Fumio put the wooden sword back to his waist and tucked it into his waistband. His attack and retraction movements were clean and neat. "Also, please don't ever say bad things about Chun in front of me again. Otherwise, I don't think the kendo club will really need you." After glancing at Takayanagi Cheng indifferently, Yamada Fumio turned and walked onto the ring in the center of the courtyard to fight with the defender on the ring. Before Fumio Yamada entered a mono academy, the school actually did not have a kendo club. It was only because she was interested in kendo that a kendo club was established. And Yamada Fumio did not disappoint others' expectations. The kendo club exists because of her, and she also firmly holds the position of the strongest. This year is the third year, and still no one has broken the undefeated myth of kendo genius Chief Yamada. 3 moves. In just 3 moves, the defender was knocked away by Yamada-san's wooden sword. Then she looked around with disdain and shouted, "Next!" Takayanagi Joe was far away, looking up at Yamada Fumio, with a brilliant light reflected in his eyes. "Smoke. Why can't you just look at me? Jun Hoshino can't see you, but you are all I can see." After muttering a few words, Gao Liucheng lowered his head and slowly left the courtyard of the kendo club. "We must get evidence against Jun Hoshino. He had to make Zun disappointed in him, otherwise he would never have a chance. But I have to write a self-criticism today, so I can only find another opportunity tomorrow." Gao Liucheng scratched his head in annoyance, took out his cell phone and started searching for sample self-criticism essays. After downloading one, he opened the address book and dialed a number. "Let mom make pork rib soup today. I'm craving pork ribs." The phone rang for a long time but no one answered. Finally, when it heard a busy tone, Gao Liucheng hung up the phone. "Oh, that's so annoying. If he doesn't answer the phone, I really don't know what he bought that phone for." The young boy Gao Yanarji Cheng only gave his tenderness to the goddess of his dreams, and did not give any to his mother. It is obvious that his mother is the one who loves him the most, but all he gives her is irritability. But none of this matters. Gao Yanarji Cheng doesn't know how to treat his mother well. Jun Hoshino will help him treat Aunt Yuki well. A gentle breeze blew through the window into the Gao Liu family's living room, without taking anything away, and then quietly slipped away through the window on the opposite corner. Tilde. Xiaochun tilde. After this time, don't bother Auntie anymore. Auntie, I'll only help you this once. When Jun Hoshino heard the beautiful woman's sweet voice, he nodded suddenly. In this situation, we have to make decisions based on our urgency. No matter what conditions Takayanagi Yuki puts forward, we have to agree to them first. Not to mention such trivial matters as asking her not to bother her anymore. Even when Takayanagi Yuki asked Hoshino Jun to go to Tokyo Bay to feed the fish at night, Hoshino Jun agreed. Okay, I'll listen to Aunt Yuki. Then please sit down and take off your shirt. Although the sofa was soft, it was not spacious enough, so Jun Hoshino chose to sit on the carpet with his back against the sofa. And Takayaniji Yuki was kneeling in front of him, and her slender white hands slowly pulled up Hoshino Jun's clothes. Then he reached out to the boy's abdomen, slowly falling on the hard and warm abdominal muscles, pressing gently. Her eyes fell on the tight and fleshy upper body of Jun Hoshino, and a blush appeared on Takayaniji Yuki's face, and the deer in her heart kept banging its head against the wall. Seochun, he's got a really strong body. Just now, I was held in the arms of Seochun like this. Unconsciously swallowing her saliva, Takayaniji Yuki looked at the firm pectoral muscles and well-proportioned abdominal muscles, and subconsciously squeezed her plump legs together, rubbing her thighs against each other for a while through the flesh-colored stockings. The palm, soaked with a little sweat from the body, touched the skin. The moist palm moved from top to bottom, slowly descending from the shoulder to the abdominal muscles, and then rising from the abdominal muscles to the shoulder. Repeat this slowly. Takayaniji Yuki's delicate face became redder and redder, as if this was a huge project, and she was so tired that sweat broke out on her forehead. Jun Hoshino, who was lying there enjoying Aunt Yuki's service the whole time, narrowed his eyes, breathed softly, and his body and mind were in a state of extreme pleasure. His eyes fell on the cleavage lines of the beautiful woman, which were gently swaying due to the movement of her hands. So dazzling. Aunt Yuki, are you tired? It was the first time after many years that Takayaniji Yuki touched a man's skin in such an intimate state. She said she was not tired, but the tension in her heart was almost reaching the threshold. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard again, and Takayaniji Yuki tilted her head shyly. Yes, it will be a little tiring. So Seochun is planning to ask Aunt Yushi to stop. Not only Seochun couldn't stand it, but Aunt Yushi was almost unable to bear it either. I really want to go into the room. Suddenly, Jun Hoshino placed his palms on both sides of Takayaniji Yuki's waist, and Takayaniji Yuki was startled. Seochun, why are you touching me? Just as Takayaniji Yuki was speaking, Hoshino Jun had already stood up, straightened his strong upper body, and knelt in front of Takayaniji Yuki. Jun Hoshino's palm moved from Aunt Yuki's waist to the lower back. Aunt Yuki, you said you'd get tired, so I thought this position would make it easier for you. I'm talking about why you touched my waist, not your posture. Aunt Yushi is not easy to fool today. Jun Hoshino raised his lips and smiled, then moved close to Yuki Takayaniji, breathing softly and breathing hot breath on her face. Aunt Yuki is so tired. I definitely can't just let her help me relax. I also want her to relax. As he spoke, Jun Hoshino's hand moved down and touched Yuki Takayaniji's smooth thigh. Seochun, don't worry about me. Gaolu Yushi's face had turned red to the back of her neck. She bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, and her beautiful eyes became more and more blurred. No, I'm not like Jo-kun. I'm a good kid. Hoshino Jun said with a smile, as a good child, how can I let Aunt Yuki suffer alone? The shy lady next door is like the ripe apple in autumn that exudes temptation. It makes people want to take a bite. Looking at Takayaniji Yuki's shy expression, Hoshino Jun put his left hand on her shoulder and hugged her in his arms, while his right hand stroked her thighs back and forth. Jun Tilder, Takayaniji Yuki leaned on Hoshino Jun's chest, trembling with shyness. Aunt Yuki Tilder. Jun Hoshino opened his mouth and gently bit Takayaniji Yuki's shoulder. His right hand stroked the beautiful woman's knees, slowly squeezing from between her knees to her leg hollow. It's like squeezing out a bowl of soft and creamy meat, and the feeling of lubrication spreads to every corner of your palm. Yuki Takayaniji completely collapsed and leaned in Jun Hoshino's arms, as if she had given up resistance. Don't stop, keep going. Jun Hoshino kissed Yuki Takayaniji's snow-white neck and said softly. Bite. Collection completed. The payment has been made to Jun Hoshino's personal account through formal channels, a total of 150,000 yen. Chapter 36, What are you doing at her house? You can read the previous chapter first. The original manuscript was released inexplicably. I am also surprised why. The weather changed quickly. As if in a dream, Jun Hoshino and Yuki Takayaniji knelt on the blanket, hugging each other and comforting each other. Listening to the evening wind outside the apartment blowing down a cherry blossom petal, they rubbed their ears together, their hazy thoughts drifting far away, very quiet and warm, as if they were the only two left in this big world. 10 minutes later. Jun Hoshino hugged Yuki Takayanagi tightly, resting his forehead on the beautiful woman's smooth shoulders. "Thank you, Aunt Yuki." Tilde. Takayanagi Yuki responded weakly, also lowered his head, and spread out his palms that felt sore. Perhaps because their hug was too hot, Takayanagi Yuki's palms were now covered with sweat and sticky. Fortunately, there was a coffee table next to me with a pack of tissues on it. I endured the numbness in my body and took out 2 sheets of tissues to wipe the sweat off my palms. "Seochun, you should let go of your aunt." Takayanagi Yuki's voice was soft and her tone was not harsh. "Well, there's no rush." Jun Hoshino held Yuki Takayanagi tightly, rested his head on the beautiful woman's neck, and sniffed the faint fragrance of the mature woman. His right hand continued to press on the soft flesh of her fleshy thighs in stockings. This time, it was Takayanagi Yuki who closed her eyes. Her rosy lips were lightly bitten by her pearly teeth, and her face was flushed as if she was drunk. Aha! The widow's muffled moans were like clear spring water that flowed into Hoshino Jun's ears. Hoshino Jun opened his eyes wide and gazed at the graceful and charming woman. "Just look with your eyes. It seems that you can see Takayanagi Yuki's mouth, which is chewy, fragrant and soft." He was fascinated by it. I unconsciously moved closer. In the end, he couldn't help himself and kissed her hard. Tilde. Takayanagi Yuki opened her eyes and looked at Hoshino Jun for 2 seconds, then she avoided his gaze and closed her eyes, without any sign of resistance. She thought. "Anyway, I've already agreed with Seochun, it's just this once. If he wants to kiss, let him kiss. Just keep your distance from now on." The red clouds in the sky gradually turned dark blue, and the breeze gently hit the pager, making a tapping sound. The passionate kiss lasted for a long time and ended with a soft moan from Takayanagi Yuki. After another 2 or 3 minutes, Jun Hoshino withdrew his hand from the plump, flesh-colored thighs, and he and Takayanagi Yuki left each other's arms. Perhaps because she had been kneeling for too long, the latter struggled to get up with trembling legs. Her pretty face was as red as the clouds, her eyebrows and eyes were blurred, and she greedily breathed in the air with a strange smell. "Seochun, go home quickly." Yuki Takayanagi didn't dare to look at Jun Hoshino, so she turned around and walked quickly towards her bedroom. Where the soles of the feet stepped, there were water-stained footprints. "There's no rush to go home." Jun Hoshino quickly stood up and took 2 pieces of paper from the coffee table to wipe his sweaty hands. Just as he was about to catch up with Takayanagi Yuki, his backpack suddenly made a vibrating sound. When a pond of happiness is planted, dreams become an ocean. Big eyes and big mouth, and they sing loudly too. This cheerful song, commonly used in Chinese kindergartens, was personally selected by Mayasuka as the ringtone that will ring on Jun Hoshino's phone whenever she makes a call. Jun Hoshino thought it sounded unpleasant, but Mayasuka liked it very much and felt very happy. "You annoying bastard, you really know how to pick the right time to call." Muttering something in disgust, Jun Hoshino took out his cell phone from his bag without any hesitation and answered the call. "Why are you calling me? Where are you?" My Asu's voice sounded a little sad in the receiver. Jun Hoshino felt puzzled and first glanced at the time displayed on his mobile phone. It was 5:20 in the afternoon. Is it already so late? At this time of year normally, Jun Hoshino should be on his way home and probably almost reached the downstairs of the apartment building. "I'm almost home." "Oh Tilde." After responding, my Asu hung up the phone without saying anything to Jun Hoshino. Jun Hoshino immediately knew that something was wrong with Mayasuka. Usually, when Mayasuka and Jun Hoshino talked on the phone, they would explain the reason for the call clearly. I called back immediately, but there was only a busy tone. "Aunt Yuki, I'm going home first." Jun Hoshino put on his bag, walked to the entrance, put on his shoes, opened the door decisively and left Takayanagi Yuki's house. Crack. The sound of the door closing was heard, and Takayanagi Yuki, who had changed into a black home dress, peeked out of the bedroom holding stockings and underwear. After making sure that Jun Hoshino had left, she came out and threw the clothes into the washing machine. Then he went back to the living room and pulled out the carpet that had just been laid. The carpet is wet and smelly, so it needs to be washed. Seochun is really troublesome. I hope he can forget me after this. Outside the door. As soon as Jun Hoshino stepped out of the Takayanagi family's door, he was stunned. In the corridor, my Asu, wearing a plain white dress, was standing at the door of room 404, looking at Jun Hoshino, who came out of room 403 with a surprised look. The evening breeze lifted her long black hair, and the hair fluttered in front of my Asu. At this moment, she was even more terrifying than Sadako. You didn't mean? Are you almost home? Now, what is this doing in her house? The aunt's tone was very calm, but Jun Hoshino felt the bone-chilling coldness of December. This is a sign that the volcano is about to erupt. Damn, I never expected that my aunt would go home early. Even if she didn't work overtime today, she shouldn't go home so early. What's up, Fat Sai? The more nervous you are, the more you need to stay calm. Jun Hoshino raised his hand to lift the hair on his forehead and took the opportunity to smell the palm of his hand. Very good, not too strong a taste. My aunt has rhinitis and can't smell such subtle scents. We're almost home. Hoshino Jun explained calmly, after I got home, I happened to meet Aunt Yuki. Her sore was blocked, so I helped to clear it. So I was delayed a bit at 403 and didn't get back to 404 in time. Is that a problem? Hearing this, my Asu narrowed her eyes and stared at him with the eyes of a kitten catching a mouse. Finally, her brows relaxed and a smile appeared at the corners of her lips. As expected of my teacher, he has high quality and even knows how to help the neighbor lady. My Asu patted Jun Hoshino's shoulder with relief. Get lost. Hoshino Jun rolled his eyes speechlessly. When did you ever teach me? Yes, I raised you with all my heart. My Asuka raised her chin proudly. Humph carrot. Seeing his aunt return to her playful self, the heavy burden in Jun Hoshino's heart fell. It seems that he got away with it. I have to coordinate my explanation with Aunt Yuki online later. Why did you come back so early today? It's all because of a certain pig. My Asu glanced at Jun Hoshino, grabbed his wrist and entered room 404. There was only a table full of dishes on the table. Not a finished product. Rather, it's fresh ingredients waiting to be used. I didn't have a good meal with someone yesterday, and he got mad at me, so I went home early today hungry. P.S. Mrs. Gao Yanarja's intelligence has been modified, otherwise there will always be people saying that she is mentally retarded. I have clearly written the settings in the previous chapters. 1-2 are mentally retarded, 3-4 are just stupid, alas tilde. Chapter 37, The Secret Photo She Gave. Then can't you just wait for me to come home? Can you eat the food I cooked? You end up throwing it all away, wasting the ingredients. I walked into their house, changed into slippers at the entrance, and looked at the beautiful woman in front of me, wearing a plain white dress and long hair, with her hands on her hips proudly. Hoshino Jun was speechless for a while. Since when has not being able to cook become a symbol of pride? She is almost 30 years old and still a girl, but the food she cooks is either burnt or mushy. Because of her, Jun Hoshino started learning to cook when he was in elementary school. After practicing for less than a week, his cooking skills surpassed my Asuka. Since then, Jun Hoshino has been using the kitchen at home. Jun Hoshino once suspected that my Asuka brought him with her just to find a chef to help her take care of her life. Wrong. Not only a cook, but also a laundry worker, a sweeper, and a garbage manager. How are you going to live without me? Jun Hoshino raised his hand and rubbed the hair on my Asu's head. It gives me the feeling of an old father worrying about his daughter. You rebelled. I raised you up, and now you want to abandon me, right? My Asu stood on tiptoe, trying to touch her back, and Jun Hoshino also followed suit. 1.8 meters versus 1.62 meters, my Asuna is completely defeated. Then start to get angry. Bend down quickly and let me touch it back. Don't want. Jun Hoshino decisively refused, threw his bag on the sofa, and then walked into the kitchen carrying the bags of food on the table. My Asu caught up and gently kicked Hoshino Jun's calf with her white and tender feet in slippers, cursing. Rebellious son. Look, I'm going to kick you to death. Jun Hoshino took the opportunity to turn around and touch her head again. Stop messing around and go play somewhere else, dear. What are you talking about? My Asuka yelled angrily, isn't it just that he's a little taller? What's there to be so arrogant about? Kids, get out now. The adults have to cook. You unfilial son, you unfilial son. My Asu was almost mad with rage. She rushed over, hugged Jun Hoshino's waist, and bit his back fiercely. While chewing, she kept muttering, you are just a mere Jun-chan, how dare you disrespect your mother? I will bite you to death. Don't take advantage of me. How dare you, a mere aunt who has no blood relationship with me, pretend to be my mother? I'll beat you up. Jun Hoshino was originally enjoying her hug, but when he heard this, he couldn't hold back. He grabbed Mayasuka and pushed her out of the kitchen, then quickly closed the kitchen door. Bang! The moment the kitchen door closed, Mayasu's expression suddenly changed, and she no longer looked angry at all. How strange. Isn't it said that boys in the new era like to be sons and like to call their girlfriends mom when they are intimate? Jun-chan, why do you look a little angry? This afternoon while at work, Mayasu saw a magazine report on the supermarket counter. The cover said that the love trend among teenagers in recent years has begun to favor older sisters. This question attracted Mayasu's attention, so she started to slack off at work and squatted at the container to study for a while. The magazine describes many cases and records in detail how older women can show their charm. Among them, contemporary young people in the island nation are so lacking in love that girls like to call their father dad and boys like to call their mother mom. Is it my problem or the magazine's problem? Unable to figure out why this happened, Mayasu didn't continue to dwell on it. She lightened her steps, slowly left the house, and went to room 403 next door to look for Yuki Takayaniji. Mayasu still felt that there was something strange about Jun Hoshino coming out of Yuki Takayaniji's house. She left with very little noise. But it was still noticed by Jun Hoshino. Even though the door was closed and he was still operating his mobile phone, Jun Hoshino still heard the sound of Mayasuka quietly opening the door. Is the improvement in hearing due to the increase in physical strength? That should be it. Otherwise there is nothing to explain. However, even if she didn't hear it, Auntie is destined to be unable to do anything to me today. The screen of Jun Hoshino's mobile phone showed the conversation with Yuki Takayaniji. As soon as he kicked Mayasuka out, he immediately took out his mobile phone and contacted Yuki Takayaniji. Tell Takayaniji Yuki that Mayasu is very likely to go to her for questioning. In order to prevent Takayaniji Yuki from letting the cat out of the bag, Hoshino Jun also specifically taught her how to explain it to Asuka Mai. She didn't want to listen to Mayasuka's nonsense and insisted that it was Jun Hoshino who went to help her unclog the sore. There is nothing else. Ding dong. Suddenly, the phone showed that another person had sent a message to Jun Hoshino online. When I checked the message withdrawal interface, it turned out to be the girl with whom I had a lot of intimacy today, Takasaki Yu's girlfriend, Kato Nana. Hoshino-san, are you there? If you start with this, you are destined to be a clown. But Jun Hoshino is a good man. He didn't want to let someone else's lovely girlfriend become a clown, so he replied to the message. It seems like a very cold word. But in fact, it was Jun Hoshino who responded this way after careful consideration based on Kato Nana's personality. Is there anyone else around you? Asked Kato Nana. Talk about something. Hoshino-san, you're a bit fierce. Jun Hoshino plans to be more aggressive. The next second, a selfie taken with the front camera came into view. In the photo, Nana Kato's face is slightly red, and her eyes look pitiful, as if she has suffered a great injustice. Her slender body is only wearing underwear with cardcaptor Sakura printed on it. The bra is not only large, but also thin and lightweight, and you can tell with the naked eye that it is not padded. Her legs are snow white, plump and firm, and her pair of small jade feet are as cute as bamboo shoots that have sprung up after rain. Her 10 crystal clear and round toes are painted with red nail polish, like thumb bumps. When those who are content and happy see this, they will probably want to hold it and try its flavor. Satisfied. Following the photos are words written by Nana Kato. She said, now that you've received the photo, Hoshino-san, please don't be so mean next time. A woman who says one thing and means another. If I wasn't a little more aggressive, there's no way you would send me photos. After thinking for a moment, Jun Hoshino saved the photos in the album software, locked the software, and placed the software at the bottom of a secret folder. After doing all this, delete the photos from the chat history. In case Mayasuka accidentally sees it while playing with Jun Hoshino's phone. Didn't I ask you to send me the photos at 11 o'clock? Huh. Kato Nana seemed a little surprised. Didn't Hoshino-san say it must be sent before 11 o'clock? It's not even 6 o'clock now. It's a little too early at 11 o'clock. Moreover, Jun Hoshino just asked Kato Nana to post something a little sexier, but Kato Nana actually only wore underwear for the shoot. Has your boyfriend ever seen a photo of you like this? No. Kato Nana replied, Yusuke, he won't bully me. TSK. Yusuke wouldn't bully you, so that's why you ran home from school and immediately took private photos for the mean-spirited Jun Hoshino. Jun Hoshino suddenly found it funny, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, and he typed a reply to Kato Nana's message in a commanding tone. This one doesn't count. Remember to send a different one on time at 11 o'clock. You decide the scale. Chapter 38, How to Raise a Good Pet. He cleared all the chat history with Nana Kato and Yuki Takayaniji, set the phone to not be disturbed by bad messages, and then Jun Hoshino casually placed his phone aside. Hoshino Jun's cell phone has always been allowed to be viewed by my Asuka. This is not because my Asu has a so-called desire for control, but because Jun Hoshino takes the initiative to make concessions in exchange for corresponding rights. As long as Jun Hoshino doesn't care about the privacy of his phone, he will have a reason to play with my Asuka's phone and can check my Asuka's phone at any time. My aunt is beautiful, and Jun Hoshino is worried that she will be cheated by bad men outside. I'm really worried about my aunt. On this side, Jun Hoshino washed the ingredients and was preparing to cook when my Asu returned from Takayaniji's house. It was 5:35 when she left, but it was already 6 when she came back. Did you interrogate Takayaniji Yuki for a full 25 minutes? Aunt Yushi has worked so hard. She has to help me relieve my sexual desire and endure your questioning at the same time. My Asu walked lightly, pretending that she had never gone out, then slowly sat down on the sofa and turned on the TV to play a variety show. Hearing this noise, Jun Hoshino knew that nothing would happen today. Get away with it by swindling. Because my Asuka prepared so many ingredients, it was already 7 o'clock when Jun Hoshino finished cooking. At the same time, on the other side, when Hoshino Jun's family was preparing to eat, Takayaniji Cheng slowly returned home. The clock on the wall moved to 7:05, which was the same time that Hoshino Jun calculated that Takayaniji Shiro would come home. The first thing Gao Liu Cheng did when he got home was to look towards the kitchen where the noise of ping pong was heard. Mom, I'm back. Is the meal ready? It will be ready soon. Hurry up, I've been studying hard at school all day and I'm so tired. Gao Liu Cheng casually threw the bag aside, took out his cell phone and was about to lie down on the sofa when his brows suddenly frowned. What does it smell like? How strange. He had a good physical condition and a pretty good sense of smell. As soon as he sat down, Gao Liu Cheng smelled a faint fishy smell. But it came from the floor, not the sofa. Mom, are we having seafood today? No. Strange thing. I haven't eaten seafood, so where does this taste come from? Xiaocheng, didn't you send a message saying you wanted to eat pork ribs, so Mom made pork rib soup? Takayaniji Yuki came out of the kitchen carrying a pot of soup. All of Gao Liuchen's doubts were instantly dispelled by the aroma of the pork rib soup. Apart from Zun, nothing is more important than eating. Only when you are full will you have the strength to capture Jun Hoshino tomorrow. April 20th, Friday, the weather was sunny. The early morning sun shines through the clouds, gradually dyeing the skyscrapers in Tokyo with a touch of gold. The boys and girls on their way to school are laughing and cheerful. Of course, there are also people like Jun Hoshino who yawn every time they walk a dozen steps. He was really sleepy. The main reason was that the photos that Kato Nana sent him at 11 o'clock last night were too explosive. It has reached the point where you can use photos to get loans. Jun Hoshino, who was in the prime of his youth, couldn't sleep for a long time after watching this. In the end, Jun Hoshino had no choice but to find for love action blockbusters starring the famous Japanese artist Roller Takazawa in a T's network disc to review. When passing a signpost, Jun Hoshino noticed through the reflection that Takayaniji Cheng was following him slowly. He kept holding the phone in his hand, but his eyes were focused on Jun Hoshino in front of him. What does this fool want to do? After thinking for a while, Jun Hoshino decided to ignore Takayaniji Joe. Now Jun Hoshino's total savings have reached 1.35 million yen, and he still needs 1.65 million yen to reach the set target of 3 million yen. Gao Liu Cheng needs to do more work and collect debts more times. There's no other way. As a high school student, I don't have the ability to make money, so I have to ask Takayaniji-kun and Takasaki-kun to work harder. Even if they don't want to cause trouble, Jun Hoshino will find a way to make them cause trouble. We can't let Takayaniji-kun and Takasaki-kun slack off today. Thinking of this, Jun Hoshino decided to cooperate with Takayaniji Shiro, took out his mobile phone, opened Line, and sent a message to Kato Nana. Exist. What's up, Hoshino-san? Nana Kato always replies to her messages very quickly, and Jun Hoshino even suspects that she has turned on the vibration function, so she takes it out and looks at it as soon as she feels something. Don't say it's impossible. Based on the personality Kato Nana showed yesterday, it is entirely possible that she would do such a thing. Is your boyfriend with you? Before looking for a girl who has a boyfriend, of course you have to find out her current situation first. However, people like Jun Hoshino who asked directly were a minority. Most people would inquire in a tactful way and would only proceed to the next step after confirming that there was no danger. No. This is a bit regrettable. Jun Hoshino was also thinking that if Takasaki Yusuke was with Kato Nana and saw that he and Kato Nana actually had a good friend, he would definitely be angry and try to find trouble. As long as Takasaki keeps causing trouble for Jun Hoshino will have no reason to worry about the mere 3 million. It doesn't matter if Takasaki-kun can't discover it on his own initiative. Hoshino Jun believes that as his good friend, Takayaniji Shiro will definitely help him discover it. I'm almost at school, how about you? I just entered the school. Okay then, come out now and wait for me at the school gate, and we'll go in together. Hoshino-san, this isn't right. I have a boyfriend. Seeing this message, Jun Hoshino frowned with some dissatisfaction. Kato Nana always mentioned her boyfriend to Jun Hoshino again and again. It was as if she didn't have a boyfriend, Jun Hoshino would look for her. The host of the ATM machine is her boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki, and she, Nana Kato, is at most the password for withdrawing money. You mean to say your boyfriend is more important than me? Forget it, it's up to you whether you want to come or not. It's not like I can't get into school by myself. After sending the message, Jun Hoshino turned off her phone immediately. Women like Kato Nana cannot be spoiled. She is like a cat. If you act like your master from beginning to end, she will be very docile. But if you pamper her too much, Nana Kato will feel that her status is higher than yours. Then in Kato Nana's eyes, you will become cheap and nothing. He yawned again, and a breeze blew, causing his black hair to sway gently. Hoshino-san, I'm here. 3 minutes later, at the school gate, as expected, Jun Hoshino saw Nana Kato waiting at the door. Don't you have a boyfriend? Hoshino Jun looked at her disdainfully and asked coldly, why are you still waiting for me here? Hoshino-san. I'm sorry. I said something wrong. Please forgive me. Kato Nana lowered her head, and a hint of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes. Bite. Malicious sneak shots from Takayaniji Castle detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. P.S. Tomorrow's results will be a PK, so I beg my readers who are loved by everyone and flowers bloom when they see them to read it after tomorrow's update. If you are confirmed to have 3 rounds on Friday, start a group immediately. Chapter 39, A Little Romance in the Library. Amano Academy, 8:25 a.m. There are people coming and going at the school gate. The petite and cute girl has chosen to apologize to Jun Hoshino in public, so Jun Hoshino naturally will not continue to act cold and indifferent. Well, it's a nice day today. So, let's go together, Nana. Looking up at the horizon, the sky is clear and bright, like a piece of light blue glass, without any clouds or floors, only a golden sun hanging quietly in the sky. The girl in the sunshine felt a pang in her heart because Hoshino-san didn't call her Kato-san, and the name went back to the same as before. She didn't know she had a boyfriend. Intimate Nana. Hoshino-san. Nana Kato didn't know why she cared about Jun Hoshino's expression, but when she saw Jun Hoshino smile, she suddenly felt relaxed. Well, let's go together. Hearing the girl's cheerful voice, Jun Hoshino curled up the corners of his lips and looked at her eyes that were as curved as willow leaves when she smiled. Today, Nana Kato is wearing black tights under her school uniform skirt. Her 2 delicate little feet are in small leather shoes. Her chubby and cute figure is unexpectedly seductive. Sure enough, whether a figure is good or not mainly depends on whether the person is beautiful. An ordinary or ugly chubby thing is a sweet potato, while a beautiful chubby thing is cute. Because of Kato Nana's beauty, Jun Hoshino, who was planning to go to her in the morning to collect debts, felt much happier. Name, Kato Nana. Stamina, 4. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 8. Occupation, student. Friendship, she currently owes you AC level friendship debt. Please urge her to pay it as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 1 million yen. Food, 3 meals a day for 3 consecutive months. Friendship, learn how to kiss together 2 minutes. The collection task is as simple as ever. There is no difficulty at all. After walking on the campus for a while, 3 roads appeared. Hoshino-jun turned left. Kato Nana next to him was stunned for a moment, then hurried to catch up. Hoshino-san, where are you going? Kato Nana blinked her bright eyes, and her short legs in black stockings had to move quickly to keep up with Hoshino-jun's pace. Look, Jun Hoshino didn't even call her, but she followed us on her own. Hoshino-jun's smile spread across his face. He said, let's go to the library. As for why, you'll know in a moment. Oh. Kato Nana was a little scared, but also a little expectant. Hoshino's words are gentle, but there is always a sense of a bad guy seducing a stupid girl, just like those villains in anime who seem righteous but are actually evil. She no longer dared to think about where Hoshino-san would take her next or what terrible things he would do to her. The path ends at the school library. Amano College is jointly run by 3 foundations. It not only has a strong faculty, but also has perfect facilities in all aspects. Even the library's facilities are comparable to those of a university, and even surpass those of some ordinary universities. Takayaniji Cheng really didn't understand what reconnaissance was. Until the moment they approached the library, Hoshino-jun could still see his figure in the reflection of the glass at the door. If Jun Hoshino hadn't deliberately let him cause trouble, he would have shaken him off long ago. Bite. Malicious sneak shots from Takayaniji Castle detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. This is the second time. Converted into money, Takayaniji Cheng brought Hoshino-jun 200,000 yen by taking 2 photos. Good. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. After entering the library and borrowing books under the strange look of the beautiful teacher who managed the books, Jun Hoshino led Kato Nana to a more secluded corner. I borrowed Rabindranath Tagore's The Song of the Birds. How about you, Hoshino-san? After sitting down, Kato Nana sat upright and obediently, flipping through the pages of the book with her fingers. Hoshino-jun picked up the book with the 3 large characters, Jin X Mai printed on it and said with a smile, I am studying ancient Chinese literature and art. Kato Nana nodded as if she understood, and praised, Hoshino-san is really amazing. Crack. The sound of crisp shooting echoed in the quiet library. Jun Hoshino felt that he was really impressed by Takayaniji Cheng's idiot. Bite. Malicious sneak shots from Takayaniji Castle detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. No further action will be taken. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. Kato Nana's attention was mostly on Hoshino-jun. Seeing Hoshino-jun frowning slightly, she asked. Hoshino-san, what's wrong? Fine. Jun Hoshino smiled and shook his head, then lowered his head to read. Tilde. Kato Nana was about to continue reading when suddenly her body trembled and her pupils shrank sharply. Hoshino-san. What's wrong? Seeing Jun Hoshino slowly flipping through the book as if nothing had happened, Kato Nana bit her lip and lowered her head to read. Fine. It would be strange if nothing happened. Glancing out of the corner of my eye, I saw that Hoshino's right shoe had been taken off, and her right foot was now resting on her leg, with her toes teasing her short skirt. A pair of fleshy legs in black stockings couldn't help but come together, and Kato Nana really couldn't calm down. Hoshino-san, isn't it inappropriate to do this kind of thing in the library? It's okay. I've observed that this location is a blind spot for surveillance. Jun Hoshino said calmly. At this time, his feet had reached Kato Nana's thighs, pressing on her tight thighs. This is not bullying, this is Jun Hoshino giving the girl a massage. Nana Kato is a member of the swimming club and is always in training, so her legs must be weak from time to time. So the kind-hearted Jun Hoshino is worried that the girl's legs will have problems in the future, so he took this action. I mean, wouldn't it be inappropriate to do this kind of thing in a place like this? Kato Nana pursed her lips. Hoshino-jun flipped through the pages of the book and nodded slightly, saying, "It's not very good. I originally wanted to grab your feet, but after some estimation, your legs are too short to reach my stomach. So there was no choice but to go out on my own. However, it feels pretty good to step on the girl's thighs wrapped in black stockings." Hearing this, Kato Nana's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment. "Hoshino-san, are you complaining about my short legs?" Quite self-aware. Hoshino-jun frowned slightly and asked in a cold voice, "Are you angry with me?" The expression on Kato Nana's face suddenly turned cold, and she used her slender fingers to push the hair behind her ears. "No, Hoshino-san misunderstood me. As long as I'm as calm as Hoshino-san, no one will notice." Thinking of this, Kato Nana pretended to be calm while looking at the book, while moving her right hand down, calmly lifted up the school uniform, and quickly wrapped Hoshino-jun's feet. "I apologize for my attitude. I hope Hoshino-san doesn't mind." Chapter 40, Hoshino-san is so strong, please read. Kato Nana's voice was very soft, like a mumbling in a dream. Jun Hoshino didn't expect that she would be so bold today. When her feet touched the warmth of her belly, Jun Hoshino's throat felt a little dry. Licking my lips lightly, I turned to the next page of Jin X My and quietly felt the beauty. Then he raised his eyes inadvertently, and glanced at Takayaniji Shiro, who was sitting 3 rows behind Kato Nana and raising his phone to take a picture of Hoshino-jun. This idiot didn't even realize how loud his phone was. Crack. Bite. Malicious sneak shots from Takayaniji Castle detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. The sound of taking pictures and the system sound rang out at the same time, and Jun Hoshino's smile became even brighter. This is the 4th time. At the same time, during the time she was with Jun Hoshino, the face of her boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki always appeared involuntarily in Kato Nana's mind. Though I feel a little sorry for Yusuke. But this is what I owe Hoshino-san. I deceived Hoshino-san beforehand, and this is the punishment I deserve. Even if Yusuke knew, he would definitely understand me. Thinking of this, Kato Nana put her little hands outside her school uniform, pressed the school uniform to press the big foot on her belly tighter. Hoshino-san's feet are so warm. I'm quite happy. Who wouldn't be happy if they got for C-level debts at once? Jun Hoshino would be happier if the system did not require the host to collect the money, but instead chose to send the money directly. System, you're dreaming. Maybe the system. She immediately changed her tone and said, "It's my fault. I'll call Yusuke over right away. Little girl. It just needs to be dealt with. You have to scold him a few times before he will obey you." The morning breeze brought the best air into the library, and the pages of books were stroked, emitting a faint fragrance of books. Nana Kato opened her phone and sent a message to her boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki. From the constant beeping of the phone vibrating, you can tell that the person on the other end of the phone is probably very anxious. It has to be said that in some aspects, Kato Nana is stronger than Hoshino-jun. Even between Jun Hoshino and Nana Kato, Hoshino still needs to deliberately cater to Nana Kato's preferences before she will be obedient. But Takasaki Yusuke was able to run all the way from the teaching building to the library in less than 3 minutes after Kato Nana sent him a message. His speed was so fast that Jun Hoshino almost couldn't retract his foot that was teasing Kato Nana in time. "Nana, where's the pervert?" Takasaki Yusuke rushed over, panting, and grabbed Hoshino-jun's collar. "Is that you? Hoshino-jun. Bite." A malicious push from Yusuke Takasaki was detected. "If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt." Jun Hoshino didn't say anything. He stood up expressionlessly and looked down at Yusuke Takasaki, who was several centimeters shorter than him. The sharp and condescending gaze made Takasaki Yusuke feel uncomfortable. His legs unconsciously became weak. How can Hoshino-jun be so scary? "Yusuke, what are you doing?" Kato Nana said coldly as she pulled Takasaki Yusuke back a little. "I asked you to protect me, not to cause trouble. It would be fine if you were just looking for trouble, but as soon as Hoshino-san stood up, you acted like a coward again. I really can't stand watching it. Both food and money. Takasaki-kun, it's none of my business." It was the classmate behind that secretly took photos of Kato-san several times. Jun Hoshino raised his hand and pointed at Takayaniji Shiro, who was covering his face with a book. Debt acquisition successful. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. The embarrassment was relieved. Realizing that he had just embarrassed himself, Takasaki Yusuke smiled awkwardly, rolled his eyes and said, "I'm sorry, Hoshino-kun. Once I've dealt with this matter, I'll ask Nana to come and thank you together." After saying that, Takasaki Yusuke took a deep breath and turned to walk towards the person that Hoshino-jun had just pointed at. Kato Nana quickly grabbed his wrist. "Yusuke, what are you doing?" She just wanted to play with Jun Hoshino, but she didn't intend to harm her boyfriend. "Don't worry, Nana, I'll be fine." Yusuke Takasaki felt warmed by the concern from his girlfriend, and his anger towards the person who took the voyeuristic photos became even stronger. He shook off Kato Nana's hand and walked straight towards Takayaniji Castle. Kato Nana was still worried, so she moved her steps to try to catch up, but was grabbed by Hoshino-jun's shoulder. "Don't be afraid, just let your boyfriend go." Hoshino-jun blinked. "I'm sure that person just took a sneak shot of Kato-san." Hearing this, Kato Nana was a little confused. She thought Hoshino was just trying to tease her boyfriend, but it turned out that someone was really taking pictures. The two of them stared at Takasaki Yusuke's back as he snatched the book from Takayaniji Shiro, who was trying to cover up his crime. "Hand over your phone to me." When Takasaki Yusuke roared this, Kato Nana felt a little relieved. Yusuke finally stood up for once. But what followed was greater loss. "Cheng, how could it be you? Why are you secretly taking pictures of my girlfriend? Are you sick?" After the books that were blocking their faces were removed, they stared at each other. Gao Liu Cheng smiled awkwardly and explained in a low voice, "I'm not taking pictures of your girlfriend, I'm taking pictures of Jun Hoshino." Seeing her boyfriend whispering with the paparazzi, Kato Nana's face suddenly turned dark. "Is Yusuke so cowardly that he doesn't even dare to stand up for me?" Sadness filled the girl's eyes. At this moment, Jun Hoshino suddenly rushed past her side and snatched Takayaniji Cheng's mobile phone. "Jun Hoshino, what are you doing? Give my phone back to me." Gao Yanarji Cheng roared. "TSK, TSK, 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 Cheng Kun is really a bad boy. He took so many pictures of Kato-san." Jun Hoshino grabbed Takayaniji Shiro's neck with one hand and held him on the table. He raised the corners of his lips and turned to look at Kato Nana with a smile. "Tell me, what should we do with him? I'll help you." The morning breeze blew on the boy's handsome profile, and Kato Nana's heart seemed to be blown a few times as well. This time, it's love. Hoshino-san is so strong. Chapter 41, Nana has a date. How does it feel to fall in love with someone suddenly? In his eyes, his whole body was radiating light. How does it feel to suddenly dislike someone? In her eyes, he looked as dull as an ordinary speck of dust in the world. Takasaki Yusuke made a bitter face, walked to Kato Nana, and whispered, "Nana, let's forget about this matter. Cheng-jun is my friend." Kato Nana didn't react and moved away from him calmly. Jun Hoshino let go of Takayaniji Shiro and handed the phone to Kato Nana. The display interface was an album with several photos of Kato Nana. "Do you want to delete it?" Nana Kato walked closer, took the phone, and deleted the photos in front of Yusuke Takasaki and Shiro Takayaniji. Then go to the album recycling site to clear it. Gao Yanarji Cheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was clearly taking a picture of Jun Hoshino, so what on earth was this woman doing on her own? "Now what can I give to Zun?" Nana Kato, who had preconceived notions, subconsciously ignored Jun Hoshino in the photo, thinking that it was just a candid photo shoot targeting her. "Yusuke, I can listen to you this time and forgive him. But I want to ask you a question." Kato Nana turned sideways, her face a mixture of sadness and joy, and looked into Takasaki Yusuke's eyes. She said, "If your friends bully me in the future, do I have to endure it?" "How could that be?" Takasaki Yusuke smiled foolishly, clenched his fist and gently hit Takayaniji Cheng's shoulder twice. "If there is a next time, I promise to teach him a lesson." Oh. He couldn't even protect his girlfriend when she was bullied. What's the use of such a cowardly guy? Kato Nana frowned and said nothing. She shook her head and left without saying a word. At this moment, in her eyes, Takasaki Yusuke pales in comparison. "Nana, wait for me." Takasaki Yusuke noticed that Kato Nana was angry, but he remained calm. I've been with Kato Nana for more than 10 years. At most, I can just ignore him for a week or two and apologize privately. It can always be coaxed. Seeing that the young couple had left, Jun Hoshino slowly turned his gaze to Takayaniji Chang. At this time, Takayaniji Chang had an ugly expression on his face and was also staring at him. Ju Jun, secretly taking photos is not a good habit. You will go to jail. What does it have to do with you? Gao Liu Cheng gritted his teeth. TSK, I really don't understand what people are saying. Hoshino Jun sneered, if I knew that you gave my photo to Yamada-zun, I wouldn't mind sending you to jail. Upon hearing this, Gao Liu Cheng's expression froze and he stared deeply at Hoshino Jun. So you know everything. What do you think? Hoshino Jun straightened his collar. For an idiot like you who's willing to be Yamada Fumio's dog, what little tricks do you have that others can't understand? Gao Liu Cheng's face instantly turned red like liver, and he said with a breath held back. This isn't being a dog, this is love, do you understand? This is my love for Kaoru. People like you don't understand my feelings for Zun. A dog is a dog, and it has feelings. So funny. Bored to the point of yawning at the so-called feelings, Hoshino Jun said calmly, I don't care whether you really feel the same or just want to be a dog. Anyway, for Aunt Yuki's sake, I'll give you one last reminder, if you want to be a phoenix man, you have to be a real phoenix yourself. A mismatch between people from different social classes will never end well. A princess from a consortium might be blind enough to fall in love with a poor boy, but the consortium won't. You're a little jerk with no capital and no outstanding abilities. If you dare touch their princess, you'll end up in Tokyo Bay that very day, becoming fish food. Gao Yanarji Cheng was silent. With a gloomy face and clenched fists, he growled, Zun is not that kind of person, don't slander her here. I give up. Whenever Takayaniji Cheng said, I will try my best to make myself worthy of Zun, Hoshino Jun would look up to him. And when did I ever mention Yamada Kaoru? I was talking about her family. Is there something wrong with your ears that you can't understand me? At this point, all the good and bad things have been said, and Jun Hoshino can't care less about the choice of the road for Gaolio Castle. Why would I bother with an ATM? After leaving behind some incomprehensible words, Junya Hoshino left the library, leaving Takayaniji Shiro alone, feeling heartbroken. Classmates, no noise is allowed in the library. Since there aren't many people here this morning, I'll forgive you this time. If you do it again next time, don't come in. When returning Jinxmai, the beautiful administrator said something unpleasantly. Hoshino Jun apologized sincerely, and the other party did not pursue the matter. He just muttered something after Jun Hoshino left. How could someone so young and good-looking read this kind of book? It's really strange. Hoshino Jun has a negative attitude towards this statement. Who says that handsome people cannot read imperial books? For example, the readers of Tokyo Friendship Collection are all super handsome guys with looks far exceeding that of Takuya Kimura. Walking out of the library, facing the summer morning breeze, Jun Hoshino strolled on their way to the teaching building. It's almost time for class. If you don't go to the classroom now, you will be scolded by teacher Hamasaki. Beep. When I picked up my phone to check the time, several messages popped up, all from Kato Nana. Hoshino-san, why didn't you come out? I thought you were following. But when I turned around, I saw that it was Takasaki Yusuke following me. Interesting, has the way you address your boyfriend changed from Yusuke to Takasaki Yusuke? After the text message, several selfies popped up. In the photo, the girl's slender fingers are slightly hooked on the collar, her chin is tilted back, and her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone are exposed to the air. And the round white dumplings are faintly airy and half-wrapped, which makes them more tempting than looking at them directly. TSK. Kato Nana's photography skills are getting better and better. I didn't ask you to send photos today. You took the initiative. Jun Hoshino replied. Kato Nana seemed to not know how to respond to this sentence. She paused for a long time, and after about 3 minutes, she sent another message. Don't you like watching it, Hoshino-san? Yes, but I would like it better if you wore white stockings. For cute types, white stockings are best. Black stockings don't really suit plump girls. The other side paused for a moment. Then, around noon, Hoshino-san can come up to the rooftop and help me put on my white stockings, okay? Is it possible to invite someone other than your boyfriend to do this kind of thing? Ding-ling-ling. The school bell rang throughout the campus. Jun Hoshino put his phone back into his pocket and walked towards the teaching building with a righteous look. The kind-hearted Jun Hoshino is willing to help female classmates in need. P.S. The guy next door was renovating late last night, and it kept me awake late. I just got up today, so I'll post the second chapter later this afternoon. Chapter 42, Japanese Rooftop. The morning is a great time to study. There is a rigid biology teacher who is good at making students memorize things, a smart Mediterranean math teacher, and Hamasaki Swayu who likes to wear stockings and high heels with an OL professional outfit. In the last class of the morning, Jun Hoshino listened very attentively, his eyes always following teacher Hamasaki's long black hair. It's not because teacher Hamasaki is beautiful and has a great figure. This is because Mr. Hamasaki is the teacher of class 3B, which is equivalent to the homeroom teacher. It's okay not to attend other teachers' classes, but if you don't pay attention to her class, you will really have to write a self-criticism. Ding-ling-ling. The bell finally rang, and Mr. Hamasaki's middle finger always rang in sync with the bell. When he turned around to put away the textbook and raised his middle finger to push up his gold-rimmed glasses, there was always a sense that he was deliberately looking down on the whole class. This is what Jun Hoshino once thought. But after several consecutive times without triggering the collection system, Jun Hoshino no longer felt that way. Teacher Hamasaki probably just did it unintentionally. Bite. Malicious insults from Hamasaki Swayu detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a D-level friendship debt. The slap in the face came so fast, like a tornado. System, why does Mr. Hamasaki give you the middle finger every day, but you only triggered it today? There was no malice before, only today. Why? Could it be that Mr. Hamasaki is in a bad mood today? Have no idea. I didn't ask you. Jun Hoshino chose not to pursue the matter, and Hamasaki Swayu's information immediately popped up in front of Jun Hoshino. Name, Hamasaki Swayu. Stamina, 5. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 9. Occupation, teacher. Friendship, she currently owes you a D-level friendship debt. Please urge her to pay it as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 100,000 yen. Food, love bento for 3 consecutive months. Friendship, an intimate contact. That's all for this morning's class. Let's go eat, and remember to review your knowledge over the weekend. Don't neglect your studies for the sake of having fun. Teacher Hamasaki was speaking at the podium above, and Jun Hoshino below could no longer look at her after realizing that she had deliberately raised her middle finger to the whole class. While thinking about how to collect the debt, he sorted out the books on the table. There are no classes on the weekend, so I won't be able to see Ms. Hamasaki for the next 2 days. I won't think about her for now. Let's settle the accounts with Kato Nana and Aunt Yuki first. Stand up and take a step. I plan to go to the rooftop to meet Kato Nana while everyone is having lunch. Hoshino-kun, wait. Takasaki Yusuke suddenly stopped Jun Hoshino. He walked to the corner with a smile and motioned Jun Hoshino to talk to the back. What's wrong? Jun Hoshino glanced at the classroom. Most of the students had already left. He didn't know why Yusuke Takasaki was still acting so mysterious. Hoshino-kun, Nana and I had a fight. Takasaki Yusuke scratched his head awkwardly, so I want to ask you for a favor. How can I help? Hoshino-jun raised his eyebrows, thinking, isn't this the good buddy you chose? Takasaki Yusuke shrugged and chuckled, I want to treat Nana to dinner tomorrow, but I just had a fight with her, and she definitely doesn't want to come out alone with me. So let's do this. I won't let Hoshino-kun be a light bulb. Tomorrow, Hoshino-kun will bring a girl to spend money together. How about I pay for all the food, drinks and fun? Before Hoshino-jun could say anything, Takasaki Yusuke came over, put his arm around his shoulders, and said with a smile, with Hoshino-kun's charm, it shouldn't be impossible for him to get a date with a girl. A very low-level method of provoking someone. But Jun Hoshino accepted it. To withdraw money from an ATM, you must first deposit money into the ATM. How to make Takasaki Yusuke owe debts and how to insert Kato Nana's bank card. Hoshino-jun raised his lips and smiled, okay, I will take the girls with me, see you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow, Hoshino-kun. Takasaki Yusuke waved goodbye to Jun Hoshino. After waiting for Jun Hoshino to leave, he immediately took out his mobile phone and sent messages to both of them. President, the plan is going smoothly. Ju-kun, I've done you a big favor this time. Hoshino-jun agreed to bring a female friend along. Try to persuade Yamada-san to come along tomorrow so she can see Hoshino-jun dating another girl. Jun Hoshino, I wonder if the young lady who is infatuated with you can still stay in this school if she sees you dating another girl. Yamada Fumio is notoriously unkind. A smile appeared on Takasaki Yusuke's face. He was already looking forward to the reward he would receive from the president after Hoshino-jun was kicked out of school by Yamada Fumio. As for the fact that Jun Hoshino would not be able to bring a girl tomorrow, Takasaki Yusuke was not worried at all. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that Jun Hoshino is really charming. And even if Jun Hoshino really can't bring one, Yusuke Takasaki will spend money to hire one for Jun Hoshino. Not all girls are as innocent as Nana. In this society, there are many girls who have fallen into depravity because of money. Jun Hoshino, you're dead. After sending messages to the two of them, Takasaki Yusuke's face became depressed, and Nana ignored him again. I hope I can give more gifts tomorrow to appease him. At noon on Friday, Yusuke Takasaki still didn't know that his girlfriend, whom he had been thinking about, had met Jun Hoshino, whom he hated, on the rooftop. The surrounding is quiet. It's clear. When I opened the door, there was no one else on the rooftop except Kato Nana. The style of this rooftop is very Japanese. In Japanese comics, except for important characters, no one usually comes here. Hoshino-san, I'm here. The girl's shoulder-length hair was messed up by the breeze. She stood shyly in the corner, glancing from time to time at Jun Hoshino who was slowly walking towards her. Jun Hoshino noticed at first glance that two buttons on Kato Nana's school uniform had been unbuttoned and her skirt had been pulled up a little. The snow-white gale that is usually hard to see is enjoying the nourishment of the sun. It's really pleasing to the eye. Hoshino-san, please don't look at me like that. As if she realized that Jun Hoshino's gaze was too direct, Kato Nana shyly turned her head away, with her plump black stockings thighs pressed together. The arc of the movement is not large, but the skirt is pulled too high. Just a slight movement revealed the white panties under the skirt. Nana, don't you want me to help you change your stockings? Jun Hoshino approached her, she stepped back, and the two of them retreated all their way to the corner of the wall. Only when she had no room to retreat did Kato Nana carefully take out the white stockings from her skirt pocket. Please help me, Hoshino. A blush appeared on Kato Nana's cute little face, and she looked shy and timid, like a beautiful rose. Ignoring the issue of stockings for the time being, Jun Hoshino directly pulled Kato Nana into his arms and kissed her rosy lips. Tilde. The domineering kiss made the girl a little flustered, but compared to the first time, she enjoyed it more this time. Bite. Collection completed. The payment of 200,000 yen has been made to the personal account of Jun Hoshino through formal channels. Soon. Now that the two Class C debts owed by Nana Kato have been repaid, it's time for the main event. Jun Hoshino smiled and slowly released Kato Nana's lips. Welding Emperor, weld the car door shut for me and get ready to go on the highway. Chapter 43, Hoshino-san. The midday sun shines through the gaps between the white clouds, onto the rooftop, and slants onto Kato Nana's pretty face, which is as white as snow. In the girl's eyes, Jun Hoshino, with his back to the sun, had short black hair that seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light, and looked so sacred. Hoshino-san. How cool! Especially in the mornings in the library. For the entire morning, the image of Jun Hoshino pinching Takayaniji Shiro's neck and snatching the phone from him and handing it to her kept appearing in Nana Kato's mind. Hoshino, who is domineering towards women and equally strong towards outsiders, exudes an invisible charm. Form a bullet. It hit Kato Nana right in the heart. Jun Hoshino kissed her until she was dazed and murmured like in her sleep. With her slender and white arms, she hugged Jun Hoshino's neck tightly, stood on tiptoe, and kissed her back passionately. It was not until Jun Hoshino pressed down on Nana Kato's shoulders and slowly pushed her away that the nearly 10-minute French kiss ended. Hoshino-san. Kato Nana's cheeks flushed and her eyes avoided shyly. She wanted to ask Hoshino-jun why he didn't continue kissing her. But I was too embarrassed to ask. After all, she has a boyfriend, so how could she ask such a question? Although she was shy, the girl still moved closer to Jun Hoshino. Feeling the soft touch of Kato Nana's closeness on his chest, Jun Hoshino closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the fragrance of her hair. Takasaki-kun is so lucky. Her girlfriend's capital is really too strong. While envying Takasaki-kun, Jun Hoshino slid his hands down from Kato Nana's shoulders to her smooth and tight thighs. Tilde. The embarrassing warmth from the palm on her leg made Kato Nana moan uncontrollably. Her eyes were charming and her body trembled. She completely collapsed into Jun Hoshino's arms. Nana, it's time to help you. Jun Hoshino lowered his head and whispered, one hand holding the girl's waist, while the other hand continued to wander on her slippery legs. Don't you want me to help you change your stockings? Give it to me, I'll change it for you. When Kato Nana heard this, she became even more shy. Today was the third day she had known Hoshino. I sent a swimsuit photo to Hoshino-san on the first day. The next day, Hoshino held me on the rooftop and kissed and touched me. On the third day, she took the initiative to invite Hoshino to the rooftop. The most important thing is that she already has a boyfriend, but she still does this kind of thing. And it feels so thrilling and exciting. So I'm that kind of person. The soft and delicate body twisted in Hoshino's arms. After reaching out to take out the stockings, Kato Nana bit her lip and stared into Hoshino's eyes. Nana, don't be afraid. Jun Hoshino saw Kato Nana's worry, raised his hand, pinched her chin, and gently slid his thumb across her pink lips. It was Takasaki-kun who chose his friends. He was the one who let you down. You don't need to blame yourself for him. Don't worry, just choose freely for Jun Hoshino. Anyway, you are Takasaki-kun's girlfriend. Since Takasaki-kun has chosen to be Jun Hoshino's enemy, everything that he has not enjoyed will be enjoyed by Jun Hoshino on his behalf. Well, I'll trouble you, Hoshino-san. Kato Nana whispered softly, and the scene in the morning when Takasaki Yusuke asked her to let Takayaniji Shiro go flashed through her mind again. Yusuke, the bastard, his girlfriend was secretly filmed, but he chose to help the photographer. It's all your fault. It was you who pushed me towards Hoshino-san. Thinking of this, Kato Nana finally handed the white stockings to Hoshino-jun with a calm mind, and then took a few steps back. Leaning against the wall, she took off her leather shoes and then lifted up her skirt. Her white panties stood out against her black tights. The thin and transparent black pantyhose, including the soles of the feet, were completely exposed. Nana, I'm starting. Well, Hoshino-san, please be bold and come. Okay, then bear with me, I'll be quick. Jun Hoshino placed his hands on the iliac bones of Kato Nana's waist, and slowly took off her black pantyhose, his fingertips sliding from her waist to her calves. The tingling touch made Kato Nana's body difficult to control. She gradually revealed her straight and beautiful legs with fair skin, and she began to tremble uncontrollably. Hoshino-san's hand. It makes me so happy. The black pantyhose were completely taken off, revealing a pair of plump, fragrant and soft feet that appeared completely in front of Jun Hoshino. The instep of the foot has a perfect curvature, and the sole is soft, red, and delicate. Gently stroking and kneading it feels like playing with a kitten's paw. The touch felt by Kato Nana was even stronger than that felt by Hoshino-jun. She couldn't help but moan softly, and her cheeks became hot. Hoshino-san's hands are so big. So exciting. Listening to the girl's calls again and again, Jun Hoshino's throat became dry. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and his chest felt hot and unbearable. Nana, wait a moment, I'll be ready soon. As she spoke, Jun Hoshino picked up the white stockings and slowly put them on her round and cute toes. Against the backdrop of the translucent white stockings, her chubby feet looked even more adorable. Under the sunlight, it reflects charming light. As Jun Hoshino's fingertips penetrated deeper and deeper into the white silk, a low moan came from Kato Nana's pink lips again. Her legs trembled slightly, her eyes were blurred, until Jun Hoshino's big hands climbed back to her waist again, and she could no longer hold back and threw herself into Jun Hoshino's arms. Taking small sips of air. Who tilde? Jun Hoshino took the opportunity to hug the girl's soft body tightly, squinted his eyes, and lowered his head to avoid the scorching sun shining into his eyes. Tokyo is still very hot this year. The delicate and soft body of the girl in his arms was very hot. Jun Hoshino lowered his head and found that Kato Nana was also looking up at him. Sweat was oozing from her forehead and nose, and her face was unnaturally flushed. Hoshino-san, kiss me. Kato Nana's red lips opened and closed slightly, continuously exhaling warm breath, and the charm in her eyes seemed to be able to melt one's bones. However, this charm does not belong to her boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki. But it was Jun Hoshino, whom Takasaki Yusuke wanted to target. Takasaki-kun. Very green. Nana. I just helped you, now, can you do me a favor too? Jun Hoshino raised his hand and stroked Kato Nana's cute face, carefully feeling the burning temperature on the girl's face. Then place your thumb on your lower lip, which is like a pink rose. Hoshino-san, what do you want me to do? Kato Nana murmured. She hugged Hoshino-jun's waist tightly and curled up in his broad arms. She thought that she probably wouldn't be able to refuse Hoshino-san if it was Hoshino-san. Yes, we can help. Nana, the weather is too hot. I'm a little irritated. Please help me cool down. Jun Hoshino whispered in Kato Nana's ear, inviting her to help. Chapter 44, Stay Away From Me. You Tilder. An hour later. In the bathroom. Nana Kato retched in the toilet for a long time, then opened the door and limped to the sink. Turn on the faucet and use clean water to wash away the few drops of sweat on the corners of your mouth. The water stains jumped from the sink onto the black pantyhose wrapped around her legs. The cool feeling prompted Kato Nana to look down. Damn Hoshino-san. If he's violent again next time, I won't talk to him anymore. Thinking of what happened on the rooftop just now, Kato Nana's face blushed again. She patted her face and wanted to reach into the pocket of her skirt to get a handkerchief to wipe her hands, but suddenly remembered that the white stockings with blood stains were still in it. So she withdrew her hand and simply wiped it with her school uniform. After all, this is a first-time witness, so I have to keep it well. Even after the faucet was turned off, water droplets were still dripping. Nana Kato pursed her lips with some regret, looking at herself in the plastic surgery mirror, and suddenly she wanted to pull her hair. Why did you just give it to Hoshino-san so carelessly in the heat of the moment? What if Yusuke finds out? It's all because of Hoshino-san's overbearing behavior. Originally, I just wanted to help him massage it. He had to say something. Yusuke got Nana's love, so he wanted Nana's soul. It's so embarrassing. She limped out of the bathroom and saw Jun Hoshino waiting for her at the door, leaning on the railing. Not too bad. At least he knew to wait for someone. It's been 8 minutes since you went in. Hoshino-jun looked at Kato Nana with a smile and asked, why did you take so long to wash your face, Nana? Nana Kato pouted her pink little lips and gave Jun Hoshino a fierce look. It's all Hoshino-san's fault. It's all Hoshino-san's fault. Her beautiful eyes were filled with resentment, as if she was scolding Jun Hoshino for being heartless. Jun Hoshino raised his eyebrows slightly, with a smile on his lips, and thought that the girl's resentment was actually quite cute. It's quite exciting. It's not my fault, it's Nana's fault. Hoshino-jun jokingly said, it was Nana who seduced me first, setting the trap step by step to make me fall into it. He first created a chance encounter with me, then lured me to add him online, sent me swimsuit photos, and the next day, he put on my favorite white stockings to seduce me, and then he seduced me into giving him my first kiss on the rooftop. Today was even more excessive. It directly ruined my 18 years of youth. Because of Nana, from now on, I will no longer be a simple boy. As Hoshino-jun spoke, there was a hint of grievance in his tone. Hearing this, Kato Nana's face turned red with embarrassment, and her inner shame was almost bursting. You know what, it really seems to be what Jun Hoshino said. After all, most of the time, Kato Nana takes the initiative, and she can push Hoshino-jun away before anything happens every time. But she didn't. Instead, he was reluctant to accept it. Hoshino-san, stop talking. Kato Nana murmured softly, lowering her head as if she wanted to bury it in the mountain. At the same time, she was thinking. Could it be true as Hoshino-san said? Is this all intentional and unintentional? Did I deliberately seduce Hoshino-san? Not only did she betray her boyfriend, she also played with Hoshino. Kato Nana, you are so bad. Seeing the girl's shy look with a little excitement, Jun Hoshino knew that he had found the right method. A docile and good girl, but secretly wants to be a bad girl. Just make her feel bad. Hoshino-jun walked towards her, twisting his fingers to play with her black hair. Nana, you deceived my feelings and destroyed my purity. I can't blame you. Huh. Kato Nana was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Hoshino-jun, feeling a little lost. Don't blame me. It feels a bit unlike the overbearing Hoshino-san. Suddenly, Hoshino-jun narrowed his eyes and said, but there must be punishment. Kato Nana was shocked by the sudden power, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Yes, it's this kind of Hoshino-kun that's the most handsome. Kato Nana asked timidly, what is the punishment that Hoshino-san is talking about? I don't mind you dating Takasaki Yusuke, but you must never let him touch you in the future, not even for the most ordinary hand-holding. Jun Hoshino's fingers pinched and played with Kato Nana's fair face again and again. As a normal male with a sense of territory, Jun Hoshino has no bad taste in sharing things with others. Nana Kato can continue to cooperate with Yusuke Takasaki as an ATM, but there should be no contact between them. The title Nana has been given to Takasaki-kun, and the body can only belong to me. Do you understand, Nana? Tilde. Looking at Jun Hoshino getting closer and closer, Kato Nana heard her heartbeat getting faster and faster. I understand, Hoshino-san. I won't let Yusuke get to me. I'm sorry, Yusuke. Hoshino-san is too fierce. I can't refuse him. There's nothing I can do about it. Although we have just started dating and have not had much contact, I will have to ask you to stay away from me from now on. It's not just Takasaki-kun. If I find out that Nana dares to touch another member of the opposite sex, then Nana should be prepared to be abandoned by me. A breeze blew through the corridor, ruffling the boy's hair. Nana Kato looked up at the handsome Jun Hoshino. She could feel the seriousness in Hoshino's words. No kidding. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang along with Jun Hoshino's footsteps. He waved to Kato Nana with his back and walked towards the classroom first. See you tomorrow, Nana. There was no need to wait for an answer. What Jun Hoshino just said to Kato Nana was not a threat, but a notification. Watching Jun Hoshino's back gradually disappearing into the distance, the girl remained stunned. A tingling sensation welled up in her heart, her gaze drawn to him, and her breathing paused slightly when Jun Hoshino disappeared around the corner. Hoshino-kun, so handsome. My chest is itchy and Kato Nana really wants to grab it. It's heart-beating. In the afternoon, Nana Kato did not participate in club activities due to poor health and submitted an application to withdraw from the swimming department. She has to do it a little more perfectly than what Hoshino-san requires. It would be better to join a literary club in the future. It's so strange. Why would I be so willing to do this for Hoshino-san after only knowing him for 3 days? Kato Nana walked slowly while thinking. When she arrived at the school gate, she saw the young man walking towards her slowly with a bright smile on his face and his arms full of snacks in the sunset. Nana, please don't be angry with me, okay? Look, these are the snacks I bought for you. They are all your favorites. Takasaki Yusuke gave a flattering smile. When he was shopping just now, he deliberately didn't ask for a bag. He thought to himself, Nana is so gentle, she will definitely not watch him holding so many snacks by himself. As long as Nana accepts the snacks, her anger in the morning will definitely disappear. However, Kato Nana didn't even look at him twice. Yusuke, stay away from me. Your smile is really annoying. The broad-minded girl limped out of the school gate, avoiding Takasaki Yusuke. Chapter 45, Dwarfed. After Jun Hoshino finished his club activities and returned home to cook and eat, it was almost 7 o'clock. It gets cooler as night falls. Tokyo is not quiet in the evening. The drunken and crazy failed middle-aged men, the yelling biker gangs, and the rich people driving sports cars with beautiful women and honking horns added a lot of noise to the night. Opened a can of Coke. Facing the cool evening air, I walked towards the bus stop opposite the apartment. Thanks to Takayaniji Joe, Aunt Yuki's debt has accumulated to 4 times the sea-level debt, and it must be collected as soon as possible. Beep, beep. Just as Jun Hoshino was thinking about collecting the debt, Yuki Takayaniji sent a message on Jun Hoshino's phone. It seems like I feel something. Seochun, why are you here again? I'm warning you, I'm here with Mai today. Don't be rude to me, or Mai will teach you a lesson. There was a sense of pride between the lines of Takayaniji Yuki's words, like a brave man who finally blocked the attack of the devil. It's rare for a stupid wife to be smart for once. If she chooses to go home with my Asuka after get off work and take a ride together, then Jun Hoshino will definitely not attack her on the way. This bus probably drove a little too fast on their way and didn't arrive at the destination exactly when it was about to arrive, so it was moving very slowly, like a giant turtle crawling on land. Before reaching the station, Jun Hoshino saw my Asuka reaching out her hand and waving at him. Jun-chan tilde. If he can be persuaded, Jun Hoshino really likes my Asuka not to add chan at the end when she calls his name. Although it's intimate, it's really hard to listen to. Buzz. The bus finally stopped, and my Asu ran off happily. There were no waves, which formed a sharp contrast with the huge waves that followed. Aunt Mai is actually not small, she is above average among women in the island country, but Aunt Yuki is really too big, which makes her look not good enough. Jun-chan, why did you come to pick up Auntie today? Have you been thinking about her day and night? My Asu hooked her arms around Jun Hoshino's neck with a smile, and her plump figure pressed against Jun Hoshino, not caring whether Jun Hoshino would take advantage of her. I have been enjoying the big fruits of Kato Nana and Aunt Yuki in recent days. This resulted in a soft cotton feeling on his elbow, but surprisingly, Jun Hoshino didn't react at all, and he didn't even think about the yellow waist. Stupid aunt, it's only evening now, why are you thinking about it at night? So it's Rizai. No, I'm dating a hot girl from school during the day. Jun Hoshino was very honest and directly told everyone his schedule for the day. But my Asu didn't believe it at all. She giggled and said, "You're just being stubborn. You don't even have pocket money, how can you pick up hot girls? Maybe it's a hot girl hitting on me." Hearing this, my Asu was shocked and looked at Hoshino Jun's handsome face cautiously. Apparently, she thought this was a possible answer. Then, Hoshino Jun said, "The hot girl I'm dating has a boyfriend. She can do everything with me behind her boyfriend's back for me, things she and her boyfriend have never done. Moreover, the two had only known each other for 3 days." Foot tilde. My Asuka laughed out loud, "You might as well just say that you will become the captain of the Earth tomorrow." "Okay, I'll be the captain of the Earth tomorrow and appoint you as the director of the Global Toilet Department, specifically responsible for cleaning the toilets." A smile appeared in the corner of Hoshino Jun's eyes. "Auntie, I told you everything honestly today, but you just didn't believe me. If you find out later, don't blame me. Don't want." At this time, my Asu did not realize the seriousness of the matter. She pulled Jun Hoshino and marched forward in big strides. It doesn't feel like an adult going home from get off work, but more like an elementary school student going home from school. "I want to be the most beautiful woman on earth, the most beautiful woman in the world, hee hee. Thick-skinned. What do you mean by thick skin? I'm beautiful anyway." After hearing Jun Hoshino's answer, my Asu was so angry that she dribbled the ball and bumped into people, bullying Jun Hoshino as much as she could. Considering that they were outside and there were other people around, Jun Hoshino gave my Asuka some face and did not fight back. Only his mouth continued to chatter. What a strange atmosphere. Takayaniji Yuki was walking slowly behind the two of them. He looked left and right and felt something was wrong with the two people in front of him. Why do I feel that Mai and Sechun's relationship doesn't seem like that of elder and junior? They seem more like a young married couple. As soon as this thought came to mind, Takayaniji Yuki shook his head and immediately threw the idea out of his mind. Jun Hoshino was raised by my Asuka, how could their relationship develop into that kind of relationship? I must have misunderstood. Maybe this is how normal family relationships should be. It's just that my son Secheng didn't teach him well, and is not close to his mother at all. I'm so envious of Mai. The cherry blossoms bloomed and faded, and the rising moon was bright and flawless. Under the cold moonlight, a pink petal fell on the towering marshmallow of the widowed widow, Mrs. Takayaniji. When they reached the 4th floor, Jun Hoshino pulled out the arm that was tightly held by my Asuka and took out the key from his trouser pocket. I've already prepared the meal. It should still be hot. You can eat it later. Okay, Jun-chan is so good. Joy filled Asumai's eyes, which curved like crescent moons. When you get home from work, there's a hot meal waiting for you. There is no happier life for ordinary people than this. That's great. Murmuring softly, Takayaniji Yuki also lowered her head to fumble for the key in her bag. My Asu was so happy that she felt a little jealous. Crack. The door lock turned, and the moment the door was opened, Takayaniji Yuki saw his son Takayaniji Shiro sitting on the sofa watching TV with the TV turned on. Mom, why did you come back so late? Gao Liu Cheng complained softly, hurry up and cook. I'm almost starving. Clatter. Takayaniji Yuki's body suddenly went limp and her bag fell to the ground. My eyes unconsciously turned red. Why does her adopted son Gao Liu Cheng never come downstairs to wait for her, nor does he think of cooking for her? On the contrary, after a busy day, Takayaniji Yuki still has to cook for her son without stopping. Taking a step back, you can hear the warm daily life of Jun Hoshino and Mayasuke. I've washed your clothes. Could you please stop leaving them around in the future? It's hard for me to clean up. Okay, I'll listen to you, Chun-chan. You're not listening to shit. It goes in one ear and out the other. Next time, put away all the clothes you take off. Do you hear me? Hey, stop it, my ears are going to explode from Jun-chan's nagging. When I stepped back into the entrance hall, I was met with my son's confused gaze. Mom, what are you standing there for? I'm hungry, cook. Takayaniji Yuki's chest suddenly felt congested. For some reason, the joy she had originally felt about going home turned into depression, and a sense of annoyance kept creeping up between her brows. Looking at my son blinking his eyes waiting to be fed. Take a deep breath. Then spit it out. Why can't Seacheng learn to cook by himself? Faced with his mother's questions, Gao Liu Cheng was stunned and looked even more confused. I have to go to school. I'm very busy. Just at this moment, Jun Hoshino came out from next door. Aunt Yushi, you got off work so late, you probably haven't eaten yet, why don't you come to our house and try my cooking with me? Chapter 46, Pretending to be a Girlfriend. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. In the evening when the moon had just risen, Jun Hoshino was right behind Yuki Takayaniji. After hearing Jun Hoshino's invitation and looking at her own son waiting to be fed, Yuki Takayaniji felt very tired, even more tired than when she was at work. Small town. I wish you were half as good as Sechun. Ju Kuan is home too, didn't you cook for Aunt Yuki? Well, forget it. How about we just go to my house and eat together? Gaze passed by. Jun Hoshino looked at Takayaniji Shiro who was scratching his head and explaining. His smile was gentle and his tone was sincere. It was not just a courtesy, but a sincere invitation to the mother and son to have dinner together. Don't eat your family's meal. My mom can cook for us. Gao Yanarji Cheng still remembered that morning when Hoshino Jun pinched his neck and controlled him with one hand. Since he was still fuming with anger, it was naturally impossible for him to accept Jun Hoshino's invitation. Even if it was just a polite gesture between two neighbors, Gao Liu Cheng was too lazy to show it. But suddenly, his mother, Yuki Takayaniji, took a step back. Seacheng, make yourself some instant noodles. Mom is very tired today and doesn't feel like cooking. Gao Liu Cheng suddenly opened his mouth, his face full of confusion. He called out, Mom, again, but Takayaniji Yuki did not wait for his call and had already left home. All that was left at the door was Jun Hoshino's sarcastic smile. Jun Hoshino has been paying attention to Yuki Takayaniji's movements. He was thinking about how to approach Yuki Takayaniji and collect the debt, but he couldn't figure it out after thinking about it for a long time. Who knows? Hey! Jun Hoshino couldn't think of a solution, so Takayaniji Cheng took the initiative to assist him. Your mother doesn't get home from get off work until 7 o'clock, but you, Gao Liu Cheng, a lazy student who gets home at 5 o'clock, have to wait for her to cook for you. Isn't this a brain bubble? It would be a miracle if Takayaniji Yuki could feel better as long as Jun Hoshino acts as a comparison with other people's children. Ju Kuan, even if you only want to be Yamada-san's dog, you should not forget your mother. She is the one who loves you the most. Gao Liu Cheng's expression froze and the corners of his mouth twitched. Jun Hoshino, you troublemaker, shut up. Hearing this, Hoshino Jun sighed softly. It's hard to be a good person. Good words cannot persuade a damned ghost. Since Takayaniji Cheng doesn't want to treat Takayaniji Yuki well, let the kind-hearted Hoshino Jun help him. Ju Jun, if you don't think about being nice to Aunt Yushi, then I will take good care of Aunt Yushi. Hoshino Jun didn't care whether Takayaniji Cheng listened or not. He gave him some advice, closed the door of room 403 and left. Bang! Gao Liucheng angrily slammed the wall. How can you repair it? Because the two families have been neighbors for many years, Takayaniji Cheng never suspected that something might happen between Hoshino Jun and his mother. Gao Yanarji Cheng simply thought that Hoshino Jun was just mocking him. Damn that Hoshino Jun, he's so arrogant. Just wait and see if you can still smile when you go out on a date with a woman tomorrow. Tomorrow, Zun will never forgive you. Takayaniji Cheng has already begun to imagine that when Yamada Fumio sees Jun Hoshino with another woman tomorrow, he will completely give up on Jun Hoshino. By then, Yamada Fumio will start paying attention to other men. The first thing that comes to mind is definitely myself, who follows her without any regrets. It's fantasy time. Gao Liucheng couldn't help but smile. He wanted to indulge in this beautiful dream forever. Unfortunately, the feeling of hunger in his stomach interrupted his fantasy. Is Mom tired today? It's obviously the same job, and I've never heard her say she's tired before. Forget it, let's stop talking and cook some instant noodles. The sky above was glowing with a grey-blue light, casting a sad light on the earth. Takayaniji Yuki didn't know how he turned around and left and came to room 404. But she suddenly envied Mayasuke, envious of Mayasuke for having a warm home. If possible, Yuki Takayaniji would like to switch with Mayasuke. Only. If I were to live with Xiaochun, it would definitely be dangerous. After all, Xiaochun's evil intentions towards him were already clear. Just now when they were downstairs, Takayaniji Yuki was wondering if maybe Hoshino Jun was not waiting for Mayasuke at all, but was going to stop her. A naughty little kid. Aunt Yuki, eat. At this moment, Jun Hoshino's voice brought Takayaniji Yuki's fantasy back to reality. When she blinked, there was a bowl of hot rice in front of her. There was also a big hand slowly reaching towards his chest. Xiaochun! Takayaniji Yuki exclaimed, but before she could say the rest of the words, she saw Hoshino Jun's hand just brushing her shoulder. Strange, there are actually mosquitoes. Hoshino Jun calmly withdrew his hand, then shouted towards the bedroom, Auntie, come out for dinner. You guys eat first, I'm changing clothes. There was a rustling sound echoing from the bedroom, and Takayaniji Yuki's pretty face flushed red. Why are you shouting for no reason? Mai is here, how could Xiaochun touch you? You are so stupid, Takayaniji Yuki. The mosquito is also responsible. How could it fly onto my shoulder without making any noise? Although she did not hear the so-called mosquito sound, Takayaniji Yuki still divided half of the blame on the non-existent mosquito. Aunt Yuki, you just called me. Jun Hoshino looked down and saw a pair of huge fruits supported by the dining table, and he wanted to swallow his saliva. Is there anything you want to tell me? No. Gao Luyushi didn't know how to answer Hoshino Jun. She felt her mind was a little confused, and asked awkwardly, I want to ask if you have eaten. The two looked at each other, both confused. What kind of question is this? It seemed as if Yuki Takayaniji was treating Jun Hoshino to a meal. After realizing what was happening, Takayaniji Yuki's cheeks began to flush and her eyelids drooped slightly in shyness. Aunt Yuki, you're so cute. Hoshino Jun smiled and praised in a low voice. Takayaniji Yuki's face turned even redder, and she winked seductively, saying shyly, that's not true. I'm already over 30 years old, how can I describe myself as cute? Jun Hoshino was standing and Yuki Takayaniji was sitting. From Jun Hoshino's perspective, at this moment, Takayaniji Yuki was looking up at him with a red face and eyes, and her plump legs in black high heels were also rubbing restlessly under the table. A mature woman with a charming demeanor who looks like she is drunk and wants to have a passionate love affair. Bewitching and captivating. Too smooth. But cute is cute. Hoshino Jun answered with a grin, then turned around and said casually. I wish this lovely Aunt Yuki could pretend to be my girlfriend tomorrow and help me alleviate the awkwardness of being alone. By then, my friends will be so jealous of me, and I won't be laughed at as a single guy who can't find a girlfriend. After saying that, Hoshino Jun's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh yeah, how could I forget? Tomorrow is Saturday, isn't it your day off, Aunt Yuki? Chapter 47, Neighbor's Legs. The grey-blue was eroded by darkness, and night fell. Unlike the outside world, there is only one light in the house, but it is bright enough. The light poured down from above, sprinkling on Takayaniji Yuki's flushed face, giving it a bright luster. Xiaochun, what are you talking about? How can my aunt pretend to be your girlfriend? Takayaniji Yuki touched the ponytail that hung down in front of her chest, and her tone sounded angry but more of shyness. Especially when she saw the serious look on Hoshino-jun's face when he said that his friends would definitely be envious of her if he asked her to pretend to be his girlfriend. Jun Hoshino is not fooling Yuki Takayaniji. He really felt that if he took Takayaniji Yuki out, people would envy him. This indirectly shows that in his heart, Takayaniji Yuki is much more attractive than those young girls. Why not? Aunt Yuki isn't busy tomorrow, so please help me. Jun Hoshino calmly took a few steps towards Yuki Takayaniji. But I still have to cook for Xiaocheng tomorrow. Although Gao Yanarji Yuki was angry, she still cared about her son, Xiaochun. You know that Xiaocheng can't cook for himself at all. Hey, I have something to say but I don't know if I should say it or not. Hoshino-jun didn't wait for Takayaniji Yuki to answer and said bluntly. I think it's because you, Aunt Yuki, doted on Shiro-kun too much that you made him become like this. As he spoke, Jun Hoshino silently moved closer to Yuki Takayaniji. Takayaniji Yuki opened her red lips slightly and wanted to explain, but was cut off by Hoshino-jun who spoke faster. Aunt Yuki, think about it, Jo-kun is already 18 years old and he can't even cook. When he enters society, will he still have to rely on you to support him for the rest of his life? Okay, even if you're willing to raise him, what will happen to him when you're gone 100 years from now? A cool breeze blew in from the window, but it couldn't blow away the beads of sweat that were gradually seeping out of Takayaniji Yuki's forehead. At this moment, her breathing became heavy and her thoughts had been diverted by Jun Hoshino. There's a saying in ancient China that goes, to spoil a child is like killing him. If Aunt Yuki continues to dote on him like this, sooner or later Cheng Jun will be killed. Jun Hoshino put on a heartbroken expression, sat down next to Takayaniji Yuki, and observed her closely. She has a delicate and graceful nose, rosy and plump lips, and although she is in her 30s, her snow-white skin is so tender that it seems like water can be squeezed out of it. Her eyes are as charming as silk, exuding the seductive charm of a mature woman all the time. Name, Takayaniji Yuki. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 4. Charm, 9. Occupation, supermarket cashier. Friendship, she currently owes you 4C-level friendship debts. Please urge her to pay them as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, for million yen. Food, love bento for 4 consecutive years. Friendship, a warm and original pancake. Wipe. This debt collection mission is a bit weird. It's not enough to have plain pancakes, but they also have to be warm. Xiaochun, then tell me, what should I do? Takayaniji Yuki looked panicked, eagerly hoping that Hoshino-jun would continue. Don't panic, auntie. Hoshino-jun's palm slowly covered the beautiful woman's silk stockings and legs, controlling the silkiness. The best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago, the second best time is now. Feeling the smooth touch of fresh tofu in his palm, like freshly baked tofu, Jun Hoshino's throat felt a little dry. He squeezed gently and could feel Takayaniji Yuki suddenly tense up and then relax. It is obvious that Takayaniji Yuki was not unaware of Hoshino-jun's sneaky little tricks. But now the focus of her body was on the dining table, and the focus of her thoughts was on Jun Hoshino's words. Rather than hearing Jun Hoshino taking advantage of her, she wanted to hear Jun Hoshino's experience in parenting. For the sake of my son, what does it matter if I'm touched on the thigh? Seeing that Takayaniji Yuki tacitly agreed to this inappropriate behavior of taking advantage of her, Hoshino-junfer caressed her even more unrestrainedly, feeling the delicacy of the black stockings and the tenderness of her skin more deeply. Gradually moving inwards. Takayaniji Yuki's nerves suddenly tensed up, her beautiful eyes widened, and her well-proportioned legs unconsciously came together, clamping Hoshino-jun's palm. Xiaochun, aren't we talking about Xiaocheng's problems? Yes. Seeing the shyness in her eyes, Hoshino-jun chuckled and changed the subject. That's why Aunt Yuki should go play with me tomorrow. R. What connection does this have? Takayaniji Yuki blinked. She suspected that Jun Hoshino was fooling her because he thought she was stupid, but she could not find any evidence. The evil fingers were still climbing on the plump thighs, and the beautiful woman's face was so red that it seemed like water was about to drip out. The inner shyness and the anger of being teased made her finally unable to hold back and grab Jun Hoshino's hand. Xiaochun, if you continue to act so unreasonably, Auntie will ignore you from now on. Ignore it from now on. Now that makes sense. To understand now is to allow now. Since Aunt Yuki has allowed it, Jun Hoshino will not be polite. She broke free from Takayaniji Yuki's control, slid her hand down to her calf, and lifted one of the beautiful legs onto her own. Yuki Takayaniji subconsciously bit her lower lip, and her beautiful legs in stockings stretched forward unconsciously because of the pleasure brought by Jun Hoshino. Tilde. She let out a moan, and after she came to her senses, she quickly tried to retract her legs, but Jun Hoshino held them firmly. Aunt Yushi, don't be anxious, just listen to me first. Going out together tomorrow is a win-win for both of us. I can gain face in front of my friends, and you've taken the first step towards changing Cheng Jun. As Jun Hoshino spoke, he kept controlling his hands, moving them on Yuki Takayaniji's legs. Rather than touching her, he actually wanted to carry both of Aunt Yuki's legs on his shoulders. Yuki Takayaniji was a little nervous, her feet were tense, and the instep of her feet outside the high heels was stretched straight. Then tell me how to change it. Xiaochun was really going too far, touching every part of her legs, if he couldn't come up with a good explanation. Then. At once. So I complained to Mai. Yes, Mai can definitely control him. Xiaochun would never dare to do this to Mai. Aunt Yushi's emotions are so obvious that even if she doesn't say anything, others can roughly guess what she is thinking. Hoshino Jun grabbed Takayaniji Yuki's legs with both hands, enjoying the delicate and smooth touch, and said, "Humans are animals, and animals will look for food when they are hungry. As long as you let Cheng Jun go hungry, he will learn to cook even if he doesn't know how to cook." Seeing that Takayaniji Yuki was still hesitant, Hoshino Jun raised a finger and continued. "If you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If Aunt Yuki and I come home tomorrow after a day out and Cheng Jun doesn't make himself something to eat, I will never go near Auntie again. Correspondingly, if I win, Aunt Yuki will reward me with something." Looking at the confidence on Jun Hoshino's face, Takayaniji Yuki subconsciously felt that perhaps it was right to listen to him. Anyway, if I lose, the worst that can happen is that I can just rub Xiaochun with my hands. What he got was that the small town changed and would no longer rely on him forever. Because of Takayaniji Shiro's laziness, Takayaniji Yuki is really worried that her son will fall into the situation that Hoshino Jun described, and will become more and more dependent on her in the future. Okay, I agree. Finally hearing the agreement, Hoshino Jun smiled with satisfaction. Foraging is a biological instinct. Jun Hoshino didn't think he would lose, and even if that idiot Takayaniji Cheng really went hungry for a day, so what? He said he would no longer get close to his aunt, but he didn't say he would no longer get close to Aunt Yushi. Chapter 48, Walking into a Trap. Bang! The bedroom door was opened, revealing my Asu with long hair draped over her shoulders. She was wearing a white t-shirt and loose baggy pants, with only her neck and hands exposed. She even wore a pair of white cotton socks on her feet. He probably spent so much time in the bedroom just to find the trousers that were hidden at the bottom of the closet. This was the most conservative way she had dressed at home. In the past, when she was alone with Jun Hoshino, she had absolutely no image at all. The reason was probably that they were afraid that the guest, Takayaniji Yuki, would gossip. "Sister Yuki, why haven't you started eating yet? What are you waiting for me for?" Seeing my Asuka coming out, Jun Hoshino quickly took Yuki Takayaniji's legs off his legs, causing Yuki Takayaniji to groan. Tilde. What's wrong, Sister Yuki? Looking at the unnatural blush on Yuki Takayaniji's delicate face, my Asuka thought of the plot in the short movie and couldn't help but glance at Jun Hoshino. But Jun Hoshino was calm, as if nothing had happened, which made her even more confused. At this time, Gao Yanarji Yuki explained, "It's okay, it's just that there was a bit of cold wind just now, and I accidentally caught a cold." "Oh, a cold is no small matter." As my Asu walked over, she glared at Jun Hoshino and said, "Jun Hoshino, go get some cold medicine for your Aunt Yuki. You little bastard, you're sitting with another woman after just a short while. Come here and die." Met the jealous king's death stare. Jun Hoshino quickly pulled his wet hands back from under the table, wiped them on his pants calmly, and then ran to the medicine box to look for cold medicine. At the same time, he kept an eye on every move of Takayaniji Yuki, worried that Aunt Yuki, who was so tender that she could squeeze out a lot of water, would be exposed. Fortunately, although there was a gleam of spring light in Takayaniji Yuki's charming eyes, there was nothing wrong with her actions. He sat upright and was able to follow her advice when talking to Mayasuke. Aunt Yushi is not only very moist, very reliable too. After preparing the medicine, Jun Hoshino put some tissue paper on it and placed it in front of Yuki Takayaniji. Aunt Yuki, it's not good to take medicine on an empty stomach. You should eat first before taking these medicines. Takayaniji Yuki nodded and glanced at Hoshino Jun. Her dazed look matched her rosy cheeks, which was enough to make a person's bones soften. You little rascal. He kept touching me. It made Auntie's stockings wet. Sweat soaked the chair, and Takayaniji Yuki didn't even dare to stand up, for fear of being discovered by a Tsukumai. I can only try to dry the chair with my body temperature. A meal doesn't take long. He finished eating as soon as Takayaniji Yuki's blush faded. The two women were watching a movie in the living room, and Jun Hoshino went into the kitchen alone to wash the dishes. During this period, I received a message from Kato Nana. What are you doing? Little girls are not very proactive. They are always there when they start. Hoshino Jun thought for a moment, then glanced at his left hand and replied. No. I just cleaned the abalone with my hands. After seeing what Jun Hoshino said, Kato Nana was a little confused. Why did she need to wash abalone so late at night? Are you ready to eat now? Never mind, what Hoshino-san eats is not the point. Nana Kato looked at herself in the full-length mirror in her bedroom, dressed up carefully. Her hair was tied into a bun and she wore a loose white shirt. Although she looked innocent, she had nothing underneath. When the fan blows, I feel cool all over. Hoshino-san. Today, do you want to see my photos too? The words were asking, but the next second Kato Nana sent a photo. Hoshino Jun took a look and replied directly, it's quite nice, but not very interesting. The text had just been replied when a photo of a shirt with all buttons unbuttoned was sent the next second. In the photo, Nana Kato is blinking playfully, looking charming and attractive. Fuck. Even the knowledgeable Jun Hoshino couldn't help but blurt out a national treasure and opened his eyes wide. At this moment, he seemed to understand a little bit what contrast meant. When the buttons are buttoned, she looks like a pure and innocent girl. Take off the buttons. The simple summary is so sexy. Literary description is Kato Nana's soul is mixed with light, like frost and snow mixed with strong liquor, brewed into a jar of tenderness. Hoshino Jun can't spell out romantic words, but his body is full of youthful spirit. The evening breeze blew through the cherry trees, making the branches rustle. A few rays of moonlight shone into the kitchen through the shadows of the trees, leaving mottled light and shadows on the gauze curtains. Because of chatting with Kato Nana, it took me a little longer to wash the dishes. By the time Jun Hoshino returned to the living room from the kitchen, Yuki Takayaniji had already left, leaving only Mayasuke, laughing foolishly along to the variety show. Hoshino Jun knocked on the table and said, Auntie, it's time to go to bed. You have to get up early for work tomorrow. Mayasuke was crawling on the sofa, her calves bent in the air, the pink soles of her feet faintly visible through her pure white cotton socks. No. Mayasuke said coquettishly, twisting her round buttocks and saying, I'll watch it for a while. This show only has one episode a week. Hoshino Jun blocked the TV and said fiercely, watch the replay tomorrow. Now go to bed. What's the point of replaying? Good works should be followed. What if the replay has cuts? I'll be at a huge loss. Mayasuke pouted and looked at Jun Hoshino with eager eyes, looking like a little girl acting coquettishly to her father. She is like this. Hoshino Jun was always unable to resist, so he moved aside to let her continue watching. I surrender to you, go to bed right after watching this, do you hear me? Mayasuke's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said happily, Auntie knows that Jun-chan is the best, Muir-tilder. After receiving a flying kiss from his aunt, Jun Hoshino didn't say anything else. He hummed a song and went back to his bedroom. The next day, the morning sun shone on Jun Hoshino's handsome face, forcing him to wake up from his sweet dream. Jun Hoshino frowned slightly and turned over to get up. He casually rummaged through the closet, grabbed a large white t-shirt and slim black trousers, went to the bathroom to brush his teeth, and then walked out the door. Handsome guys never need any special care. As long as you wash your face clean, the combination is not too ugly. Even if it is messy and fluffy, there is still a messy beauty. The temperature in the morning was pleasant in April. The sun is not too hot and the breeze is just right. Aunt Yuki, I'll go downstairs and wait for you at the bus stop. After sending a message to Takayaniji Yuki, Hoshino-jun went downstairs first. At the same time, in the 403 next door, as Gao Liucheng walked out of the bedroom, he saw his mother, wearing a light pink floral dress, changing shoes in the entrance hall. Hey, you're dressed so beautifully, where are you going, Mom? Hearing his son's voice, Takayaniji Yuki was about to speak, but suddenly remembered Hoshino-jun's instructions and immediately changed his words. Mom will be out for a while, Xiaocheng, you can watch TV at home by yourself. In order to make my son better, I can't give him money or tell him when I will be home. Let us see if he can cook for himself after returning home. After saying that, without waiting for Gao Yanarji Cheng to react, Gao Yanarji Yuki put on white high heels, opened the door and left home. Bang! When the door closed, Gao Liucheng suddenly remembered something. I haven't asked my mom for money yet. All of his contact information had been deleted by Fumio Yamada, so if he wanted to take Fumio Yamada to capture Jun Hoshino, he had to go to Fumio Yamada in person. Do we have to walk over there? Takayaniji Cheng's face instantly turned bitter. Yamada Fumio's mansion was not close to here. That's all. Just go. At least as long as Zun gives up on Jun Hoshino, it doesn't matter if I have to walk across the country. Jun Hoshino, you must think that Yusuke invited you to dinner today because he wants to be your good friend. Little did you know, this is called inviting you. Well, walk into the trap. Chapter 49, Meeting in the Restaurant. They will bring a little bit of dull and restless feeling to Tokyo. Commonly known as Tokyo fever. Jun Hoshino stood under the cherry tree. He was not attracted by the girls dressed in cool clothes. He quietly observed the clouds rolling in the blue sky. A handsome boy must have some dignity and cannot stare at girls like a little hooligan. Moreover, there are girls on the street with a beauty score of 4 to 6, and they are not very interesting. Aunt Yuki, aren't you coming yet? Jun Hoshino remembered that Yuki Takayaniji and Mayasuhi were both people who didn't like to be dragged out. Could it be that he realized that this was actually a date, so he felt embarrassed to come? Just when Jun Hoshino was about to make a phone call to inquire about the situation, he heard light footsteps behind him. Da tilde da tilde da tilde. It's high heels. Xiaochun. Jun Hoshino's turn was synchronized with the gentle yet nervous female voice. Even though I had already imagined what Takayaniji Yuki would look like today, when I actually saw Takayaniji Yuki, I was still amazed by her. Her slightly yellowish and slightly curly hair was draped behind her, with the hair on the left side falling in front of her shoulder. The light pink short-sleeved long skirt covered everything that should be covered, but because Takayaniji Yuki's figure was too beautiful, it made her look even more seductive after covering it up. Yuki, please call me Jun or Hoshino today. Don't treat me like a child. Jun Hoshino looked at Takayaniji Yuki from head to toe. Aunt Yuki was wearing light makeup today, which made her look more beautiful than usual. Just like today I'm going to call you Yuki, I'm really going to treat you as my girlfriend. As he spoke, Jun Hoshino took the initiative to bend his arms. This is what they agreed on yesterday. Yuki Takayaniji has to pretend to be Jun Hoshino's girlfriend for a day to help him save face. It seems like there is wind blowing. Takayaniji Yuki's hair was lightly fluttering, a faint blush appeared on her face, her eyes were slightly lowered, her white teeth were lightly biting, and her white feet, bound by white high-heeled sandals, were moving. After a few steps, he walked to Jun Hoshino's side, took his arm, and called out in a low voice, Jun tilde. Yuki. Feeling the soft touch on the side of his arm, Hoshino-jun smiled and said, this is what a normal couple in love should be like. It would have been fine if Jun Hoshino hadn't said anything, but he repeatedly mentioned their relationship today, which made Takayaniji Yuki look a little unnatural. He lowered his head in shame. It's okay, it's just today, just think of it as playing house with Xiaochun. Chun-jun, the bus is here, we should get on. On Saturday morning, people who work go to work, and most people who don't work choose to have a lasting love affair with their bed. So there weren't many people on the bus and there were plenty of empty seats. What a pity. If it was crowded, then Jun Hoshino and Yuki Takayaniji would have had the chance to do something unspeakable like in the short film on the bus. Yuki, please sit inside. Jun Hoshino and Yuki Takayaniji sat in the double seat in the back row, giving up the window seat where they could enjoy the scenery. Of course it's not for convenience or to take advantage. But as a gentleman, of course you have to isolate your female companion from any possibility of contact with other men. Seochun, we're outside now. Gaolu Yusha's delicate body trembled, and her tone was slightly soft and charming. Don't put your hands on my legs. Hoshino Jun turned his head to look, and saw a hint of shame in the beautiful woman's eyes. He raised the corners of his lips slightly, moved closer so that their flesh touched theirs, and then spoke softly. Didn't I tell you not to call me Seochun? You forgot again. The boy's magnetic voice sounded in Takayaniji Yuki's ears, making her shyly look away. Smith Masai Tilder. Yuki Takayaniji turned her head and looked out the window, slowly moving a little inside, but just as she moved a little apart, she felt Jun Hoshino getting closer again. She wanted to say something, but Jun Hoshino let go of her hand, reached out to her waist, and hugged her soft waist. Even through the thin fabric, Jun Hoshino could still clearly feel the warmth of the jade-like skin. Yuki, couples should be intimate with each other. Yuki Takayaniji secretly glanced at the handsome boy who was hugging her. The ambiguous atmosphere made her heart beat faster and she felt extremely nervous. What if my colleagues who are on leave on the same day see me? If they really meet, they will definitely tell my. And Seochun? How does he stay so calm? Seochun looks like he's smiling. While Takayaniji Yuki was nervous, there was also an indescribable joy that was spreading throughout her. Because of Jun Hoshino's happiness and intimacy with Takayaniji Yuki in public, it just proves that Jun Hoshino is not just pestering Takayaniji Yuki because he thinks she is easy to bully. It's more like I really feel that having a girlfriend like this is something to be proud of. Seochun, it seems like he really likes me. What should I do? I'm his best friend's mother. If he? Thinking of this, Takayaniji Yuki's cheeks turned red, like an innocent little girl, and her brows were filled with longing and confusion for love. Jun Hoshino didn't know that Takayaniji Yuki was daydreaming. He just felt that Aunt Yuki's body was so soft. Aunt Yuki, who was held in his arms, was like a piece of baked glutinous rice cake. Not only is her body soft, but it also exudes a body fragrance. Jun Hoshino lowered his eyes and glanced down at Yuki Takayaniji, and could only see the huge fruit. Maybe it's not body odor. It could also be Nai Xiangxiang. There was no conversation along the way. Hoshino Jun held the beautiful woman in his arms and spent more than 20 minutes smelling her fragrance. When getting off the station, Takayaniji Yuki patted her chest lightly, feeling relieved that she didn't meet any acquaintances. The stupid wife didn't realize that her small action caused a huge ripple. This made Jun Hoshino blush. Yuki, don't do this kind of thing outside anymore. Just show it to me alone when you get home. This damn possessiveness. Ale? Takayaniji Yuki tilted her head and thought carefully. After a long while, she realized what Hoshino Jun was talking about. Her blushing cheeks instantly became extremely hot. Jun Hoshino smiled slightly and grabbed Mrs. Idiot's hand. He was really worried that the shy Takayaniji Yuki would get lost. That shouldn't be the case. Perhaps. Aharha, Hoshino-kun. There was a call from afar, and Takasaki Yusuke waved his hands vigorously at the door of the restaurant he had booked. Next to him was Kato Nana, who had reluctantly agreed to come after hearing that Hoshino Jr. would also be coming. At this moment, Kato Nana saw Hoshino Jun holding the hand of a beautiful older sister who looked very gentle. She was stunned and felt a bit of bitterness inexplicably in her heart. What's going on? Didn't Hoshino-kun say I was special? Fraud. Chapter 50, Under the Table. The song Merry Christmas, Mr. Lawrence, composed by the famous musician Mr. Ryuichi Sakamoto, was playing melodiously in the restaurant. Those seated were all gentlemen in suits and ties, as well as beautiful ladies. They chatted and laughed humorously and ate elegantly to the sound of music. The only thing is that Jun Hoshino, who didn't know that Takasaki Yusuke would invite him to such a high-end restaurant, looked a little out of place in his attire. Takasaki, thanks to you, I got to experience something completely different. After sitting down, Jun Hoshino seemed a little embarrassed. Looking at Yusuke Takasaki, who was wearing a suit and polished leather shoes, he looked at his own casual attire. Jun Hoshino always feels like he is the sloppy long ouchin in the online literature world more than 10 years ago. This grandson Takasaki Yusuke must have done it on purpose. Har, Hoshino-kun, you're joking. Hoshino-kun is so handsome that he doesn't even need to dress up. As Takasaki Yusuke was speaking, he secretly glanced at Takayaniji Yuki, who was holding Hoshino Jun's arm. I curse it in my heart, damn Jun Hoshino, how come he has such a beautiful older sister as his girlfriend? This figure is even better than Nanner's. Damn, I'm so envious. Forget it, your wonderful life is almost over anyway, so let you be happy for a while. Today's restaurant is the first good show I prepared for you. Bite. A malicious prank from Yusuke Takasaki has been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. When he heard the system prompt sound, a smile appeared on Jun Hoshino's face. So cool. Takasaki-kun, please. At the same time, he secretly sent a message to Gao Liucheng using his mobile phone. Come here quickly, Jun Hoshino brought a super hot chick with him, and she's very intimate with him, so she must be his girlfriend. Gao Liucheng, who received the message, was so excited that he almost jumped up. Although he was very hungry, as long as he could catch Jun Hoshino, he would have endless fun. Okay, wait a little longer, I'll take Zun with me right away. Looking up at the wide road, Takayaniji Cheng wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, replied to Takasaki Yusuke, and continued running forward. We are almost there, Fumio Yamada's house. I've ordered, that's all. Takasaki Yusuke silently put away his phone, returned the menu with the dishes checked to the waiter, then looked at the other three people with a bright smile. If it's not enough, we'll add more later. Feel free to eat, drink and have fun today. I'll pay for everything. It's a rare opportunity to be generous, so naturally I want to take the opportunity to show off. But the embarrassing thing is, no one paid any attention to him. Jun Hoshino's older sister girlfriend seemed very shy. She kept her head down and played with her phone without saying a word. Jun Hoshino was playing with his phone with one hand, looking very distracted, and probably didn't even listen to him. And Nana was also playing with her phone. Never mind, Nana is still angry now, but it's already good enough that she doesn't give me a cold shoulder. Don't even think she'll lighten the mood for me. Unable to pretend to be cool, he felt as if there was something suffocating in his chest, making him feel very depressed. Takasaki Yusuke curled his lips and took out his phone to contact Takayaniji Cheng again. Everyone is playing with their phones, so I might as well do it, so it won't be awkward. After a while, the waiter brought the juice. Jun Hoshino put down his phone and took a sip, then picked up his phone again to operate it. As for the other hand, of course it's because I'm not idle, so I don't have time. At this moment, on the tablecloth, Jun Hoshino's big hands were feeling the warmth and flexibility of the thighs of his beautiful classmate's mother, Yuki Takayaniji. She kept sending messages to Jun Hoshino, trying to get him to stop. But Jun Hoshino turned a deaf ear to her and not only continued to touch her, but also sent some seductive messages to Yuki Takayaniji. Yuki, we are a couple now, please cooperate. As soon as this message was sent, Jun Hoshino's body suddenly stiffened, and the hand that was holding Takayaniji Yuki's thigh couldn't help but tighten a little. Yuki Takayaniji groaned in pain. Tilde. Fortunately, the music covered it up and no one noticed. Yuki Takayaniji thought Jun Hoshino did it on purpose and rolled her eyes at him. Little did they know that Jun Hoshino was also facing torture at this time, and Nana Kato opposite her had a hint of evil in her beautiful eyes. Hoshino-san, I lied to you and you have to be punished. You lied to me, and you deserve the same punishment. You play with me in front of my boyfriend, so I'm going to play with you in front of your girlfriend. At this moment, under the tablecloth, a pair of small feet in white stockings were pressing on Jun Hoshino's belly. The plump and round toes kept trying to arouse Jun Hoshino's anger. The wonderful and attractive flexibility of the soles of the feet made Jun Hoshino's mouth dry instantly. He wanted to reach out and grab Kato Nana, but was worried that if he moved too much, it would attract the attention of Takayaniji Yuki and Takasaki Yusuke. Although Hoshino's younger brother had already stood at attention and saluted, Jun Hoshino still tried his best to remain calm and edited a message on his mobile phone and sent it to Kato Nana. You are so bold. Your boyfriend is sitting right next to you. How could Hoshino-san be so bold? Last time in the school cafeteria, there wasn't even a tablecloth. Kato Nana typed angrily, and her small feet stepped even harder on Hoshino's brother's waist. Tilde. Jun Hoshino took a deep breath, moved as close to the table as possible, and clenched his teeth for fear of being exposed. Wow! Suddenly, Takasaki Yusuke pulled up his chair and stood up. Nana, Hoshino-kun. The two people whose names were called were startled when they heard his voice, especially Kato Nana, whose legs tensed up and stepped on Hoshino-jun with the soles of her feet. Chapter 51, Only the East Wind is Lacked. The air conditioner above her head was cool, but Kato Nana felt hot and uncomfortable all over. Could it be that Yusuke discovered it? She looked at Takasaki Yusuke in panic, who suddenly called her and Hoshino-jun's names. While she was panicking, she also felt a little bit of anticipation. I look forward to Yusuke Takasaki uncovering this secret, and then seeing what Jun Hoshino will do. Will he compete with Takasaki Yusuke for her? Would you choose her between your girlfriend and her? Thinking of this, she unconsciously increased the strength of her legs, and the pink little feet in white silk stockings gave Hoshino-jun the strongest sense of excitement. Nana, Hoshino-kun, and Hoshino-kun's girlfriend, the food will be here soon, you three can eat first. Don't wait for me, I'm going out to answer a phone call. Takasaki Yusuke turned over the screen of his mobile phone with a little embarrassment, and indeed there was a person with the note, President, calling. He didn't discover the secret under the table. If you want to leave, leave quickly and don't be an eyesore here. Kato Nana's sudden scolding made Takasaki Yusuke stunned for 2 seconds, and then he turned around and ran away. What happened to Nana today? Did you eat a barrel of explosives? Ju-jun, you have caused me so much pain. I'm sure my gentle Nana has turned into a grumpy cat because I helped you yesterday. As Takasaki Yusuke walked out of the restaurant to answer the phone, he kept muttering to himself. What he didn't know was that at this moment, the irritable girlfriend in his mind relaxed her tense legs, and her soft feet gently pressed on Jun Hoshino's thighs. You idiot Yusuke, you can't accomplish anything. I couldn't even tell my girlfriend was hooking up with someone else. Nana Kato, who was already unhappy because of Jun Hoshino, became even angrier. She pouted her pink little mouth and kept kicking her brother Hoshino's head with her toes. Hoshino-jun has a lot of grievances that he can't express. The left hand was communicating with Takayaniji Yuki, and the right hand was constantly touching her smooth and soft thighs to divert Takayaniji Yuki's attention. At the same time, her stomach had to withstand the pressure of Kato Nana's small feet. It's so hard to be a handsome guy. The soles of his feet were constantly rubbing against his pants, and the heat generated by the friction was transferred to his skin through the fabric, causing Jun Hoshino's temperature to become abnormally hot. My face started to feel hot. Xiao, Shun-jun, are you feeling unwell? Yuki Takayaniji finally noticed that Jun Hoshino's expression seemed to be a little strange, and asked with concern. Even if Xiaochun is bad, he is still my junior. If he is sick, you still have to care about him and take care of him. Nana Kato on the opposite side felt inexplicably unhappy when she heard what Yuki Takayaniji said. Her nose wrinkled slightly and she slid her feet even faster. But the burning sensation on her feet made her shy and blush. No, Nana, you can't be shy. You must increase your efforts and continue to punish Hoshino-kun. Hoshino-san, you damned liar. You already have a girlfriend, but you still say I'm special. His tilde. The high-intensity pressing almost makes one's soul ascend to heaven. The cold air from the air conditioner blew against the boy's body, barely able to control his uncontrollable youthful aura. It's fine. Hoshino-jun forced a calm expression and gave Takayaniji Yuki a reassuring look, don't worry about me. As he spoke, his big hands began to grab Takayaniji Yuki's long skirt on her thighs, as if he wanted to lift up Takayaniji Yuki's skirt. Yuki Takayaniji suddenly panicked and grabbed her skirt tightly, not giving Jun Hoshino any chance. She wore a long skirt to guard against what Jun Hoshino might do. As a result, the bad boy Jun Hoshino even tried to take advantage of the situation by wearing a long skirt. Chun-jun, stop making trouble. Unable to help but shout, Takayaniji Yuki reacted and quickly looked up to observe Kato Nana's expression, and was glad that the other party did not notice anything unusual about her. It's this moment. Jun Hoshino immediately seized the opportunity, stretched out his left hand, reached into the tablecloth, and grabbed Kato Nana's feet in his hand. Jun Hoshino really wanted to play with the soft and tender little feet in his hands, but his reason told him that now was not the time. At least I can't take risks in front of Takayaniji Yuki. Otherwise, it is very likely that the possibility of continuing to use Takayaniji Yuki to make money will be ruined. She pursed her lips and pinched the delicate sole of her foot hard. Tilde. Kato Nana couldn't help but groan in pain, then quickly covered her mouth, pursed her thin lips, and glared at Hoshino-jun in shame and anger. Hoshino-san, you're so violent. Nana, it feels a little bit comfortable when you pinch me. With a blushing face, Kato Nana wanted to go a step further and continue to provoke Hoshino-jun in order to get more excitement. But suddenly, Jun Hoshino slapped Kato Nana's legs apart, and before Takayaniji Yuki could react, he pulled his hand away from her smooth thighs. The neighbor aunt and the classmate's girlfriend were both stunned and looked at Hoshino-jun's handsome face at the same time. It seemed like they all wanted to ask what happened to him. I'm going to the bathroom, you guys sit down first. Jun Hoshino stood up, smiled, then pulled out his seat and left. As the two men left one after another, the two strange women with a big age difference had nothing to talk about, and they seemed a little uncomfortable sitting at the same table. Especially just now, Kato Nana teased Hoshino-jun, and Hoshino-jun teased Takayaniji Yuki. It became even more awkward when an invisible triangle relationship was formed between the two women who were unaware of each other. Jingle. At this time, Kato Nana's cell phone rang. When she picked it up, it was a message from Hoshino-jun who had just left. Get in the bathroom now, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Still using that fierce tone. Hoshino didn't ask his girlfriend to go, but asked Nana to go instead. Sure enough, Nana is the special one. It's all Yusuke's fault for not staying to protect me. Nana is just a little girl, how dare she disobey Hoshino-san? Silently making an excuse for herself in her heart, Kato Nana stood up with her phone in hand and blushed, and whispered to Takayaniji Yuki, I'm going to the bathroom too. Stop by and meet your boyfriend. Looking at the smug look on the girl's face as she left, Takayaniji Yuki felt a little confused. Is going to the toilet something to be proud of? Don't understand. Looking at the empty dining table, Takayaniji Yuki suddenly felt the urge to urinate, so he grabbed his phone and went to the bathroom. It's all Sechun's fault. He has been touching my aunt's thighs every day recently. It made my aunt unable to control herself. At the same time, outside the restaurant, Yusuke Takasaki received two good news. First, the president promised him that as long as he accomplished this task, he would give him 5 million yen. Second, Gao Yanarji Cheng has already followed Yamada Fumio and got on Yamada Fumio's private car, and is heading here. He will arrive in about 20 minutes. As soon as Yamada Fumio arrives and sees Hoshino-jun and Takayaniji Yuki, there is a high probability that Hoshino-jun will be expelled from the school. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Chapter 52, This is your mother. Hoshino-san, you liar. Following the message on her phone, Kato Nana found the toilet cubicle where Jun Hoshino was. The first thing she did was to grab Jun Hoshino's clothes and question him. How come you have a girlfriend? Didn't you say I was special? Maybe she wanted to imitate the fierceness of the Yakuza in TV dramas when they arrest people and give them lectures, but because of the big height difference, when Kato Nana grabbed Hoshino-jun's collar, the arms are straight. The petite and beautiful girl was pouting adorably. When Jun Hoshino looked down, he felt as if it was his own daughter asking for a hug. The plump and strong upper body under the thin white sailor suit was trembling slightly with the girl's temper. There was an invisibly hot feeling in the small toilet cubicle. Nana is special. Jun Hoshino took Kato Nana into his arms and reached out to touch her fleshy legs that were tied by smooth white stockings. What Kato Nana is wearing today is also what Hoshino-jun likes. When white silk is strangled by flesh, even gods cannot save it. The familiar warmth of the palm lingered on her thighs, and Kato Nana's cheeks turned red, and her frown relaxed. Although she had expected it, hearing the words from Hoshino-san made Kato Nana even happier. She is indeed more important than Hoshino-san's girlfriend. What a gentle long-legged big sister, she is not as cute as me. Hasn't the teacher taught Hoshino-san? Kato Nana still wanted more affirmation and continued to say, answer the questions completely. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Hoshino suddenly lifted one of Kato Nana's legs. The sudden sense of imbalance made Kato Nana's body lean forward unconsciously, and she fell into Jun Hoshino's arms. The two people's bodies were completely pressed together, feeling each other's body temperature. Because of the collision, the roundness and fullness of her chest caused one of the buttons on her sailor suit to pop open, leaving a thin gap between the collars. Through the gap, you can just see a little bit of the white snow. To be complete, Nana is special, so because of Nana I found a girlfriend yesterday. What are you talking about? So, you, Jun Hoshino, are looking for a girlfriend just for me, Nana Kato. Do you really think I'm an idiot if I just give it to you casually? Just as Kato Nana was about to retort, Jun Hoshino pushed her against the partition wall of the toilet. Because Nana has betrayed Takasaki-kun for me, I feel sorry for Nana, so I don't want Nana to bear this guilt alone. Nana, let's play this together. Betray the game. Jun Hoshino felt the delicate and smooth skin of Kato Nana, and while defending himself, he looked at the message popping up above the girl's head. Name, Kato Nana. Stamina, 4. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 8. Occupation, student. Friendship, she currently owes you a C-level friendship debt. Please urge her to pay it as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 1 million yen. Food, love bento for 1 year. Friendship, you can directly receive rewards. When he saw the friendship mission, Jun Hoshino was confused for a moment, and quickly asked the system in his mind what was going on. Needless to say, what you are doing now is already much more awesome than the task I am about to issue. Get it now? Are this? It's not appropriate. Byte. Collection completed. The remuneration has been paid to Hiroshino Jun's personal account through formal channels, a total of 100,000 yuan. It was actually sent directly. Jun Hoshino always felt like he had gotten something for free, and inside, he felt a little embarrassed. Hoshino-san tilde. Kato Nana's hot breath brought Hoshino Jun's thoughts back to reality. Her body was soft, and her watery eyes looked up at Jun Hoshino with a charming charm. The blush on her cheeks showed that Kato Nana was in a state of excitement at the moment. Hoshino-san's suggestion is so embarrassing tilde. Even though his reasons sound lame, why does his proposal of betraying both him and me feel so exciting? I'm really afraid of this bad Hoshino-kun. I don't dare to resist him at all. So. I'm sorry, Yusuke. Kato Nana's eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and she looked at him seductively. Hoshino-san, I agree to play the betrayal game with you, but you can't bully me too much. Don't worry, Nana. Hoshino is just bullying people, and his actions are all very explicit. Huge and stable, rich and abundant. Swish. The sounds of a skirt being unzipped and water flushing were heard simultaneously. After waiting for the people inside to come out, Takayaniji Yuki walked in. Strange, why did that person's face turn red just now? As he was muttering, Takayaniji Yuki suddenly heard a very strange sound coming from the cubicle. The breathing is as heavy as the hot wind in the summer afternoon, and the sound of flowing water is as clear as a spring. Hearing this, Takayaniji Yuki blushed suddenly. Why is there someone in the toilet? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Even bolder than that little scoundrel Seichun. Suddenly, Takayaniji Yuki heard a familiar name. Hoshino-san, woo-woo tilde. The girl's humming sound seemed like she was crying, which shocked Takayaniji Yuki. Oh my god. This voice seemed to be from the little girl who just sat at the same table with me. The name she is calling now is Seichun, right? Could it be that? Takayaniji Yuki opened her eyes wide and didn't dare to think about it anymore. She just felt that young people nowadays were too unrestrained. Crash. The sound of the toilet flushing rang out again. Jun Hoshino looked outside and quickly slipped out of the toilet while no one was around. It took 18 minutes from entering to exiting, which can barely be considered a quick decision. Where's Aunt Yuki? Returning to his seat and looking at the empty seat, Jun Hoshino raised his eyebrows, feeling that something was wrong. Pure. A female voice behind me called out, Jun Hoshino. Her voice was very nice, ethereal and crisp. But after hearing this, Jun Hoshino's body suddenly stiffened. He turned around and looked. The girl's beautiful face was as beautiful as her pure white dress. Beautiful and moving. And cold. It was so cold that people didn't want to get close to her. Yamada-san, long time no see. Are you eating here too? As if he was not used to Hoshino-jun's distant attitude, when he heard the name, Yamada-san, Yamada Fumio's face showed a little displeasure. Pure, you shouldn't call me that. Also, Gao Liu Cheng told me that you already have a girlfriend. Is this true? It is undeniable that even when speaking in a cold tone, the girl's charm has not diminished. On the contrary, she is even more beautiful because of this unique temperament. When you rejected me, you said you didn't want to be in a relationship because you had to study hard in high school. I hope you'll keep your promise. Staring directly into Yamada Fumio's eyes, Hoshino-jun shuddered unconsciously and felt speechless at the same time. I was rejecting you in a tactful way, miss. Are you arguing with me? When Jun Hoshino was thinking about how to explain to Fumio Yamada, Yusuke Takasaki and Shiro Takayaniji jumped out at the same time. Zun, don't believe his lies now. Yusuke has already told me everything. Jun Hoshino broke your agreement and brought a gentle, beautiful, and well-built older sister with them on a couple's date. Seeing Takayaniji Cheng's excitement and impatience, Takasaki Yusuke also raised the corners of his mouth and waved his hand pretentiously. I'm sorry, Hoshino-kun. I didn't know you had such an agreement with Yamada-san. If I knew, I would definitely keep the affair between you and your girlfriend a secret for you. The afternoon sun shone through the window onto the boy's profile. His handsome face, like a crown of jade, had an indifferent expression, and a hint of smile crept up at the corners of his brows. Yes, I did bring a gentle, beautiful and well-built older sister to dinner. Noticing Takayaniji Yuki coming out of the bathroom, Jun Hoshino's brows relaxed. He thought that something had happened to Takayaniji Yuki. Hearing Jun Hoshino's straightforward admission, a trace of pain flashed in Yamada Fumio's eyes, and then he clenched his fists and his eyes became cold. Gao Liu Cheng covered his mouth happily, for fear that he would not be able to control his laughter. However, at this moment, Jun Hoshino walked around them and went to meet Yuki Takayaniji, who was walking slowly. I don't know why, but Aunt Yuki's face was red, but it's good that she's here. Jun, what's wrong? Why is Xiaocheng here too? Aunt Yuki's voice was soft, like a willow branch swaying in the wind. I'll explain it to you later. Hoshino Jun stood beside Takayaniji Yuki, turned his head and looked at Takayaniji Cheng with a smile, and said, This is the one you call my girlfriend. She is indeed gentle, beautiful, and has a great figure. But Cheng Jun, do you think she could be my girlfriend? This is your mother. In an instant, the atmosphere among the people present fell into deathly silence. Chapter 53, Cold April. Life is always unexpected. It's like a muddy field covered with rain during a rainstorm, and you ride an electric scooter, thinking that everything will be fine if you just go slowly. But in fact, when you get over there and fall down with your car, you will find that there is a ditch in the middle of the muddy road. It's still a sewage ditch full of feces. The cold air from the air conditioner blew on his face, and Gao Yanarji Cheng felt a chill all over his body. He opened his eyes wide and looked at his mother Gao Yanarji Yuki in disbelief. Mom, why are you here with Jun Hoshino? Didn't you say you had something to do? His son's angry voice caused Takayaniji Yuki's brain to freeze for a moment. She didn't know what to say. She couldn't possibly tell her son, let me be Xiaochun's girlfriend for a day. That's nonsense. At this time, not only the mother and son of the Takayaniji family, but also Takasaki Yusuke and Yamada Fumio had extremely strange expressions. Suspicious eyes kept wandering between Jun Hoshino, Yuki Takayaniji, and Shiro Takayaniji. What exactly is going on? The beautiful mother was in an embarrassing situation at this time. How could the kind and handsome young man bear to let her take action? He shook his head and stood in front of the neighbor lady, like a thick wall, blocking all the gazes on her. Now, it's time for Jun Hoshino to shine. Aunt Yuki is in trouble. Hoshino Jun glanced calmly at Gao Liu Cheng in front of him, and then the system prompt sounded in his ears. Bite. A malicious attack from Gao Liu Cheng has been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. When it comes to cheating on your mother, Takayaniji Castle is probably the worst in Tokyo. In just a few days, my mother accumulated a lot of debt. It can be said that the reason why Jun Hoshino has feelings for Yuki Takayaniji is largely because there are so many rewards accumulated in Takayaniji Castle waiting for Jun Hoshino to collect. Aunt Yuki owes me 5C rank debts in total. Converted into rewards, there are already 500,000 to be claimed. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. Yesterday, Takasaki-kun insisted that I bring some female friends over for dinner, saying it would help him ease the awkward atmosphere between him and his girlfriend. But other than the two aunts, I don't know any women. It just so happens that Aunt Yuki is off today, so I'll drag her over for a quick meal. Jun Hoshino smiled brightly and turned to look at Yuki Takayaniji. So Aunt Yuki's business is to help me out and help me deal with Takasaki-kun's request and have a meal together. You're right, Aunt Yuki. Aren't you she? Look, your son is mean to you, but I am still so gentle to you. Just stand on my side. Yer Tilder. The boy's smile was very nice, especially when he stood in front of her. As a woman who was not very smart, after her husband died, she was left alone to do a job that did not require much intelligence and did not pay very well. Having raised a child from childhood to adulthood, Takayaniji Yuki hasn't felt the feeling of being protected by a man for a long time. The boy blocked all the strange looks for her. Although it was originally Jun Hoshino's fault, it did not prevent Yuki Takayaniji from feeling her heart beating faster towards Jun Hoshino at this moment. Chun-jun said his friend was treating him to a meal and needed company, and since it was my day off, I came. When it comes to feelings, I'm afraid of comparison. When even the people closest to her were looking at Takayaniji Yuki with anger, Takayaniji Yuki subconsciously chose to stand silently behind Hoshino-jun, who was protecting her. Cooperate with Jun Hoshino to lie. So, when did I even say I was bringing my girlfriend? Jun Hoshino's smile suddenly turned cold, and he stared at Yusuke Takasaki with a bad look. Takasaki-kun, didn't I agree to help you adjust your relationship with your girlfriend? Why is Shiro-kun here with Yamada-san? He inexplicably said I brought my girlfriend. Don't tell me you set this up on purpose so that Yamada-san can mess with me. Jun Hoshino didn't even bother to act, he just pointed it out. Bite. A malicious frame-up from Yusuke Takasaki has been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class B friendship debt. B grade. It's not bad to have extra rewards. But this time, I won't forgive you so easily, Takasaki-kun. You broke the rules by calling Yamada Kaoru. System, I choose not to pursue the matter. Let Yamada Fumio and Kato Nana pursue him. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. Yusuke Takasaki wants to use Fumio Yamada to get Jun Hoshino. What will Fumio Yamada do if she knows that Yusuke Takasaki is using her? If you use someone else's knife to kill someone, you must be prepared to be killed by the person holding the knife. I was wondering why Takasaki-kun suddenly wanted to reconcile with me, but it turns out he was waiting for me here. How could that be? Takasaki Yusuke began to stutter as he spoke, sweat oozing from his forehead. I just happened to chat with Cheng Jun for a while and told him that you brought your girlfriend with you, Hoshino-kun. It's all your fault, Hoshino-kun. You didn't explain clearly, which led to my misunderstanding. Har har. You're crazy. You actually brought your aunt to dinner. Just tell me, are you sick, Jun Hoshino? Takasaki Yusuke is now shocked and scared. He also knows that if Yamada Fumio knows that he deliberately killed someone with a borrowed knife, he will not end up well. Forced to remain calm, trying to get away with it. But will Jun Hoshino give him this opportunity? Obviously not. You blame me for not explaining clearly, okay. Hoshino-jun shrugged, looking nonchalant, then ask your girlfriend if I have made myself clear. Coincidentally, at this moment, Kato Nana also walked out of the bathroom. Unlike when she went in, her legs were bare and her knees were noticeably red. Under normal circumstances, someone would definitely notice something was wrong. But at this time, no one cares about these little details. Are you looking for me? Steadying her weak legs, Kato Nana walked towards them step by step. Unexpectedly, Jun Hoshino actually wanted to ask his girlfriend. Takasaki Yusuke instantly breathed a sigh of relief and thought that he just needed to give Nana a wink later. Moreover, Jun Hoshino never said that Aunt Takayaniji was not his girlfriend. He was simply misleading people. Today's attempt to frame Jun Hoshino has failed, but fortunately it was done through Takayaniji Cheng. There's no problem in protecting yourself. Yamada Fumio's gaze moved between the two opposing parties, and his expression was much calmer than when he first came in. Restored calmness and pride. She probably already understood the situation at this moment. Jun Hoshino did not break the agreement, but it was possible that Takasaki Yusuke had misunderstood or framed her. If it was the former, then Yamada Fumio could let it go. After all, it was Takayaniji Cheng who hurriedly notified her to come, and Takasaki Yusuke had never spoken to her. But if it's the latter? Now we just have to wait for the results. The melodious piano music was still lingering in the restaurant. Other guests noticed what was happening here, but didn't do anything about it. The teenagers of the island nation, influenced by anime culture, love to make noise. Not shouting or yelling is considered a sign of good character in the eyes of others. Jun Hoshino smiled calmly at the cute girl Kato Nana who had weak legs. Kato-kun, didn't I tell you and Takasaki-kun clearly before that I didn't bring my girlfriend with me? Aunt Yuki is just my elder. The wind from the air conditioner blew through the girl's hair, blowing her hair and revealing her smooth forehead. Ale? What's going on? Hoshino-san was clearly talking about his girlfriend. How come she suddenly became an elder? We were supposed to be playing a couple's betrayal game, but now it's become betrayal of an elder. How strange. Kato Nana blinked blankly, noticed her boyfriend Takasaki Yusuke winking at her, and also noticed Hoshino's smiling expression. She seemed to understand a little bit. This was probably a fight between two men. Now, it depends on which side she chooses. Nana, Hoshino didn't say that, right? Takasaki Yusuke reminded Kato Nana. His expression had completely calmed down, because he was very sure that Jun Hoshino had never mentioned it in front of him. But now he said that he had explained it clearly to him and Nana. What a bullshit, Jun Hoshino said. It was obvious that he wanted to take revenge on him. Jun Hoshino, I really don't know whether to call you stupid or dumb for actually choosing to ask my girlfriend. Even if you ask me to watch the surveillance video, it's more reliable than asking my girlfriend, idiot. However, at this moment, Kato Nana inadvertently moved closer to Hoshino-jun and said. Yes, Hoshino-san told us right after he arrived that this sister isn't his girlfriend. Have you forgotten? Stupid Yusuke, you have such a bad memory. What? How could Nana say that? Takasaki Yusuke swallowed, his brain stopped thinking, and he felt the cold gaze of Yamada Fumio beside him. Even in April, his hands and feet were cold. Kato Nana looked at him with a smile, her pink lips opened, and she whispered softly in a very low voice. I'm sorry, Yusuke. If I don't stand on Hoshino-san's side, he will definitely bully me again. Just like in the bathroom. Chapter 54, Audacity. Some people's every move can get on other people's nerves. It's not because of how talented or strong one is, or that this person is different from ordinary people. Rather, it comes from their innate financial resources and power, which can make others envy, jealous and fear them. Generally speaking, this kind of person has nothing to do with ordinary people. Even if there is a chance to be involved, I will not get too deeply involved. But there are some people who are not in their right mind and try to take advantage of them, and end up driving the tiger to devour the wolf but end up being bitten to death by the tiger first. Your name is Takasaki Yusuke, right? On Monday, you should take the initiative to apply to transfer schools. This way it won't be too embarrassing and it will be better for you and everyone else. When Yamada Fumio said this indifferently, the atmosphere around him suddenly became extremely strange. Then, Yamada Fumio glanced at Takayaniji Shiro and then looked at Hoshino-jun, as if asking for Hoshino-jun's opinion. Takayaniji Castle, what should we do? Upon hearing this, Gao Liucheng's face instantly fell. He was probably the person whose mood fluctuated the most today. First, he was excited about catching Hoshino-jun's handle, then he was angry when he saw his mother, and then he heard what Yamada Fumio said, and it was as if he fell into an ice cave. Zun really, completely hates him. She wasn't even in the mood to deal with him personally, and had to ask Jun Hoshino's opinion first. It's all Jun Hoshino's fault, it's all my mother's fault. Why, you made an appointment to have dinner, but you didn't tell me. If I had known earlier that you two were going out to eat together, why would I have become an accomplice in deceiving Zun? Takayaniji Cheng looked at Hoshino-jun with anger, and at this time Takayaniji Yuki also looked at his son, and a trace of worry flashed in his beautiful eyes. Even though her mind was sometimes confused, Takayaniji Yuki could tell that the cold girl was not simple. It seems that he can expel students from the school. Listening to their conversation, it seems that the girl is now planning to expel her son and leave the choice to Xiechun. Junjun tilde. You and Xiecheng are friends. Yuki Takayaniji, who was worried about her son, grabbed the hem of Jun Hoshino's clothes from behind. She hoped that Jun Hoshino would let her son go. Hoshino-jun turned around and grinned. Don't worry, Aunt Yuki, how could I blame Cheng-jun? Her guilt towards Jun Hoshino reached its peak. Xiechun, it must be because of me that he keeps tolerating Xiecheng. It's only been a few days, and I've already heard of it happening several times. It's easy to imagine how many times Xiecheng has troubled Xiechun. Yuki Takayaniji pursed her red lips, lowered her eyebrows in shame, stared at Jun Hoshino's back with her red lips pursed, wondering what she was thinking. The cold air from the air conditioner seems unable to blow away the hot air. The beautiful woman's cheeks flushed red with heat. The arrogant young lady Fumio Yamato doesn't pay attention to anyone except Jun Hoshino. She only has Jun Hoshino in her eyes. Okay then, I respect Jun's decision. She walked forward slowly, her slender fingers grasped Hoshino Jun's collar, and whispered softly, "Can you talk to me alone?" Yamato Fumio's words sounded like a question, but his tone was domineering and unyielding. She said she wanted to talk, so she wanted to talk. It's just a notification, not a discussion. This is also one of the reasons why Jun Hoshino doesn't like Kaoru Yamato. She is like a queen who is high above everyone else. She may like Jun Hoshino very much, or she may doubt Jun Hoshino because of other people's instigation. In the end, it was discovered that Jun Hoshino was right, and Yamato Fumio could easily punish others once or twice, and then ignore herself, as if she had never posed a threat to Jun Hoshino. Not even an apology. There's nothing much to talk about. It's getting late, and I should go home. See you next time, Yamato-san. Jun Hoshino emphasized the word classmate and drew a clear line between himself and Yamato Fumio. The rich woman's bowl of soft rice is not tasty. Especially when the rich woman's family looks down on Jun Hoshino, it's best not to even touch the bowl. When Takasaki Yusuke first answered the phone, Hoshino Jun could never forget the eye-catching words, "President." There is only one person in Amano Academy's president who can order Takasaki Yusuke and wants to drive away Hoshino Jun, but does not want to do it himself. Student Council President, Tsukasa Yamato. I promised not to get close to your sister, but you're still playing these little tricks, letting a jerk like Takasaki Yusuke mess with me. Let's wait and see. Jun Hoshino could ask Fumio Yamato to speak up for him, but he didn't intend to do so. The first reason was that he didn't want to owe Yamato Fumio a favor again. This woman was too difficult to deal with. The second reason is that Jun Hoshino also has his own pride, and he wants to repay Yamato Tsukasa in his own way. Bite. Multiple attempts to frame Yamato Tsukasa have been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a grade A friendship debt. For the system to trigger the debt, Jun Hoshino needs to discover on his own that someone is doing something bad to him. Jun Hoshino knew this from the beginning. When Takasaki Yusuke and Takayaniji Shiro falsely accused Hoshino Jun of stealing money, a kind-hearted person reported their evil deeds. And that kind-hearted person happened to be one of Jun Hoshino's little fans at school, and they happened to see it together that day, and the two of them secretly stuffed money into Jun Hoshino's bag. It's actually a rated debt. Interesting. System, I answered. After I take care of Takasaki Yusuke and Takayaniji Jo, I'll go find Yamato Tsukasa. It has been determined that Yamato Tsukasa is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Yamato-ran. Chapter 55, Worse Than a Beast. The sun rises high. Tokyo is bathed in layers of golden light. The wind blew past the girl's body, her white skirt fluttered, a faint fragrance spread out, and her black hair moved in the wind. See you next time, Chun. Due to Jun Hoshino's insistence, Yamato Fumio was unable to chat with Jun Hoshino alone. After she turned around and opened the car door, Jun Hoshino also raised her hand. Said something to her. See you next time. Hearing the farewell, a faint smile appeared on Yamato Fumio's cold face, as if this farewell was enough for her. He looked back and nodded, giving Hoshino Jun a gentle smile, a smile that Gao Yanarji Cheng had never seen before. Fumio Yamato walked into the carriage with her long, white legs. The roar of the extended black car sounded, and the trace of the aloof young lady completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Looking away, Jun Hoshino sighed slowly. If Fumio Yamato's class was not so high, or if she had not met Mayasuke first, Jun Hoshino would probably have chosen to be with her. Who wouldn't like a beautiful girl who is crazy about you? Unfortunately, there is no if. A look of regret appeared between the boy's brows. Kato Nana, who was not far away, couldn't help but look at him, with little stars twinkling in her eyes. What on earth could possibly be causing Hoshino-san so much worry? He must be thinking about how to punish his classmate's girlfriend and his friend's mother next. Just thinking about it made Kato Nana excited. She slowly, little by little, approached Jun Hoshino in front of her lost boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki. At this time, Takasaki Yusuke was still immersed in the sadness of Yamada Fumio asking him to transfer schools, and did not notice anything unusual about his girlfriend. He also didn't realize that his girlfriend was getting further and further away from him. Maybe one day, it will be so far away that it is out of reach. By the time Takasaki Yusuke came out of his emotions, Kato Nana was already standing closely behind Hoshino-jun. Noticing this, Takasaki Yusuke called out, "Nana, let's go home." He doesn't like his girlfriend to be too close to other boys. But his girlfriend didn't seem to want to listen to him. "Go back by yourself. I want to be alone for a while." Kato Nana made no secret of her dislike for Takasaki Yusuke. "I want to think about why I found a boyfriend who framed others." As his girlfriend's voice fell as sweet as usual, Takasaki Yusuke felt like he was struck by lightning. How can it be repaired? How could it turn out like this? It's all Jun Hoshino's fault. Why couldn't he just wait for me to frame him? No. He has been waiting patiently. The goddess of luck is too kind to him. Last time someone saw her putting money in his bag, this time he invited Gao Liuchen's mother to come over for dinner. It seemed that Jun Hoshino never fought back in every move he made, and he was just passively enduring it. However, each time Takasaki Yusuke framed someone, it did not cause any harm to Hoshino-jun. Instead, Takasaki Yusuke suffered the most severe consequences. Now that the truth is revealed, his girlfriend no longer looks down on him. Takasaki Yusuke felt bitter in his heart and was too ashamed to face his girlfriend's gaze again. "Nana, I'm leaving first. Remember to go home early." Looking at the lonely figure walking away, Jun Hoshino shook his head and looked up at the blue sky. Evildoers will suffer the consequences. If Takasaki Yusuke had not done anything against Hoshino-jun, how could he have ended up like this? Originally, Jun Hoshino was planning to play with him slowly, but it was Takasaki Yusuke himself who had to trick Yamada Kaoru over. Bad and stupid. "Kato-san, we have to go back first. See you tomorrow." The first half of the sentence made Kato Nana a little disappointed, but the second half made her excited because Hoshino said, "See you tomorrow," instead of "See you on Monday." In other words, Hoshino-san will be playing the game of betraying Yusuke with her again tomorrow. "Okay, by then, Hoshino-san." Kato Nana smiled and waved goodbye to Hoshino-jun. Jun Hoshino didn't say anything, but watched Kato Nana walk away with some concern, wanting to remind her not to walk too fast and be careful not to expose herself. But after a while, the pretty girl disappeared in the crowd. Kato drank too much yogurt earlier. I was really worried about her. So in order to appease Kato, let Hoshino go find her tomorrow and put an end to her boyfriend Takasaki together. We are no longer students in the same school, so the probability of meeting again is not high. We have to seize the opportunity, make some final profits and then let Yusuke Takasaki leave. But that is tomorrow's matter. Today, I should take care of the mother and son of the Gao Liu family. At present, Takayane Jiyuki has already owed a huge amount of 500,000, which is the bulk of the debt. The sycamore trees on both sides of the road rustled, and a few green sycamore leaves fell. April is the season when greenery blooms. Jun Hoshino looked at the dejected Takayane Jishiro, and a Paulownia leaf fell on his head. It seems to be destined. "Ju-jun, have you eaten yet?" Hoshino-jun walked to Takayane Jiyuki's side and chuckled, "Because of the fast just now, Aunt Yuki and I haven't eaten yet. Do you want to eat with us? It's my treat." "Jun Hoshino, I don't need your fake concern, you cunning villain." Gao Yanarji Cheng's eyes were bloodshot. He rushed forward and pushed Hoshino-jun, adding another debt to his mother. Bite. Malicious insults and malicious pushing detected from Takayaniji Castle. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive 1D level and 1C level friendship debt. Of course, Jun Hoshino chose to forgive. After all, someone would teach Takayaniji Cheng a lesson. Bang! In the end, Takayaniji Yuki could no longer control her emotions and slapped Takayaniji Cheng hard in the face. This can be seen from the bright red slap marks that quickly appeared on Gao Liuchen's face. Takayaniji Yuki's slap was not just a pretense, but was very powerful. "Takayaniji Joe, you bastard! Xiaochun has forgiven you time and again for your mistakes, but you still refuse to repent, right? How could I have raised such an ungrateful beast like you?" The anger and sadness that Takayaniji Yuki had suppressed in her heart burst out at this moment, after a heavy slap and scolding. It was Takayaniji Yuki's tears that rolled down her eyes. Gao Liu Cheng stood there in a daze. His mother's tears made his heart churn up and down, and he suddenly panicked. Ever since he was old enough to understand, his mother has always been a strong woman in his memory. She never cried and always had a gentle smile on her face. But he never thought that one day his mother would cry because of him. Gao Liu Cheng opened his mouth in panic and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jun Hoshino, who rushed over and stood in the middle. Ju Kuan, you just have to make Aunt Yuki angry, don't you? Hoshino Jun frowned, pointed at Gao Yanarji Cheng's nose, and angrily accused. Aunt Yushi is a woman who raised you to this age and suffered so much. Now you are trying to anger Aunt Yushi for a woman who doesn't like you at all. Are you still a human being? It's simply something worse than an animal. After cursing for a while, Hoshino Jun seemed to be still angry and pushed Gao Yanarji Cheng hard. Then he turned around and grabbed Gao Yushi's soft and boneless little hand. Aunt Yushi, let's go and ignore this unreasonable bastard. System, I was scolding you on behalf of Aunt Yushi, so this doesn't count as a violation on my part. Not counted. Then you should pay off my debt to me as soon as possible. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. Stupid system, it's really annoying. The host has to urge himself to complete a task. Chapter 56, Confession to the Wife. Aunt Yuki, don't be too sad. Cheng Jun was just confused for a moment. Now that I've taught him a lesson, we should also believe that Cheng Jun will repent sooner or later. He took a tissue from the dining table, placed his fingertips on the beautiful woman's face, and gently wiped away her tears. Takayaniji Yuki did not resist. The hand movements continued. Although Jun Hoshino was happy inside, he continued to pretend to be sad on the outside to comfort Yuki Takayaniji's emotions. There's a saying that goes, 10 years is never too late for a prodigal son to return. Let's give Cheng Jun a little more time. There's also a saying that goes, it's easy to change the landscape, but hard to change one's nature. Takayaniji Yuki also wiped her eyes and then stepped back slightly. Alright Xiaochun, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat soon, your food will get cold. After leaving Takayaniji Castle, the furious Yuki Takayaniji and Jun Hoshino took the bus back to their vicinity of their apartment. I was so hungry that I didn't go home to cook. I just found a small restaurant to sit down and eat. From the time we left to the time we had dinner, nearly an hour had passed. After a while, the anger will almost subside. There is no hatred between mother and son, so Jun Hoshino did not do anything like slandering Takayaniji Cheng in front of Takayaniji Yuki. Instead, he sincerely comforted Takayaniji Yuki and helped her to resolve the knot in her heart as soon as possible. But, is it really that easy to untie the knot in your heart? Xiaochun, can you tell me, is this how my usually teaches you? Yuki Takayaniji's eyes were fixed on Jun Hoshino, and the boy's handsome face was full of tenderness and kindness. Not only can she help Mai with housework and take care of her daily life, but she is also kind-hearted. Even though she is hurt by Xiaochun again and again, she always chooses to forgive him in the end. He is so nice. It was so good that Takayaniji Yuki wished that Hoshino Jun was her own son and kicked that bastard Takayaniji Cheng out of the house. However, this thing cannot be replaced, so I still have to seek a solution from Jun Hoshino. How can Aunt Mai teach others? She herself is so wild. Jun Hoshino smiled and scooped a mouthful of rice into his mouth and chewed it. It tasted pretty good. Hearing his words, Gao Liu always thought of Asumai's usual appearance, and smiled unconsciously. That's right. Mai's personality is cheerful, more like a 17 or 18-year-old girl. It's you, Xiaochun, who has been taking care of her all this time. It seems that personality is something that is really innate. Thinking of this, Takayaniji Yuki's expression became lonely again. All the changes in her expression were captured by Jun Hoshino without missing a single detail. Looking at the busy road outside the hotel, Jun Hoshino vaguely remembered that he and Takayaniji Cheng had walked on this road together before. Gao Liu Cheng was still quite good at that time. Before Takayaniji Shiro fell in love with Yamada Fumio, he was similar to Hoshino Jun, kind to his friends and caring enough about his family and neighbors. Before Jun Hoshino rejected Fumio Yamada, he was still studying hard with Jun Hoshino. Although he was not very talented, He made up for it with hard work and managed to get into the high school run by Yamada Fumio's family by doing a lot of practice questions. As for why it has become like this? Jun Hoshino never expected that just because the proud eldest lady cried on the day she rejected Yamada Fumio, she could make Takayaniji Shiro, who had nothing to do with him, so crazy. All I can say is that love makes people numb, and bootlickers are the king of numbness. Jun, it's a pity. This is what Jun Hoshino really thinks. If Takayaniji Shiro had not pursued Yamada Fumio, he would probably have had a wonderful life. Those who lick the dog will not die well. Hearing the regretful tone in Jun Hoshino's voice, Takayaniji Yuki slowly lowered her head, and her already ugly expression looked even more gloomy. Aunt Yuki, the wind is picking up, we should go home. The weather in April is changeable. Half an hour ago, the sun was shining brightly, and half an hour later, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Jun Hoshino stood up and paid the bill first, then turned his gaze to Takayaniji Yuki, who was still in a daze. He could do nothing about the dark clouds in the sky, but he could start trying to dispel the gloom in Aunt Yushi's heart. Name, Takayaniji Yuki. Stamina, 6. Intelligence, 4. Charm, 9. Occupation, supermarket cashier. Friendship, she currently owes you 6 C-level friendship debts and 1 D-level debt. Please urge her to pay as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 6.5 million yen. Food, 6.5 years of loving bento. Friendship, original underwear with warmth complete set. Searchun, why did you pay the money? Auntie should have treated you. After coming back to his senses from his daze, Takayaniji Yuki exclaimed and immediately began to take out his wallet to give change to Hoshino-jun. But Jun Hoshino walked very quickly and walked out of the restaurant first in just 3 or 2 steps. Yuki Takayaniji, wearing high heels, followed behind her at a faster pace. The huge assets on her chest kept swaying, and her pink dress danced gracefully. The soft curves of her thighs and the fair skin that occasionally appeared at the hem of her skirt exuded an indescribable temptation as she followed Takayaniji Yuki's steps. Searchun, wait a moment, auntie will give you the money. A mature and beautiful woman is chasing the young man in front of her, attracting attention. When they returned to the 4th floor of the apartment, the boy suddenly turned around, and Takayaniji Yuki bumped into the boy's arms with the ball. The softness and elasticity that could be felt through the clothes made Jun Hoshino feel numb and itchy inside. Searchun, I'm sorry. The collision was so hard that Takayaniji Yuki felt a squeezing pain in her chest. Just as Takayaniji Yuki was about to leave Jun Hoshino's arms, she never expected that Jun Hoshino suddenly took the opportunity to hug her slender waist. Yuki Tilder. The affectionate name made Takayaniji Yuki's heart tremble, and the wallet in her hand almost fell to the ground. Searchun, why are you calling me like this again all of a sudden? We're all back home, isn't it over? Yuki, don't you want to ask me why I'm better than other kids? Jun Hoshino leaned close to Takayaniji Yuki's cheek. He could clearly feel that in today's hug, Takayaniji Yuki no longer resisted as before. It was as if she had subconsciously thought that Jun Hoshino hugging her was no big deal. As Jun Hoshino hugged her tighter and tighter, Takayaniji Yuki's face became rosy, especially when Jun Hoshino spoke and his hot breath sprayed on her cheeks. She felt as if she had been hit by cartilage powder and felt light and fluttery. Oh, Searchun, let's not talk about this now. It's time to go home. I don't know why, although Jun Hoshino didn't want to, his hand moved down involuntarily and rested on Takayaniji Yuki's thigh. He leaned on the beautiful woman's shoulder, and his murmurs were as soft as a dream. I've actually been learning from you. I've always seen your gentleness, your caring nature, your strength and your courage, and I try to emulate you. Over the years, I understand how difficult it has been for you. I really want to take care of you, can you give me a chance? Yuki. The afternoon sun shines down on the land. Takayaniji Yuki leaned in the boy's arms, listening to his pounding heartbeat. The boy's declaration of love was so sudden that she was confused, bewildered and surprised. The blush on her face looks like peach petals and is particularly beautiful. Searchun. Yuki, call my name. Licked his dry lips. Jun Hoshino reluctantly let go of the soft body in his arms, looked into Takayaniji Yuki's eyes, lowered his head and kept a suitable distance from her, yet he could feel each other's warmth. Come to my house, or open the door and come to yours. No matter what you think, please let me finish what I want to say to you. Give me a chance to finish what I'm saying, okay? After saying that, Jun Hoshino slowly approached and stopped when he was about to kiss Yuki Takayaniji, as if asking for her opinion. A rare first concession. The hot and humid breath kept spraying on her pink lips, nose, and cheeks. Takayaniji Yuki looked like she was drunk, with a slightly tipsy look and the blush on her cheeks becoming more and more intense. The scene where Jun Hoshino stood in front of her to protect her flashed through Takayaniji Yuki's mind again. There was also the time when Jun Hoshino taught Takayaniji Shiro a lesson for her, and then turned around and said good things about Takayaniji Shiro to comfort her. He is so reliable. If she were 18 years old, Takayaniji Yuki would kiss her without hesitation. But she is already in her 30s. The age difference is too big, which is ultimately a huge chasm. Reason told her to refuse. But, Xiaochun, that girl named Yamada Zun doesn't like you. You can be with her. She pursued me, and I rejected her. Hoshino Jun moved a little closer and raised his hand to gently stroke her hot cheek. The moment their skin touched, Takayaniji Yuki's heart trembled, and as she saw Hoshino Jun getting closer and closer, her throat became dry. I really want to kiss this reliable boy. But at this time, Takayaniji Yuki suddenly thought of another problem. Xiaochun, I found out about you and that girl named Kato Nana in the bathroom. Chapter 57, Relieving Stress. On the street. Dark clouds hung low, blocking out the sunlight. Gao Liucheng walked alone on the street, like a walking corpse. Now he was tired and hungry, and his stomach was rumbling. I made my mother sad today, forget it. He took out his cell phone several times, wanting to ask where his mother was and if she could give him some money, but every time he found the contacts, he didn't have the courage to press the dial button. Thinking back to his mother's tears and the accusations made by Jun Hoshino, Takayaniji Cheng felt ashamed. Indeed. It's really a shame to make my mother sad. Go home first. After you get home, apologize to your mother. She has a good temper. At most she'll scold me and everything will be fine. After walking a few more steps, Gao Liucheng was so hungry that he looked up at the seemingly endless streets and couldn't help feeling despair. So he thought again, why not contact Takasaki Yusuke to borrow some money first? Yusuke Takasaki invited us to such an expensive restaurant today, he must have spent a lot of money. Beep tilde. The call was quickly connected, Gao Liucheng breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly asked for help. Great, thank goodness you answered the phone, Yusuke. How about lending me a little money so I can have a quick meal and take the bus home? I'll pay you back next week when my mom gives me pocket money. He thought that with his relationship with Takasaki Yusuke, borrowing money for food and transportation would be easy. Asshole. How dare you call me? Do you know how much you hurt me today? Dream on, you bastard. Takasaki Yusuke's voice was full of anger and accusations, which stunned Takayaniji Cheng. He was still hoping that Takasaki Yusuke would rescue him. But he didn't expect that Takasaki Yusuke would scold him when he answered the phone. I had a hard time today. I had a complete falling out with Yamada Fumio and got slapped by my mother. Now I am alone, tired and hungry. He is the one who feels the most wronged. When did I hurt you? I haven't said you hurt me. Last time I advised you not to use such low-level tricks as falsely accusing you of stealing money, but you insisted on using it, causing me to write self-criticisms for several days. Do you remember? If you hadn't forced me to go find Zun this time, there's no way I would have broken up with Zun. Now you're blaming me first, you shameless bastard. In both operations, Takasaki Yusuke was the mastermind, and he was at most an accomplice. Now the mastermind was actually scolding the accomplice who had worked so hard, and he certainly didn't want to endure it anymore. The other side did not seem to expect Gao Liucheng to fight back. After a few seconds of silence, he roared. I'm shameless. My girlfriend hates me now, and you call me shameless. If you want to talk about shamelessness, it has to be your mother, an aunt, who has nothing to do but rest at home and come to eat with young people. If it weren't for her, my plan would have failed. Hearing that the other party dared to implicate his mother, Gao Liucheng could no longer hold back his anger. All the anger in his heart was released along with a roar. My mom is the elder who watched Jun Hoshino grow up. Isn't it normal for her to have dinner with the younger generation? Your girlfriend, do you know how intimate she was with Jun Hoshino in the library last time? I took a picture of the two of them meeting at the school gate early in the morning and going to the library together to be affectionate. You tell me every day how wonderful your girlfriend is, but in reality you are just a pathetic cuckold who doesn't even know it. In fact, Takayaniji Cheng did not notice how intimate the behavior of Hoshino Jun and Kato Nana was, but the two of them were close to each other from the school gate to the library. Any normal person would think something is wrong. He hadn't brought it up before because he was afraid that Takasaki Yusuke would be upset, but now that they were arguing, he just brought out all his suspicions. When his childhood sweetheart, whom he had been pursuing for more than 10 years and finally got married, was brought up, Takasaki Yusuke was also upset. My Nana is a shy girl, how could she possibly do what you said? But you like Yamada Kaoru, but she ignores you and just likes Hoshino Jun. You are the cuckold, Barker. Har har har, I didn't even chase Sun, we're not even related. Where did the saying of cuckold come from? You're the only one. Maybe your girlfriend saw that Hoshino Jun was handsome and immediately fell into his arms. Barga, I don't allow you to say that about Nana, you lowly dog in front of Yamada Kaoru. Here's your Nana. Don't look at how reserved she is in front of you. She might have fallen head over heels for Hoshino Jun without you even knowing it. The two noobs were pecking at each other, cursing each other back and forth, and their actions were equally matched. Gao Liu Cheng was no longer hungry or tired. The more he cursed, the more energetic he became. At the same time, in the apartment corridor on the other side, many cherry blossoms were blown away by the strong wind, and the pink petals were rolled onto Takayaniji Yuki. The delicate collarbone is embellished with pink. Jun Hoshino swallowed and looked at Takayaniji Yuki's beautiful blushing face. A feeling of restlessness and uneasiness rose in his heart. However, thanks to Takayaniji Yuki's words, he suppressed his restlessness and regained his calmness and rationality. Yuki, you're wronging me. When Jun Hoshino said this, his expression looked very aggrieved. This was his consideration after careful consideration. Earlier in the restaurant, he was absolutely certain that no one saw him when he entered or left. In order to avoid being discovered, he communicated with Kato Nana in a very low voice, basically whispering. Only Kato Nana couldn't help but humming. I'm a boy, how could I possibly go to the girl's room? I'm not a pervert. As he spoke, he leaned forward. Enjoying the softness of the beautiful woman's body, he placed his hands on the railing behind her and stared at her with a sad face. What a terrible atmosphere. Yuki Takayaniji bit her lower lip lightly. She had been pushed step by Jun Hoshino to the innermost part of the corridor, with no escape possible. But, I clearly heard that girl, making some bad noises. And, he was calling Xiaochun's name. Her voice became smaller and smaller, her face became more and more rosy as she spoke, and the ripples of autumn in her eyes were as charming as a fox's. As Hoshino Jun approached, Takayaniji Yuki felt her chest being squeezed to a great extent, and her stomach. The embarrassing burning sensation on her skin made the beautiful woman tremble slightly. The proud brother refused to bow his head easily, which was something that Jun Hoshino could not control. So Jun Hoshino chose to go one step further. That's not my fault. Just like I like you, Yuki, other people liking me is something I can't control. Hearing those words that were almost overflowing with affection, Takayaniji Yuki's cheeks turned red all the way to her ears. Could it really be that girl who is fantasizing about Xiaochun alone? That's right, Xiaochun is so pretty, it's normal for girls to like her. But why do so many beautiful girls like Xiaochun, but Xiaochun is obsessed with me? Looking at Takayaniji Yuki and seeing how flustered she was at the moment, Jun Hoshino felt relieved. Aunt Yuki is not a smart person to begin with, and now in such a shy situation, she is being led astray by Hoshino Jun's thoughts, so naturally she goes astray very quickly. Now, Jun Hoshino could probably guess what Takayaniji Yuki was thinking, so in order to interrupt her thoughts, he put down his hand. Close your eyes through the fabric. Feel the salty smell of the sea. Takayaniji Yuki's body tensed up instantly, and besides shyness, there was also sadness between her brows. She was thinking, it would be nice if she was also an 18-year-old girl, but unfortunately she was not. But seeing how obsessed Jun Hoshino was with her, Takayaniji Yuki could no longer completely ignore him. She grabbed Jun Hoshino's wrist as if possessed by a demon and whispered softly in his arms. Xiaochun, don't be like this. You can't like your aunt. After all, you are not the same age as your aunt, and she is Xiaochun's mother. Even more excited. But if you are under pressure, Auntie can help you relieve it. Chapter 58, Bedroom Temperature. Bang! The bedroom door was closed, and Jun Hoshino's eyes were always fixed on the enchanting peach twisting under Yuki Takayaniji's pink dress. I originally thought that today would be another round of stagnation, and then the progress would be gradually pushed forward. But she never thought that Aunt Yuki would bring Jun Hoshino into her bedroom. It's a very simple white style, with only a bed, a wooden table with a round standing mirror, and a 3-section clothes rack. The white gauze curtains can only block the view of outsiders, but cannot block the light coming in from the outside. Yuki Takayaniji stood in the light with her back to Jun Hoshino. From the mirror on the wooden table, one could see that she was not calm. I took small sips of air, but still couldn't shake the anxiety in my heart. Takayaniji Yuki, how could you be so shameless as to actually offer to help Xiaochun relieve stress? Is this something you can alleviate? From the moment she walked into the bedroom, Takayaniji Yuki regretted it. She wanted to slap herself in the face. Why did she say such words in the heat of the moment? But there is no use regretting it now. Xiaochun has followed us in, can we chase her away? Never mind, this is the last time. I will definitely not help Xiaochun anymore. Takayaniji Yuki pursed her red lips, pondered for a while, then slowly walked to the edge of the bed and sat down. The pink hip skirt is bent into an extremely graceful arc by the sturdy fruit and the human peach. 2 plump and beautiful legs were curled up together, with the flesh squeezed by the mattress. The thin skirt vaguely reveals the curve of the legs, which are fleshy but not fat, like autumn pears, exuding an attractive color. Bang! Bang! I don't know whose heartbeat it is, maybe it's both of them. Jun Hoshino looked at Yuki Takayaniji's graceful figure, his throat rolling. Out of respect for a beautiful woman, I raised my head and chest and saluted this woman who has multiple identities, a beautiful widow, a neighbor's wife, a friend's silly mother, and an aunt's subordinate. Cute, want. Xiaochun, come sit next to me. Takayaniji Yuki raised her hand awkwardly and stroked the hair that fell on her chest. There was a hint of shyness in her eyes, as if she was reviewing the next lesson. She really wanted to help Jun Hoshino relieve stress again. This is really the last time. I already told you not to call me Xiaochun anymore. Since Aunt Yuki is shy, Jun Hoshino will naturally stand up. In a relationship, there can only be one weak party. Restraining his excitement, Jun Hoshino sat next to Yuki Takayaniji and took the lead in putting his arms around her soft waist. Although I have touched it before, the atmosphere between the two is different and the effects are also very different. This time, as soon as he touched the smooth waist, Jun Hoshino's brain froze for a moment, as if he had been electrocuted, and he felt slightly numb all over. Just today, treat me as your lover, okay? Upon hearing this, Takayaniji Yuki's neck turned slightly red, and her body instinctively wanted to shrink to the side, but Hoshino Jun subconsciously hugged her tighter, and they were completely close. Skin pressed against skin, time seemed to stop, and they felt each other's body temperature at close range. Jun Koen. Takayaniji Yuki's breathing became a little rapid, her eyes were unfocused, and her tight, plump legs kept twisting, like an inexperienced little girl. She is much shyer than Kato Nana. Being stared at by Jun Hoshino's fiery gaze was almost unbearable, and a hazy mist gathered in his eyes. Exceptionally charming. Jun Hoshino's other hand climbed up Takayaniji Yuki's plump legs. He could clearly feel the nervousness of this beautiful widow, even her leg muscles were tense. Yuki, didn't you say you wanted to help me? Hoshino Jun leaned on Takayaniji Yuki's shoulder and asked, how do you want to help? When asking this question, Jun Hoshino, who was enjoying the delicate and smooth touch of the beautiful woman's skin, felt that her body temperature seemed to be rising. So I closed my eyes and imagined mountains and rivers. Jun Hoshino seemed to be able to feel the wind on the mountaintop and appreciate the stream at the bottom of the river. Takayaniji Yuki moaned softly, and her 10 round and tender toes curled up shyly. The pink soft flesh on the soles of the feet is inadvertently exposed, looking very sexy and charming. She did not stop Jun Hoshino's big hand, which wandered on her legs and waist. She secretly glanced at the handsome young man with the corner of her eye, and stretched out her hand towards the boy. Then he said softly, just like last time, I'll help you rub it. Jun Hoshino was not surprised by the result. He was already satisfied in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be bored and sighed. Is that all? Yuki Takayaniji turned her head away, her eyes evasive, and she felt a lot of guilt towards Jun Hoshino. Jun Hoshino was not only praised for rejecting so many outstanding and beautiful girls, but also for forgiving Takayaniji Cheng's mistakes again and again. And this is all that Takayaniji Yuki can give him in return. Takayaniji Yuki, you owe Jun Chen too much. If that's all you can do, then try your best and consider it your reward to Chun. The little hand lifted up Jun Hoshino's clothes and fell on Jun Hoshino's abdominal muscles. It was cool and instantly eliminated a lot of the heat brought by the summer. Brother Hoshino has been sweating a lot. Takayaniji Yuki's palm touched the slightly wet abdominal muscles and pressed gently, and his face became more rosy. Chun tilde, how about this strength? Jun Hoshino was secretly happy and felt like exploding with joy. He slid his palm down along the curve of the beautiful woman's thigh, grasped her smooth knee, and then gently hooked up her pink dress. Yuki tilde. Don't talk, just keep pressing. The temperature in the bedroom continued to rise. Jun Hoshino became more and more bold. His palm was already in seamless contact with Takayaniji Yuki's thigh skin, and his fingers were rubbing the smooth and tender skin. Then he pinched the soft flesh on her thigh hard, and Takayaniji Yuki suddenly felt like she was electrocuted. Her pink lips opened slightly and she let out a sweet sound. Yer tilde. This voice seemed to call into the depths of the soul, turning into the echo of bone melting, softening Jun Hoshino's bones. He completely relaxed his strength and leaned on Takayaniji Yuki's shoulder, greedily sniffing the fragrance of the beautiful woman's hair. That's great. The second hand of the clock on the wall was ticking, tick tick tick. It turned out that half an hour had passed when I entered the bedroom. Yuki Takayaniji released her hands from Jun Hoshino's abdominal muscles. The massage is so tiring that my palms have seeped out a lot of sweat and are sticky. I need to wash them. Alright, Jun-kun. Yuki Takayaniji gently pushed Jun Hoshino, who was hugging her tightly, to remind him that it was time to go home as it was getting late. Yeah. Jun Hoshino nodded. He also knew one thing: it's not good to be too entangled. Just take a step further next time. Yuki, I have one last request. I hope you can satisfy me again. What do you want? Yuki Takayaniji, who was embraced in the broad chest, knew that as long as it was not too excessive, she probably would not be able to refuse. It's not just because of Jun Hoshino, but she herself doesn't know how to refuse. However, just as Jun Hoshino was about to make his request, the door lock outside suddenly turned and someone broke into their house. Mom, I'm back. Chapter 59, No. Apartment. Room 403. In Takayaniji Yuki's bedroom, it was so quiet that you could hear the sound of her breathing. Mom, are you home? The sound coming from the living room again made the face of the bedroom owner, Takayaniji Yuki, turn from red to white, his eyes widened, and his rosy lips were pursed to a white color. There was panic between his brows. Da tilde da tilde da tilde. The footsteps outside the bedroom door were getting closer and closer, and Takayaniji Yuki's heart was getting more and more confused. She couldn't help but look for help at the boy who had bravely stood in front of her and protected her. Xiaochun, what should we do? What if Xiecheng finds out? Anxious Takayaniji Yuki grabbed Hoshino Jun's thigh, and Hoshino Jun opened his mouth in shock. Oh my god! Looking at his wet pants and then at Mrs. Stupid's anxious expression, Jun Hoshino's heart was filled with a faint sadness. She didn't do it on purpose, so even the collection task couldn't be triggered. With a helpless sigh, Jun Hoshino had to calm down Takayaniji Yuki first. Yuki, don't worry. I locked your bedroom door when I was in the bedroom. Jo-kun can't get in. Continue climbing up the mountains and swamps. There were ripples in Takayaniji Yuki's eyes, and he breathed a sigh of relief, and finally realized what he had just done. He looked down, his eyes filled with apology. However, it just happened to offset the bad things Xiechun had done. Rather than Jo-kun, I'd rather discuss the request I just mentioned. Jun Hoshino withdrew his hand and wiped it on the beautiful woman's pretty face in revenge. Also, you forgot again, don't call me Xiechun. You know, I'm not small at all. I just turned 18 this year. Takayaniji Yuki's face was as red as the sunset. She felt a little angry and a little ashamed at the same time. After all, she was the one who started it. She didn't feel comfortable blaming Hoshino Jun. She just wiped her face with her sleeve and asked shyly. Chun-jun, what exactly is the request you mentioned? Seeing that the aunt next door, the friend's mother, and the beautiful widow had no intention of refusing, Jun Hoshino stood up, turned to Takayaniji Yuki, and then half knelt down. Ka. Just when Takayaniji Yuki was about to ask Hoshino Jun what this was doing, there was a sound of someone pressing the door handle. Mom, you're back. Because Jun Hoshino locked the door, Takayaniji Cheng was unable to push it open. Thinking of what happened today, Gao Liu Cheng stood outside the door and said apologetically, "I'm so sorry about today. Mom." Just now when he was outside, Gao Liu Cheng had already made up his mind that he must apologize to his mother and get her forgiveness. Before, because he was favored too much, he ignored the fact that his mother, Takayaniji Yuki, was the person who loved him the most in the world. Not again. No matter how much you like Zun, you should put your mother first. However, even though he had apologized, he still hadn't received a response, and Gao Liu Cheng was a little hit. It was obvious that before, as long as I softened my attitude, even without apologizing, my mother would choose to forgive me. It seems that my mother was really mad at me today. Mom, you didn't answer me for so long, are you very angry with me? Mom, don't worry, I will definitely learn my lesson and won't make you angry again. Please forgive me this time, okay? On one side, there was his son's apology outside the door, and on the other side, there was Jun Hoshino's actions in front of him. Takayaniji Yuki looked around, his head buzzing. For a moment, I didn't know whether to answer my son first or ask Jun Hoshino what he wanted to do. After Jun Hoshino squatted down, he couldn't help but pick up Yuki Takayaniji's feet and put the pair of slender feet on his knees. Today, Aunt Yoshi was rarely wearing stockings. Her fair skin and pink soles were completely exposed to the air, and her toes were crystal clear, small and cute. Stroke up from the ankle to the calf, leaving a wet mark of sweat on the flexible skin, and then wipe back from the calf to the soft and tender feet. At this moment, Jun Hoshino is like a professional technician in the club, concentrating on oiling the soles of the feet for his customers. The oil was provided by the beautiful guest Yuki Takayaniji herself. As expected of my Yuki, even her feet are so beautiful. Perhaps because it was the first time someone had her feet played with, Takayaniji Yuki looked particularly unnatural. She felt her legs were tingling, which was very comfortable but also very embarrassing. Chun Jun, don't talk nonsense. I'm not your Yuki, I'm your Aunt Yuki. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Hoshino suddenly pressed hard on Takayaniji Yuki's pink soles. Takayaniji Yuki shuddered suddenly and couldn't help but let out a mournful cry that sounded like both comfort and pain, an indistinguishable sound of sorrow. The sound was quite loud, and Gao Liu Cheng outside the door also heard it. His face turned pale instantly, and his confused and dazed eyes revealed an indescribable sorrow. Is Mom crying? Takayaniji Cheng, you are such a bastard, you actually made your mother so sad. You deserve to die. Once upon a time, Gao Liu Cheng thought his mother was a mountain, protecting him from wind and rain and being extremely strong. Today, Gao Liu Cheng realized that his mother was also a girl and would cry when she was sad. However, when she is sad, she probably won't cry in front of Gao Liu Cheng. Bang! Bang! Gao Liu Cheng suddenly slapped himself twice in the face, and his originally handsome face suddenly became red and swollen. He still felt unsatisfied, so he knelt down in front of his mother's bedroom door and cursed softly through gritted teeth. Takayaniji, you idiot, bastard! A complete idiot. After scolding himself, Takayaniji Cheng's tears had already escaped from his eyes, but he tried to remain calm and looked at the bedroom door with a normal tone. Mom, please believe me again. I will definitely get better. The image of Hoshino Jun flashed through his mind. Gao Liu Cheng gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. Following Jun Hoshino's example, I will learn to cook in the future and prepare hot meals every day when my mother comes home. At this time, Takayaniji Yuki, who was in the bedroom, was almost at a loss as to what to do. She was busy trying to be moved by her son's change, while also having to deal with Jun Hoshino's mischief. After Takayaniji Cheng finished his words of encouragement for change, Hoshino Jun suddenly pulled Takayaniji Yuki's legs and ankles, completely controlling the pair of smooth and tender, jade feet, in his hands. This caught Takayaniji Yuki off guard and she fell onto the bed. After reacting, he hurriedly looked at Hoshino Jun. Seeing the wicked smile on his face, Takayaniji Yuki asked fearfully. Jun-kun, you can't bully Aunt Yuki. Chapter 60, The Taste of the Sea. Yuki Takayaniji was very panicked. She was afraid that Jun Hoshino would transform into a beast and attack her. Although Takayaniji Yuki has been very ambiguous with Hoshino Jun during this period of time. And today she also realized that she probably had some inappropriate thoughts about this handsome boy next door. But this does not mean that Takayaniji Yuki and Hoshino Jun will quickly move to the final step. The beautiful lady next door could never get over the final hurdle, the hurdle in her heart. Make life difficult for. The sky outside the window was covered with dark clouds, and the dim light shone through the gores and gently fell on the soft bed. The wind blows and the cherry trees sway. Mom, it doesn't matter if you don't forgive me. I will use my actions to prove that I will really work hard to change myself. Outside, the son's apology continued. The beautiful widow Takayaniji Yuki, lying on the bed, stared at Hoshino Jun, who had already lifted up her legs with ruddy face and gritted teeth. He pursed his lips tightly, and a thin layer of mist gathered in his eyes. Xiao, Chun Jun, listen to your aunt and don't make any mistakes, okay? If this goes on, Aunt Yuki will collapse. Jun Hoshino remained unmoved. He lifted the plump, white legs as tender as tofu with his hands and carried this beautiful pair on his shoulders. He was too strong, and Takayaniji Yuki was afraid that her son would find out, so she could only resist gently, and was unable to free her legs from Jun Hoshino's control. His expression became increasingly panicked. Yuki, why are you calling me Jun-kun? It feels so weird. Jun Hoshino smiled and stroked Takayaniji Yuki's calves with his hands. The calves that had just been oiled were now very slippery. As if there was no friction, it slid gently from the calf to the thigh. With his hands pressed down by the tight skirt, Jun Hoshino suddenly felt itchy and scratched them, causing Aunt Yuki's legs to tremble again. Woo-woo tilde. Takayaniji Yuki felt a slight soreness in her throat and her nose twitched. She no longer had the heart to listen to Jun Hoshino's words. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well close her eyes. Following a rustling sound, Takayaniji Yuki suddenly felt a little cold. Is he really going to force himself on me? With her eyes closed and clutching the bedsheet tightly, Takayaniji Yuki turned her head away. Even though she could no longer see, she still didn't want to face this scene. Takayaniji Yuki will not tell anyone about what happened today, and will just keep it hidden deep in her heart. But she was probably going to move away from the place where she had lived for many years. After this incident, only if she could not see Jun Hoshino could she continue to work with Mayasuke with peace of mind. My Asu takes good care of Yuki Takayaniji at work. Her son Shiro Takayaniji is still in school, and Yuki Takayaniji doesn't want to lose this source of income. Hatilda. A cool breeze blew into the bedroom from the window, and Takayaniji Yuki shivered from the cold. She was a little strange. Why hasn't Seachun launched an attack after so much time? Just as she was thinking this, the beautiful woman suddenly felt her legs being slowly lowered, and she opened her eyes in some surprise. I happened to see the handsome young man next door trying hard to stuff a set of black cotton underwear into his trouser pocket. Gao Yushi asked in confusion, Xiaochun, what are you doing? The afternoon light shone on the boy, and the cool breeze blew his white t-shirt, highlighting the strong body beneath his handsome appearance. Her black hair fluttered in the breeze, and Jun Hoshino's deep and clear eyes blinked slightly, smiling shyly. If the neighbor lady's underwear had not just been stuffed into his trouser pocket, he would probably have been shy. Bite. Collection completed. The payment of 65 yen has been made to the personal account of Jun Hoshino through formal channels. When he heard that he had earned another 650,000, Jun Hoshino's smile became even brighter. In just a few days after getting the system, the total amount of money he earned has reached 2.3 million yen. This is almost equivalent to 2/3 of Mayasuke's entire yearly income. You don't like it, Yuki, so I won't force you. After thinking it over again and again, Hoshino Jun said. However, to make up for my regret, I will take your things back home and look at them whenever I miss you. Just think of it as a gift, how about that? In response to the boy's question, Takayaniji Yuki curled up her plump and beautiful legs, which felt a little cold, and turned her head away shyly. Is this how you receive gifts? Just take it from someone else. Xiaochun is really a bad guy. Although she was complaining in her heart, Takayaniji Yuki was not actually angry. Instead, she was glad that Hoshino Jun was able to wake up. Just as the great writer Mr. Ju Shuren once said, if you say you want to open a skylight, no one will allow it, but if you say you want to tear down the roof, then they will say it's better to open a skylight. It is the same as saying that a prodigal son who returns is worth more than gold and that putting down the butcher knife can lead to enlightenment. At the moment when she was already desperate and ready, Jun Hoshino just took the initiative to accept some gifts. This kind of thing that seems to be a big deal at ordinary times has become a trivial matter at this moment. Gao Yushi sat up, tucked the messy hair by her ears, and said shyly, "It's okay, you can take it." While speaking, he glanced at Jun Hoshino's face full of joy. At this moment, Gao Yushi suddenly felt that Xiaochun was a little too easy to satisfy. Or, could it be that Jun Hoshino liked her aunt so much that he couldn't bear to harm her, and he could just smile foolishly after getting such a small thing from her? There was an inexplicable sweetness in Takayaniji Yuki's heart. No wonder Mai said that Jun looks smart on the outside, but is actually a shy little idiot on the inside. "Yuki, what are you mumbling about?" Jun Hoshino hasn't forgotten about the day they were a couple. Gao Yushi immediately shook his head and replied softly, "No. Nothing. Really?" Seeing that Takayaniji Yuki didn't say anything, Hoshino Jun didn't ask any more questions. He was still thinking about how to make money in the future. For example, how to collect the last wave of interest from Yusuke Takasaki tomorrow, and how to break through the last psychological defense of this neighbor lady. As he thought about it, the corners of Jun Hoshino's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, and then he lay straight on the bed, with his head resting on Takayaniji Yuki's soft thighs. Jun tilde. "Sure, don't talk, leave me alone." Looking at Jun Hoshino's face, a look of surprise flashed across Takayaniji Yuki's face, and then she shut her mouth obediently. This is the first time she gave someone a lap pillow. If it's given to Xiaochun, then that's not an option either. It seemed that the position of the knee pillow was a little uncomfortable, so Jun Hoshino turned over and faced Takayaniji Yuki's belly. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the sound of pots and pans being moved around could be heard in the kitchen of room 403. It was probably Gao Liu Cheng, who had just vowed to be a better person, preparing to learn how to cook for the first time. Taking advantage of this gap, Jun Hoshino opened Yuki Takayaniji's bedroom door and slipped back to room 404. At this time, Gao Liu Cheng, who was busy in the kitchen, still had no idea how exciting the event was in his mother's room. It almost broke the last layer of window paper. "I will try my best to cook a delicious meal so that my mother can forgive me." Takayaniji Cheng was searching for cooking videos on his mobile phone and learning from them. He thought to himself that he could not compete with Hoshino Jun against Yamada Fumio. "At least in my mother's eyes, I must beat that bastard." Jun Hoshino returned home at 4:30 in the afternoon, which was more than 2 hours before Mayasuke got home from get-off work. There is plenty of time. First, go to the bathroom and take off your pants that were just stained by Takayaniji Yuki's slap and wash them clean. Then I wrote down what I needed to do tomorrow with a pencil and erased it with an eraser. "Takasaki-kun, if you want to harm me, you will have to pay the price. But don't worry, if you go ahead, someone will be there to keep you company soon." Jun Hoshino got up, opened the window, closed his eyes, and felt the beauty of Tokyo in April with his heart. Chapter 61, She was upset. The next morning, cherry blossom petals were scattered all over the ground below the apartment building, and only a small amount of pink remained on the towering trees, which looked a bit bleak and sad. The ground was wet, and every few steps you could see a small puddle, which looked like the result of a heavy rain last night. The boy's hurried figure was reflected in the water. Carrying the ingredients for the next week in his hand, Jun Hoshino quickly ran upstairs. "I'm not tired at all. Is the difference between 7 and 8 that big?" Jun Hoshino had never expected that adding a little bit of physical strength to the system could bring such great benefits. "When I got home from buying ingredients last weekend, I was already sweating from the heat. But this time, there was not even a breath. But this is a good thing, nothing to worry about." On the 4th floor, when passing room 403, Jun Hoshino found that the door was open. The boy inside was sitting cross-legged beside the coffee table with a plate in front of him. I couldn't tell what the breakfast was. It smells so bad." Jun, why do you want to eat aoligi?" Jun Hoshino held his breath to prevent the smell from entering his taste system. "Barkiaru, what do you care what I eat, you bastard?" Gao Liu Cheng yelled impatiently, stuffing tissues into both nostrils. "Even if it tastes bad, I made it myself and I have to swallow it." "Bite." Malicious insults from Gao Yanarji Cheng detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. The good mood of the day starts when Cheng Jun takes the initiative to give money. It has been determined that Takayaniji Shiro is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his mother, Takayaniji Yuki. TSK, I didn't expect Cheng Jun to be so famous. You couldn't tell before he didn't cook, but now he can make such amazing food. He couldn't help but continue to talk nonsense, but he was only met with Gao Yanarji Cheng's death stare, and then Hoshino Jun withdrew his gaze with boredom. Looking down at the apartment building, I didn't see Yuki Takayaniji. Hoshino Jun asked curiously, Ju Kuan, where is Aunt Yuki? Gao Liu Cheng glanced at him and said, Oh, do you think I will communicate with you? Get out of here now and don't get in the way. Now, Gao Yanarji Cheng's hatred for Hoshino Jun has reached its peak. If he was not afraid of being heard by the neighbors, he would have to scold this guy. Hearing this, Hoshino Jun raised his eyebrows slightly and said sarcastically, Hey, Cheng Jun is so ungrateful. I was so kind as to let him go yesterday. Who needs your false kindness? It's obvious that Zun doesn't want to bother with me and is just using you as a stepping stone. You guessed it right. I was indeed hypocritical. His eyes noticed that there was also a plate opposite Gao Liu Cheng, and it was obvious that the food on the plate had only been taken a few bites perfunctorily. Jun Hoshino smiled and said nothing more. He carried the ingredients back to his home, grabbed a sandwich from the convenience store, and ran downstairs. Running in the corridor so early in the morning is really uncultured. Seeing Jun Hoshino's figure flash by, Gao Yanarji Cheng muttered something softly, and then began to think again. My relationship with my mother has improved. Now all that's left is fumigation. After a night of consideration, Takayaniji Cheng has figured it out. It is true that Yamada Fumio likes Hoshino Jun. But my relationship with him is not bad. I even helped him a lot in the past. How could he really hand him over to Jun Hoshino for disposal? Most likely, he just knew Jun Hoshino's hypocrisy, so he used Jun Hoshino to let him go. Zun is really nice, but this time I think I really pissed her off. How can I mend this relationship in the future? What Takayaniji Shiro didn't know was that while he was still thinking about how to reconcile with Yamada Fumio, Hoshino Jun had already run downstairs and successfully found Takayaniji Yuki, who was still waiting for the bus at the bus stop opposite. The morning sun broke through the clouds, and the golden light fell on Takayaniji Yuki. The beautiful woman wore a professional dress again today. It seemed that her high heels were a little uncomfortable, so she bent her slender waist to pull her shoes. The huge fruit appeared even fuller under the influence of gravity. Xiao, Chun Jun, why are you here? Takayaniji Yuki caught a glimpse of Hoshino Jun out of the corner of her eye, and her body trembled as if she had a stress reaction. Then she immediately stood up straight and silently took 2 steps back. Yuki Takayaniji has been showing too much intimacy with the boy next door recently, and she is a little worried that Jun Hoshino will hug her at the bus stop. This big boy can really do this. Unexpectedly, Jun Hoshino did not rush up to take advantage of her, but bent over with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. He seems very tired. Xiaochun, what's wrong with you? Takayaniji Yuki wanted to help Hoshino Jun, but was afraid that he would take advantage of her. It would be fine if she went home at night, but now she has to go to work. You can't stay at work feeling uncomfortable. Who told her? After resting for a few seconds, Jun Hoshino stood up straight, raised his sleeve to wipe the non-existent sweat, and then handed the sandwich in his hand to Takayaniji Yuki. Aunt Yuki, I saw the breakfast Cheng Jun made. I just ran to the convenience store and bought it. Under the golden morning sun, Hoshino Jun walked forward, his tone full of concern. How can you go to work hungry? Fortunately, you made it in time. Jun. This time, Takayaniji Yuki was really confused. Just by looking at the breakfast Xiecheng made, he realized that she hadn't eaten, so he ran to the convenience store to buy a sandwich and brought it to her. Jun Hoshino, is my love for her really that deep? You don't have to work so hard. I work in a supermarket, so I won't be short of food. Hoshino Jun was stunned for a moment, then turned his head away awkwardly. Yeah, I forgot about it, but this is also a small token of my appreciation. Auntie, please accept it. The sandwich was stuffed into his hand. Takayaniji Yuki looked down at the sandwich, a subtle feeling welling up in her heart, and she asked herself. Do I really want to ignore Seichun's love for me because of worldly prejudice? When I looked up again, Jun Hoshino had already left and went in another direction. Jun-kun, he called me Aunt Yuki today. He didn't touch me either. Looking at the place where the boy was just now, which was now empty, Takayaniji Yuki suddenly felt empty. It seems like something is missing. The streets are quiet on weekend mornings. After leaving Takayaniji Yuki, Jun Hoshino did not return home, but walked slowly forward according to the location determined by the mobile phone navigation. Ding dong. Someone sent me a message online, and I opened it to take a look. It was Fumio Yamada, who continued to chat about daily life on his line as if nothing had happened. Pure, I feel so exhausted. That woman is so annoying. I get so annoyed just by seeing her. I'm so annoyed by Yamada Tsukasa. He follows me around and calls me sister as soon as he gets home. Who is his sister? Jun Hoshino read through the long string of chatter and then exited the chat interface with Fumio Yamada. Find today's main goal from your contacts. Nana, I'm almost near your house. When will you come out? Ding dong. Nana Kato on the other end of the phone quickly replied, Hoshino-san, please wait for 5 more minutes. I'll be done with my makeup soon. Okay, I'll wait for you. It is said that across from Kato Nana's house is Takasaki Yusuke's house. So when Jun Hoshino arrived, he turned around and waved at the window of Takasaki Yusuke's house. Arhar, Takasaki-kun. Chapter 62, Playing Tricks. You can't even handle this little thing, and you still have the nerve to call me. I will arrange for you to attend another school and put 500,000 yen into your card. This is the result of my kindness to you. One last warning to you. If you dare to tell anyone, let my sister know that it was me who ordered you to target Jun Hoshino. From now on, don't even think about having a good life in Tokyo. After the words fell, the only sound on the phone was the busy tone. He didn't even give Takasaki Yusuke a chance to speak. The weather is cloudy today, and the clouds above fill the sky, making my already unhappy mood even more depressing. The expected plan failed, the beautiful girlfriend no longer paid attention to him, and the good friends broke up completely. And today, I thought that even if I didn't have any credit, I should at least ask the student council president, Yamada Tsukasa, to go and plead with Yamada Fumio for help because of his hard work. But who knew that Yamada Tsukasa didn't want to help at all, and the 500,000 yen he gave was probably just the final hush money. There will be no more intersection between them in the future. The dream of becoming a winner in life by riding on Yamada Tsukasa's express train was completely shattered. Hey Tilder. With a sigh, Takasaki Yusuke punched the wall hard. All of this is the fault of that damned Jun Hoshino. Jun Hoshino, why can't you just wait and drop out of school to help me? Why did you have to stand in my way, you damn bastard? Ideals and friendship are gone, and the outcome of love is still unknown. Looking at the ceiling blankly, Takasaki Yusuke took out his cell phone and sent a message to his girlfriend Kato Nana. Nana, are you there? Still no response. Nana Kato seems to really hate Yusuke Takasaki. From yesterday to now, she has ignored him for a full 20 hours and 31 minutes. Takasaki Yusuke really wanted to go across to find Kato Nana, but he was afraid that Kato Nana would get even angrier. He could break up with Takayaniji Joe and not get help from Yamada Tsukasa, but he really couldn't bear to leave Kato Nana and Takasaki Yusuke. Once you get 500,000 yen, go buy a cake for Nana. Nana loves desserts the most. Once a person starts to have bad luck, it seems that there is no end to it. Yusuke Takasaki was thinking about which cake shop to go to buy a cake for Nana Kato, when the next second a familiar figure appeared outside the window of the room. Jun Hoshino. He actually greeted me with a playful smile. Barker. Takasaki Yusuke cursed angrily and threw the pen on the table against the wall. How did this bastard know where my house is? What is he doing here? After opening the window, Takasaki Yusuke frowned and looked at Hoshino-jun coldly, asking, Hoshino-jun, what are you doing here? Jun Hoshino has always been an honest child. When others ask him questions, he will of course choose to answer honestly. Kato Nana. Although he didn't understand what Jun Hoshino was saying, Takasaki Yusuke felt unhappy when he heard him call his girlfriend's name. What are you looking for, Nana? Wow, as expected of Takasaki-kun, you are quite smart. You guessed it all. Hoshino-jun nodded repeatedly and replied, yes, yes. A series of question marks emerged in his mind, and Takasaki Yusuke didn't understand what Hoshino-jun was saying at all. Asshole, the feud between us has nothing to do with Nana. If you dare to cause trouble for Nana, I won't let you go even if you transfer to another school. Takasaki Yusuke's eyes were fierce and his tone was somewhat threatening. After hearing his words, Hoshino-jun smiled with satisfaction. Bite. A malicious threat from Yusuke Takasaki has been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. Takasaki-kun is really kind. Even though he is about to transfer schools, he is still so active and hardworking in giving money to Jun Hoshino. Of course, Jun Hoshino would accept his kindness. System, please forgive the kind-hearted Takasaki-kun. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. Asshole, what are you laughing at? What's so funny? I'm warning you, I'm not kidding you. Takasaki Yusuke said, if I knew you dared to cause trouble for Nana, I would definitely come after you. The loser always behaves very aggressively. But in fact, the more ferocious he acted, the less intimidating he was to Jun Hoshino. A dog that bites never barks, but Takasaki-kun barks with great joy. Yeah, I definitely won't cause trouble for Nana. Hoshino-jun looked very distressed. Seeing Jun Hoshino's obedient and timid look, Takasaki Yusuke spat and murmured in his heart, he didn't expect that he would lose to such a guy. I really can't accept this. However, at this moment, Jun Hoshino slowly put his hands in his pockets and grinned. The dim light of the cloudy day reflected on Jun Hoshino's face. For some reason, looking at this handsome face, Takasaki Yusuke on the second floor suddenly felt a chill all over his body. Takasaki-kun, I'll listen to you. Hoshino-jun said with a bright smile. But what if Nana comes looking for me? Nana is a girl, and she's very proud. I can't refuse her invitation. The tone of his words and the expression on his face were too ambiguous. It sounds like Jun Hoshino is telling Takasaki Yusuke that there is an unusual relationship between his girlfriend Kato Nana and Jun Hoshino. Takasaki Yusuke suddenly thought of what Takayaniji Shiro said yesterday, saying that there was something going on between Kato Nana and Hoshino-jun. Suddenly he was furious. You bastard, you were the one who spread the rumors outside, right? You're still trying to sow discord now. Let me tell you, I've seen through your little tricks. With a cold snort, Takasaki Yusuke leaned out of the window and stared coldly at Hoshino-jun. Nana and I have been childhood sweethearts for over 10 years. Do you think you can shake our relationship with just this little trick? Why don't you go home and take a shower and go to bed early, Bakayaru? Jun Hoshino smiled and said nothing. It's another fruitful day. Bite. Malicious insults from Yusuke Takasaki detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. No further action will be taken. Of course he will suffer. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. Jun Hoshino kept laughing. Yusuke Takasaki hated this expression of his. He felt that when the other person looked at him like that, it was as if he was looking at a clown. Full of contempt and disdain. It was as if she had never taken him seriously. Asshole, get out of here now. Stop getting in my way. Takasaki Yusuke chased people away in annoyance. Hoshino-jun shook his head, took out his phone, and pointed to the yard opposite. Listen carefully and look carefully. Playing tricks. Takasaki Yusuke snorted contemptuously and wanted to go downstairs to chase the man away himself, but what happened next made him stunned and his face changed drastically. Across the street from the Kato family's house, a cute girl in a sky blue sailor suit and a pleated miniskirt opened the door and walked out. Then, I saw Jun Hoshino jogging towards me in his black leather shoes. Hoshino-san, sorry for the long wait. After crossing the road, Kato Nana directly put her arm around Hoshino-jun's arm with a sweet smile. She seemed to have put on makeup on purpose. It was a beauty that Takasaki Yusuke had never seen before. It was this beauty that made her devote herself to other men in front of Yusuke Takasaki. Nana. Chapter 63, She disappeared. The morning sun breaks through the clouds. The weather gradually turned from cloudy to sunny. As time goes by, more and more people go out for a walk and sunbathe. Kato Nana looked back timidly at her own house and the Takasaki family opposite hers. It's really exciting. Just now, she really cooperated with Hoshino-kun and left there in front of her boyfriend Yusuke Takasaki, holding Hoshino-kun's hand. Hoshino-san, Nana paid a heavy price today, you have to repay me. I secretly glanced at the tall and handsome Jun Hoshino next to me. Kato Nana's legs tightly wrapped in white stockings and the plump fruit growing above her waist were jumping happily. Hoshino is admired by Miss Yamada, and her charm can even attract her classmate's mother. This is such a seductive man, and now he is holding my arm. Double the joy. Okay, I will definitely take good care of Nana. Looking at the 3 debts written on the panel above Kato Nana's head, Hoshino-jun was also very happy. Name, Kato Nana. Stamina, 4. Intelligence, 7. Charm, 8. Occupation, student. Friendship, she currently owes you 1 B-level friendship debt and 2 C-level friendship debts. Please urge her to pay them as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 7 million yen. Food, 3 meals a day for 1 year. Friendship, studying together 20 minutes. The debt of 7 million yen, converted into a reward after successfully collecting the debt, Jun Hoshino will get 700,000 yen. The current total deposit is 2.3 million yen, which adds up to exactly 3 million. I am finally going to complete the small goals I set a few days ago. Find a good time and take this money and spend it heavily on Aunt Mai. Amir Maesu, why don't you help me practice quickly? Seeing the boy's mouth unconsciously raised, Kato Nana asked happily, Hoshino-san, are you happy to be out with Nana? No. Hoshino-jun honestly shook his head in denial, raised his hand and poked Kato Nana's forehead. Nana is a little too narcissistic. Although I'm very interested in Nana, she's someone else's girlfriend. How can I be happy just hanging out with Nana? Intimate actions and a gentle tone, although their words are denying, they mostly sound like flirting. Kato Nana pouted her pink little mouth. Hoshino-san, please don't mention my boyfriend in advance, otherwise I will feel guilty. Huh. Wouldn't it be exciting? Jun Hoshino put his arm around Nana Kato's shoulders, staring at her cute face, watching a blush gradually appear on her face. You see, Kato Nana may feel guilty, but it is obvious that the excitement can completely suppress the guilt. Of course Nana isn't excited. Kato Nana shook her head stubbornly. Nana was just threatened by Hoshino-san and forced to play some betrayal game together. If she hadn't deliberately squeezed her small and soft body into Jun Hoshino's arms while she spoke, it might have been believable. I wonder what Takasaki-kun would think if he saw this scene. Jun Hoshino thought that Yusuke Takasaki would follow soon, but there was no sign of him yet. A little disappointed. But if he doesn't come, Jun Hoshino can let him come. In front of Nana Kato, Jun Hoshino took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yusuke Takasaki. Destination coordinates, Kubo Inn. He also has Takasaki Yusuke's line account, but because their relationship has never been very good, this is the first time they have chatted. Soon, Jun Hoshino's phone began to vibrate with a beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde sound. Without even reading it, Jun Hoshino could guess what words would be in it. Bite. Malicious insults from Yusuke Takasaki detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. As usual. No further action will be taken. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. Hoshino-san, please stop bullying Yusuke. Having failed to stop all this from reaching Kato Nana just now, she is now trying to persuade her again. She held Jun Hoshino's hand, her heart pounding as if a little deer had moved into her heart. Hoshino-san, you're really having a blast. He even told Yusuke where he was going. What should I do? Will Yusuke break up with me? Will Yusuke tell my parents about this? When she thought about the possibility that her parents might feel that she was no longer the good girl she was, Kato Nana's eyes lit up with excitement. Let the future come faster. The clouds had largely dispersed, and the sunlight near noon shone on the earth, but it failed to warm up the Takasaki family on the other side. At this time, Takasaki Yusuke, who was still at home, felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and his eyes were blurred with tears. He frantically typed messages on Jun Hoshino's line, using this method to vent his emotions. Why would Nana follow that bastard? Why is Nana so affectionate with that bastard Hoshino-jun? Why is all this happening? Takasaki Yusuke really wanted to chase after her and ask for clarification, but his tears couldn't stop flowing, and he didn't want to face Kato Nana in such an embarrassing manner. That was the person he loved most. Takasaki Yusuke, don't be impatient, don't be impatient. Nana and that guy Jun Hoshino don't know each other at all. They are strangers. There's no way anything could happen. Nana is mad at you, she is just mad at you, please be rational, Takasaki Yusuke. Control your emotions before facing Nana. Don't lose control in front of Nana. Takasaki Yusuke wanted to appear respectable in front of Kato Nana, so he went to the bathroom to wash his face, intending to wash it clean before chasing after her. But the pain just kept coming, dragging him down. It wasn't until Jun Hoshino's message came that Takasaki Yusuke's brain went into a state of panic when he saw the word hotel in the name of the place they were going to. Then, without caring about decency anymore, he grabbed his cell phone, put on his slippers, and rushed out of the house. Jun Hoshino, if you dare to do anything to Nana, I will never forgive you. I just wanted to expel you from school, but you actually wanted to attack Nana. Asshole. On the bustling street, the boy ran wildly in slippers and finally saw Jun Hoshino and Nana Kato across the street. They held hands like a couple, talking and joking. Suddenly, Jun Hoshino seemed to have sensed something, turned around and smiled at Yusuke Takasaki, and then waved at Yusuke Takasaki. He opened his mouth, but Takasaki Yusuke couldn't hear what he said. But judging by the shape of her lips, probably. Arhar, Takasaki-kun. Barker. Barker. Still mocking me, Hoshino-jun, you beast. Takasaki Yusuke wanted to chase after him. But at this time the red light came on and the vehicles passed by. When the light turned green again, Kato Nana and Hoshino-jun disappeared again. Chapter 64, Where did you go? Where did you go? Where on earth did you go? Where the hell did they go? He ran through the streets and alleys for a full 2 kilometers and asked at 2 nearby stores called Kubo Ryokan. No young man or woman had ever entered the store. It's obvious that I was deceived by that bastard Jun Hoshino. But this time, Takasaki Yusuke was particularly glad that Jun Hoshino was lying to him. Nana didn't go to their hotel with Hoshino-jun. This is a blessing in disguise. We still have to hurry up and find Nana. We can't let that bastard Hoshino-jun take advantage of her. Nana, where are you? Yusuke Takasaki wandered aimlessly on the street outside the Kubo Hotel. Whenever he saw a slightly petite girl walking by, he would rush over to take a look. Afraid of missing Kato Nana's whereabouts. But after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find it. In desperation, he could only pick up his phone and send messages to Kato Nana and Hoshino-jun again and again. What made Takasaki Yusuke feel desperate was that Kato Nana didn't reply to him at all, and Hoshino-jun only replied to him with something in a weird tone. Stand at attention, chest out, head up, look up. Look up, what's there? Blue sky, white clouds, and the golden sun. Jun Hoshino is still playing tricks on people. At this moment, Takasaki Yusuke really wanted to tear him apart alive. He sent message after message online, threatening Hoshino-jun with words. Jun Hoshino, I'm serious with you, Nana is my girl, you'd better not touch her. If you touch Nana, the police will take me away, the hospital will take you away, I will go to jail, and you will go to hell. Do you understand? Hoshino-jun, he. Barker. I'm laughing your sister. What are you laughing at? He wrote a text filled with anger, but only received a bland, he. Takasaki Yusuke was so angry that he almost threw his phone. Asshole, I'm not kidding you, I'm serious. Be serious, you bastard. Hoshino-jun, he. Are. Going crazy. Takasaki Yusuke, who was on the verge of madness, ignored the crowd on the street and roared loudly to the sky, venting his anger. Jun Hoshino, you'd better not let me find you, otherwise even Nana won't be able to stop me from beating you up. If Takasaki Yusuke was smarter and followed the clues given by Jun Hoshino, he might have found Jun Hoshino and Nana Kato. Unfortunately, he doesn't have that ability. At this time, in the big hotel right opposite the Kubo Hotel, Jun Hoshino was standing by the window. Tall buildings stand tall and skyscrapers are clustered together. The light shining from the sky is reflected by the glass. The prosperity and hustle and bustle of the city are dazzling. The streets are bustling with people coming and going, and the sound of cars and horns has become the background music of the city. And just across the street, there is Yusuke Takasaki, who is sometimes happy, sometimes angry, and running around like a headless fly. This is the scene that Jun Hoshino saw through the floor-to-ceiling window on the 22nd floor of the hotel. Bite. Malicious insults from Yusuke Takasaki detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. Hearing the system sound again, Jun Hoshino narrowed his eyes in a somewhat intoxicated manner. This is the 5th C-level friendship debt that has been triggered today at Yusuke Takasaki's premium ATM machine. If he wasn't transferring to another school tomorrow, Jun Hoshino would really be reluctant to let him go. What a pity, Takasaki-kun, why did you have to look for Yamada Kaoru? If you hadn't looked for Yamada Kaoru, we could probably have played together for a long time. There's no other way. I can only catch you and take advantage of you today. With a faint sigh, Jun Hoshino shook his head somewhat dejectedly. Let us hope that after today, Takasaki-kun won't go crazy. After all, it was you, Takasaki-kun, who was the first to provoke me, Hoshino-jun. Hoshino-jun can choose to forgive in his heart, but he will never let go of any enemy. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. Crash. A figure stood up in the bathtub behind him, her plump and well-proportioned legs still wrapped in white stockings, dripping with water stains. Through the refraction of the special glass, Jun Hoshino could clearly see the seductive appearance of Kato Nana without looking back. A hazy heat was coming out of the girl's body, and her pretty face was flushed. Her shoulder-length curly hair was wet, with water droplets dripping down her hair and across her face. Her moist and fair skin still had a blush from being soaked in hot water. She never took off her clothes. This time, she took a shower wearing that JK outfit, without even taking off her white stockings. Mr. Hoshino, aren't you worried about spending too much money by bringing me to such a high-end hotel? Nana Kato stared at Jun Hoshino's back weakly. For a student, it was still too luxurious to book a room in such a high-end hotel. Especially when she heard at the front desk that this room was 80,000 yen a day, Kato Nana was completely stunned. Could it be that Hoshino-san is very rich? That's impossible. I've never heard of it. Then why would he bring me to a place like this? Hearing the girl's timid voice, Jun Hoshino turned around and looked at her. She was a girl who was obviously very cheerful before entering the hotel. Now they are restricted. However, she is still quite obedient. If you ask her to take a bath with her clothes on, she will take a bath with her clothes on. Looking at the beautiful curves of Kato Nana outlined by her wet clothes, and the delicate skin faintly visible under her sailor uniform, Jun Hoshino took 2 steps forward and pinched her face. Then turn your palms down. It's really tender. Nana, the first 2 times were on the rooftop and in the bathroom. I always felt that this was disrespectful to you. So this time, let's just go to a better place, as compensation for your previous 2 times. As Jun Hoshino said this, he raised his hand and tucked the hair that was stuck to Kato Nana's face behind her ears, then he pulled the wet girl into his arms. Really? The JK girl with a wet body is more comfortable to hug. Once again, pressed against Jun Hoshino's body and feeling the hot temperature from the boy's chest, Kato Nana felt very shy. There is also an emotion called happiness spreading in my heart. It turns out that Hoshino-san really likes me. He doesn't just treat me as a toy. Coming to this hotel must have cost Hoshino-san a lot of his savings. To give myself a so-called sense of ritual. Hoshino-san is strong, domineering, playful, and sometimes caring. It's really easy to get addicted. No wonder Miss Yamada was attracted to him. There was a trace of emotion in Kato Nana's big watery eyes. She raised her head, bit her lip and said softly. Hoshino-san, please don't waste it like this next time. Nana can do it even in the wild. Nana-chan, sometimes she turns into a cute little fool. Jun Hoshino fiddled with the girl's delicate nose. I was thinking whether I should tell Kato Nana that the income she could bring me today was a full 1 million yen. And as long as Takasaki Yusuke continues to send messages to Hoshino-jun, he will be able to have a steady stream of income. A room costs 80,000 yen. It doesn't matter anymore. Har har, there will be a chance in the wild. Jun Hoshino leaned over and kissed the girl's cheek. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to keep this secret to himself. This is Jun Hoshino's biggest secret. While being kissed, Nana Kato closed her eyes, bit her lower lip, and pressed her two plump and white legs tightly together. Like a well-behaved and delicate flower. Hoshino-san is so mean. I won't go outdoors with Hoshino-san. Kato Nana always likes to pretend to be a weak girl who is being bullied. Then Jun Hoshino will satisfy her. Kato-san, now listen to my instructions and call your boyfriend. Otherwise, I will teach you a lesson. Chapter 65, What do you want? Call your boyfriend. Kato Nana's heart was pounding. Stimulate. Hoshino-san's idea is really a bit too exciting. Looking up at Jun Hoshino's eyes, Kato Nana could see the seriousness in them. Hoshino was not joking, but really wanted her to call her boyfriend at this time. Hoshino-san, are you sure you want me to do this? Kato Nana reached out to touch the phone on the table, blinked, and asked Hoshino-jun with a slightly trembling voice. The dazzling sunlight outside the window shone on the handsome profile of Hoshino-jun, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. He could only turn his head and bite the girl's ear. Then he pressed the girl's back hard. Nana Kato was soaked all over and felt soft. After the two of them hugged each other and the temperature rose, a feeling of wetness and heat seeped out. It's like holding a giant balloon filled with warm water. Even the white stockings that were tight on her thighs had a different flavor when they rubbed against Jun Hoshino's knees as Kato Nana moved. Kato-san, do you think I'm kidding you? Call your boyfriend right now, right now. Being ordered by Hoshino-san in a stern tone, Kato Nana took several deep breaths, and pink clouds floated on her cute, slightly round face. This is what she wants. It was Hoshino-san who ordered her harshly. Yusuke, Nana really didn't mean to do this. It's all because Hoshino-kun is so fierce, Nana has no choice but to listen to him. The most important reason is that you, Yusuke, are too weak and can't protect Nana at all. So Nana can only be bullied by Hoshino-san. After pretending to struggle with her thoughts, Kato Nana twisted in Hoshino-jun's arms, then found the phone number of her boyfriend Takasaki Yusuke in the address book. Press the dial key. Beep tilde beep tilde beep tilde. As the dial ring rang, Jun Hoshino suddenly squatted down, and his hands fell from Kato Nana's back to her plump and soft thighs. He leaned his head closer and greedily sniffed the scent of shower gel that remained on her body after she had just taken a shower. Tilde. Feeling the warmth of Jun Hoshino's cheek against her thigh, Kato Nana couldn't help but moan, and her whole body seemed to be melting. At this time, the call was connected. Takasaki Yusuke's excited voice rang out from the other end. Nana, you finally pay attention to me. Where are you? I'll come find you right away. Boo! Jun Hoshino suddenly groped his way up and kissed Kato's pink lips. In an instant, the girl's body seemed to be electrocuted and she fell backwards like a puddle of mud. Fortunately, there was a large round bed behind her, so she wouldn't get hurt even if she fell. However, there was still a bang sound. Nana, what's wrong with you, Nana? Takasaki Yusuke was shocked and frightened when he heard the voice. He remembered that there was someone beside Kato Nana, and he roared angrily. Nana, did that bastard Hoshino-jun bully you? Tell me where you are and I'll go find you. Jun Hoshino, you beast, if Nana loses even a hair, I won't forgive you. Bite. Malicious insults from Yusuke Takasaki detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. This is the moment that Jun Hoshino has been waiting for. Without hesitation, choose to forgive. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. Jun Hoshino stepped forward and grabbed Kato Nana's wet and soft little feet and played with them. The girl's ears suddenly felt hot, and her body, which had regained some strength, became limp again. Tilde. This delicate moan was like thunder coming out of nowhere. It struck Takasaki Yusuke, who was walking back and forth on the road under the sun. As an islander, even elementary school students already know some knowledge, let alone Takasaki Yusuke who is already an adult. He exploded almost instantly. Nana! Where the hell are you? Speak. What are you and Hoshino-jun doing? I have to say that Yusuke Takasaki is really smart, and the questions he asks always get to the point. Hoshino-jun was amused by what he heard and burst out laughing. Hearing the laughter, Takasaki Yusuke became even angrier and roared, Hoshino-jun, you bastard, you beast. Bite. Malicious insults from Yusuke Takasaki detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. A total of 7 C levels. Not bad, not bad. The exploitation is almost over. If you continue to provoke me, I'm afraid Takasaki-kun will go crazy. It has been determined that Takasaki Yusuke is unable to repay this friendship debt and has automatically transferred the debt to his girlfriend, Kato Nana. Jun Hoshino's thumb slid wantonly across Kato Nana's pink soles, then pressed hard on the center, causing another muffled groan and a flush on Kato Nana's face. Nana, please answer your boyfriend. Why does he keep scolding me for no reason? Jun Hoshino smiled and spoke in the most innocent tone, as if he was crying out for justice. When these words were spoken, not only Kato Nana, but also Takasaki Yusuke who was talking to them was dumbfounded. What the hell is that bastard Jun Hoshino talking about? Why did he say I scolded him for no reason? Could it be that nothing happened between Nana and him? What was that sound just now? Just as I was thinking about it, a sweet voice came from the speaker of the mobile phone. Takasaki Yusuke, are you sick? I was just thinking that I'd ask you to come with me to apologize to Hoshino-san and have a meal together, as I didn't want you to worry. But you're so good, you started cursing again. I really don't want to bother with you anymore. Kato Nana bit her thin lips and scolded harshly, but the girl's voice was too soft at this time. It doesn't sound like his murderous at all. Hoshino-san is really too mean. And he asked me to cooperate with him in teasing Yusuke. As she thought about it, Kato Nana glared at Hoshino-jun angrily, stretched out her legs, and pressed the soles of her feet against Hoshino-jun's chest. Then the little feet, as tender as cream, slowly slid down, lifted up Jun Hoshino's clothes, and gently moved on Jun Hoshino's abdominal muscles. It's like a foot massage. Nana, what were you doing with Jun Hoshino just now? Takasaki Yusuke couldn't help but ask this question with gritted teeth. Kato Nana was feeling extremely excited at the moment, her head was in a mess, and she had no idea how to answer. I had no choice but to look to Jun Hoshino for help. She would probably do whatever the bad guy wanted her to do. Seeing this, Jun Hoshino smiled and also crawled on the bed, hugged Kato Nana tightly, gently blew hot air on the girl's earlobe, and whispered to her how to answer. Immediately, Kato Nana retorted what Hoshino-jun said, her tone particularly angry. Takasaki Yusuke, what do you mean, you doubt me, right? Nana, I didn't, I was just worried. What's there to worry about? What are you worried about? Am I as mean as you think? No. I don't miss you that much, Nana. Takasaki Yusuke became more and more confused as he spoke. He was indeed very panicked when he heard the voice just now, but after being reminded by Kato Nana, he came to his senses. Nana and I have been childhood sweethearts for more than 10 years, but I have never even kissed her. She has always been a very conservative girl, so how could she do that kind of thing with Jun Hoshino? She and Jun Hoshino have only known each other for a few days. So, the groaning sound just now was probably due to something else. For example, she hit her foot in a restaurant. However, it was a little late for Takasaki Yusuke to realize his mistake, and Kato Nana on the opposite side became more and more angry. Gradually, he began to cry. Har, you didn't think much about it. Tilde. Don't you just want to say that I did it with Jun Hoshino? Woo tilde. Under Hoshino-jun's instructions, Kato Nana became more and more confident and said angrily. If you insist on thinking so, then I did it with him, what do you want? Woo tilde. After crying and cursing, Kato Nana hung up the phone directly, leaving Takasaki Yusuke alone, dazed under the scorching sun. It's over. This time, I made Nana cry. Chapter 66, more excited. Kato Nana cried. It wasn't Yusuke Takasaki who made me cry. But it was Jun Hoshino who made her cry. Crystal tears slid down her delicate cheeks, and her cry was as melodious as a lark, circling and wandering in the hotel room. For Jun Hoshino, Kato Nana's crying is like music to cheer him up, making him full of energy and motivation on the road of learning various knowledge. Byte. Collection completed. The payment of 1.2 million yen has been made to the personal account of Jun Hoshino through formal channels. Completed AB level debt collection, and a special reward has been issued to Hiroshino-jun, charm points +1. The current charm points of Hoshino-jun have increased to 10. The reward for AB level collection task is 500,000. 700,000 as a reward for 7 C level collection tasks. A total of 1.2 million yen was deposited into Jun Hoshino's personal account in one lump sum. Excluding the 80,000 yen spent on renting a room, Jun Hoshino's total assets have now reached a staggering 3.42 million yen. There is also a charm attribute point, which directly increases Jun Hoshino's charm value to double digits. It can be said to be a super big harvest. Immersed in the joy of harvest, Jun Hoshino immediately became excited, picked up the book that should have belonged to Takasaki-kun, and immersed himself in the ocean of knowledge and worked hard. Study. I, Jun Hoshino, love learning. Ouch tilde. Finally, an hour later, the overworked Jun Hoshino finally put down his books and broke away from studying. Only by combining work and rest can one maintain physical and mental health. Jun Hoshino knows one thing very well. Whether it is studying or playing, overdoing it will harm yourself. After taking a long breath, Jun Hoshino looked down at Kato Nana, who was breathing in the air in big gulps with a blush on her face. Under the soft light in the room, one can vaguely see the excitement floating in the girl's eyes. It was obvious that she was very happy, but her expression immediately changed when she noticed that Jun Hoshino was looking at her. Hoshino-san, woo-woo tilde. Kato Nana sobbed sadly, as if she had suffered a great injustice, and said with her pink little mouth pouting. You are so mean. Nana, don't talk to Hoshino-san anymore. Jun Hoshino raised his eyebrows, slowly leaned over and stared at her. Are you sure you're really ignoring me? As he spoke, Jun Hoshino opened his lips again and blew a breath of hot breath on Kato Nana's face. His breath seemed to have magical power, making the air scorching hot. When Kato Nana met Hoshino Jun's eyes, her soul was burned, her brain went blank for a moment, and her breathing stopped briefly. How could it be, Hoshino-kun, you seem to have become even more handsome. My skin has become whiter and smoother than before, and my eyebrows and eyes look as if they have a natural heroic look. The most important thing is that Hoshino-san seems to be radiating a charming glow all over his body. Staring blankly at Jun Hoshino, Kato Nana felt her heartbeat seem to be getting faster and faster. As a top student in Class A, Kato Nana's knowledge of Chinese is not bad. She understands the saying that beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. When you like someone, no matter what he looks like, he is pleasing to your eyes. Now, Hoshino-san seems even prettier and more perfect. Could it be that I've fallen in love with Hoshino-san? But how can this be possible? He already has a girlfriend, and I have a boyfriend. As she thought about it, Kato Nana became more excited. Her body seemed to be pulled closer, and she unconsciously wanted to get closer to Hoshino-jun. Being suddenly hugged by the girl around the waist, Hoshino-jun raised his eyebrows and whispered softly in her ear. Why, Nana can't bear to leave me. Yer tilde. Kato Nana lowered her beautiful eyes, with a shy charm, and expressed her emotions in a low voice. The strong and overbearing Hoshino-san is indeed hard to give up. Yusuke, I'm sorry tilde. Nana's heart is already filled with Hoshino-san, so I have no choice but to ask you to leave. Nana no longer likes Yusuke and only wants Hoshino-kun. Jun Hoshino had no idea what Kato Nana was thinking. As a man, he felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by a cute girl. Nana, your face is so red, are you sick? Nana Kato has been wearing wet clothes, so there is a possibility that she has a fever. Jun Hoshino quickly raised his hand to touch her forehead. The girl shyly dodged, which made Jun Hoshino wonder if she had taken the wrong medicine, but fortunately there was nothing wrong with her body temperature. Maybe she has been studying too hard just now, so she needs to take a good rest. Hurry up and change your wet clothes. There are disposable bathrobes in the room. Wear them for now. Good. I'm going to the bathroom first. After putting the disposable yukata next to Kato Nana, Hoshino-jun turned around and went into the bathroom alone, turned on the bathroom light, and observed his own changes in the mirror. The increase in charm value did not show any significant improvement in appearance, except that the skin became whiter and a little tighter. Some minor blemishes on the surface have also disappeared, such as the knife marks on the fingers from cutting while cooking and the calluses from holding a pen, all of which have disappeared. Overall, it is somewhat useful, but not very noticeable. System, why don't you give me physical strength? I prefer that one, it's more effective. Having been a handsome man for so many years, Jun Hoshino has long been insensitive to charm. He wants to be a handsome and energetic man. sent at random. The host can improve their own attributes by collecting more B-level debts. The key is that you have very little Class B debt. It's been so long, and I've only completed it twice. Huh? How long? It seems like it hasn't even been a week yet. How many tasks have you completed? The system is confused. Isn't it said that good hosts will complain about having too many tasks? Moreover, it may take several days or even half a month to complete a task, and it may not even be completed. Why does the one it encounters seem to be cheating? After completing so many tasks, Jun Hoshino has already figured out the general direction of this system. The level of debt not only requires the other party to have malicious intent, but also depends on what actions the other party has taken towards you. For example, if the other party just mocks you, it will be the worst grade D debt. If you can cause some harm to Jun Hoshino, such as pushing or insulting him in a particularly harsh way, then it will be C level. Things that could have a greater impact on Jun Hoshino, such as Yusuke Takasaki's 2 attempts to frame him, were upgraded to Class B debt. As for those above level B, Jun Hoshino has not figured it out yet. However, it can exceed Class B and trigger Class A debt. I'm afraid Yamada Tsukasa has done a lot of things to Jun Hoshino. Yamada-kun, please don't worry, it will be your turn soon. Don't cry like Takasaki-kun. Chapter 67, He is helpless. I scooped up some clean water and washed my face. After drying his face with a disposable towel, Jun Hoshino asked the question he most wanted to ask so far. System, why is the debt collection task transferred to other people instead of collecting the debt directly from the parties involved? This problem has troubled Jun Hoshino for a long time. It would be fine if Takayaniji Shiro and Takasaki Yusuke could not afford the compensation. But how could Yamada Tsukasa not be able to afford the compensation? Given the financial resources of the Yamada family and his status as the son of a consortium, it is impossible for Yamada Tsukasa to be unable to repay his debts. Ding! System tip, when collecting debts, friendship is the primary priority. If neither the other party nor their friends and family members can meet the friendship criteria, the debtor will be assessed based on their assets. Jun Hoshino recalled all the tasks he had done recently and suddenly shuddered. If I meet a man with no friends, no family, no property, nothing, wouldn't that be like meeting my natural enemy? Jun Hoshino took a deep breath, slapped his face, walked out of the bathroom, and looked at the cute girl who had changed into a bathrobe. Nana Kato seemed to have done it on purpose. The deep V-neck of her bathrobe was open, exposing one side of her white shoulder and delicate collarbone. The plump, round, white and tender dumplings reflected the sunlight coming into the room, making them particularly dazzling. Hoshino-san, this yukata seems a little too big. Seeing Jun Hoshino coming out, Kato Nana turned around shyly, and her skirt flew up in an instant. The holy light almost blinded Jun Hoshino's eyes. You know, all of Kato Nana's clothes were wet. Her wet sailor suit and little white pleated skirt were drying, as were her white stockings, panties, and underwear. In other words, at this moment, she was only wearing a bathrobe. Unconsciously, the room felt a little hotter. Seeing that Jun Hoshino did not become happy but frowned instead, Kato Nana also became sad. Hoshino-san, you don't think I'm too promiscuous, do you? Thought he'd like this. A pair of white and tender little hands unconsciously clenched nervously, then pulled the clothes slightly tighter, and kept stealing glances at Jun Hoshino's face. Blinked. At this time, Kato Nana had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. She actually panicked because of a man's expression. Takasaki Yusuke had known her for more than 10 years and had never made her feel this way. Nana. Nana is here. Kato Nana suddenly stood up straight, like an elementary school student waiting for a lecture from her teacher, waiting for Hoshino-jun to give instructions. Come over. Jun Hoshino hooked his finger, beckoned the petite and cute girl over, and gently held her in his arms. The softness he felt in his arms made Jun Hoshino close his eyes comfortably. He felt that Nana Kato was like a pillow with its own warmth. The April wind, with its vitality, blows gently through every corner of the city. The young leaves are growing vigorously, and cicadas are flying on the trees, completely waking up the midsummer. Let's go for a walk together, along the tree-lined path in the summer. Hoshino-chun embraced the girl's soft waist, feeling the warmth and smoothness of the skin around her waist, and looked at the girl's delicate face with soft eyes. Seeing that the girl didn't answer, Hoshino-jun's face turned cold again and he said lightly, "This is a punishment for Nana, you must obey." "Hoshino-san. I'll do as you say. Let's go shopping." Kato Nana turned her head away, a shy expression on her face, and her silky eyes dodged. The two of them held hands, and Kato Nana thought that by the time they came back from their walk, the clothes would probably be dry. As time went by, the temperature brought by the sun in the sky became higher and higher. At this time, Takasaki Yusuke was still standing on the street, helplessly accepting the scorching ultraviolet rays. No phone calls, no messages. "Nana, are you really that angry with me? Can't you forgive my slip of the tongue this time for the sake of our friendship of more than 10 years? Even that bastard Jun Hoshino ignored him. Physically and mentally exhausted. Yusuke Takasaki sat down on the public seat dejectedly. Now he really regretted why he doubted Nana Kato. "I regret why I came up with the idea of using Yamada Fumio's messy trick to deal with Hoshino-jun, and I regret becoming a partner with that idiot Takayaniji Shiro." But the only thing he never regretted was framing Jun Hoshino. The promise that Yamada Tsukasa made was too expensive. Even if it happened again, he would still continue to bully Jun Hoshino. "Asshole Hoshino-jun, it's all your fault, it's all your fault. It would have been great if you hadn't shown up. I would probably still be working hard to get into the same university as Nana." Just as I was feeling frustrated, my phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Kato Nana, or several consecutive voice messages. Takasaki Yusuke was immediately excited. "I told you, we've been together for more than 10 years, how could Nana just ignore me? She must have been angry for a while, then felt sorry for me." Takasaki Yusuke thought happily, then clicked on the voice message. Yusuke I suddenly feel that we are not suitable for each other. So, let's just break up, wow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. There is the sound of wind blowing. Takasaki Yusuke's face turned pale instantly, and his ears suddenly started buzzing. Nana cried and said, "You want to break up with me? Can't. We can't break up." Takasaki Yusuke anxiously replied, "Nana, please stop crying first. I know I was wrong. I will never doubt you again. I was really wrong. Let's not break up, okay? I will never let you choose to be tolerant just because of friends again. I swear, I will absolutely believe in Nana from now on. Everything will be for Nana. We are still fine, okay? In the afternoon, I'll take you to eat your favorite mousse, go to the amusement park, and then we'll go set off fireworks together in the evening." His voice was panicked and anxious, as was the expression on his face. Jun Hoshino and Nana Kato, who were upstairs, were also watching him. The wind is still blowing gently. Kato Nana's pretty face flushed red, and she felt the warmth of the boy's chest behind her, her heart in turmoil. A pair of big hands were on her shoulders and thighs, very hot. And the warm touch of the buttocks. The girl asked shyly, "Hoshino-san, how should I reply to Yusuke?" Tilde. It's up to you. You were the one who wanted to break up with him. Anyway, Yusuke Takasaki is about to transfer to another school, and it will probably be difficult to get money from him in the future, so Jun Hoshino doesn't care what Nana Kato does. However, he himself needed Yusuke Takasaki's help with something, so when Kato Nana replied to Yusuke Takasaki, Junior Hoshino took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Yusuke Takasaki. "Yusuke tilde, this is the last time I call you Yusuke, woo tilde. We are really over now. From now on, don't bother me anymore. Let's just leave it at that. Don't make me look at you with eyes full of disappointment." After receiving the reply, Takasaki Yusuke felt heartbroken, as if a knife was piercing him. He didn't believe that Kato Nana was really willing to break up with him. Until he sent the message, he found that Kato Nana had decisively deleted him. Damn Yamada Kaoru, damn Takayaniji Jo, damn Yamada Tsukasa. And there's Jun Hoshino, who deserves death. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. Nana broke up with me. Takasaki Yusuke's face flushed, he was panting, and tears were welling up in his eyes. He thinks that his breakup is someone else's fault. He wanted to take revenge on them. Since he couldn't afford to offend Yamada Fumio and Yamada Tsukasa, he would go find the damn Takayaniji Shiro and that bastard Hoshino-jun. Takasaki Yusuke is not afraid of anything anymore. "I'm going to make you pay." Beep tilde. Line vibrated again. Takasaki Yusuke looked at the phone screen and saw a message from Jun Hoshino. Takasaki-kun, tell me, if Yamada Tsukasa knew that you had leaked the fact that he ordered you to frame me, how would he punish you? Do you want me to keep it a secret for you, or do you want me to spread the word? We. After seeing the message, Takasaki Yusuke stood there in a daze, and the fire that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. He was like a helpless child, standing confused and alone in the huge city of Tokyo. Chapter 68, Obtaining Intelligence. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, I leisurely see the southern mountains. Jun Hoshino's mood at this moment may be just like this poem. Not only did he have a sweet and soft cute girl nestled in his arms, but he also learned some information he wanted to know from Takasaki Yusuke. Yamada Division. 17 years old. He is a student in Class A of the second year of Amano Academy. Not only is he an outstanding academic master, he also serves as the president of the Student Union of Amano Academy. His hobby is fishing. Because of his outstanding fishing skills, the school has set up a fishing club specifically for him. According to the school leaders, this is entirely due to Yamada Tsukasa's personal strength and has nothing to do with the fact that Amano Gakuen was founded by his father. His father is the actual controller of the Yamada group, and his mother was also born into a prominent family. There is also a stepsister in the family, Fumio Yamada, and it is said that the relationship between the siblings is not good. Takasaki Yusuke had seen Yamada Fumio humiliating Yamada Tsukasa many times in the student union, and when things went too far, he would even pull out a wooden sword to threaten him. But Yamada Tsukasa didn't think so. Not only had he never been angry, he also always wanted to repair their relationship. The word orthopedics popped up in Jun Hoshino's mind for a moment, but he quickly shook his head to deny it, because although Yamada Tsukasa was not too extravagant, he had always had girlfriends. If you really want to be orthopedic, it usually means either they have a harem or they have never had sex with any of them. Moreover, Yamada Fumio mentioned to Hoshino Jun many times that she has always disliked Yamada Tsukasa. When he was a child, Tsukasa Yamada disliked Fumio Yamada and even mocked him for being a child without a mother. Although no one knows why Yamada Tsukasa suddenly changed his personality, he even warned Hoshino Jun not to have any feelings for Yamada Fumio. But what is certain is that Yamada Tsukasa is not an orthopedist, but he has plans for Yamada Fumio. Do you want to marry Yamada Fumio to another consortium? Or is there some other purpose? After thinking for a while, Jun Hoshino decided to put this issue aside for the time being. His main target now was Yamada Tsukasa's mother, Yamada Fumio's stepmother. Yamada ran. The people in the Yamada family seemed to have a bad relationship with each other. Takasaki Yusuke once accidentally overheard that Yamada Tsukasa and his mother had a big fight on the phone. Their harsh words went far beyond a normal family quarrel. TSK, is their whole family not getting along? The smile at the corner of Jun Hoshino's lips couldn't help but widen a little, and a smile climbed up his eyebrows. Thank you, Takasaki-kun. He gave me so much money, a girlfriend, and finally a lot of important information. Combining what he learned from Takasaki Yusuke and some information he got from Yamada Fumio, Jun Hoshino has already come up with a preliminary plan in his mind. The afternoon breeze blew softly across the earth, passed through the window, and gently lifted the boy's black hair, revealing his handsome face. Looking at the smile that appeared on the boy's eyes and eyebrows, Kato Nana's gaze was drawn to her, and she unconsciously wanted to get closer to Hoshino Jun. Hoshino-kun, so handsome tilde. After accidentally saying the words hidden in her heart, Kato Nana's ears felt a little hot, and she jumped up from Hoshino Jun's arms in embarrassment. Kato Nana, how can you say such a thing? Remember, you were coerced by Hoshino-san. It's absolutely not because of Hoshino-kun's masculinity that I want to lie next to him. But Hoshino-san, why did you suddenly become so much prettier? I really like it. Jun Hoshino had no idea what the girl was thinking. He raised his eyebrows and looked at her, who was now dressed in JK clothes again. The panties with the cardcaptor Sakura pattern and the pure white cotton underwear were still hanging on the hanger. Because the texture of the sailor suit is too thin. Faintly, Jun Hoshino could see the slight undulations of the fruit. What's wrong? Why are you reacting so strongly all of a sudden? Jun Hoshino reached out and grabbed the girl's pink little feet and started playing with them. The soft touch of the soles of the feet feels like freshly baked hot steamed buns, soft and sticky. I don't know if it will taste sweet if I take a bite. Both of her feet were pinched, and her soles were already ticklish. Hoshino-jun kept touching the soft flesh on the soles of her feet, which made Kato Nana tremble. Why is Nana reacting so strongly? Kato Nana was unwilling to admit that she was impressed by Hoshino-jun's handsomeness. She snorted delicately and said, Nana was just wondering if I was a little too cruel to Yusuke just now. How dare you mention your ex-boyfriend in front of Jun Hoshino even though you broke up? Still needs to be cleaned up. Jun Hoshino yawned out of boredom. He didn't feel sorry for Yusuke Takasaki, let alone sympathize with him. He let go of the girl's pink feet and reached out to pat her white and plump thighs. Kato-san, please move aside. Hoshino-san, what's wrong? Kato Nana suddenly felt a little flustered because Hoshino-jun had just called her Kato-san. Logically speaking, in private, Jun Hoshino should be called Nana. Is he angry? Meeting Jun Hoshino's cold eyes, Kato Nana was certain that Jun Hoshino must be angry. Is it because of jealousy? Sitting up on the bed with his hands, Hoshino-jun pinched Kato Nana's face with one hand, approached her and threatened. Kato-san, go stand at attention by the window and wait for me. Your Yusuke should not have left yet. Let's continue watching him and have some fun. Hearing this, Kato Nana's eyes lit up with excitement, and her whole body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Hoshino-san, this isn't good. If Yusuke saw it, his childhood sweetheart, whom he had never even kissed, being toyed with like this by you, who he had only known for a few days. Nana couldn't even imagine how devastated Yusuke must have been at that time. She said pitifully that she felt sorry for Yusuke Takasaki, but she was actually very restless inside. Jun Hoshino was speechless when he saw her like this. Sometimes, he felt that Kato Nana's degree of excess might be even crazier than Hoshino-jun had imagined. Takasaki Yusuke downstairs had not left yet. He sat on the bench in a daze, watching people coming and going on the street. Seeing this scene, Jun Hoshino couldn't help but say that classic line. Look at that man. He looks like a dog. After saying that, Jun Hoshino swung his hand, leaving a crisp sound on Kato Nana's buttocks that looked like a full moon. Yeah, Hoshino-san is right. Poor Yusuke Takasaki, until the moment they broke up, he didn't know what kind of person his girlfriend was. The madness lasted until around 7 in the evening, when Jun Hoshino said goodbye to Nana Kato and returned to the apartment, just in time to go home at the same time as Mayasuke. The evening wind blows flowers into the eyes of passers-by. Their eyes met. Jun Hoshino greeted Mayasuke naturally. However, Mayasuke was stunned. Her thick black hair was disheveled in the wind, but she didn't care and stared at Jun Hoshino for a long time without saying a word. Jun-chan. Who I am? Asuke-mai. I am yours. What's wrong with you? This impatient tone, this dissatisfied look. There is no doubt that he is my own unfilial son. But why? Mayasuke opened her mouth, raised her hand to rub her eyes, and looked at Hoshino-jun again. She suddenly pursed her lips and said angrily. You bastard, why did you go get plastic surgery without your aunt's knowledge? Oh my god, what kind of experience is it to see the piglet I raised at home turn into a super handsome guy after just a few hours of not seeing him? Although he is handsome. In response to Mayasuke's accusation, Jun Hoshino rolled his eyes and slapped her on the head. Then Jun Hoshino was chased and beaten all the way back home by Mayasuke. Chapter 69, Threatened. Question: what kind of work can a high school boy do during his free time from school that would allow him to save 3 million yen in just 2 or 3 days? Answer 1, go rob a bank. Robbing a bank makes money quickly. Not to mention 3 million yen, even 300 million yen is not impossible. Answer 2, if you have talent, you could try drawing comics or making games. There are some talented people on earth who have made a lot of money doing these things. Answer 3, first, to reply to the poster, the original poster said 2 or 3 days. Even if you are a gifted person, it is impossible to draw a shocking comic in 2 or 3 days. Answer 4, I think being a gigolo might be profitable, but only if you're handsome enough, in good shape, and can handle the pleasure of rich women and the pain of being ripped off. In the bedroom, the young man clenched one hand into a fist and placed it to his mouth, staring at his phone intently, thinking seriously. TSK. After seeing one impossible answer after another, Jun Hoshino couldn't help but frown, feeling something was wrong. Still too impulsive. I shouldn't have shown the 600,000 yen to Mayasuke 2 days ago. If she hadn't seen the 600,000 yen, Jun Hoshino could have explained it as working part-time to pay for his studies over the years. But now, in less than a week, 600,000 yen has doubled to 3.42 million yen. How can this be explained? Can you work that hard while studying? Then my Asu should quit her job and go back to high school and work and study with Jun Hoshino. It's really not easy to explain the source of the money. No wonder those directors make so many bad movies to launder the money. My Asu will definitely ask this question, it is so annoying. Hoshino Jun thought about it for a long time but still had no idea. After hesitating for a while, Jun Hoshino decided to change the question. Explain to Aunt Mai that there's always a way out. Right now, the most urgent thing is to figure out how to collect on the Class A debt. There is some information about the person Yamada ran on the internet. Although most of it is not true, you can still find some useful information. After roughly summarizing the useful information obtained from the internet, Yamada Fumio and Takasaki Yusuke, Jun Hoshino already had a rough route in his mind. Crack. Bang, bang, bang. The bedroom door failed to open, and then there was a knock, followed by a charming female voice coming from outside the door. Jun-chan, why did you lock the door? Are you doing something shameful? Upon hearing this, Jun Hoshino rolled his eyes. He seriously suspected that Mayasuke was hinting that he was playing League of Legends. She has a nice voice, but she speaks such vulgar words. I'm really drunk. It's late at night, what else do you want to talk to me about? In order to prove his innocence, the first thing Jun Hoshino did after opening the door was to shake his clean hands. There is no such thing as sticky sweat. He. Mayasuke smiled, very satisfied with Jun Hoshino's answer. The ignorant little boy didn't understand the meaning of her words. He was so naive that he didn't even understand when his aunt said he was in adolescence. When she thought of this, my Asu secretly admired her own ability to teach children. I am worthy of being the one who raised Jun-chan to be the purest boy in the entire island nation. Jun-chan, come and see if this outfit looks good on auntie. Hearing this, Jun Hoshino looked down and noticed that my Asu was dressed very seductively at this moment. White tights on the upper body and light blue tights on the lower body. She turned around deliberately, and her white waist, which was round and full, was smooth and flat, without a trace of excess fat. Her butt is clearly as perky as the mid-autumn moon, but her stomach, waist and legs don't look fat at all. You stinky woman, you change your clothes every day to look good, don't you know I'm in puberty? I get easily excited when you're like this. Even Jun Hoshino, who looked at this beautiful woman every day, couldn't help but look at her a few more times. He secretly sighed in his heart that she was beautiful, but he still had to say something sarcastic. My rating is average. My Asu said, oh, then pursed her lips and turned slowly, then with lightning speed, she suddenly raised her foot and kicked Jun Hoshino's thigh. You are just average. You are very average. Making a face, my Asu twisted her full moon and walked away lightly. Jun Hoshino, who was stunned by the kick, stood there in a daze, only feeling his fist harden. I want to beat someone up. Why? Forget it, just treat her as a childish child. Adults don't bother with children about these things. Jun Hoshino murmured, and just as he finished speaking, the system's call sounded in his mind. Bite. A malicious attack from my Asu has been detected. If you choose not to pursue the matter, you will receive a Class C friendship debt. Let me see what's going on. Jun Hoshino raised his eyebrows and focused his gaze on Mayasuke again. Name, Asuka Mai. Stamina, 5. Intelligence, 6. Charm, 9. Occupation, supermarket manager. Friendship, she currently owes you AC level friendship debt. Please urge her to pay it as soon as possible. Payment method. Money, 100,000 yen. Food, love bento for 1 year. Friendship, a warm hug 3 minutes. There was a sound coming from the TV in the living room. Open your arms, step your left foot forward, raise your head, and slowly look back. My Asu started doing exercises with the coach on TV. This has been one of her hobbies in the past 2 years, and the effect is very obvious. The fat on the waist can be reduced by doing exercises. It does not mean that you will not get fat naturally. It's just that I've been busy working overtime recently, so I haven't done much. Looking at Mayasuke's agile movements, Jun Hoshino slowly opened his eyes, staring at Mayasuke's whole body, and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. Hard. The fist is hard. Hoshino-jun murmured softly. Auntie. This is the system that forces me to do this. It's not that I'm looking for you, Auntie, to collect the debt. It was the system that forced me to do this. I was threatened by the system. The system said that if I didn't do this, it would wipe me out. System. Host, be careful or I'll sue you for defamation. Depend on. It is obvious that the dog system threatened the kind-hearted boy Hoshino, but he still refuses to admit it. Jun Hoshino automatically blocked the system's words, walked slowly towards Mayasuka, and stopped in front of her. Following the instructions from the TV series, Maesu turned around as she was about to do the next move, and the arc of her body with a steep slope on the semicircle turned back into a straight line across the slope. Then she opened her eyes, and her beautiful face was facing Jun Hoshino's belly. Ale? What is this kid going to do? Want to do some aerobics with me? Chapter 70, Easy to Control. Boom. There was a muffled thunder outside the apartment and the north wind was howling. Come and follow me to do the next move. 1, 2, 3, 4. The coach on TV kept twisting and turning, breaking the last bit of silence. Maesu half knelt on the yoga mat, looking at Jun Hoshino blankly, her moist and thin lips slightly parted. You are blocking my eyes. Asuki Mai. Jun Hoshino suddenly shouted. Hearing this name, Mayasuka wrinkled her nose and frowned. What did you call me? Little Piggy is amazing. This is the second time today he's called me by my first name. You need to be punished. Jun Hoshino lowered his head and stared at Mayasuka doing her aerobics. When Mayasuka pressed down, her plump buttocks were raised high, making the originally tight gymnastics pants swell. Smooth like a soft and juicy peach. It makes people want to take a bite. But Jun Hoshino is a gentleman, he definitely doesn't want to bite it, he just puts his hands in his pockets silently and looks up at the ceiling. I am no longer the child you used to beat and scold me. I want to stand up and take charge now. Maesu tilted her head in confusion, not understanding what Jun Hoshino was saying at all. I kicked him just now, is he angry? You don't look angry. She stopped, raised her pretty face, raised her hand and poked Jun Hoshino's cheek. Not only has he become much more handsome, but his skin has also become so tender. I'm so envious. Did your brain also get affected by the genetic mutation? My brain is fine, but you're about to be. After Hoshino-jun imagined the scene of Baimei's death in his mind, his restless body finally calmed down. The increase in physical strength by 1 is really exaggerated. Mingbai Tiansai and Kato Nana have gone crazy 3 times, but now they still have the strength to hold their heads high. Twisting his neck, Jun Hoshino's eyes became indifferent. I will take revenge on you, Ms. Mayasuka. Har. Maesu raised her eyebrows, looking puzzled. The next moment, Jun Hoshino raised his hand and frowned, emitting a solemn aura. Great and mighty heavenly dragon, the Buduksatagaber, the Prajnaparmeter Buders, the Prajnaparmeter Bamakon. The majestic words echoed in the living room. Just as Maesu was about to check whether her little piglet had a fever, a head suddenly fell on her forehead. This time, Jun Hoshino used a little force and it really hurt Mayasuka a little. The pain wasn't too severe, but it was definitely not light, somewhere between a joke and disappointment. After a moment of confusion, Maesu became furious. Ath! Hoshino-jun! How dare you hit me? Maesu prepared to fight back, with punches and kicks ready to go. Seeing this, Jun Hoshino immediately ran away, but when he turned around, he was suddenly, inadvertently, and accidentally tripped by Mayasuka's yoga mat and fell to the ground, fragilely. You rebellious son, you can't escape. Prepare to die. Maesu pounced over and pressed directly on Jun Hoshino. At this moment, Atmai was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. She grabbed Jun Hoshino's neck, locked her legs around Jun Hoshino's waist, and opened her red lips to bite Jun Hoshino's shoulder. Let go. Jun Hoshino screamed in pain, pushing Mayasuka's head with her right hand. His left hand unconsciously fell on Asukami's thigh, and he held her perky buttocks with one hand and hugged her tightly. In fact, it didn't hurt when Maesu bit him. She didn't really want to kill Jun Hoshino with her own mouth. She was just teaching her disobedient son a lesson. But in such an alluring posture, Jun Hoshino can not only perfectly appreciate the exquisite body curves. You can also feel the aunt's smooth body confined in the gymnastic suit, and her skin sways with Maesu's movements, bringing about extensive skin contact. Plan accomplished. Next, just drag it out for the full 3 minutes. Jun Hoshino enjoyed the feeling of Aunt Mai sticking to his body, and lowered his head to smell the fragrance of her hair. But his tone was full of dissatisfaction. Relax, please let go. Auntie, I was wrong. I won't dare to mess with you again. Please stop biting me. I really know I was wrong. Please spare me. Help. Zombies are going to kill people. My Asu was already feeling a little sorry for Jun Hoshino after hearing her howling, but Jun Hoshino suddenly described her as a zombie that was still howling. Even more hateful. I'm so beautiful, and you actually called me a zombie. Damn you rebellious son, watch me bite. This time, my Asu was really angry. Her eyes flashed and she increased her strength, leaving rows of teeth marks on Jun Hoshino's shoulder. Bite. Collection completed. The payment of 100,000 yen has been made to the personal account of Jun Hoshino through formal channels. After receiving the system prompt, Jun Hoshino no longer resisted and let my Asuka bite him like a salted fish waiting to die. Really? After just a dozen seconds, my Asu's anger subsided and she climbed up from Jun Hoshino's body. Humph, just my Asu, just a nobody. Jun-chan, if you mess with your aunt again, I'll bite you to death. After a fierce battle, my Asu's face was flushed and her eyes were watery. With her hands on her hips, the fullness of her chest rose and fell with her heavy breathing. After secretly glancing at her expression, Hoshino Jun decisively admitted his mistake. I was wrong, I beg auntie to forgive me. He. My Asu immediately beamed, raised her chin proudly, and declared her victory. It's good that you know you were wrong. I'll forgive you this time, but if you do it again, I will kill you without mercy. As you command, the most beautiful Miss Tomorrow in the world. The loser Jun Hoshino respectfully offered his flattery. Don't try that. The corners of my Asu's mouth curled up slightly, revealing the little pride in her heart. Even though she knew it was flattery, she still enjoyed the compliments from Jun Hoshino. Please put away the yoga mat. I need to go take a shower and get ready for bed. Yes, sir. Well, I'm going to get my pajamas. My Asu walked aside the smiling Jun Hoshino and returned to the bedroom and immediately locked the door. The redness on her cheeks became more intense. Along with that, there is also some shyness. Thinking back to when I bit Jun Hoshino just now, I lay on top of him and caught a glimpse of his collarbone and pectoral muscles. And the touch of Jun Hoshino's hand on her buttocks. Jun-chan, Did you deliberately provoke me today? Why? My Asu sat on the ground, playing with the hair on her temples. Am I really just an aunt in his mind?